Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is an eagle among lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, A Parting of the Ways. Two of them, Sylvain muttered. Two of them. How are there two Hurricane Kings? Do they multiply or something? It was dawn, the sky had brightened to a dim violet and the stars had faded against its backdrop as the orange glow of the sun spilled over the horizon. The Blue Lions were gathered in the common room with their professor, not to celebrate, not to learn, but to wait. After the battle, Byleth and Anselm had tended to Felix and Sylvain, closing the wounds they'd suffered during the Hurricane King's assault. Catherine was in the infirmary. Manuela did not appreciate being woken up in the middle of the night on a Wednesday, but such was the life of a physician. The Knights of Syros, while searching for the Hurricane Kings, had detained the Blue Lions in the common room for the night for their own protection, where some of the students at least tried to sleep. When morning came, they were told that Archbishop Rhea was on her way, and those who had managed to catch some shut-eye were roused from fraught sleep. Edelgard observed Dimitri and Didu as the class discussed the past night's events. Dimitri still seemed shaken, his eyes stared sightlessly into the distance, as though blinded. Didu hid his emotions behind an inscrutable stoicism. She wondered he had to know who those two fake Hurricane Kings were, since he had set this whole thing up, but had he known that one of them bore the crest of flames? Did that mean someone besides Dimitri and Mercedes had survived the blood reconstruction experiments and had the Agarthans hidden it from Dimitri on purpose? It's like the legend of the werewolf, Felix said, his voice low and tone grim. Werewolf? Ignatz asked, a pang of concern on his face. It's an old story up north. Men becoming beasts by the light of the moon. They lose all sense of reason and become savage murderers. Felix glanced at Dimitri, as though to accuse him. They say those bitten by werewolves become werewolves themselves. Sylvain mustered a weak laugh. So, he said, gingerly pressing a hand to his torn sleeve and the gauze wrapped around his arm beneath it, you think we're gonna start feeling the uncontrollable urge to dress up in furs and put on wolf's head helmets at night? Hey, wasn't it a full moon last night? Felix was oddly silent, but his hand drifted to his side, where beneath the ragged slit in his shirt and waistcoat were bandages encircling his midsection. There was a swath of faint dried blood stains that cut an arc across the lowest layers of gauze. His fingertips grazed it thoughtfully, as though he might have been considering the idea. It's just a story, Sylvain said. I mean, if werewolves were real, think about it. One bites a person, then you've got two werewolves. Both bite one other person each, and you've got 4. 4 become 8, 8 becomes 16, 16 becomes, you get the idea. And that's if each werewolf only bites one person. It's a geometric rate, it keeps doubling. You'd have the whole continent turned in a matter of months. It's the same thing with vampires. If these things were real, we'd all be them already. I'm sorry I brought it up, Felix said. Oh, right, weren't you scared of werewolves and vampires once? Yeah. Ingrid, remember the time I made little fangs out of wax and stuck them in my mouth? You were there too, Dimitri. He just lost his shit. That never happened, he said loudly, raising his voice over Sylvain's. And ran crying back to GLE. Sylvain trailed off as his eyes met the icy glare Ingrid was giving him. He shrugged. Just, trying to lighten the mood. Fuck off, Felix said. Felix, Annette said to him, I used to be scared of werewolves, too. I'm not, he insisted. I think I know how we can figure out who this crest of flames guy is, Bernadetta piped up. All eyes turned to her. Actually, it's a stupid idea, she mumbled, pulling her hood over her head and drawing the drawstrings tight. And never mind. Bernadetta, Byleth said, if you've learned one thing from my class, there are no stupid ideas. Only ideas that don't work. Well, I guess, here's what Bernie's thinking, Bernadetta said, emboldened. Professor, you said it was the second Hurricane King who had the crest, right? That's what I felt, Byleth said. Dimitri slowly nodded, but tried to hide it. No one else in the class but him, Didu, Byleth, and Edelgard knew that he bore the crest of flames as well and could likewise sense the presence of another. That's what gave him the strength to snap Catherine's leg like that, Felix said. And it was the second Hurricane King who got stabbed in the leg. Bernadetta added. That's right, Sylvain said. Catherine drove that dagger all the way into his thigh, he gasped. He's got an injured leg. All the way into his leg? Ingrid asked. Up to the hilt? A wound that deep can't heal quickly, even with a powerful healing spell. Right, Professor. That's right, Byleth said. The other person with the crest of flames must have a wounded leg. At the very least, I'd expect him to be limping. So I guess our top suspect right now is Seath, huh? Bernadetta said, giggling. No one else laughed. Stupid Bernie, this isn't the right place for a joke. Now they all hate you. Great job, she berated herself. The doors to the common room opened, but it was not Archbishop Rhea who entered. Instead, escorted in by the pair of knights standing guard outside was Lord Volkhard von Arundel, flanked by Anselm, Hedwig, and Pascal. Edelgard stood up from her seat. Uncle Volkhard. Thank the goddess herself you're okay, Volkhard said, rushing to her and enclosing her in his arms. Anselm told me everything. You were not injured, were you? Oh, what a relief. And what a relief that Pascal and Hedwig left before. Was anyone hurt? Pascal asked, eyeing the rest of the class with worry. Nothing serious, Felix said. What Anselm has told me is true, then, Professor? Volkhard asked Byleth. There were 2 Hurricane Kings, and they murdered a knight and injured the captain. Byleth nodded. He sighed and shook his head. This situation is worse than I had feared. Get up, Edelgard. We're leaving Garreg Mach today. I'll speak with Seath to have you withdrawn as soon as his office is open. There was an outcry from Edelgard's younger siblings. We're leaving. Hedwig gasped. Lord Arundel, Byleth interjected, I don't think that's necessary. Every day this monastery becomes a more dangerous place, he retorted. I cannot allow my niece or her 2 youngest siblings to remain here. Surely you understand. We've spoken about this and how it would be best to withdraw you before the situation worsens. You said you were going to work on graduating early. I said I would try, Edelgard said, well aware that she hadn't. If you can wait a day, Anselm said, I'm sure Elle can take her certification exam as early as tomorrow. Can that be arranged, Professor? I do not even wish to wait that long. Arundel said, his face reddening. Last night, one of these fiends hobbled the captain of the Knights of Syros. Who knows what they will do tonight? The doors swung open yet again and a hush fell over the room as Archbishop Rhea walked in, radiant and impeccable in her dress and manner as always. Seath limped at her side, dependent on a cane to keep himself upright. He was clean and well-groomed, his injuries healed and the shaggy growth of his hair and beard neatly sheared away, but he was still sickly and thin. His uniform seemed to hang off of him the way old clothes hung on a scarecrow. Volkhard and Anselm both bowed their heads in Rhea's presence. Children, Rhea's eyes slowly roved back and forth, studying each student in turn. Dmitri snapped out of his trance and flinched when her eyes met his. How good to see that you are all alive and well. Although. She ventured further into the room to where Felix was sitting. My child, she said, gazing upon the slit in his uniform that betrayed the bloody bandage underneath. Does your wound trouble you? Even he seemed to be cowed by her presence. It's fine, ma'am, he grumbled. Still, she said, it must ache. Let me see. A soft healing light wreathed her fingers and she pressed them to his side. That should no longer trouble you anymore. Your Holiness, Sylvain piped up, they, got me in the arm, and, he grimaced and sucked air through his teeth. It hurts. Edelgard could see Ingrid rolling her eyes. Dmitri stared at Rhea as she healed his classmates, his mouth folding into a tight scowl. Professor, Rhea asked once she was done with Sylvain, were you at all injured? Byleth shook her head. No, ma'am. I'm fine. Just a scratch or 2. May I see? Really, it's fine. They've healed already. And what about you, Edelgard, dear? Thank you, but there's nothing more for you to concern yourself with among us, Edelgard told Rhea. As much as we all appreciate it, surely you have better things to do. Better things than to bring solace to a house that has been sorely lacking it this past year. Rhea shook her head. I think not, Edelgard. It is my duty as a servant of the goddess will to grant you and your classmates succor in times of need. Lord Lonato, Sylvain's brother Miklon, the loss of your classmates Ash and Glenn, no house in years has experienced such a string of such deeply personal traumas. I want you all to know, each and every one of you, she said, looking again to each student in turn, that the Knights of Syros shall do everything in its power to protect you in these last few weeks of the term. These heretical villains shall be struck down by the hand of the goddess. And in the meantime, I am here should any of you want for comfort. Thank you, your holiness, Byleth said. Seath, Vokhard said. I hate to trouble you so early, but if you could, at your convenience, ready the withdrawal papers for my niece. As her head swiveled and her gaze fixed itself on him, Rhea's beatific expression vanished. Edelgard is not to be withdrawn from this academy, she said to him curtly, the words cutting like arrows through the air. Vokhard was taken aback and stared at her with wide eyes. It's just that. She shall not be withdrawn, Lord Arundel, Rhea repeated. Remembering her place, she softened her face and voice, donning her calm and peaceful smile as one might don a hat. If it makes you feel better, know that she shall be under my personal protection. Recalling the holy tomb, Edelgard dreaded the sound of that and began to reconsider staying. Leaving with Vokhard wouldn't be too bad, especially if Pascal and Hedwig were traveling with him. Personal protection? Seath asked, furrowing his brow. Lady Rhea, what exactly? He held his forearm to his mouth to catch a sharp cough. What exactly, if I may ask, do you mean by personal protection? We can discuss the details later, Rhea assured him. Vokhard's words caught in her throat. Lady Rhea. I can assure you, this monastery will be made peaceful for all of you, Rhea said to him, taking a hand and resting it gently on his shoulder. I know it is a Hresvelg tradition for all of one's brothers and sisters to attend graduation, and I have no intention of allowing that tradition to break down. I would hate to warn Edelgard's older siblings to keep their distance from this place. Edelgard felt her heart sink, realizing that she ought to have spent her adolescence traveling to Garagmok every year to see another one of her elder siblings graduate. If not for the Agarthants, Burkhart and Gerland would have attended when she was 12, Justine, Emmanuel, Dagmar, Joachim, and Heidi Marie over the next few years alone or in pairs, and finally Anselm the year before her. In the years following her own graduation, Edelgard would have repeated the tradition with her fellow siblings for Pascal first, then Hedwig. She'd never been sentimental about tradition before, but there was something different about the ones she herself had been deprived. The life she could have led, the family rituals she should have taken part in, struck her like a blow to the gut. Vokhard acquiesced. Of course, Lady Rhea. I myself, though, shall take my leave and see to it Hedwig and Pascal return to their homes. I'll stay, Anselm announced. It is only a few weeks, and I am quite capable of conducting my affairs by mail. As well, I would be honored to help the knights hunt down these monsters and bring to them the goddess justice. Thank you, Prince Anselm, Rhea said, turning her smile upon him. Your devotion to the church and the faith is a beacon for all of Fodlan to follow. I follow an infinitely brighter beacon, Anselm retorted, by which I mean the archbishop who leads us with such grace and strength. Edelgard wanted to gag. Certainly Anselm would leap at the occasion to butter Rhea up, and certainly Rhea herself would love to do the same to him. They were perfect for each other. If I can trust anybody to safeguard my dear El, it is the Archbishop herself, Vokhard admitted. Lord Arundel. I remember your sister, Rhea said. It was not that long ago that she was herself a student here. Your niece takes after her in so many ways. You can rest assured that I will keep the flame of her spirit burning. Thank you, Lady Rhea, he said, bowing to her as she and Seath headed out of the room. Hedwig, Pascal, it is time to pack your things. We set out this afternoon. Hedwig looked worried, kneading her hands over her skirt. Ah. IINN need to, T2. IIHH have PP people to say GGG goodbye to, she looked to Edelgard. CC can you help me? Of course, Hetty, Edelgard said, standing and crossing the room to meet her. She looked back to Byleth. As long as I don't miss. There'll be no lecture or morning drills today, Byleth said, nodding. We've suffered enough. An edgy, nervous laugh rippled through the classroom. Pascal went to Bernadetta. Hi. Bernadetta stared at him, remembered it was rude to stare, and looked away. Hi. It was fun baking with you yesterday, he said. Thanks. If you're really going to marry Anselm, I'll be your brother-in-law, right? And, maybe we can bake more things the next time we see each other. I guess? Okay. Bernadetta mumbled. That, sounds nice, I guess. Look out, Prince Anselm, Sylvain called out. Looks like your little brother has eyes for your fiancée, too. Anselm scowled at him. Pascal's round face turned bright pink. Anyway, goodbye, he stammered to Bernadetta, his voice cracking, and then he hurried back to Volkhard's side. Volkhard patted Edelgard on the shoulder. Bring Hedwig back to her quarters when you're done, he said, and he and Pascal left. Edelgard took Hedwig out of the common room and the two of them stepped out onto the lawn. The sun had risen, and long spears of amber dawn light stretched across the snowy grounds. The sunlight gleamed on the round lenses of Hedwig's glasses. Her light chestnut brown hair, instead of being pulled up into the typical circlet of braids that held it up, was much more simply braided and allowed to hang down the same way Edelgard typically wore hers. As tall as she was for her age, she seemed small as Edelgard took her by the hand. So, who should we say goodbye to first? Edelgard asked her. Petra, perhaps. I know she's always up by dawn at least. Or maybe we should have breakfast first. Hedwig cut her off by driving the air from her lungs with a spine-snapping hug. Hetty, Edelgard gasped, hearing her stomach gurgle. Breakfast. Hedwig nodded. Let me go, she asked. Hedwig shook her head. I understand, she said, folding her arms around her and patting her on the back, and she allowed Hedwig to keep clinging to her as they crossed the lawn to the dining hall. It just so happened that Petra was in the dining hall with Dorothea and there was plenty of room for more diners at the table she'd chosen, so Edelgard and Hedwig got their food and sat with them. Petra's smile was as bright as the sunrise as she greeted Hedwig and Edelgard. Hedwig, Edelgard, she said, it is good to be seeing you this morning. We have had great worry for you. Words are being spread with quickness about last night. They certainly are, Dorothea said. Edie, did you really run into two of those costumed lunatics? We did, Edelgard said as she and Hedwig sat down and set their plates onto the table. Fortunately, no one in our class was seriously injured, though I hear Catherine's been sent to the infirmary. Dorothea sighed as she picked at her food. I have to say, when I came here, I was hoping to find a suitor who wouldn't make me want to choke to death on my own tongue. Instead, the whole school's being terrorized by some villain straight out of some lurid play, though I suppose I should count my blessings he, or they, seem to have it out for the Blue Lions in particular. No offense, Edie. I'm glad to see you're okay. Thank you, Dorothea, Edelgard said. Petra, Hedwig stammered, I need to tell you something. Petra's brows knitted with concern. Oh, is something being the matter? Well, it's just that L's uncle Vo Voki is, he wants to take me back home. Today. Oh. Well, over these past weeks I have been liking greatly our time together, Petra said. I am being sad to see you go, of course, but I am also wanting you to be safe. Will you be safe at home? Dorothea asked. I've heard from a few friends in the Middle Frank Opera Company recently and, well, things seem a bit tense in Inver. I am going to stay www with my Mom's F family, Hedwig explained. Pask, too. Petra, would are you going back to Brigid when you graduate? I am not knowing, Petra said. Duke Girth is taking me back after graduation. If he has been getting the concessions he wants from my grandfather, maybe I can be returning. Oh. Hedwig stared down at her food, a conflicted furrow in her brow and a frown on her face. It would be hard to keep in touch with you all the way and be Brigid, she mumbled. But it would be I don't want you to think that I want you to go home I don't want you to I don't not w. Edelgard put a hand to her back to help her steady her breathing. I understand, Petra said. If I am staying in Fodlan, we can be exchanging letters with ease. You are only needing to send your letters to Duke Girth. But owls cannot be flying across the ocean. We would need to be using messenger albatrosses. Edelgard and Hedwig laughed. But Edelgard's thoughts quickly turned to Voul's radio. Apparently, devices he called repeaters had to be placed across the land to keep the invisible waves that silently carried the sound from growing weak and fading away. But if that could somehow be overcome, then radio technology could connect Fodlan with Brigid like never before. Messages could travel instantly from the mainland to the tiny archipelago, instead of having to travel a month's voyage in the hold of a cargo ship. But it's GG good, Hedwig said, her cheeks reddening as she fumbled over her words, if you can go home. I would be missing you as well in Brigid, Petra said. I have been making many friends here, despite my circumstances. When you are being taken from your home, sometimes you are beginning to make a new home where you were taken. Then, when you are returning, you are still homesick for the new home. Edelgard wondered how she would feel when she returned to her own world, her old home. To a world filled with her best and closest friends, to the side of her wife, but to a world where she was once again an only child and the new friends she had made here among the blue lions were rotting beneath the earth. Thank you for you understanding, Hedwig said. MIWW words and never CCC come out alright. Petra reached across the table and cradled her hands in hers, wrapping her bronzed, sun-kissed fingers around Hedwig's pale hands. I am having much understanding. I am trying and trying, but Fodlanish is still having difficulty. I am still having Fodlanish is still difficult for me. I am knowing the importance of listening carefully to those who are struggling to speak. Sometimes Edelgard forgot just how young Petra was. At 15 upon enrollment, she had been the second youngest student in Garag Mach, older than Lysithea by only a few months, and of course, without Lysithea on campus in this world, that made her the youngest student here, but unlike Lysithea she had never been teased for her age. Nobody had wanted to view a girl from Brigid, a foreign land in a conquered enemy country, as young or innocent. She was only less than 3 years older than Hedwig and about a year older than Pascal, but she had been forced to grow up very quickly. I am thanking you for being my friend, Petra told Hedwig. I am wishing more of Adrestia's nobles were being like you. If Fodlan were having more Hedwigs in it, Fodlan would be a better place, and the people of Fodlan and Brigid would be liking each other more. A disbelieving smile crossed Hedwig's face. Edelgard could tell that nobody had ever told her that other people should be like her. If anything, she'd probably gone her whole life being told that she should be more like other people. Why, you really mean it? Hedwig asked, jaw slack from shock. If you want a commoner's opinion, I can second that, Dorothea said. You and Edie aren't so bad, as far as aristocrats go. Shame the rest of you don't see it that way. Dorothea had always been an interesting contradiction to Edelgard. She hated bloodshed, she'd vomited on the spot on her first mission in the academy after having to kill a man, but in the war she had drowned herself in a sea of it nonetheless, and it had been obvious to everybody, but especially to Edelgard herself, that it exacted a terrible toll on her. Edelgard had spoken to Dorothea on more than one occasion, sometimes going so far as to beg her to leave the Black Eagle strike force and settle down somewhere far from the war, but Dorothea soldiered on, no matter how much it hurt, because she thought that Edelgard's vision of a world without the nobility was worth not only dying for, but irrevocably damaging her very soul for. By her own admission on those occasions when the pain had been more than she could quietly bear herself, Dorothea was a beautiful rose who had, because she had loved Edelgard's ideals, cast aside all those petals for thorns. Edelgard had always seen the petals. In this world, Edelgard had to admit, Dorothea was probably better off without her close friendship to her. The four of them finished their breakfast and went their separate ways. Hedwig and Petra said their goodbyes and that was that. Edelgard led Hedwig out of the dining hall. So, she said, who do you want to say goodbye to next, Hetty? Hedwig was still visibly euphoric from Petra's embrace, but it was clear that it was fading fast. IIWWW would like to see P. Professor Han Han Professor H, if ICC can. Very well. His morning lecture should be starting soon, but if we hurry, we might catch him before he leaves his office. Edelgard led her through the main hall, up the stairs to the faculty offices, and to Hanneman's office. She knocked on the door. We might have to wait and catch him after the Black Eagles have had their morning lecture. The door swung open and Professor Hanneman stood on the other side. Hello there. What is this? I appear to be seeing double. He squinted at them. 4 Edelgards. Edelgard hadn't fully realized it at first, but as Hedwig was roughly as tall as her, had the same color hair, and currently wore that hair the same way she did, the two of them actually looked quite similar at a glance save for Hedwig's glasses. Hedwig blushed. Oh, it is me, H. Hedwig, she stammered, flustered. Ah, Lady Hedwig. A pleasure to see you. What brings you to my office? I hope we haven't caught you at a bad time, Edelgard told him. Hedwig is leaving later today, and she would like to speak to you before she goes. Hanneman looked to the dawn light streaming in through his window, then to the clock in his office. Well, I suppose I do have time to spare, he said, leading the two of them inside and taking a seat at his desk. What can I help you with, Hedwig? I'd. Hedwig nervously kneaded her hands and chewed on her lower lip, avoiding Hanneman's gaze. How soon can I enroll? Hanneman thought for a moment. Well, that depends. 15 is the minimum age for enrollment, but the average age is 17, and I would recommend you enroll then. But for your own edification, when do you turn 15? 2 years from now. What month? Yet again Edelgard recalled with a pang of embarrassment that she didn't know when Hedwig's birthday was. Or any of her siblings' birthdays, for that matter. She suspected that the certain days in the year that always left her feeling noticeably more depressed for some nebulous reason might have been them, but she couldn't place a name to each of those 10 dates. El Lone Moon, Hedwig said. So you turn 13 a month from now. Hedwig nodded. More like th3w weeks, SS sir. In that case, you will be eligible to enroll for, Hanneman did some mental calculations, stroking his mustache. The 1183 term, starting in the great tree moon of that year. You can submit your application whenever you please the year before, as long as the enrollment exam is scheduled after your 15th birthday. But again, I would recommend you enroll after you turn 17, that would be 1185. You may even wish to wait until you turn 18. 1185 from Edelgard's perspective, in her world, that would have been last year. Hedwig would have been attending the Officers' Academy last year. In her world, right now, Hedwig would be 18 years old. Just as old as Edelgard had been when she'd started the war that had set all of Fodlan aflame. Lady Edelgard, Hanneman asked, is something the matter? Edelgard felt Hedwig's hand curl tighter around hers and realized something about her face must have given away her melancholic musings. Oh Hetty, you're just growing up so quickly. You don't need to hurry so much. Hedwig pursed her lips. Evidently, neither Edelgard nor Hanneman had given her the answer she wanted, which was probably, yes, of course, enroll as soon as possible. Why do you want to enroll so early? Edelgard asked her. Because no one's ever done it before, Hedwig said, nervously adjusting her glasses. From our FFF family, I mean. Since you've spent so much time with Petra, you probably know that the younger you are, the more difficult the curriculum will be, Hanneman told her. You will have to keep up with many older and stronger students who will be setting the pace. And that is on top of growing pangs and other, pubescent developments that may not have fully subsided by the time you are 15. Then I'll work twice as hard as everyone else, she said. I can do it. Everyone will know that I can do it. For a moment, Edelgard could see the same fierceness in her eyes that she had often seen in Lysithia's. She couldn't say anything about this world's Lysithia, having never met her, but in her world at least, Lysithia had always wanted to prove to everyone that she could be treated as a capable adult in spite of her youth and physical frailty. Likewise, the 11th daughter of the Emperor, plain and gangling and mousy and stumbling and tripping over her words, wanted to make the world take her seriously. To be the youngest of this generation of Hresvelg to enroll in and graduate from Gareg Mach would be a feather in her cap none of her brothers and sisters could share. She and Lysithea would have gotten along well. As well, Hanuman added, you will need to consider your retainers' needs as well. As I understand it, it is customary for a Vestra serving a Hresvelg to enroll at the same time as their liege. You may want to think about when Miss Kasia will be ready as well. Hedwig nodded. I'd never thought of that. Edelgard took Hedwig's hand in both of her own. Hetty, if you decide to try the enrollment exam as soon as you turn 15, I'll be behind you every step of the way. Just give it some thought. You have a few years still to think about it, Hanuman said. Whether it is in 3 years, 4, or 5, I look forward to having you as a student. He glanced at Edelgard, his brow furrowing and pinching his monocle in a look of mock bitterness. Unless, like your big sister, you decide that another house would suit you better. No hard feelings, Professor, Edelgard said. All water under the bridge, Edelgard. I still think myself responsible for your academic transformation, at least in part. Hanuman stood up and went to his coat rack, slipping on his old brown overcoat. I suppose I should begin preparing for this morning's lecture. Perhaps you would like to sit in, Hedwig? Unless, of course, you have more people to say goodbye to. I would not want you to keep them waiting. Hedwig nodded. Thank you, SS sir, but why yes, I don't want to keep anyone waiting. I understand. Well, I do hope I see you again at graduation, Hanuman told her. Actually, Edelgard, may we speak in private before class, he asked, lowering his voice. Yes, Professor. Edelgard turned to Hedwig. Hetty, please wait outside for us. Hedwig nodded. All right, Elle, she said, and she slipped outside and closed the door behind her. What do you want to talk about, Professor? Edelgard asked him. Hanuman stared out the window and let out a wistful sigh. I am sorry about Happy. It is simply awful what happened to her. That you had to witness the deed yourself, and that my potential cure proved utterly useless. It wasn't utterly useless, Professor, Edelgard said. Technically, it wasn't a lie, although that did not clear her conscience. At least she died peacefully. That she did, Hanuman said, his voice strained. That she did. Edelgard, I do not confess this lightly. If I speak to you on this matter, can I trust you not to let it leave this room? Edelgard knew exactly what he was about to tell her. Of course, sir. A long time ago, my youngest sister passed away. The physicians had said it was a disease of the heart which led her to an early death, but I think it would not have had she been treated better beforehand. She was made by her husband to bear many children with the hopes that one might bear a crest. The strain on her body during those years, having child after child, and the mistreatment she endured after her husband cast her aside. I am certain it was this that sealed her fate. I'm sorry, Professor, she said. She knew this story well, and countless others like it. It was stories like those that had given her the impetus to keep pushing for a better world even when the war had devolved into a hopeless quagmire. It is because so many people were harmed by crests that I have become so zealous about understanding them, he continued. Had I understood more, just a little more, then perhaps my cure would have worked to cure Happy's affliction. I hope her blood is of some use to you, at least, Edelgard said. I hope so as well. Who knows how many more victims Cornelia has left in her wake? He was silent for a long while. Manuela told me about Mercedes, as well. He shook his head sadly. It still boggles the mind that my old friend would do such a thing. It is as though she is mocking me personally, though I would hardly be so pompous to assume so. Are the knights going to do anything about it? With Cornelia under the aegis of House Rusalka and outside of the jurisdiction of the Knights of Syros, there is little they can do to apprehend her. Baron Rusalka would need to sanction any church operations in his territory, as Lord Arundel did last month. Cornelia's manor in Fhirdiad is similarly under the auspices of Lord Frildarius, but I hope he would be amenable to allowing the knights in. Edelgard caught Hanuman looking to the cabinet in which he kept the potions and concoctions he had developed over the course of his research. No doubt his next attempt at a cure sat on the shelf behind those locked doors. If there are others like Happy, I hope we can find them and cure them, she said. Thank you. I do as well. Is that all you wished to speak to me about? Yes, Edelgard. Thank you. Hanneman sighed. I should be getting to class now. I would hate to be late and set a poor example for the students. He drifted from the window to the door. Oh, and one other thing, little Hedwig is quite a lively girl. Thank you, sir. She does not bear a crest of Ceros herself, does she? No, only Anselm and myself do. My sister did not have a crest, either, but the potential still existed for any children she bore to have one, and that was what doomed her. Please watch over Hedwig, Edelgard. If she is made to marry the wrong sort of man, do whatever it takes to protect her from him. Of course, Professor, Edelgard said. I'll do my best. It is, sadly, all we can do, he concluded, and with that he opened the door and ushered her out. Hanneman locked the door behind him and went off to teach the Black Eagle's morning tactics lecture, leaving Edelgard and Hedwig alone in the hall. Hedwig was waiting expectantly, but seemed to be gently vibrating with pent-up energy. Well, that's Petra and Hanneman, Edelgard said, already feeling exhausted. Who else is there? Flay. Hedwig thought for a moment, then shook her head. NNOBBBB1. No one. What about Flane? She shook her head harder. Why not? Hedwig's eyes darted across the hall. Because I think she hates me now. Why would she think that? Edelgard asked, taken aback. The two of them had been thick as thieves before Gaspard. I think I did something, Hedwig said, her voice dropping to a whisper. How old were you when you? Edelgard drew her in close and ran her fingers through her hair. Deep breaths, Hetty. Go slow if you must. When you found out you liked GGI girls, she finished. Hedwig nodded. Edelgard realized that she couldn't answer that question. She had been 17 when she'd realized she was still capable of feeling love in the first place, and 18 when she'd realized it was possible for someone to love her back, regardless of gender. But according to them, Dorothea had known since she was 12 that she preferred girls, and Mercedes had figured it out at 10, somehow. But in this world, who knew when the other Edelgard had realized that girls caught her eye far more often than boys? Perhaps she'd been Hedwig's age. Perhaps not. At a time like this, Edelgard wished her counterpart could be here with her. Is that how you feel about Flane? Hedwig nodded. I think SS so. Maybe. And I think SH she knows. How would she know? don't know. Maybe ILL look at her the wrong WWA, or maybe ITTT told her she was PPP pretty too many TT times. You said she was behaving differently after we came back from Gaspard. Well, you know Seath was badly injured there, right? Hedwig nodded. That's why Flane is acting differently. She's just worried about him. It has nothing to do with you, Edelgard told her. She sniffled and nodded. Oh, okay. Do you think she might like, that I might have a chance? Edelgard rested a hand on her cheek. Well, you know, she is quite a bit older than you. Hedwig bowed her head. She might have been about to cry. I know. She says she's as old as most of the S students. Her voice was small, fragile, and weak. And she probably isn't. No, Edelgard said. She probably isn't. It's okay, Hetty. It's normal to have crushes on people who are older than you, especially when you're young. And it's normal to have crushes on people who just can't feel that way about you, Edelgard said. Hedwig began to weep. Edelgard held her close, gently leading her head to her shoulder and stroking her hair. There were few things more painful than the sound of her little sister crying. The pained, lurching rhythm of shuddering breaths and heart-wrenching sobs called to mind the squalor and agony of the dungeons. She wanted to put a stop to that sound more than anything, but all she had the power to do was hasten its passing, if only a little. SHH. There. Let it out, Hetty. Let it pass. She held Hedwig closer, waiting for the stream of tears dampening her shoulder to slow to a trickle. Can I tell you about my friend Ingrid? She asked. Hedwig sniffled. She's, the one with the PP Pegasus, she asked, her voice muffled. Yes. She's a good friend, Edelgard said. And she's quite pretty, isn't she? Well, I thought so as well. Soon after we met, I realized I was falling for her. I drew myself closer to her. We ended up dancing together at the winter ball and, we got too close, she pushed me away, and I learned that she couldn't feel the same way about me. The most we could ever be was friends. Just friends. Unrequited love is a part of life, Hetty. For everyone, not just girls who like other girls. I know it hurts, but the most any of us can do is tough it out. Whoever it is, whatever they are, you'll find the right person someday, or perhaps they'll find you. Hedwig slowly nodded. Okay. Now why don't we go see Flane? Okay. Flane and Seath shared their quarters deeper in the monastery cloisters where the students of the officers' academy typically feared to tread. Security was tighter in this part of the monastery, especially so in light of last night's attack, but Edelgard and Hedwig were allowed to pass the knight's checkpoint and enter the cloisters. Edelgard wondered if it was Ria's doing that she was allowed past the iron gates and gratings that separated the central church's ascetic population from worldly affairs so easily. Edelgard knocked on the door. Seath was working, but she had it on good authority from the knights that Flane would be here. She would likely not be allowed to leave for her own protection. The door creaked open a hair. There was a sliver of emerald in the gap, and then the door closed. Hedwig knocked on the door. Flane. Please go away, Flane said from the other side of the door. Hedwig's face crumbled. Edelgard patted her on the back. I'll handle this, she consoled her. She knocked again. Flane, please. It's Edelgard and Hedwig. I cannot see you now. It's urgent. At the very least, may I come in? No. Flane. If we do not talk now, it will be too late, Edelgard said, losing her patience and allowing a stern, iron bite to creep into her voice. Whether she was 17 or 1,000 years old, Flane most certainly did not act her age. Let's JJ just GG go, Hedwig whimpered. She hates me, and that's okay. The door opened another crack, and before it could shut itself again Edelgard wormed her fingers into the crack and pulled it the rest of the way open. Hetty, wait here for us, she said brusquely, forcing her way into Flane's room and shutting the door quite firmly behind her. Flane hastily backed away from her and stood in the center of the room. Here, far from the ascetic decor of the cloisters, was a modest but still somewhat indulgent living space. In this room were bookshelves, nothing unapproved by the church, Edelgard supposed, drawers, a table and chairs, cabinets, and a small stove and hearth. There were 2 rooms off to each side which Edelgard presumed, from seeing a bed and wardrobe within each one, were bedrooms. There was a soft rug on the cold stone floor beneath her feet and curtains parted over the window. Edelgard, Flane stammered, her demeanor unusually skittish. What are you doing here? You cannot just barge in here like you own the place. Hedwig is leaving the monastery today. You two have been such good friends. Don't you want to see her off? No, she said. Please get out of our quarters. Good day, Edelgard. Has Hedwig done something to displease you? Flane crossed her arms and looked away. It is nothing Hedwig has done, she responded curtly. Please, just go away. I want nothing to do with you, and you should want nothing to do with me. Hetty adores you, Flane. Well, she should not, she snapped, and with that she stormed off to what Edelgard presumed was her room. There was no door separating the rooms but rather a curtain which Flane tried to slam shut to the best of her ability. Edelgard followed her, but stopped at the curtain. You say you want to be treated as an adult, don't you? She asked. Then meet me halfway and stop acting like a child. You do not understand, Edelgard. She sighed. This has something to do with Vul, doesn't it? Flane drew the curtain aside and scowled at her. Who else could it have anything to do with? You have all seen him for what he is. You all know what he has done. And yet even my big brother allows him free rein in the monastery. Flane, Edelgard said, reaching out to her. He is no longer affiliated with Solon and his kin. In fact, he is helping Seath learn more about them so that the church can see to it those fiends are stopped. How can anybody trust him? He tricked us. He lied to every single one of us, and her voice cracked, her irate facade broke apart, and her bright emerald eyes began to water. And even me, I was so stupid. Flayn fell to her knees and pressed her hands to her face, choking back a sob. Edelgard knelt beside her. Flayn, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have accused you of being immature. She had known that the truth would weigh heavily on Flayn's mind as soon as she had started suspecting that the man she'd known as Seath was not who she'd seemed to be. Yet she'd only had eyes for Hedwig this morning, and hadn't thought about how Flayn's pain had been manifesting. Seath is the closest person in the world to me, Flayn sobbed. Since Mother died, I have had nothing but him. And yet I could not tell him from an impostor. I could have searched for him, but instead I allowed myself to be taken in by a forgery, and I put all of the strength I had into saving that man when he wasn't even truly my father. Father! Flayn curled up tighter, wrapping her arms around her legs and tucking her head into her knees. Oh, no. Please forget you heard that. No one is meant to know. If my big brother finds out I told anyone. Edelgard had always suspected that Seath seemed too old to be Flayn's brother. It's okay. I won't tell anyone. But you see now, don't you? Flayn continued to weep. My own father, the man who raised me and gave me everything, I abandoned him for an imitation. I don't deserve to call myself his daughter. And if I cannot do that, then how can I call myself anybody's friend, if I would just as soon throw them away for a lie as well? Edelgard very slowly put an arm around Flayn's shoulders, ready to pull away if she would balk at her touch. She didn't. Flayn sniffled and let out a wordless wail. I'm a selfish, ungrateful daughter, she sobbed, that's why. I never really respected him or cared about him or loved him, because if I had, I would have known. That's not true, Edelgard told her. Flayn, listen. You know that I am pretending to be somebody else as well. Would you say that Hubert or Ferdinand don't care about me? Or what about my uncle, or any of my siblings? Would you accuse them of not loving me enough? And no, she sniffled. I am a horrible person. I am no better than those monsters. That is not true, Flayn. Edelgard reached out, found Flayn's chin, and angled her head up to force their eyes to meet. Her eyes were rimmed with red and her cheeks glistening with rivers of tears, her mouth pulled in a deep-set frown. A dribble of snot threatened to drip from one nostril. For a moment, Edelgard thought she could see on Flayn's face slit pupils in her eyes, like a lizard's, and a thin patina of scales, but it must have been a trick of the light. You are a kind person and a good friend. Hedwig has told you as much, and I believe it as well. Please don't throw aside your friendship with her simply because you don't think you deserve it. Go outside and talk to her. If she and Pascal leave without saying goodbye, you may not see her or hear from them for years. This is your last chance. You cannot be so consumed by your tears that you will let it pass you by. Flayn sniffled and gulped down the lump in her throat, then nodded. I understand. Please, just give me a moment to make myself presentable, she croaked. Edelgard let go of her and stood up, then offered her a hand to pull herself up with. Flayn rose shakily to her feet, still choking back the occasional tear, and went to her room. While she tidied herself up, Edelgard excused herself and stepped out into the hallway, where Hedwig was still waiting, anxiously gnawing on her knuckles. She'll be out in a minute, Edelgard told her, and Hedwig sheepishly removed her hand from her mouth and dried it on her blouse. They waited, and soon Flayn stepped out into the hall, fresh-faced. Hedwig, my friend, please forgive me, she said, her voice still fraught. I did not mean to upset you in any way. I have just been going through something very painful and I was foolish enough that I thought I had to push you away because of it. Thank goodness, Hedwig stammered. I was so afraid I'd done something horrible to you. Oh, my friend, I am so sorry. Flayn threw her arms around her, and the two of them embraced and began to cry anew. Are you really leaving today? Why yes, Flayn. I'm sorry, but Uncle Voki thinks it isn't safe. Maybe why you should leave? 2. I do not think my brother would allow it. Leaving did not work out well the last time. Hedwig, if I wish to write to you, where should I send it? IILLB in B Borimaz, with W with my mom's SS side of the F family. And I can just write to H here. Yes, and please do. Nobody has ever written to me before. I am excited. You must tell me what it is like in Borimaz. I have only seen it on a map. It is right next to the Morgaine Ravine, isn't it? Why yes. I'll tell you all about it. I already cannot wait for it. When Flame finally pulled herself away, she was smiling through her tears. Please have a safe journey home, friend. Write to me as soon as you return. Hedwig, who wasn't done hugging her, dragged her back into her embrace, squeezed her hard enough to make her eyes bulge, and let go. She wore a wide grin. I will. Goodbye, Flame. Goodbye, Hedwig, Flame croaked, catching her breath. Take care. Edelgard took Hedwig by the shoulder. Is there anybody else you'd like to see before you leave? She asked. Hedwig shook her head. No, but I guess I should pray at the CACACC Cath Church. I think we can fit that in, Edelgard said. Thank you, Flame. The two of them left the cloisters, cut through the academy grounds, and made their way across the bridge to the cathedral. There, Hedwig knelt before the altar, hands clasped and head bowed, lips silently tracing indistinct words, and Edelgard stood by her until she was finished. The sunlight streaming through the windows fell upon her as she prayed, motes of suspended dust twinkling in the air around her like a glittering aura. Few people might have called the sight of Hedwig praying in a shaft of sunlight beautiful, but Edelgard certainly would have. In the light, the little girl who was not so little anymore looked as holy as the statues of the four saints. At last, Hedwig opened her eyes and stood up. All done? Edelgard asked her. She nodded. Why yes. But, can we see the SS Saints statues, T2? Of course, Edelgard said, leading her to the sacristy off to the side of the altar where the statues of the four saints stood, 5 times taller than the average man and cast in polished gold. Hedwig stood under the statue of Saint Cethline, staring up at her as though in awe. At times her brow furrowed as though some detail of the saint's appearance had sparked a thought worth mulling over. The statue of Saint Cethline depicted a beautiful young woman dressed in flowing bishop's robes and clasping a caduceus staff sculpted with 2 winged serpents curling around the rod in the shape of a double helix. Hedwig seemed to be studying every detail. She asked, have you ever thought that this PPP probably sounds SS silly, but I think Flame looks a bit like Saint Cethline. You do? Edelgard studied Cethline's face as well. Perhaps there was a slight resemblance, she supposed. Well, Flame does have a major crest of Cethline. I suspect she's a direct descendant of hers. If Flame really had been around during the War of Heroes, then perhaps Cethline had been her mother. Which meant, if Seath was her father, that he had been Cethline's husband. The idea sounded almost too ridiculous to consider, but there were more impossible things. My letter, Hedwig said, balling her hands into fists and shaking them with excitement. I'm gonna say to Flame that she's as beautiful as her. Is that too much, L? Taken aback, Edelgard laughed and gently tousled her hair just a little. I don't think it's too much at all, Hetty. I think you're going to be quite the romantic someday. Hedwig smiled and focused her attention on the rest of the statues in return, finishing with Saint Sikal. Hey. This one KK kinda looks familiar, too, she said, pointing to it. Oh. Edelgard stared up at Saint Sikal's visage. Saint Sikal wore a bishop's robe as well, and a flowing cape, and somehow the sculptor had captured the flow of the fabric so well that Edelgard almost expected it to flutter in the air. As sculpted, Sikal wielded a spear with a long, thin blade at the end and 2 curved axe-head blades. Edelgard must have seen this statue thousands of times before in both her world and this one, but something about the way Hedwig pointed at it made her feel as though she were seeing it for the first time. What about it looks familiar? He's got a kinda stern scowl. A bit like Seath. Now that Hedwig mentioned it, Saint Sikal did have a bit of a severe expression that bore more than a passing resemblance to the face Seath made when he was upset. Perhaps Seath was in fact Saint Sikal himself. All of the saints might have been members of the Immaculate One's family. Edelgard wondered what all their true forms might have looked like. They couldn't all have been as big or as fearsome as Siros. Well, perhaps Seath could be. The scowl might run in the family. Ferdinand has the crest of Sikal as well, and he can scowl like that when he is cross. Hedwig giggled. I guess he CC can. Satisfied, the two of them left the cathedral, walking back down the long bridge that spanned the fog-choked ravine far below. Thank you so much, Hedwig said, a grin still fixed on her face. I think I'm ready to GG go now. I'll help Kasha pack my things. Okay. Let me know before you leave so I can see you off, Edelgard said. As the words left her mouth she finally realized that Hedwig was leaving, and as with the other siblings who'd left just weeks ago, she couldn't know if she would ever see them again before she found a way back to her world, and when she did return to her own world in her own time, she would most definitely never see Hedwig again. She would never see her grow up, never see her enroll at Garreg Mach, whether she did it 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, never see how much taller she would get. She wouldn't see Pascal again, either. Hedwig looked at her and frowned. What's wrong, she asked. Edelgard opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I'm just, really going to miss you, Hetty, she croaked. She wrapped her arms around her and held her tight, and for a moment Edelgard felt as though once again she was 12 and Hedwig was 7 or so, and neither of them knew if they would live another day. Edelgard couldn't remember the last time she had done it, but she did remember that she certainly hadn't had to raise herself up on her toes to kiss Hedwig on the forehead then. The two of them remained locked in their embrace, neither willing to let go for the longest time, caught in a stalemate neither wanted to break. She wanted to fix this moment forever into her memory as something Thales could never take away from her again. She wanted to remember every detail, the softness of her skin, the scent of her hair, the way she clung to her as though it was a competition and trembled ever so slightly from nervous energy. And the color of her eyes. Edelgard wanted to remember the color of the eyes behind those round glasses, the one detail that had left her before any of the others. Hedwig had inherited her father's steel blue eyes. She swore she would always remember from now on that her baby sister Hedwig had her father's eyes. She would have held on to her forever if she could have. As auspicious as Edelgard's mourning with Hedwig had been, the departure of the youngest Hresvelg siblings with Volkhard von Arundel from Garreg Mach would prove unfortunately acrimonious. A caravan was prepared out in front of the monastery's gate, ready to spirit away the Lord and the 2 royal children and associated attendants. 2 carriages, one for the Lord and one for the Hresvelgs and Vestras, and a company of Arundel soldiers would take a roundabout path southeast, cutting through Ordelia territory in the Leicester Alliance and then crossing the Ermid River into the county of Burgleys, where Pascal would be returned to his mother's side of the family. From there, their path would cut southwest to Boromaz on the tip of the southern Adrestian Peninsula to likewise deposit Hedwig. Afterward, Volkhard would travel to Inver. It hadn't occurred to Edelgard until after she and Hedwig had parted ways, in spite of the map of Fodlan burned into her mind, that the county of Boromaz shared almost all of its only land border with Rusalka. I know you have little choice in the matter, Uncle, Anselm said as he helped the driver and attendant pile the passengers' bags into the back of Volkhard's carriage, but it does worry me that you plan on going through Rusalka. You are being paranoid, Anselm, Volkhard said. Do you think Cornelia would have House Rusalka's knights seize us at the border? What could such a thing possibly accomplish? And why would Baron Rusalka agree to it? I don't think you can so easily discount the possibility, Uncle Volkhard, Edelgard agreed, mirroring Anselm's unease. You know what Cornelia has done, and I fear we can't imagine what further horrors she is capable of. If you travel past Rusalka to Inver, you can go east to Boromaz, clinging to the coast south of the Morgaine ravine. I know it is much more circuitous, but it would assuage our fears. The idea that Cornelia might find some way to sink her claws into Hedwig frightened her more than anything. Those who slither in the dark, the Agarthans, could not be allowed to lay hands on another Hresvelg, especially not her. In fact, why bring her to Boromaz at all? Anselm added. Leave her with Pascal. I trust Count Burgleys to look after the both of them, at the very least, even if the man cannot stand me. Volkhard sighed. I suppose, it might be better not to risk it. He took the last of the children's bags from Kasia and Armin and set them in their carriage. Pascal, Hedwig, your carriage is ready, he called out, beckoning the children on. If House Ordelia were on better terms with us, I might suggest reaching out to them, Edelgard said as she helped Hedwig up into the carriage. Like how you brought me to Fhirdiad all those years ago. Gloucester territory, perhaps, might be amenable. Well, I suppose the Empire has become something of a powderkeg, thanks to your brother, Volkhard said. Me. Anselm asked. Anselm, I never said I was referring to you, Volkhard said. Now, Pascal. But a hit dog hollers, Pascal muttered darkly. What was that? Anselm asked, taken aback. Edelgard and Volkhard were just as surprised by his outburst. Edelgard, unfortunately, didn't know Pascal as well as she should have, but she had figured from his time here that he was growing from the sweet young boy she had once held in her arms as he'd breathed his last into a polite and empathetic, if conflict-avoidant young man. He wasn't aggressive and didn't care much for physicality, preferring the company of books to people, while Hedwig had spent her days at Garreg Mach excitedly following her newfound friends around. He had mostly spent his in the comfort of the library. But he was about 15 years old, which made him mercurial enough to sharpen his tongue when he was at his limit. Which, apparently, he was. I said you know this is all your fault, he said, looking up and staring Anselm right in the eyes. If it wasn't for you, Burke wouldn't be so desperate to curry all these other nobles' favor, and he wouldn't be marrying Lady Cornelia. I'm sorry, Pascal, Anselm said, reaching out to touzle his brilliantly colored curls, but it was father's decision. The will. I don't care. Pascal swatted his hand aside. You're ruining this family. You're ruining our family and I'm sick of standing around and watching everyone else not tell you that. Pascal. Volkhard exclaimed. McCule's sake, just get in the carriage. Why don't you just challenge Burke to a duel, Anselm? Pascal asked. His round face and soft cheeks didn't wear anger well, neither did the quaver in his voice project it. Like how Derek von Aegir did to Agnes I, you can challenge him to a duel for the throne. Why don't you do that, you coward? Because, Anselm snapped, his quicksilver charm, which had withstood days of Count Varley's heinous attitude, breaking down for once at the sight of his youngest brother's insolence. Burkhard only accepts challenges he can win and he knows that I would defeat him. Well, I'd duel you to make you stop, Pascal said as firmly as he could, which wasn't very, if it would be fair. He balled his hands into fists. I'm not talking about this with you, Pask, Anselm said. You're being ridiculous. I'm not dueling you. Then duel Elle. If she wins, give up. If you win, do whatever you want. But at least someone tried. Pascal looked needily up at Edelgard. At nearly 5 feet tall, he was to Edelgard's knowledge the only person in her family who could still literally look up to her. Are right, Elle? Right. PPP Pask, PPPP please, Hedwig stammered from within the carriage, poking her head out. JJ just GG get in. No one is dueling anyone, Volkhard said. It is a barbaric and unbecoming way to settle personal and political affairs, he said, and the way he looked straight at Edelgard made it clear he wanted to remind her of the time she had broken Justine's arm. A part of her would have liked to simply duel Anselm into irrelevance. He was strong and skilled, but while beating him wouldn't have been as easy as when she'd shattered Justine's elbow, she would be likely to win. And after all, Anselm stood for everything she stood against. If he were in charge of the Empire, he would surely build it into as much a theocracy as the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus was. But 2 facts stayed her hand. 1. As long as Burkhart's marriage stood, Anselm was the only thing standing between Cornelia and the Adrestian Empire. 2. What kind of an Agarthan agent would she be if she made the Adrestian Empire a more stable place? She had a role to play, much to her displeasure, and she didn't need to feel his icy gaze on her back to remind herself of that. I'm sorry. Uncle Volkhard is right, Pask, she said. The story of the warrior prime minister is not one we should take any positive lessons from. A part of her had always found the story of Derek von Aegir and Agnes von Hresvelgi amusing, in no small part because of how many times Ferdinand had strolled up to her to parrot the dramatic little line his ancestor had used to propose the duel to hers. "It's immature," she added. Pascal hung his head and let out a heavy, resigned sigh. "Yeah," he muttered. "Yeah. I know. Sorry." He gave Edelgard a perfunctory hug, offered Anselm the most awkward barely touching side hug Edelgard had ever witnessed, and then got into the carriage with Hedwig and their retainers. Volkhard wore a weary frown on his face now. "Anselm," he said, "as Lord Regent, I shall throw my full support behind you if and only if we are unsuccessful in separating Cornelia from Burkhard. But in the event that Burkhard annuls the marriage, I want you to renege. Please. You cannot enjoy seeing your family like this. Take my word for it, the fights were much worse when your older siblings were here." Anselm was unusually silent. "It is hard for me to forget that you are not my flesh and blood," Volkhard continued. "Your mother was so close to my sister that she named you after her. I want you to remember that and put this ugliness aside." He turned to address both Anselm and Edelgard. "I will speak with my men about the route we are to take. I shall send a letter informing you of our destination as soon as we reach it. Pray for our safety, both of you." "Of course, Uncle Volkhard," Edelgard said. The two of them hugged one more time, perhaps for the last time, and Volkhard retreated to his carriage and made preparations with his driver and the soldiers accompanying him. The caravan began to head down the road as Edelgard and Anselm watched. Hedwig poked her head out of one window and waved as the carriage drifted farther away. "Gigi, goodbye, L. Aonsi. I'll love you." As Edelgard stood by and watched them go, she felt as though she were losing them all over again. "I love you, too," she called out, scarcely able to force the words out. Tears sprang to her eyes, reducing the road ahead to a shimmering haze that consumed everything: carriages, horses, soldiers, uncle and siblings and all. Anselm patted her comfortingly on the shoulder. "If you need me," he said, sounding much more subdued and lost in his thoughts than usual, "I'll be at the cathedral." Things went back to normal that afternoon, as much as they could. The departure of her younger siblings had left Edelgard feeling empty, as though they had died in her arms yet again. The sky seemed less blue, the cold wind had a colder bite. The food for lunch tasted blander. In the afternoon she attended Hanneman's session on black magic, as she typically did on Thursday afternoons, but had such difficulty focusing on the lecture and practical demonstrations that her typical exhaustive note-taking hardly took up half a page in her notebook. After the seminar, she typically practiced with bladed weapons, but today every misstep in her form, every angle just a little off from the norm, felt magnified tenfold for how much it slipped her up. She felt as clumsy and uncoordinated as she had felt when she had first came to this world, when her body was weak and soft and unfamiliar to her. It hadn't been half this difficult when Joachim, Heidi Marie, Justine, and Gerlinde had left. Because as hard as it had been to say goodbye to them, Edelgard was still their younger sibling. But between herself, Pascal, and Hedwig, she was the eldest, the one they looked up to and expected to protect them. She still remembered, faint as those memories were, what it had felt like to be the only older sibling they had left and to be powerless to fulfill that sacred social contract of the eldest sister. To say goodbye to them felt as though she were betraying them. The sword fell from her hand and dropped to the sandy floor as the flat of Ingrid's blade found the hollow of her wrist. The wooden point of the training blade found Edelgard's throat next, and then with a gentle yet firm application of force the blade came to rest against her chin and pushed it up so that she had no choice but to stare Ingrid in the eyes. Those green apple eyes, at least, were a welcome distraction, if only for a moment. "You're off your game, Edelgard," Ingrid said, removing the blade to let Edelgard collect her sword. "It's all right. Normally I'd be the first person to tell you to work through it, but I understand it must have been hard to see those two go. On top of all the stress from last night, too. Sometimes you can read me like a book, Ingrid," Edelgard said. She let out a sigh. "With things as they are, I don't know what news to expect from one day to another. It's like being in a war, waiting for and dreading the latest report from the battlefield. I know we're all supposed to be learning and practicing, but maybe you should go to your room and let your head clear itself out for a bit. Who will you spar with?" "Felix, if he's not being ornery and his side feels better." Someone who's in the right frame of mind to give me a challenge. I'm sorry, but I don't get anything out of sparring with you if your mind is elsewhere, whether I win or lose. I suppose not. Although I think you would learn something at the very least if I managed to defeat you while my mind is elsewhere. Even her glib remarks felt weak and lifeless, Edelgard thought. Ingrid laughed anyway. I guess it would be a pretty embarrassing lesson. I remember when you first joined our house, it was a foregone conclusion that when the professor put us up against each other, I'd win. Now it feels like I can't beat you unless you're distracted. Quite a compliment, coming from you, Edelgard said, setting her training sword on the rack with the rest of them. Also, perhaps an impetus to start fighting dirtier. I don't learn anything by cheating when I'm supposed to be improving my technique. Wasn't that one of the first things the professor told you when she paired us up? You're right. Clearly, you need to set some of your training time aside specifically for learning how to cheat. Ingrid shook her head and tried not to smile. Go and get some rest, Edelgard. Edelgard left the training hall, disappointed in herself. Outside she found Dimitri and Didu, as though they had been waiting for her. Dimitri said, a welcome brightness in his icy eyes. He looked worn and weary, as though his thoughts had etched themselves onto his face. It is good to see you again. You were with your little sister all morning. I was, she said. She's gone now. You must miss her. Well, I know I'll see her again, Edelgard lied. That's right, graduation is approaching so quickly, and I am sure your whole family shall be visiting. Perhaps it is the only way to get Burkhard and Anselm under the same roof, Dimitri said with a smile. Are you okay? Are you? You look worse off than I do. She, Dimitri, and Didu found some secluded place tucked away on the monastery grounds to converse in private. About last night, the man with the other crest of flames. You must be scarcely able to think of anything else. It is true, he said. He inhaled and let out an anxious sigh, struggling to hold back a stream of words that wanted to pour out of him like a river bursting through a dam. I do not know how to feel. There. Beyond Professor Byleth, there is someone else like me in the world. Another bearer of this horrible burden, the crest of flames. Another one who survived Ria's wicked experiments. I wish that were better news to hear, Edelgard said. I suppose you've been looking for any students or faculty with suspicious limps while I was with my family. Oh, I do not think it is a student or professor, Dimitri said, and certainly not a knight. Remember the night I saw Yuri, I knew it was not a spirit. He is real, he is here. His expression darkened. But, why would Rodrigue not tell me about him? Nothing would excite me more than to know that someone else survived that hell. Is it because I have been disrespectful? That I have not valued his kindness enough? I don't know, Edelgard said, conscious of Didu's watchful eye. I don't think Rodrigue would hide another survivor from you. But perhaps this survivor was from a different set of experiments, one he didn't know about. The possibility made her feel ill. On occasion, when she reflected on the torture she, Lysithea, Dimitri, and Mercedes had survived, she considered those who had perished luckier than those who had lived. The dead had no obligations to the living, but the living were forever burdened by them. So much as one more person out there bearing the same scars as her was a moral evil. I suppose that is possible, though the possibility. Dimitri raised a hand to his mouth, as though he felt a rush of nausea. The possibility makes me ill. Do you think it could be him, though? That the Hurricane King could be him? Edelgard wondered as much. She had always felt the presence of the crest of flames within the real Hurricane King on the occasions she had encountered him, in the catacombs and in Xanadu. And because of that, she had always assumed that the Hurricane King had been Dimitri. But was it possible that the Hurricane King had never been Dimitri to begin with? No, Thales had referred to Dimitri by that epithet in private once or twice. Dimitri was the Hurricane King. A Hurricane King, rather. But had he been the Hurricane King in the catacombs? At Xanadu? She could no longer be sure. Were you and Yuri friends? Edelgard asked him. Friends? I would hardly use the term. A friend is someone you spend pleasant days with and have fond memories of, he said, bowing his head and swallowing a sad lump in his throat. In truth, we hardly knew each other, from what little I can remember. I did not know it at the time, but before the experiments he had just recently been adopted off the streets by Count Rowe. He was crude, a bit, from his impoverished upbringing, but kind. I recall little else, but I remember weeping when the monsters told us he had passed. A friend is someone who is there for you when you are in pain, Edelgard said, not merely someone you spend pleasant days with. It sounds to me as though Yuri was a dear friend to the very end, as premature as it came. Do you think he would still be so kind to me now, though? Dmitri asked. I recall at times thinking he was pretty. I know, it is unusual for a man to think another one pretty, but apparently we were both often mistaken for girls in our youth. Maybe now he is as hideous as a monster. Edelgard took him by the arm and laid her head on his shoulder, feeling her spirits lift just a little. You survived with your looks intact, it seems, she said. If Yuri is still alive, then there's a good chance that he's as pretty as ever behind that mask. Dmitri managed to force a smile, then relax it into a more genuine and earnest smile. I do not know if I did, he said, nervously fixing his gaze on something far away from her. I think Marianne thinks so, she added, watching pink rise to his pale cheeks. And I think monsters can be beautiful, anyway. Thank you, he said, laying a cold hand atop hers. As cold as his touch, there was something warm about it nonetheless. I am sorry about bothering you with my problems, though I know how lonely you must feel, now that all of your little siblings have left. Not all of them, Edelgard said. Dmitri furrowed his brow. But I thought. Is Anselm not a year older than you? First off, he is 8 months older than me. Second, I still have one other younger sibling. Who? I thought you were the 9th of 11. Well, I was born in the Garland moon, and he was born in the ethereal moon, 6 months later in that same year. He ended up much taller than me, though, and stronger, too, and he has blue eyes and white hair. The pink flush stamped on Dmitri's cheeks turned red and began to spread as, with each detail she provided, he realized who she was talking about. He let out a nervous chuckle. I am only your step-brother, El. So are the rest of them, Edelgard pointed out. Every single one of my other siblings is a step-sibling on my father's side, we have different mothers. You're a step-sibling on my mother's side. Only through marriage, not blood. Still, you're just as much my little brother as Pascal. If you truly feel that way, then I am happy to be your little brother, he said, pressing her to his chest. As she felt his warmth and heard his heartbeat, she realized that she meant every word of what she'd just said. She glanced at Didu. Can I talk to Didu in private? Certainly, Dmitri said, letting go of her and stepping away. You two have been spending quite a lot more time with each other as of late, haven't you? Didu, it does my heart good to see you making more friends. You and Edelgard were so frosty to each other before. Edelgard led Didu away so they could talk in private, without even Dmitri hearing. You know who those people last night are, she said to him. As usual when she was donning her disguise as Vipar, she allowed a little hint of a sing-song, Kronia-esque lilt to slip into her voice, but it was especially difficult to maintain it today. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she could feel it slipping far more often than usual. Of course. I organized the event. Including getting revenge on a certain racially prejudiced knight. Justice, Vipar, Didu corrected. I got justice on him. Well, either way, I approve. But I digress. I don't like that you organized this without our input. Vul and I would have been happy to put on costumes and wreak havoc for you. But if you were absent, you might have been suspected, Didu said. Edelgard, of course, knew that, but she was acting as though Vipar wouldn't have thought of it. I suppose you're right. Anyway, about your other friends, did you know that one of them had the crest of flames? Didu shook his head. That was not to my knowledge. Well, who is it? Sometimes it is best for the right hand not to know what the left is doing. Vul and I are your allies, Didu. Your co-conspirators. If anybody is entitled to know. And if you are exposed, captured, and interrogated? By either Thales loyalists or the Knights of Syros. Didu glared at her. There are too many enemies. I will safeguard their identities as long as I must, even from you. Edelgard knew he had a point. She racked her brain. It could have indeed been a survivor of the tragedy of Dusker, perhaps Yuri, as Dmitri so wholeheartedly believed, or Emil, or one of however many others had been caught up in those experiments. There would be some advantage to using somebody whom the whole world believed was dead as an accomplice. No one would suspect them. And Didu had no problem with hiding important information from Dmitri. Perhaps, Edelgard theorized, Claude knew. He was one of Didu's secret accomplices. After all, Didu had shown no sign of knowing whether she and Voul knew about their partnership or caring to inform them about it. If not for that glimpse of pale skin beneath the first Hurricane King's face mask, Edelgard might have even suspected that Claude had been him. I understand, Didu, she said. Keep as many cards up your sleeves as you need, as long as they help us win. But if they become liabilities, I want names so I can help you dispose of them. Didu nodded. Acceptable, he said. Also, I must commend you again. An entire morning spent with Edelgard's closest sister. Your disguise is perfect. You even sound distraught. Thank you, Edelgard said. Do you know the secret? It's because Voul and I have respect for the people we imitate. Our kin, Thal's loyalists, look upon you surface dwellers with nothing but disdain. That is why they fail. And why we are sympathetic to your goals. I am glad to have such trustworthy allies. I, too, respected Edelgard. His eyes drifted away from her, and following his gaze Edelgard saw Ingrid standing in front of the training hall and talking to Voul. But I hope that you have not done as Voul did. If the real Edelgard is still alive and capable of returning here, I doubt you will be as welcomed as he was. Of course, Edelgard said. No, Didu. Edelgard is dead. Dead as a doornail. Later that afternoon, Seath found her. He looked as serious as ever, though the gaunt hollows of his eyes and cheekbones lent an unintentional grimness to his face. Lady Edelgard, he said, I need to see you in my office. He led her there, his steps slow and halting and his cane tapping on the floor all the way. Edelgard found herself worrying as they ascended the stairs that he might trip and fall. Even though Voul had mimicked his injuries, his broken leg, the loss of his eye and the 2 fingers on his left hand, he had never seemed so decrepit, though Seath had obviously had it much worse due to how much longer he'd gone without adequate treatment. I can see that you are waiting to catch me should I fall, he said to Edelgard as they reached the top of the staircase. I appreciate it. He led her to his office, eased himself into the chair behind his desk, and bade her to take a seat. She closed the door behind her and sat down. As I understand it from my counterpart, Seath said, and from this morning's visit to your class, he paused to stifle another chest-rattling cough. Lady Rhea seems to have taken an unhealthy interest in you. You think so? Edelgard asked. Yes. You, and your professor as well. I had always found it odd, suspicious, even that Lady Rhea had hired Miss Eisner sight unseen, though I will admit that despite her murky past and lack of credentials she has proven to be a wonderful teacher. And, just so I am clear in the matter, can you recount for me how your professor's hair and eyes changed? Edelgard did so, explaining the battle with Solon and the spell that had banished Byleth to the darkness. I see. Seath stroked his beard, which he had long since trimmed back to its usual chin strap despite Manuela's protests. That is what Voul Albus told me as well, but I wanted to hear it from a less potentially biased source. And how did Lady Rhea react to this? She had been absent during the incident, Edelgard said, prompting a surprised arching of Seath's eyebrows in response. I believe she had been working on something with the late Cardinal Eilfric. It was a week or so, I think, after the incident that Lady Rhea first saw us. The very same night Flane returned to the monastery with who we thought was you. She explained to Seath how Rhea had reacted that night and the following morning. Seath nodded along. I see. And Lady Rhea was interested in spiriting away both of you. Yes. As I recall, you claimed to have had a revelation from the goddess when Flane was kidnapped, he said. Do you not believe me? Whether I believe you or not, I am grateful all the same that you were able to lead us to her, he said, rubbing his throat as though he could still feel the bruises where the Hurricane King had grabbed him. But I digress. Lady Rhea investigates such claims very seriously, and most of the students she investigates turn out to have been doing it for attention. All this time I have been gone, has she been, pursuing you on those grounds? Yes, Edelgard said. She explained some of Ria's behavior to him. What she left out was the incident in the Holy Tomb after all. It hadn't actually happened, it had merely been a might-have-been which Byleth by her abilities had seen. She tucked you into her bed and sang you a lullaby, Seath recounted flatly, dumbfounded. On one occasion, yes. She says she can feel the presence of the goddess on my skin, or smell it on my breath, or such and such. I think she's far past simply investigating. Whether or not she does feel the goddess within you, to say the very least that is indeed an inappropriate way to act toward a student. I must apologize on her behalf. His expression darkened. I suspect, due to Lady Ria's familiarity with Miss Eisner and Gerald from the beginning, that your professor's change is something she had planned for or expected, somehow. Perhaps she expects you to undergo a similar transformation as well. I do not like this. Nor do I, sir, Edelgard said. She realized that she understood more about Byleth than Seath did. He didn't know about the creststone implanted in her heart or that she was meant to be a vessel for the goddess. If he knew the truth, she wondered, would he still find it disturbing? Perhaps the knowledge that Ria aimed to resurrect her mother, the goddess herself, would change his tune. Which, of course, brings us to the crux of the matter. Ria's intention toward putting you under her personal protection, I simply cannot allow it. She was even planning to have your belongings moved from the dormitories to her personal quarters upstairs, which is simply beyond the pale. Thank goodness Seath was just as on her side in this affair as Vul was, Edelgard thought, shuddering. For now, at least. I did my best to talk her down, Seath said, which made Edelgard dread that the next words out of his mouth would be that she would be forced to share a bed with Archbishop Ria for the rest of the term. I will say that I had moderate success. You shall not be under Lady Ria's personal protection, but she will be assigning 2 hand-picked knights to accompany you from now until the end of the term. They will stand at your door while you sleep, sit in on your classes, eat with you, stand by and observe during your drills and personal training, and escort you to any place in the monastery or town you wish to visit. Given the danger, I cannot exactly disagree with these provisions, though I assume you must find them distasteful. Edelgard's heart sank. Such a dogged security detail was, of course, understandable, and not something she was unused to. Ladislava and Hubert had been, at critical junctures during the war, just as inseparable from her. But Ladislava and Hubert answered to her and nobody else and were unflinchingly loyal. These knights, on the contrary, were not for her protection but rather would serve as the wardens of a mobile prison. Wherever Edelgard went, she would be chained to the archbishop. That meant no clandestine meetings with Didu and Vul, which, Edelgard supposed, might at least spare her from any further whims Thales might have to have her harmed. No investigations into the mystery of this second bearer of the crest of flames. And no nightly visits with Happy, which somehow stung the most. I suspect you are starting to regret that you did not take your uncle up on his offer to have you withdrawn from the academy, Seath said. Yes, Edelgard said. It's a shame you caught me after he left with Pascal and Hedwig. There is another matter, Seath said, concerning yourself, your professor, and Lady Ria. I have had to compromise, too, with her on this. She wishes to have you and your professor brought to the Holy Tomb, a sanctuary deep beneath Gareg Mach which is typically inaccessible to anyone but herself. In light of her behavior, I do not wish for the 2 of you to be alone with her. Thank you, sir, Edelgard said. What is the compromise? There will be a ceremony in the tomb. Flayn and I shall accompany Ria, and you and the rest of the Blue Lions to accompany Professor Byleth. I can only hope that whatever Lady Ria wishes to do to you, she cannot do it with an audience. And, when will this ceremony be? Edelgard asked, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. In her heart, she already knew the answer. Even these 2 different worlds could have moments of synchronicity. In her world, Ria had brought Byleth and the Black Eagles down to the Holy Tomb at the end of the Pegasus moon, and as the treacherous wintry winds the month was known for howled over the vast stone ocean of the tomb's ceiling, the Flame Emperor had shown his true face. The end of this month, Seath said. Now, make sure to return to the dormitories before it gets dark. The curfew is back in effect, and I am certain that Ria's knights will make sure it is enforced, for you especially. Thank you, sir, Edelgard said, standing up from her seat. But before I go, might I ask you why you haven't spoken to Lady Ria about Albus yet? For starters, because I would prefer him not to die, Seath said, scratching idly at the edge of the eye patch that covered his left eye. I cannot imagine how she might feel if she discovers that I was not myself for the past few weeks and she was none the wiser. Edelgard recalled how Flayn had reacted to that same knowledge and agreed that Ria's reaction would be orders of magnitude more vicious. These Agarthan people, Seath continued, have done horrible wrongs to myself, to Flayn, to our family, and to Lady Ria. Toward them, she is particularly vindictive and vengeful to an extent I would rather you do not dwell upon. Edelgard did dwell upon it, though. She supposed she had something in common with Ria after all. Perhaps Thales himself had taken something from her, something as precious as her family, her innocence. Perhaps the beast she and Byleth had slain in Fhirdiad had been, like her, warped by the heinous deeds of the Agarthans into something unrecognizable. Perhaps Ria had looked at herself in the mirror as many times as Edelgard had, or many thousands more, and wished she could remember a time when she had seen a person staring back at her. But while Edelgard had had Byleth and her fellow Black Eagles, Ria had had no one to stop her from growing more and more monstrous until no further reasoning with her had been possible. Currently, Albus is performing a helpful service for me, Seath added, by informing me about their plots and feeding them misinformation. I would rather Lady Ria's feelings do not interfere with this for the time being. Are you used to keeping secrets from her? Edelgard asked him. No, he said, and I do not particularly enjoy it, but I believe I can manage. Good day, Lady Edelgard. Be safe. Edelgard went for the door, only for Seath to call her back once more. Oh, and I am not sure I have properly thanked you yet for advocating on that man's behalf, he said. If you had not visited me that night, I do not think I would have been so charitable toward him. You are a good person. A slight smile breached his severe disposition. What? Do not look at me as though I have just said something patently untrue. She felt her lips crack open into a faint smile. Thank you, sir. She left the office and headed down the hall. A chill ran up her spine as she passed the doors to Ria's audience chamber, as though a part of her feared they would swing open behind her and a pair of scaly claws would hook into her shoulders and whisk her away. The worry didn't subside until she had made her way well past the heavy oaken doors. Since Voul's office was on this floor, she decided to see if he was available. The existence of the third bearer of the Crest of Flames still wore heavily on her mind, and if anybody would know anything about those horrendous experiments and the fruits they had bore, it would be an Agarthan. She knocked on the door to Voul's broom closet, not expecting a response but willing to at least try. She was surprised, then, when the door swung open. Ah, hello, Edelgard. Come in. What can I do for you? He asked. I'm sure you know about last night, she said, following his invitation into the room and closing the door firmly behind her. About the Hurricane Kings. Yes, Didu has informed me. Has he also informed you that one of them bears the Crest of Flames? Voul stared at her, dumbfounded. And how would you know? Since Professor Byleth possesses that crest, she can sense its presence when it's used. So can Dimitri. One of the two Hurricane Kings used it to shatter Catherine's kneecap. Both of them could feel it. I see. He sat down at his desk and rested his chin on his clasped hands thoughtfully. I know about the crest experiments Dimitri and Mercedes endured, Edelgard said. What I don't know is if there were any survivors beyond those two. How many other people are there in this world right now who bear the scars of those who of the Agarthan's handiwork? Moreover, she wondered, who else out in her own world beside herself and Lysithea were like that, survivors of an event that never ought to have happened? Voul raised his eyebrows. Those who what? Those who slither in the dark. Just something Hubert and I called you before we knew what you were called. Oh. Like Didu and his men in black. Or Claude and his no-eyed people. I like that one. Those who slither, too, it's poetic, I'll give it that, though a bit of a mouthful. Voul, Edelgard said sternly, placing her hands down on the desk and bracing her arms against it. The experiments. Could there be any other survivors? You're asking the wrong person, I'm afraid, Voul said, shrugging. In my past life, before I was VUL Unit 515, I was a theoretical physicist. What were you before you were VUL Unit 515? I was VUL Unit 28. Altering my serial number was a very challenging process, but I digress. Anyway, in my current life, I came to the monastery in 1170 to begin observing Seath and planning his replacement. I wasn't involved in studying your blood in either capacity. But you report directly to Thales. He never said anything that hinted at those experiments' results. Of course I knew of the experiments, but I'm just as surprised as you. I'd only been told there were 2 survivors. With a disappointed sigh, Edelgard took her hands off the desk. Perhaps this mysterious figure received the crest of flames by some other means, VUL suggested to her, such as however your professor obtained it some connection to the Fell Star. Perhaps Byleth Eisner has a twin sister her father never told her about. I suppose it's possible, she said. That someone else has a connection to the Fell Star, not that Byleth has a secret twin. That would mean, however, that whatever Rhea had done to place the creststone in Byleth's heart, she had done to someone else, another child, perhaps, whose body and soul were meant to be used as nothing more than kindling in a ritual sacrifice to bring the goddess herself to this lowly mortal plane. She wasn't sure that was much of an improvement. Rhea, Thales' method might have left more scars and caused more nightmares, but it was essentially the same. Well, never mind us, perhaps the Knights of Syros will get their man this time. VUL stood up and idly examined the tiny clock he kept in his pocket. I'm going to share dinner with Ingrid. You're welcome to join us if you'd like. I can't see the harm, Edelgard said. Thank you, sir. The 2 of them left the cramped office together, only to find that they weren't the only people leaving. Seath was also making his way down the hall, his cane tapping with every halting step, and at his side was Rhea. I cannot thank you enough, Lady Rhea, Seath said as Rhea accompanied him. What a horrible poison that was. I feel as weak and feeble now as the day I arrived here. I am simply relieved that you are on the mend, Seath, Rhea replied to him, her voice soft and soothing as freshly cleaned silk bedsheets. I worried so much for you. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Edelgard and VUL. Edelgard felt that prick cling on the back of her neck again, the cold caress of dragon's breath against her skin. Edelgard, dear, Rhea breathed, beckoning her forward. What a delight to cross paths with you again. She looked at VUL. And you? VUL took a deep breath and exhaled through his nose to calm his anxiety. Good day, Your Holiness, he said. Ah, Albus. Duer, was it? She smiled. You are Seath's new assistant, are you not? But I cannot help but think I have seen you before. Oh, no, no. VUL shook his head. I do not think that is possible. I didn't even go to the officers' academy here. I think I just have one of those familiar faces. Perhaps you do. Sometimes I struggle to tell so many names and faces apart myself. It is quite a common affliction to archbishops, we see so many of them every day. Rhea reached out toward Edelgard, but a stern cough from Seath stayed her hand. I would love to speak longer with you, but I do not feel comfortable allowing Seath to return to his quarters alone. Take care, Albus, of that familiar face. And Edelgard. Princess Edelgard. I hope you will find your new accommodations more than acceptable. As soon as she had returned to the dormitories after dinner, Edelgard met her hand-picked prison wardens, Sir Biggs and Sir Wedge of the Knights of Syros. She stared at them from the side of her bed as they stood in her room. Unexpectedly, Wedge was big and Biggs was somewhat wedge-shaped. So, she said, you are to follow me wherever I go. Yes, Biggs said. Under Lady Rhea's orders, Wedge said. You will be eating with me. We'll stick to you like glue, Biggs said. Even if the kitchen's serving fried Caledonian crayfish. On the occasions they serve that, I prefer to have my meal at one of the taverns in town, Edelgard said. We'll go with you, Wedge said. Edelgard crossed her arms. As I understand it, you will be standing outside my room at night. What will you do if I have guests over? We'll come inside with them, Wedge said. It wouldn't be safe for you to have guests over. They could be Hurricane Kings, Biggs said. I can have no privacy with them. Edelgard asked. She was racking her brain for ways she could still conduct her secret meetings. Well, when you're with someone, you're not in private anyway, so there's no harm in us being there, Wedge said. What about if Seath or another member of the faculty calls me to their office? Would you excuse yourself if I or he requested it? Well, if Seath said it was okay, Biggs said. It seems reasonable to trust the faculty, Wedge said. But only if they say so. Edelgard thought for a moment. Would you follow me into the sauna? I can't see why not, Wedge said. The sauna's nice. Can always use a good trip to the sauna, Biggs agreed. And should I need to use the privy or the bathhouse? Both knights' faces turned red. Well, of course, Wedge stammered, we'd wait outside. It wouldn't be proper to watch a princess do those sorts of things, Biggs said. So that left Edelgard with 3 ways she could continue to conspire: see them in a faculty member's office, meet them in the bathhouse, or meet them in the privy. She couldn't say she relished the idea of using either of the latter as meeting places. Besides, it would be difficult to coordinate. What will you do, she asked Biggs and Wedge, if you need to relieve yourself or wash up? Well, one of us goes and the other stays, Your Highness, said Biggs. What if you both need to go to the privy, she asked. The one who needs it most goes first and the other waits, Wedge said, I suppose. But if you both need to relieve yourself very urgently, Edelgard said, I would hate to have one of you soil yourselves. Could you not both go to the privy, should that vanishingly rare possibility occur, and leave me alone for just a few minutes? What could happen in just a few minutes? Lady Rhea wouldn't like it, Biggs said. But it's pretty unlikely, Wedge said. I guess, if that happens, which it probably won't, it wouldn't hurt to leave you for just a few minutes. Good, Edelgard said. The last thing I would want is for you to lose your dignity over the course of this assignment. She would have to find a way to subtly see if she could procure something with laxative qualities. Surely Claude would have something like that stashed away. She might also be able to put them both to sleep while they stood guard at night, or at least, assuming they took turns sleeping, one of them. I look forward to getting to know you both better. Just doing our jobs, Your Highness, Wedge said. I like hunting, whittling, and collecting rocks that look like things, Biggs said. Once I found a dried bean that looked like Saint Indeka's face, and, well, it's not really a rock, but it counts, he trailed off, withering under a stern look from Wedge. I mean, just doing our jobs, Your Highness, he said, bowing to Edelgard. Edelgard took a deep breath and steeled herself. It was going to be a long 2 weeks. For herself, of course, and for these 2 unfortunate knights, who she was sure had just been saddled with the worst possible job in the whole monastery. I just remembered, she said, there was a tactics primer I wanted to check out from the library, but couldn't because Claude had it. Could you please escort me down the hall to his room so I can ask him to borrow it for an evening? Biggs and Wedge's faces lit up. Sure, Your Highness, Wedge said. That's easy enough, Biggs said. You stay right here with Wedge and I'll go get him. No, I wanted to speak to him personally. I had a question about it he might be able to answer, Edelgard hastily added before Biggs could open the door. Well, it's curfew, Wedge said. It's just down the hall, she retorted. If you ask me, I understand putting the dormitories as a whole under guard, but keeping us all in our rooms after dark is positively draconian. You know what, you're right, Wedge said. But it's Lady Rhea's orders, Biggs said. Just tell me what you were going to ask him and I'll ask him for you. Edelgard rolled her eyes. She was being treated like a spoiled nobleman's daughter. She was certainly glad Lysithea wasn't here, or she would have gone berserk by now. Never mind, she said. In fact, forget about the book. I'm going to bed. All right, Wedge said, bowing politely to her as his counterpart did the same. We'll be outside if you need us, Your Highness. The 2 of them left. Edelgard changed into her pajamas, let down her hair, and collapsed into her bed, not even bothering to snuff out the candle on her bedside table. The bed was no less empty than it had been the last time she'd slept in it, and yet tonight it felt as empty as it had been the first morning she had woken up in it. And even with her new friends standing outside, Edelgard felt no less lonely. Chapter 37, In the Presence of Another World. Despite her new entourage following in her footsteps with the dogged determination of a pair of ducklings who'd decided she was their mother, Edelgard once again felt the kind of crushing loneliness she'd had just enough of a respite from to start forgetting how it felt. She'd been less ready to say goodbye to her family a second time than she'd initially been to say hello to them. Now they were gone again except for Anselm, who was quite his own kin of worms, and Edelgard felt as though the floor had dropped out beneath her. And so soon after she had finally gotten used to looking Uncle Voke hard in the eyes and not seeing Thales leering back at her, too. For the first time since Gronderfield, she felt an aching homesickness so strong it was nearly physical. It didn't help that under such heavy supervision and surveillance she didn't even have her secret treaties to occupy her mind in addition to her classes. She missed Hedwig and Pascal, and on top of all that she missed her world's Hubert and Ferdinand, her world's Dorothea, her world's Lysathea, her world's Ash and Petra, her world's Bernadetta and Linhard and Casper, her world's Annette and Mercedes, and above all, her world's Byleth. Which was why she found herself approaching her professor after battalion drills that Friday morning, before Biggs and Wedge could catch up to her from their positions on the sidelines. "Professor," she said, hurrying to meet her before the rest of the class could regroup around her, "can I speak to you in private for a moment?" The rest of the class approached, worn from the morning's exercises and leaving clouds of their heavy and tired breaths in their wake. "I can't be the only one who thinks it's suspicious," Sylvain was saying, "that just a few days after curfew gets lifted, we get not one but two Hurricane Kings attacking the monastery." "You've gotten more paranoid than the princess," Felix grumbled at him. "What, do you think this whole thing was some kind of false flag? Hey, the church has deep connections to the Crest of Flames, doesn't it? Nemesis was literally ordained by the goddess before he went nuts." "Yes, Sylvain. The Church of Ceros is throwing psychotic masked men at us so that you can't schmooze with girls. Ingrid, tell him how ridiculous he sounds." "Honestly, Sylvain, it's bad enough that you accused Claude because he sprained his ankle." Byleth nodded, then waved the class away and took Edelgard aside. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice low and brilliant green eyes narrowed in concern. "Vools kept me as up-to-date as he can." "Well, it's, I suppose it's actually rather frivolous," Edelgard said, finding it suddenly hard or, rather, embarrassing to articulate what she wanted. "But, since neither of us are going anywhere tonight." Byleth leaned in close to her and held up a hand to her mouth. "It wouldn't be right for me to date you," she whispered. "Heaven forbid." "No, that's not what Edelgard sputtered. "Professor, it's just, well, I'm not one to ask you to use your powers for personal gain or indulgence, but you want to visit home. For information gathering," she quickly appended. "There's a lot I can learn from my world that I can bring back. Tactics, it would be a tactical advantage." The excuse came so easily that for a moment she wondered why she hadn't thought of it earlier. She hadn't wanted to demand so much of this arcane power, she supposed, after seeing how worn out Byleth and Suthies had been the night they'd misused the power to give her an extra night's sleep, and she knew that it was even more difficult to use now that Byleth had no one to rely on but herself. "If, tonight, you could send me back for 2 hours, perhaps." Byleth nodded. "I can do that. 10 o'clock, 2 hours. "Thank you, Professor." The rest of the day was uneventful, though Edelgard had her entourage to thank for making it so. Night came, and Edelgard waited out the night a prisoner in her own bedroom, waiting for the magic hour to strike. As the sky turned black, guilt and second thoughts flooded her mind. She didn't know how often Byleth had made use of the goddess power in her world, but she had to assume it was far less sparingly than in this one. In this world, after all, there was collateral damage every time it was used. Byleth had to constantly think to herself about the risks, knowing that using it would leave Edelgard and Hilda both catatonic for the duration. It was because of their very presence in this world, intruders, foreign objects, like dirt in an open wound, that Byleth's hands were tied when it came to this incredible power. The time finally came. Outside, the bells tolled 10. And the world froze and burned away. Edelgard found herself sitting in her bedroom in the Imperial Palace, engulfed in a thick and cozy comforter and sinking into the plush and sumptuous mattress expected of the emperor of an entire continent. She was reading a book. From outside the windows came the echoes of distant bells tolling 8 o'clock. She examined the book her counterpart was reading. It was a collection of shockingly bawdy stories, with illustrations that were just as salacious as the text. She hadn't been aware the palatial library had such lewd material. She cleared her throat. "Ahem," she said. Her counterpart quickly slammed the book shut as though embarrassed she'd been reading it and threw it across the room, and by the heat on her cheeks and the quickening of her pulse, she had been in bed at this hour, my fellow Edelgard. The other Edelgard sighed. "I guess you've got no choice but to surprise me." "Yes, at this hour. I have a lot of long meetings to survive tomorrow. Besides, early to bed and early to rise makes one healthy, wealthy, and wise." Edelgard dragged herself out of bed. "Yes, I'm well aware of that saying, but early to rise and early to bed makes one healthy but socially dead. If you don't mind, I need to visit a few people. I don't suppose my wife is here." "No," the other Edelgard said. "Just my luck, it is as though the universe itself conspires to keep us apart," Edelgard muttered, trudging to her closet and finding a crimson robe to layer over her pajamas. "She's been going back and forth between here and Shamhala with Linhard. You're quite in the loop." "I'm the Emperor. Hubert's been telling me all about those who slither in the dark. They're the ones ruining my world, too, aren't they?" "Well, I wouldn't say they've ruined it just yet. But they have made quite a mess of things." As Edelgard cinched the robe tighter around her waist, she couldn't help but notice that something felt different about her body. She pressed a finger against her stomach and the flesh that met her fingertip was nowhere near as firm and unyielding as she remembered. "My counterpart, you have not been keeping up with my exercise routine, have you?" "I tried for a bit," the other Edelgard said, "but I don't know how you do it. Your body already aches all the time from these scars, and you expect me to do a full-body workout 3 times a day on top of that." "I suppose it is an unrealistic expectation," Edelgard admitted. She had to admit that keeping fit was much easier with a younger and less physically traumatized body. Her body was growing older, and the 2 crests and the cost of that burden didn't exactly improve her situation. "Anyway, where is Hubert? I know for a fact that he's skulking around nearby." "I'm not sure. I try to avoid him unless I have work to do." That sounds counterintuitive." "Well, if I have work to do, he can help. If I don't have work to do, he can find some. I like the gaps in my schedule just fine, thank you." "Ah. Right." Edelgard nodded. She'd gotten so used to the other world's Hubert that she'd forgotten how much of her lack of free time owed itself to his dogged support of her goals. One day, she'd once said to Byleth, the 2 of them would know the joys of idling and Hubert would have nothing new to pester her about. Then again, perhaps Hubert wasn't really the problem. Edelgard found excuses to meddle and make busy work for herself with or without him. It seemed that the other Edelgard was much more protective of her free time now than Edelgard herself had ever managed to be. "Well," she said, "I do have business here, so just relax and let me do all the talking from here on out. I've only got 2 hours to spare." "All right, just don't embarrass me," the other Edelgard said. Edelgard left her bedroom and traced the familiar halls of the palace. A pang of melancholy struck her. Now that she'd met her family, she felt even more strongly that these halls yearned for their presence just as her heart did. The rugs begged for Hedwig to run across them, the books in the library begged for Pascal to read them. The palace seemed now even more deeply haunted by regret and culpability for the sins it had contained in its dungeons so deep within its bowels. That melancholy was replaced first by relief and excitement, then by an altogether new and different sense of melancholy when Edelgard found Mercedes and Jaritza wandering the halls near the courtyard. It was astonishing to see Mercedes in this world after growing so used to the sight of her in the other world. This Mercedes had thick, fluffy, luxurious champagne-colored hair like her brother, though she'd cut it short a few years back for the sake of the war, and she looked as hale and hearty as ever. Her cheeks were rosy, her face was full, her skin was smooth and practically glowing. The gaunt and pale girl whose body and will had been subsumed into the Death Knight's frightful armor was almost unrecognizable in comparison. At her side, taller, lankier, looming, with the indescribable aura of a sword that had somehow been transfigured into a man, was her brother Jaritza von Hrym, the man once known as Emil von Bartels, and the Death Knight of this world. He shared Mercedes' lustrous hair in color though not in style. He wore it long and let his bangs frame his sharp, thin face as curtains framed a window. He had mellowed out considerably over the past year, though he still almost permanently wore a severe and cold expression on his face. It was a very subtle, mostly internal form of mellowing. Edelgard felt her pulse skyrocket at the sight of Juritzau and concluded that the other Edelgard, probably rightly so, was terrified of him. "Oh. Hello, Your Majesty," Mercedes said, her voice as soft and sweet as ever. "It's a pleasure to see you. Emile and I are going to have some fresh peach sorbet in the courtyard. Would you care to join us?" Edelgard looked out the window. The sun had set and a rime of frost was settling on the window panes. "It looks a bit cold," she said. "You must be busy, Your Majesty," Juritzau said. "You do not come often to this world. You can tell that I've returned for a visit just by looking at me?" Edelgard asked, amused by his observation. "It is simple," he drawled. "Your counterpart cowers in fear of me." "It's a pleasure to have you, Edelgard," Mercedes began, but the rest of her words were swallowed up by the force of Edelgard's embrace. She hadn't realized just how wonderful it would be to properly see her again. She reached up to press a hand to Mercedes' cheek and tease her fingers against her hair. "Oh. Oh, Mercedes, my friend. What is this? You can't have missed me too much in the other world, I'm sure I'm right there," Mercedes said, gently taking Edelgard by the wrist but allowing her hand to linger. "Well," Edelgard said, releasing her. "Well, what?" she asked. "You're the Death Knight." "Oh." Mercedes and Juritzau shared a bemused glance. "Oh, my. That means I'm the one terrorizing people and slaking my bloodlust in that frightful black armor," Mercedes said, laughing for a bit with a laugh like bright sleigh bells before it dawned on her what exactly it meant for her to be the Death Knight. Oh, dear. "Anyway, I don't want to ruin your lovely dessert," Edelgard said. "Show me how to journey to this other world with you, Your Majesty," Juritzau said, his sharp violet eyes betraying a cold fury, "and show me who has cursed my sister with the burden of that title. I will bathe in his blood for you." "Thank you, Juritzau. Let the record show that I'd love to bring you along with me if I could. Anyway, I can't stay here long, I'm afraid. Do either of you have any idea where Hubert is?" "Yes, I believe he's in the parlor with Ferdinand." "Of course you come here so infrequently, I'm sure you have so many other people to talk to. We won't keep you." "It's good to see both of you again," Edelgard said. "I'm sure it must be," Mercedes said. Her gaze found the floor, a nervous energy in the movement of her eyes. "I don't suppose Annie is taking it well? In the other world, that is? On the other Mercedes' behalf, I'd like to apologize for causing her such distress." "I'm sorry, but I'm not so sure if your apology would help," Edelgard said bluntly. "You and the other Mercedes are two different people. Apologies on another's behalf are rarely more than an empty gesture." "Oh, no, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." "Of course, you're right, Edelgard. Now go before your time runs out and your carriage turns back into a pumpkin." Edelgard couldn't help but smile at the reference to that old fairy tale. "Who else is here? Besides the two of us, there's Hubert and Ferdinand, of course. They're in the parlor now. Annette left to oversee the rebuilding of Arienrod a few days ago, and Caspar leaves for Fort Mercers tomorrow. Oh, and Bernadetta and Ignatz are here as well. What about Lysithea? Hanneman and Manuela took her back in Ordelia, spending the rest of her convalescence at her parents' estate. Dorothea? Oh, she's gone back to Brigid with Petra and Ash." Edelgard sighed. Of course, her new family in the Black Eagles had families and lives all their own, not to mention business. She couldn't expect all of them to be at her beck and call at all times. "Marianne is here," Mercedes added cheerfully. "With Hilda and Claude. Those two haven't left yet. I'm not sure if they ever will." "Hilda and Claude? What are they doing here?" "You'll have to ask Hubert," Mercedes said with a shrug. "Thank you, merci," Edelgard said, giving her another hug, and then they parted ways. She found Hubert and Ferdinand, as Mercedes had told her, in the parlor. At the sight of her, the two of them stood up in her presence from the sofa they'd been sitting on. Edelgard couldn't help but notice that their cravats hung loose around their collars and their hands held not cups of tea or mugs of coffee but rather glasses of dark red wine. The bottle resting on the table before them was nearly empty. "Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, hastily setting down his glass and bowing to her as Ferdinand did the same. "Pardon me. I thought you had retired to your quarters for the night." "Pardon me," Edelgard said. "I wouldn't have arrived unannounced if I'd known you were on a date." It was rare for this world's Hubert to blush, but that was exactly what he did. "Ah. A date, milady?" "By no means. The Prime Minister and I are simply unwinding after a long and stressful day." "With wine," Ferdinand said, clearly a bit tipsy. "We are unwinding with wine. One might say the Minister of the Imperial Household and I are unwinding." "Well, I do hate to interrupt you," Edelgard said, "but seeing as I'm only here for less than 2 hours, Hubert, may I have your ear for a moment?" Both Hubert and Ferdinand realized that they had been speaking to their Edelgard and turned red in the face. "Yes, of course, Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, mortified. "Of course. Certainly. And when you have finished having this moment, Your Majesty, may you join us for a glass?" Ferdinand asked. "It is a fine vintage. Of course, House Aguirre has always prided itself on its sense of taste and its legendary wine cultivars." "I'd like to have a drink with you before this night is done," Edelgard said. "But Hubert, please, a word." "Of course." Hubert followed her out into the foyer and then into the hall. "Lady Edelgard, I am certain we have much to discuss. Perhaps you wish to see your villainous uncle. We are currently keeping him in the dungeons, yes, the very same ones in which he left you and your family to rot. Perhaps it would be cathartic." "No, not tonight." Edelgard would have loved to gloat in the monster's face, but as far as he knew, she was dead and replaced by one of his underlings, and showing up to sneer at him would blow her cover. "I doubt he would be in any mood to converse, anyway," Hubert admitted, carting a hand frustratedly through his hair. As she'd been told once by Annette, Edelgard could see a streak of grey winding its way through the black. All the stress had taken a toll on him. "He seems to spend nearly all of his time in a self-induced coma. I have had little opportunity to extract any information from him." "Then let me tell you what he told me," Edelgard said, and with that she told him everything. Hubert's jaw hung slack for a moment. "He is a time traveler." "I see. That could explain why we found him unconscious in Shamhala, presuming that Byleth had used that curious ability of hers at that moment. It also means," he added, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "that at this very moment, in the other world, he is completely unconscious." "Yes, at this very moment, wherever he is completely unconscious. In the other world, Byleth uses her powers far more sparingly due to the collateral damage it risks, but..." He raised an eyebrow and grinned a sinister grin. "That sounds like a very enticing opportunity to me, Your Majesty. Would that you were there with me, Hubert, you could help me seize it," Edelgard said. "The other Hubert, he is a nice, kind person, not at all suited for the work you do so well. Sometimes it is as though I'm trying to fly with only one wing." "I would not ask any other version of myself to do what I do," he agreed. "I wish I could have been caught up in this madness with you, Your Highness. I wouldn't want to deprive Ferdinand of you." She looked off across the hall. "Hubert, do you recall Hetty? Your sibling, Hedwig?" He furrowed his brow as he thought and frowned. "The last I saw of any of your siblings was 15 years ago, before the insurrection. They were all spirited away as you were. Hedwig must have been 3 or 4 the last time I saw her. She's almost 13 in the other world. I saw her. She's already as tall as me, and I suspect that when she grows up the words caught in her throat. When she grows up, she might be nearly as tall as you. She'd be almost 19 now, in this world, if she'd lived." There was an unusually soft melancholic look on Hubert's face as he took Edelgard by her hands. "Lady Edelgard, I swear to you as your vassal that the fate that befell your family shall never befall another, neither in this world, nor the next one. It's funny, though. Some of my siblings, sometimes, are, well, they're insufferable. Siblings often are, I suppose." Edelgard sighed. "I miss them so much, but if I had to, I think I would rather be with my fellow Black Eagles than with them. I felt the same way about my family, Hubert said. Some of them I found tolerable, but I did not exactly choose to be related to them. You didn't choose any of our former classmates, either. I chose not to have them disappeared, murdered, or placed under house arrest. That counts. But I digress, Edelgard said. I'm afraid I have business here. I can't spend all of my time socializing, unfortunately. Say the word and I will do whatever it is you ask. Give me all of our documentation on the assault on Shamhala. He was taken aback. I am certain Shamir and Byleth have both written very detailed reports on our operations in Shamhala. Points of egress, the city's layout, their defenses, their weak spots. I'm going to memorize as much as I can tonight and bring it back to the other world. With a knowing sinister cackle, he bowed to her. As you wish, Lady Edelgard. I shall fetch the reports post-haste. If I am not asking too much, please keep Ferdinand company for me. Of course, Edelgard said, and she returned to the parlor alone. Sorry, Ferdinand, but Hubert has to fetch something for me. Of course, Ferdinand said, a bright grin on his face. Shall I pour you a glass? Normally, I'd love one, but no, I need to keep my wits about me tonight. She sat down across from him. So, has anything interesting happened while I was away? How is my counterpart doing? You shall be delighted to hear that Ellie is pulling her weight. Ellie. Ah, that is what she has us call her in private. She thinks, other Edelgard, is demeaning. It is, the other Edelgard, or rather Ellie, said. She's just as much the other Edelgard to me as I am to you. She is not quite as obsessive as you, or as hard-working, or as strong-willed. Yes, I get it, the other Edelgard muttered frustratedly, her fingers digging into the arms of her chair. But the rest of your cabinet shores up her shortcomings rather well. And occasionally, she has quite interesting ideas. For example, Ferdinand said, uncharacteristically sloshing his wine around in his glass. Edelgard enjoyed hearing Ferdinand's voice as he blathered on about everything from war orphanages to the former Church of Ciro's infrastructure to tax plans and his pride and joy, the nascent educational system. It felt good to hear him talking with such passion about important matters. Occasionally she relaxed her grip on her body and allowed Ellie to take control when it felt appropriate to have her speak on her own behalf about her work. The first time Edelgard relented, Ellie immediately poured herself a glass of wine and took a sip. It seemed she enjoyed this Ferdinand's company more than she enjoyed her fiancé's. Edelgard wondered if she would miss anybody from this world when she returned the way she herself would miss the new friends she had made. It all started, Ellie said, when I met with a guild of merchants from the former alliance and thought about how heavy a sack of 500 gold coins is. And then I had an idea while I was talking with Claude. It still felt unnerving to Edelgard to feel her mouth and lips moving and her vocal cords vibrate but not have any control over the words that emerged from it. Why, might I ask, is Claude still here? Edelgard asked, interrupting her counterpart. Ferdinand snickered. Pardon me. I must admit it is amusing to see you talking to yourself, Your Majesty. Claude, or rather Prince Khalid, will not leave until he brings an Agarthan back to the Almiran court. And he insists on it being Lord Arund Thales, and we cannot persuade him otherwise. But I digress. Do continue. Anyway, Ellie said, taking another sip, the Almirans have been using paper for money for centuries for everything, not just promissory notes, and paper is a lot lighter and easier to carry than coins. And you can print up paper bills in different denominations. One bill could be 1 coin, 5, 20, and so on. You should see the designs Bernadetta and Ignatz helped her draw up, Your Majesty, Ferdinand said, filling the silence. Your profile is on the 1 gold bill. We figured that the highest-ranking figures should be depicted on the most common denominations. So the professor is on the 2 gold bill, my handsome visage is on the 5, Hubert's, despite his protests, is on the 10. Bernadetta has made some wonderful woodcuts to demonstrate a proof of concept. Your Majesty, do you have any questions? I see my counterpart Ellie has been taking as much initiative in this world as I have in the other, Edelgard said. She would have to pick up on whatever bold ideas Ellie had seized upon when this whole mess was sorted out. I'm only concerned about the implementation. Will the nobility, especially in the north, really consent to trading in their coffers of gold for mere paper? It wouldn't happen overnight, Ellie hastily interjected. Exactly. This would be a long-term project, Ferdinand said. With the Victor Trading Company's connections, we have met with a few mercantile bigwigs from the former alliance who are very excited about it. But, of course, only as long as the government can guarantee its value. Which means, Edelgard finished, catching on, that the merchant class has a vested interest in our political survival. But what about forgery? Anyone with access to woodblock printing and the right material could make their own money. Well, Ellie is exclusively a high-concept person, Ferdinand said. The details will need quite some time to work out, at which point, hopefully, you and she will have returned to your rightful places. But I do think it is an intriguing start. Edelgard smiled. She herself had been a high-concept person, too, for a very long time. Her only plan to create her ideal world had been to sentence the old one to death. Without people like Ferdinand and all her other friends and allies working so tirelessly to find ways to realistically realize her vision, her new world would have died a quick death even if she'd won the war on her own, which had likely been exactly what Thales had wanted. She was only just beginning to fully realize how immature she'd been before Byleth had came into her life. Part of her at 17 had honestly expected to be able to browbeat the world into submission. She was also beginning to realize that her empire was already humming along just fine without her. If she could find a successor as adept as Ellie, she wouldn't have anything to fear. Hubert returned to the parlor with 2 leather-bound notebooks. Lady Edelgard, he said with a bow, I trust that the Prime Minister has not been boring you. I have the reports from Shamir and Byleth on the conquest of Shamhala. Edelgard stood up and took them from him. Thank you, Hubert. I will be reading these in my study. You have fun with Ferdinand tonight. It may have been her own excitement playing tricks on her mind, but as she held the keys to Shamhala's fall in her hands she felt as though they radiated pure energy. Oh, and Ferdinand, you mentioned that Linhard is leading the research teams at Shamhala. Ferdinand nodded. Yes, he and Byleth have been going back and forth between here and there ever since we conquered it. Send him a letter and tell his researchers to prioritize something called radio. As you wish, Your Majesty. Edelgard turned to face Hubert. I don't know when I'll be back. I don't like straining the other Byleth. But it's been good to see you again. Likewise, Your Majesty, Hubert answered. If only it were easier. You must worry about me constantly. Worry? About you. Hubert mustered a wry smile. Lady Edelgard, I have too much faith in you to waste my time worrying. And far too many worries here in this world to concern myself with, besides. Do what you have come here to do. I shan't fret over you. Okay, Edelgard said, and she wrapped her arms around him. She'd never seen Hubert's face turn so red. Shall I relay a message to your wife for you? He asked, flustered by her show of affection. Yes, she said, letting go of him. Tell her that I love her, I miss her, and to stay in one damn place for once. By which you mean here, of course. Yes, of course. I shall do it. She left her jewels of the Empire to their own devices, and went to her study to immerse herself in Byleth and Shamir's diligent reporting. She sat down at her desk and tried to light her lamp herself, but a snap of her fingers only produced a measly spark. Great, she thought to herself as she fumbled in the desk drawers for a match, she would have to teach herself to do magic all over again when she returned to her own world. Eventually she got the lamp lit and could study the reports in peace. Until the door flew open and Hilda barged in. There you are. Hilda snarled. She was wearing what looked like an evening gown made from layers of rich, sheer Almiran silks in peach and scarlet that drew one's eye all too easily to the silhouette of her ample curves underneath, and her time in Almira had given her skin a healthy tan. Edelgard felt her other self sigh wander and struggled to control herself. Hello, Hilda, Edelgard said. Do you mind? I'm busy. Of course you are. Hilda put her hands on her hips. Why didn't you tell me you were going to use Byleth's powers again? Oh, what so important activity did I interrupt while we were all under curfew? Were you painting your nails? Or sorting your underwear by color, or some other inane thing? Edelgard snapped. Moreover, how do you expect me to tell you things if you won't even speak to me? I was painting my nails, and now they're probably ruined, Hilda pouted. You poor thing. Edelgard returned her focus to the notebooks. The first page of each detailed on a hand-reproduced map of the mountains separating Hrym territory from Ordelia territory the size and initial positions of combined Imperial and Almiran battalions, Mage Corps, archers, infantry, and cavalry, wyvern riders, and so on. Now, I have work to do, so why don't you go catch up with Marianne? I hear she's here. Hilda crossed her arms. I can't believe you, she grumbled. The audacity. Why are you acting like it's my fault you were dragged here without consent? You're the one who stopped speaking to me. Over what? What have I done that was so heinous as this because of Happy? Is it? Of course it is. I thought you'd softened up. That deep down there was some spark of, I don't know, sympathy? Decency? And then you go and murder someone to make a stepping stone out of their corpse. Same old Edelgard. I guess a leopard really can't change his shorts. Edelgard pressed her hands to her brow. Hilda, you colossal idiot. Do you think I had a choice? Oh, that's your excuse for everything, isn't it? Sorry I started a war, I didn't have a choice. Sorry I killed Leonie and Judith and Lawrence. It was all completely out of my hands. Whoops. Don't pretend to care about those things, I know full well why you really resent me. You'd rather the whole world stay the same like an insect frozen in amber as long as you don't have to lift a pretty little finger. Happy depended on you to protect her and you killed her. I faked her death, you idiot. Hilda was speechless. She blinked a few times, her jaw hanging agape. And you didn't tell me, she finally cried out. I had to keep it as secret as possible. Only myself, Byleth, Catherine, and Eloise are in on it. The more people who know, the greater chance of it leaking, and I'm sorry, Hilda, but you count as more people. Edelgard sighed. Now, can I please return to my work? I'm trying to save another world here. Hilda took a halting step back, her eyes darting across the study as she struggled to think of a response. A few more steps, Edelgard said, and close the door on your way out, please. Oh, and don't you dare tell the other Claude about Happy, or you'll ruin everything. He still thinks she's dead, and because of his secret treaties with Didu and the Men in Black, I need to keep it that way. Hilda left the room, closed the door behind her, and let Edelgard get on with her work. Edelgard buried herself in the notebooks, branding every word she read and every diagram she laid eyes on into her memory, copying especially salient passages, figures, and maps onto scratch paper to aid her recall. At last, when the clock struck 10 and she found herself returned to the other world, she pulled out a fresh notebook from her desk drawer and began furiously transcribing what she had read onto its blank pages as though desperately relating the contents of a dream before it could fade from her waking mind. When she'd finished, she leaned back in her chair and let out an exhausted sigh, her shoulders and eyelids leaden. She realized as she set the notebook in the desk drawer and trudged to her bed that the excuse she had used to convince Byleth to send her back had become real. She just hadn't been able to help herself. She hadn't fully assuaged her loneliness, but at least she'd gotten a lot of work done. Byleth was very fatigued the next day, even though she had only used her power to undo 2 hours. Edelgard wondered if the strain of sending the time travelers' minds between worlds was growing stronger. Were she, Hilda, and Thales like parasites in this world, leeching Byleth's strength and giving nothing in return like ticks on a dog's back fattening themselves on its blood? She decided that day that she needed to speak to Claude, but Biggs and Wedge weren't exactly keen on letting her have her privacy. Wherever she went, they were there. Whatever she did, they saw. Whatever she said, they heard. They were a bit of a bumbling duo, but they did their jobs earnestly. Edelgard decided she would just have to wait them out eventually. She told herself, they'd get tired of watching over her so doggedly and start slipping up. She wondered what Cronia would do in her situation. Contrive for them to fall victim to some accident, she supposed. Likely, knowing Cronia, a fatal one. She doubted Thales would accept an excuse if she didn't manage to throw them off at least long enough to have a clandestine meeting or two. If there was one benefit to their company, though, they were quite helpful with the chores Edelgard had been assigned to do that Saturday morning, and so she finished them much more quickly than usual. Fortunately, for a brief moment that afternoon, Edelgard managed to give Wedge the slip while Biggs was in the privy. She knew at this particular time of day that on this particular day of the week, Claude was usually finishing up at the archery range, and so she cut a zigzagging path through the academy grounds and ran into him on his way out, his bow resting at his side and quiver slung over his shoulder. She noticed him favoring his leg, just as Sylvain had the other day. He didn't walk on it as though he'd recently sprained an ankle, though. "Hello there, princess," he said, offering her a mock bow. "You look like you're in a hurry. What's up? Does the eagle need help finding her tail feathers?" "Actually, I need help getting rid of them," Edelgard said, glancing over her shoulder to see if her entourage was gaining on her. She'd made a lot of false turns to throw them off, but she didn't know how much time it had bought her. Permanently. Claude smiled in a rather Hubert-like way, looked to his left and to his right, and leaned closer to her. "Well," he whispered, "you shouldn't need any help doing that, Vipar. Right? It'll make a scene if I kill them," Edelgard retorted. "Might I make use of one of your peaceful poisons again? Perhaps a sedative or a laxative I can slip in their tea. You've got a lot of nerve asking for my help again after what happened to Happy. Given the path you're walking, you'd better get used to being an accomplice and to worse deeds than that." I know. Claude put a hand on her shoulder and pulled her closer toward him. "All right. I'll get you something from my supply. But first, tell me the truth. Happy's still alive, isn't she?" Edelgard refused to react to what he'd said. She hoped Hilda hadn't gone and told him behind her back. Catherine ran a blade right through her heart. "The professor and I saw it with our own eyes." "And the blade snapped off at the hilt," Claude said skeptically, "and she didn't get a drop of blood on her." "A sleeping beast can be killed quite cleanly," Edelgard said. "I'm not happy about it either, neither is Byleth." "Sorry for having a modicum of hope," he said, letting go of her and drifting away. "How did you injure your leg?" she asked him, studying his limp. "A sprained ankle the other day, was it? I would have thought any decent healer could fix such a thing easily." "Yeah, well, Manuela has her hands full," he said with a shrug. "And Marianne is too busy making out with His Highness." "You got it," Claude said, grinning. "Poor Claude can't depend on anyone but himself. Isn't that sad?" Edelgard couldn't believe that she, like Sylvain, was finding herself suspicious of him just because of a limp. If he'd been the one in the costume who'd been stabbed by Catherine's dagger, that would mean he had the crest of flames. And she didn't see any scars on him. He didn't wear high-collared outfits to hide his neck or long gloves to hide his hands or any of the tricks Edelgard had used to keep anyone from seeing the private shame of her mutilated body. And besides, his hair was jet black. "The truth is," Claude said, "and this is really embarrassing, so don't tell anyone, the other night, I was practicing some cool knife tricks in my room and my hand slipped. I'm lucky I missed my femoral artery, or I would have bled to death in minutes. I staunched the bleeding and hurried to the infirmary, but Manuela was already taking care of Catherine's busted leg, so," he shrugged. "One of her assistants put in a few stitches, put a bandage around it, and sent me back to bed. Marianne took a look at it and mostly healed it the next morning, but it's still a little sore." "Cool knife tricks," Edelgard repeated. She didn't believe that for a second. "I can show you some of them if you'd like," he said, reaching into his satchel and producing a slim hunting knife. "That won't be necessary. I wouldn't want you to cut yourself open again." She looked behind her shoulder for any trace of Biggs and Wedge. She could see one of them, the big one, Wedge, zeroing in on her location from across the lawn, and his counterpart wasn't far behind. She only had a few seconds now. She turned her attention back to Claude as he stowed his knife away. "You wouldn't happen to know the identities of those two Hurricane Kings, would you?" "Well, of course I do. But Dida doesn't want me telling you or Vul. Need to know basis, you know. But I'll tell you one thing." He put both hands on her shoulders, leaned close enough to her that she could feel the heat of his breath on her cheek, and whispered in her ear, "They're both supposed to be dead." "What?" "Your Highness." "Hey!" Wedge called out. "He. Princess Edelgard." Wait, Edelgard said as Claude let go of her and slipped away. What do you mean? Is it Yuri? Is he one of them? Or Emil? Claude winked and took off. Edelgard would have pursued him, but the knights had caught up with her, and Wedge's meaty hand fell on her shoulder like a blunt axe head. Whoa there, Your Highness, he said. You can't go taking off like that. Lady Rhea wouldn't be happy if we lost track of you. Yeah, Biggs said, panting. Phew. You sure can run though, Your Highness. But seriously. We're not to let you leave our sight, unless you're doing private things. And how do you know I wasn't doing private things just now? Edelgard snapped at them. I am a young woman. Claude is a handsome young man. Do I need to paint you a picture? Biggs and Wedge stared at her, jaws agape, eyes bulging. Oh, my goddess, Wedge said. We're so sorry, Biggs said. We didn't mean to. Neither of us thought. You know, we're both from Burgleys, so we're gonna be the subjects of your brother. Or one of your brothers. We wouldn't want to, you know. We're not going to tell Ferdinand about this. Or anyone. Not a soul. Our lips are sealed, Wedge concluded. Totally, Biggs said. We'll forget all about it. Just, please, Your Highness. We have jobs and the Archbishop expects us to do them really well. You know how much she cares about you. Yeah. If someone snatched you up or stabbed you or did something unmentionable to you while we were away, Wedge said, she'd probably excommunicate us. You wouldn't do that to us, would you, Your Highness? Would you? Edelgard let out a heavy, contrite sigh. You're right. Sir Biggs, Sir Wedge, I'm sorry I ran off like that. I know you must have been terrified for my safety, she said, projecting remorseful airs with a sad pursing of her lips and knitting of her brow. I shouldn't have put all three of us in jeopardy over a silly little tryst. Why don't we all go inside and play chess or something? Wedge's mood brightened. I'm pretty good at chess. We gotta play by house rules, though. Whose house? Edelgard asked as Biggs frantically shook his head and tugged at his collar. Fortunately, Edelgard found herself saved from what, if Biggs' behavior was any indication, would be an honorously labyrinthine set of special rules for chess that no doubt ensured that the house always won by the sudden arrival of a Louise. Well, hello there, Lady Edelgard, he called out, full of good cheer as he strode up to the three of them. Hello, Biggs. Hello, Wedge. I hope Her Highness isn't proving too much of a handful. Though if she is, I'd love to take her off your hands for you. You're in luck, Lieutenant, Wedge said. Her Highness just ran off to have a tryst with. Biggs elbowed him in the ribs. Her, fiancé, the young future Prime Minister, because, of course, public displays of romantic affection are quite gauche among the nobility, Edelgard said. Ha! That's one place where commoners have a leg up on nobles, Alois said. I can kiss my wife in the market square all day if I want. I agree, Lieutenant, she replied. Sometimes it feels as though nobles are meant to suppress everything that makes them human. Well said. Captain Geralt always said the same thing. Anyway, Biggs, Wedge, might I borrow Lady Edelgard for a moment? In private. Biggs and Wedge looked at each other. Lady Rhea wouldn't like it, Biggs said. Oh, come on, don't you trust me? If Lady Rhea gets mad at you too, I'll take full responsibility. It took a bit more cajoling, but finally Alois was able to get Edelgard away from her entourage with the assurance that he'd be right back, and the two of them headed off, not to his office but to a hidden entrance to the catacombs where Byleth was waiting for them. Is something wrong with Happy? Edelgard asked once they were well out of earshot of anybody in the monastery. If she was ill or horribly injured beyond Byleth's capabilities to heal, what would they do? Well, sort of, Byleth said, yawning. Didn't sleep well, Professor? Alois asked. Just some insomnia, Byleth mumbled, rubbing her eyes. It's fine. As the three of them ventured deeper into the catacombs, Edelgard could hear a faint caterwauling growing louder. Her pulse quickened and she hurried ahead of Byleth and Alois. It sounded as though Happy was in agony, miserable, anguished. As she drew closer and Happy's voice grew louder, Edelgard realized that the yowling sounded suspiciously like her name. She found Happy sitting in her little nest. Edelgard and Byleth approached her while Eloise hung a safe distance away. Edelgard hadn't gotten far before Happy stopped yelling her name, hurried away from her nest, and scampered across the floor to meet her. Edelgard! Happy exclaimed, circling around her. Yes, Happy. Edelgard. Happy started sniffing her. What is it, Happy? Edelgard. I think she wanted to see you, Byleth said to Edelgard as Happy forcefully nuzzled her cheek. Well, here I am, Edelgard said, reaching up to scratch under Happy's chin. No need to shout. Worked, didn't it? Happy mumbled, purring. Took you long enough. I should apologize. Archbishop Rhea is keeping me on a tight leash for the rest of the month, Edelgard said. Didn't Eloise tell you? I tried to, Eloise said, keeping his distance, but she doesn't exactly tolerate my presence. I mostly tune out everything he says so I don't have to hear his jokes, Happy said amid Eloise's protests. She started licking Edelgard's hand. Edelgard felt two things: one, a tongue as rough as sandpaper scraping against her skin, and two, a deep sense of embarrassment both first-hand and second-hand. Both of those things ceased as Happy bit down on her hand just hard enough to make a point. Anyway, the point is, Edelgard said, wincing even though no skin had been broken, Happy, I can't visit you as often as I'd like. Happy removed her teeth from Edelgard's hand and went back to nuzzling her. You're visiting me now. This is a special circumstance. I thought you were seriously injured or ill. Eloise won't be able to drag me away every time you get lonely. Fucking nights. I know. It's just until the end of the month, right? Yes, Happy. Just until then, Edelgard said. Although, if something happens to me or Professor Byleth, you'll have to learn to tolerate Eloise. Happy let out a disinterested little chirrup. And that means his terrible jokes, too. Kick a man while he's down, why don't you? Eloise lamented. And Hanneman, too, Edelgard added. I know you don't like him, either, but he's still working on a way to get you back to normal. Happy wrapped an arm around her and very gently placed a paw against her face. It was big enough to cover from her chin to her forehead. As warm as her fur was, her paw pads were as cold as ice. SHH. Happy, I'm serious, Edelgard said, batting it away. Happy hunched over and rested her chin atop her head, then covered her face with her paw again. She was still purring, and the vibrations coursed from her chest through Edelgard's back and seemed to rattle her bones. Happy, stop. Happy seemed to grow twice as heavy, and as much as Edelgard had trained her body to regain some fraction of the strength she was used to, she couldn't hold up a giant cat person who was dead set on making herself dead weight. Edelgard's knees buckled and before she could muster enough strength to pry Happy off her she collapsed to the floor. She realized that she was being pinned to the floor by a muscular, 7-foot-tall woman and started thinking very hard about Byleth. Happy kept purring. Happy, let Edelgard go, Byleth said. What would Gerald say? Promise, Happy said. What do you want me to promise? Edelgard asked, filling her lungs as much as she could with her chest pressed firmly against the floor. You promised you'd be there for me. Maybe you should promise again. And mean it this time. Happy, I know that all cats are practically just small furry children, but you're a grown woman and just because you have a tail doesn't mean you don't have to act like one, Edelgard said, growing frustrated. What I mean to say is Happy, do you remember what happened to Aunt Anselma? While Happy pondered her question, Edelgard realized that she didn't even know what had happened to her mother. Didu had hinted at the possibility that she might still be alive somewhere in Fodlan, but perhaps he'd only said that to unnerve her. Cornelia took her away, Happy mumbled. She was no longer purring. That's right. Edelgard slowly wormed her way out from under her. I wish I could always be here for you, but someone might take me away, too. If that happens, you'll need to accept help from people you don't otherwise like. Like Eloise. I know the Knights of Syros haven't treated you well, but just look at him. Happy looked at him. Eloise smiled and waved nervously at her. He's just a big teddy bear, Byleth said. He and Dad go way back, you know. She reached out and scratched Happy behind one ear. "I'll get you some catnip if you're nice to Eloise." Happy rolled her eyes. "Just because I'm part cat doesn't mean I'll go nuts over catnip. We won't know unless we try." With a shrug, Happy stood up, releasing Edelgard, and walked up to Eloise with tentative, hesitant steps. She stared down at him. "You know, I like cats," Eloise said, staring up at her while she skeptically sniffed the air around him, "but we've got a dog at home. Maybe that's why you don't like me. I've always been a dog person. I mean, not a dog person like you're a cat person, but, well, you know." He scratched his chin. "Actually, come to think of it, when I was just a boy I did often think people would be much better off if they all had tails they could wag when they were happy." Happy sat down in front of him and waited expectantly, her tail slowly swishing back and forth. Eloise looked down at her. What do I do now?" he asked. "I think she'll let you pet her," Byleth said. "Well, all right, here goes," he said, placing a hand slowly on her head and patting her hair. Good kitty." Happy pulled herself away from him, stood up, and walked back over to her nest. "Anyone tries to take you away," she said to Edelgard as she settled back into the mound of fur-covered blankets, that hadn't been covered in fur before, "I'll bust out of here and claw 'em up good. Okay? So no excuses." "Thank you, Happy," Edelgard said. "I suppose, then, that no matter what happens, I'll see you soon." Happy smiled, and it made her dirty face shine like moonlight. The Pegasus moon, most miserable month of the year and bitterest month of winter, wanted to bring itself to a swift conclusion, and with the passing of the next week, Edelgard could feel her own dread mounting. The day Rhea was waiting for was fast approaching, and its inevitable approach brought Edelgard closer to her own memories of that fateful day in her world. The day the normal life she'd pretended to have for nearly a full year shattered. By the time of the final night before the ritual, the night before she had thrown everything aside and took the first step upon the path of thorns, she'd hardly been able to sleep. The weight of her betrayal had weighed so heavily on her mind that she needed not to sleep for the nightmares to find her. She had imagined the looks of shock and betrayal on her friends' faces and the near certainty of her own death at Rhea's hands so often that night that it had felt as clear and vivid as a memory. She could feel those same horrors creeping back into her psyche now. And she could see the same worries weighing Dimitri down. Day after day, he seemed more dour, darker, more withdrawn, an anxious energy crept into his training and course work. Edelgard was called alongside Vul and Dida for another meeting with Thales. The poison clod had gifted her worked perfectly. She had slipped it into Biggs and Wedge's afternoon tea, and hours later, well into the evening, it had taken effect and both of them had dropped like stones to the floor right outside her bedroom. In the middle of the night, Edelgard left the dormitories and returned to the meeting place. Vul fiddled with the radio in a way that had become quite routine, and within moments, Thales' voice broke free of the noise. "We can hear you, Thales," Vul said once he'd slipped into his guise's seat. "Can you hear us?" "Yes, Vul." "And who is us?" "Myself, Vipar, and Didu." "Good. I hope you have better news than our last meeting." "I do. I've found a way into the Holy Tomb," Vul said. "Lady Rhea shall be inviting us down there herself just a few days from now, at the end of the month. Once the way is opened, we can warp our platoon on standby inside and ransack the wretched place." Thales laughed, and it was the most sickly satisfied laugh. "I'm very pleased with this. Didu, is our Hurricane King the genuine article ready to reveal himself?" Didu nodded shakily. Edelgard had never seen him look so unsure about anything before as much as he did now. "He is, sir. As soon as your men have taken everything they can carry, you and him will warp outside of the monastery and plot a course directly for Fhirdiad to announce his coronation to the masses." "Yes, sir," he said. "His Majesty respectfully wonders if the attack can be postponed until after graduation. His Majesty shall have to be content with being a dropout. I do hope he does not get cold feet between now and then." Thales chuckled. "For your sake, of course, Didu. If his resolve falters, the failure will be yours to bear." "I understand." As Didu gave his update on the plan of attack and Vul reported on the knight's vulnerabilities, Edelgard felt the finger she'd recently broken throb anew, as though it feared it would need to be broken again to satiate Thales' sadism. But the meeting passed without incident until the very end. "Thank you all for your reports. I am glad to see that at least one of our plans is on track," Thales said. "Oh, but Vipar." "Why yes, sir?" Edelgard asked. "You've been quite reserved tonight. You don't seem quite yourself." Edelgard's blood ran cold. Did he know? Perhaps Hubert had bragged to him in the dungeon about the survival of his impeccable Lady Edelgard. No, he wouldn't have. He was smarter, less impulsive than that. "I've been on my best behavior, sir." "So it seems. Well, it's unnerving. Voul, why not break another one of your protégé's fingers for me?" Sir Voul gasped. Thales laughed. It was only a jest. One must keep one's subordinates on their toes. "But the next time I instruct you to discipline your subordinate, I expect you to obey without question or hesitation, not stammer, sir. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. I have nothing more to say. Good night." Voul turned off the radio. "I don't understand," Edelgard said, cradling her hand to soothe the phantom ache that anticipated further pain, "how Thales' conduct engenders loyalty. He is sadistic to the point of absurdity. Does everybody else follow him out of fear?" "Many do, I think," Voul said as he packed away the radio. "But just as many follow him zealously, no matter how he mistreats them, as long as he mistreats their enemies worse. He embodies and celebrates their vices, and that makes him their hero. Now, we should return to our quarters for the night." The three of them set out across the snowy lawn, leaving behind the abandoned guard tower that served as their meeting place. Edelgard noticed Voul's face, or rather, Seith's face, which he was still wearing, grow grimmer with every step. "Voul," Edelgard said, "your disguise." "Oh. Yes. Of course," he said. There was a ripple and a flash of sparks, and Seith's face gave way to that of Albus Duer. "Thank you, Vipar." Didde split away from the two of them and went to his room on the first floor of the dormitories, while Edelgard and Voul continued on to the staircase that led to the second floor. "What's wrong?" Edelgard asked Voul. His distress was palpable, it radiated off of him in waves. "Oh," he said, "nothing. Just that. Seith and Flame will be accompanying Rhea to the Holy Tomb." His downcast eyes roved, searching for something to focus on that would assuage him of his guilt. "Surely you can think of something to keep them away," she said. "I hope so," he said. "Rhea is my enemy as well as Thales, but those two. I don't want any harm to come to them." "I feel the same as you," she said. "I've seen the way Dimitri looks at those two. Like vermin. Thales has taught him our hatred far too well. I fear for what he might do to them." Edelgard supposed she could lift Voul's spirits. "Follow me to my room. I have something to show you." She led him to her room, crept over Biggs and Wedge's catatonic bodies, and brought him inside. She found the journal she'd written the reports from Shamhala in and handed it to him. "Don't ask me how I got this," she said to him as he opened it and began to read. "It's a tactical report, albeit quite a bit abridged, of a successful military assault on Shamhala." Voul stared at it as though he were gazing upon holy scripture. "A successful assault, by a military force as primitive as yours? Did you come up with this all by yourself? It's complicated. You gained this information the same way you and your professor learned what Rhea had planned for you in the Holy Tomb, didn't you?" He closed the book and slipped it under his cloak. "The power of the goddess," she said. "Foresight? Manipulation of time?" Edelgard was speechless. "I don't know. I knew that both you and your professor were affected by the Dirac tidal surges for a reason, I just didn't know what that reason was. For your professor, it's obviously because of her connection to the Fel Star. For you, though, I've been at a loss this whole time. Are you from the future? Or an alternate timeline?" "It's complicated," she repeated. "I know complicated," he said. "Ash did always say your personality had changed out of nowhere. Is that why you'd asked Mycen about transmitting one's consciousness from one timeline to another?" "Yes," she said. "I'm from the future of an alternate timeline. And so is Thales." Vul was silent for a moment. Solon was researching parallel worlds and trans-timeline information transference, he muttered to himself, but I wasn't involved in it. My field was cis-timeline matter transference. And that was 400 years ago from my perspective. If only Thales hadn't gotten Solon killed, we could have consulted him. He may have cut him loose specifically because he knew so much about the field. Something stirred in the hallway. I should go, he said, before your guards wake up. Thank you for your gift. I hope someday we can liberate Shamhala with it. He left, and Edelgard changed into her pajamas, snuffed out her lamp, and slipped into her bed just in time for someone to knock on the door. She stayed still, burying herself in her sheets to warm herself up and hopefully hide any trace that she might have been outside in the middle of the night. There was another knock on the door. Edelgard waited a bit longer. At the third frantic knock, she pulled herself out of bed, trudged to the door, and opened it. "Hua," she muttered blearily, squinting at whoever was knocking. "Oh, thank the goddess you're all right," Wedge exclaimed in a low voice. "Biggs and I were so worried." Biggs elbowed him sharply in the side. "He means, we just wanted to say we wanted to make sure you were sleeping well, Your Highness. I don't know what it was, but something in our dinner must have not agreed with us," Wedge added, "because we both just..." Wedge passed out. Wedge, she doesn't need to know that. She was asleep the whole time. Edelgard yawned. "Can I go back to bed now?" she croaked. "Oh, of course, Your Highness," Biggs said. "You go right back to bed. Sorry for waking you, we just wanted to check up on you." "We definitely didn't pass out in front of your door," Wedge said after another few nudges from Biggs. "So don't worry about that." "Thanks," Edelgard mumbled, and with that she shut the door in their faces and went back to bed. The second to last day before the last day of the Pegasus moon came too quickly, even for the month's unnatural haste. The last day of the month. The day of treachery and betrayal. The day Dimitri would reveal himself. "Are you okay, Edelgard?" Ingrid asked. "I don't mean to be rude, but you look awful." Edelgard wasn't much for makeup, which made the weariness she wore on her face more apparent than it otherwise might have been. But Ingrid wasn't, either, and for all the attention she had given Edelgard, her face looked no less haunted than Edelgard's did. Faint grey crescents hollowed out her green eyes, her lips, which took a natural pink so well, were worn down as though she'd bitten them too frequently. Before Edelgard could retort, Annette spoke up. "You and Dimitri both. You two look like you haven't slept in a week." "I slept just fine last night," Dimitri snapped a little too quickly after the words had left his mouth. "I do not have any issues sleeping at all. Nothing is on my mind, I sleep like a baby." "Ah, yes, babies," Sylvain said, "those things that are so well known for sleeping soundly and quietly." "It is an idiom, Sylvain," Dimitri said. "And you're an idiot, Sylvain," Felix added. "We're just worried about exams," Edelgard said. "With all the mayhem that's been going on, neither of us have had enough time as we'd have liked to prepare." "So are we," Sylvain said, "but you don't see the rest of us lumbering around like Revan ants." "Oh, Felix, sorry you're scared of those, too, right?" "Shut up," Felix said. The Blue Lions were crowded around a bulletin board in the training hall to sign up for their final certification exams through the first week of the Lone Moon next week. It was Bernadetta's turn right now, and she pored over the list uneasily, muttering to herself, "Okay, Bernie, you can do this. You don't want to take the first time slot, because then you'll set the standard for everyone else. And you don't want to take the last, because by that point everyone else will have gone and you'll never live up to their standards, but right in the middle. Aha! There are still plenty of open slots there. You've got this, Bernie." After penciling in her name, she skipped away and scurried off to the dormitories. Without any internal deliberation, Felix signed up for the first available time slot. Which, since the Black Eagles had gotten to the bulletin board first, was right after Ferdinand von Aguirre. "Feeling confident about your magic skills, huh, Felix?" Annette chirped. At least she was in lighter spirits now. "I knew that mnemonic device I taught you would come in handy. The sooner I take the exam, the sooner I can get it out of my head," he grumbled. "I know. It's really catchy, isn't it? Annette took his place and scanned the schedule. When exams are done, we've still got about a week or so before the graduation ceremony. Plenty of time to hang out and unwind as a house one last time. Well, most of a house. There's a hot springs a bit northwest of town, Sylvain said. How about it? We could invite a few people from the other houses, too, if we desire more girls to leer at. Ingrid concluded. That's a low blow. I was gonna say, if we wanna foster some inter-house camaraderie. Anyway, who's up for it? Aren't you worried the Hurricane King might crash the party? Felix asked. No need for that, he's invited, Sylvain said, taking the remark in stride. Both of him. Maybe all he needs is a good soak, wash all the bloodlust out. Edelgard looked over to Biggs and Wedge, who were off to the side of the training hall and watching her like a pair of hawks. Is my entourage invited? She asked. Sure, they can join the party, Sylvain said. I bet they need some excitement. Looking after you must be the most tedious job in the world. I try to keep it interesting for them, Edelgard said. I sneak away on occasion, poison their tea, so on and so forth. He laughed. Oh. Ingrid, looks like someone's been a bad influence on Her Highness. They're probably grateful to have an easy job, Ignatz said. The rest of the knights have been running all over the place these past few weeks. Raphael and I heard that Catherine's been responding to requests for their aid from all over Fodlan. Even some Adrestian houses are asking for help, like Lord Arundel did last month. I don't know if they've ever been stretched this thin in peacetime. Maybe we are not in peacetime anymore, Didu muttered gravely. All the more reasons to go to the hot springs, Sylvain said. So, we're all down for it, right? Dimitri, you can invite Marianne, he added in a sing-song voice. Dimitri's mood only darkened. Yes, that would be nice, Sylvain. I'll invite her. I think she would like it very much. Ah, dang. You two break up or something? Sylvain. That's rough, Your Highness, Raphael said. But hey, there's plenty of other girls out there. I don't have a clue about Em, but how about I help you find a new one? We have not broken up, Dimitri insisted. It is just it's complicated, Sylvain finished for him. I get it, Your Highness. Way too well, Ingrid muttered. Stop harassing His Highness, Sylvain. Dimitri's lips curled in an uneasy smile. It's fine, Ingrid. You, Sylvain, Felix. I am glad to have had you as friends. He turned tail and strode away from the bulletin board as though he'd just remembered he had somewhere more important to be, leaving the rest of the class dumbfounded. Your Highness? You didn't put your name in. Raphael called out after him. Want me to pencil you in? How about 1 o'clock on Tuesday? Is that all right? Ingrid watched Dimitri leave, a concerned furrow to her brow. Edelgard, can you put me down for the earliest available time? I'm going to see what's wrong with Dimitri. She hurried off after him. There goes the mother hen, Felix muttered, and he headed off in the opposite direction. Ignatz, Edelgard asked, can you put Ingrid and myself down for the earliest available times? Sure, Your Highness, Ignatz said as Edelgard broke away from the group and went after Ingrid. Even though Ingrid was taller, with longer legs and longer strides, Edelgard caught up with her fairly quickly. What's wrong? She asked her. Ingrid glanced at her and slowed her gait so that Edelgard could more easily match it. Wrong? Nothing's wrong. I'm concerned about Dimitri. He's been acting jumpy all month. I know exams are a stressful time, but I can tell something's wrong, Ingrid. You don't look as well as you think. I'm fine, it's you and Dimitri I'm worried about. But by that point, Dimitri had gotten too far away from her to continue pursuing. Dimitri's fine, Edelgard lied. But I'm sure he'll be off to his coronation as soon as we graduate. He probably doesn't think he's ready for all that authority yet. And what do you have to worry about me over? Well, you must be nervous about the ceremony at the Holy Tomb tomorrow, Ingrid said. I don't know if you and Professor Byleth will have to do anything, but it sounds nerve-wracking all the same. I don't think there's ever been a real prophet since Saint Cyrus received her revelation, not one officially recognized by the church, anyway. You two might be the first. Perhaps, Edelgard said, but I wonder what happened to all the false prophets. I'm sure they were killed for blasphemy, Ingrid said. But you and our professor don't have to worry about that. I mean, she even looks like Archbishop Rhea now, and you talk to the goddess. One of my uncles is a priest and you two are still the holiest people I've ever met. Well, I suppose I do have a few butterflies in my stomach, Edelgard said, eliciting a relieved smile from Ingrid. But you're right. It'll be fine. And Anselm's over the moon about it, isn't he? I think you might be his favorite sister now. Does flattering me make you feel better? Ingrid's smile grew smaller. It's your father, isn't it? You haven't heard anything from him. Or about him. She stared at Edelgard for a moment, dumbfounded. I'm sure he's fine. She drew out the word fine as though it were a whole sentence on its own. You don't need to worry about him, Edelgard. He's my father, not yours. Ingrid, Edelgard put a hand to her shoulder. I really should be going, Ingrid said. Lots to practice before the exam and not much time. Ingrid, you could have passed that exam a week ago if you wanted, Edelgard told her. I'm flattered. But you don't have that same luxury, so maybe you should go get some studying in, too, she said, brushing away Edelgard's hand and turning away from her. She must have thought better of it, though, because she didn't leave. I think he's gone, she said. I'd love for him to send me another letter about a suitor, even if I'd just reject it. But I don't think another one's coming. I'm sorry. The way you say it, it almost sounds like you feel guilty about it. Ingrid's face wavered. I don't want to hold out hope until the snow thaws in spring. I'm tired of waiting for people I know won't ever come back. She shook her head and turned away again. But you have work to do. I don't need you shouldering my burdens, too. Ingrid, wait, Edelgard said, reaching out for her. And then, like a bolt from the blue, it struck her. For a split second, it felt as though her skull had burst into bits like a vase that had been smashed by a hammer. The world around her flickered and dissolved, and she could see the blue sky above her twisting and darkening into the arched and gilded ceiling of the hallways of the Imperial Palace, flickering in and out over the span of seconds. She collapsed in both worlds, her knees meeting the cold snow in one world and hard floor tiles in another. The pain clenched her jaw and gritted her teeth for her, forced her fingers to curl into talons and claw at the ground, arched her back, rolled her eyes back into her head. Another Dirac tidal surge. But how, if the provisional research facility under Castle Gaspard had been destroyed? How could Thales have resumed operations so soon afterward? How could there already be a secondary site without Voul knowing about it, if they took months to set up? How could they have delayed Operation Antediluvian by so little? Edelgard. Ingrid pulled her to her feet and held her upright over buckling legs. Edelgard, are you all right? I'm getting you to the infirmary. Edelgard lay awake in her bed on the eve of the final day, tormented by the anniversary of her own betrayal. Dmitri was still following the same path as her, but without knowing what he was fighting for. Because of Thales, Didu, and this horrible charade, her adversaries had run out the clock. What would she do? She'd often wondered what would have become of her classmates if Byleth hadn't joined her. Would any of them have chosen to walk with her? She doubted it. They had stayed by her side at first, when all she had shown them had been the face of a villain, because they had trusted Byleth. They had later allowed themselves to hear her ideals and join her cause because they had trusted Byleth. If Byleth decided to abandon Dmitri tomorrow, to not set aside her sword when Rhea ordered her to execute her own student, but rather to raise it, what, Edelgard asked herself, would she do? What would the other Blue Lions do? She had often fantasized about her classmates all turning their backs on her at that moment, fantasized about Ferdinand and Dorothea and Bernadetta and Petra and Linhard and Caspar and Lysathea and Mercedes and Annette and Ash and Ignatz and Marianne all meeting her at the siege of Garreg Mach 1 month later on the opposite side of the war and with hatred in her eyes. Even long after the war had begun and after dozens of campaigns with the Black Eagle Strike Force, those fantasies still plagued her, as though she hadn't been able to shake off the feeling that the path her world had taken had been an aberration from the norm, as though there had been countless more versions of the same world, other timelines perhaps, where the proper sequence of events had taken place and her teacher had led her students against her. Because the idea that so many good people could have chosen to fight for her cause had just seemed that impossible to believe. What would she do? She was an Agarthan agent now, one who slithered in the dark, a man in black, a no-eyed person. When Dimitri revealed himself, would she be expected to break from the rest of the class and flee the holy tomb with him and Didu? Would she stand with him and watch Ingrid and Annette glare at her, impotently furious over her betrayal? Or would she stay with the rest of the class, doomed to be a double agent? Would the mask of her own face ever come off? What had she done to Ellie's life? Oh, goddess, what had she done? Eventually, lying awake in bed became unbearable, and Edelgard slithered her way out from under the sheets, trudged across the rug, and threw the door open. Why, Your Highness," Wedge said as she strode past him and Biggs, who was currently taking his turn sleeping on the floor, "you're not supposed to leave your room past dark." She ignored him and made her way down the hall to Dimitri's room. She could hear faint, muffled sounds from beyond the door. As she'd expected, he was having as much difficulty sleeping as she was. She knocked on the door. "Dimitri," she called out. "Your Highness," Wedge said, catching up to her, "Lady Rhea really wouldn't like if we let you break curfew and something happened." The door opened. Dimitri stood there, pale and wan, his eyes red, his face the picture of despair. You can't sleep either, can you?" Edelgard asked him. "You need to go back to your Shut up," she snapped at Wedge, and with that she stepped into Dimitri's room, closed the door firmly behind her, and wrapped her arms around him. He gasped, taken aback as his arms awkwardly found their way around her. What are you doing here? You should be in bed." "So should you," she said. "What's wrong? You look terrible." "Tomorrow," his fingers curled against her back, taking fistfuls of her nightshirt. I fear Rhea is going to do something terrible to you tomorrow. You and our professor, you and Byleth. You two are my guiding lights, and that beast wants to take that light away from me. I wish I could stop the world from turning and the sun from rising so tomorrow can never come." Edelgard pressed herself closer to him and rested her head against his shoulder. "Professor Byleth won't let anything happen to us, Dee. She won't. After Ash, Glenn, Mercedes. I know she'll move heaven and earth to protect every one of us. You know that nothing else in the world matters to her." Dimitri held her tighter. "The ghosts are back, Their voices, like chains. There are no ghosts, Dee. They are simply your own fears taking familiar shapes. Rodrigue wants me to do something tomorrow. I don't know if I'm ready. Father, Mother, Yuri, Emil, all of them, they make me feel like such a coward, I stand on the precipice, ready to do what I have wanted to do for years now, to strike against the evil of the Church of Ceros and I am afraid." His voice cracked. "I'm afraid, El. It's natural to be afraid," she assured him. "But I shouldn't be. I am a Bladdid and a king of Faerghus, like my father before me, and his father, all the way back to Lug. It is my destiny to bear the weight of the world without trembling like a child." There. Edelgard reached up to run her hand through his silvery hair, letting his locks flow like mercury between her fingers. "Dee, it's okay. I know you have the strength to do this, but you are a human being as well. You feel fear and sadness, anxiety, terror, worry. It is a sign that your heart beats like any other," she said, "and the soul within is as human as anybody else's. You're not a beast. You're not a monster. You're not a wild boar, Dimitri." Dimitri took a long, deep breath and exhaled through his nose, choking back what may have been a sob. "And, this is embarrassing." "There's nothing embarrassing about getting a hug from your big sister," Edelgard said, leading him gently to the bed so they could both sit down upon it. "No, not that." He sniffled. Tomorrow, whatever happens, it will be an end to everything we know here. I did not want it to be this way. I wanted to graduate. I have not even heard back from Margrave Edmund yet. Tomorrow, I will no longer be a student here. And I'm afraid Marianne will hate me for it. Because. He held Edelgard even closer, bowing his head, bringing his lips to her ear. Because I am the Hurricane King. I know, she said. I felt it at Xanadu. I've known since then. Even when those decoys. Even then. My faith never wavered. She could feel his relief the way his shoulders loosened, his fists unclenched, the shuddering and ragged breath that escaped his lips, and she almost envied him. On this night, in her world, she'd had no succor, no one to turn to for release from the prison of her mind and her darkest thoughts. She'd been utterly alone. Elle, he sobbed, shivering from the cold. Elle, don't ever leave my side. Please. I can't promise you that, she said, as much as I would like to. But a part of me will always be with you. She laid a hand over his heart. She would have to leave someday. She would have to return to the world she belonged to, where her dearest friends and dearest love waited for her. Even if it meant she would never see him again, in a world where the only thing left of Dmitri Alexander Bladdid was a grave that held a headless corpse and a corpseless head in repose. She said, if anything happens to me, there's something I want you to have. In my desk drawer, there's a journal I've hidden away. I want you to take it. Wherever you go that I can't follow, it will be there for you. The truth is in there. And I want you to know it, if I'm not there when the time is right to tell you. You speak as though you know you're about to die, Elle, Dmitri said. Please, don't ever speak like that to me again. I want you to live. I'm not going to die, Edelgard assured him. Byleth wouldn't allow it. You have to trust her. I do, he said, but, just promise me, Elle, that I won't ever see your spirit at our mother's side. I promise. At last, they both slept well. The Blue Lions attended no classes the next day. There was no morning lecture after breakfast, no drills in the morning, no seminars to attend. Instead, they were to accompany Rhea, Seath, and Flayn to the holy tomb deep beneath the monastery. The house met up with each other in the cathedral, expecting to meet with Rhea, Seath, and Flayn there. They were all armed and armored. Byleth kept the sword of the Creator at her hip and Sylvain rested the lance of Ruin's grotesque ribbed spearhead against his shoulder. I wonder why she asked us to bring weapons, Sylvain said. The weight of the lance of Ruin seemed to chafe him. Edelgard had noticed that while he wasn't loath to use it in battle, he didn't seem comfortable holding it, as though it still carried within it some essence of his vile brother's departed soul. Does she expect us to run into any enemies in this holy tomb place? Edelgard wondered as much as well. It was true in this case that the Knights of Syros were stretched so thin that they couldn't even accompany Rhea down here right now, but that didn't explain why her class had been asked to come fully armed to the holy tomb in her world as well. Perhaps Rhea had known that the Flame Emperor would mount an attack, but, then again, she had those phantom soldiers she could summon. Perhaps she derived an authoritarian thrill from ordering real people to kill for her that ghosts could not provide. With the Hurricane Kings running around, who knows? Ingrid wondered aloud. Lady Rhea needs protection. If something were to happen to her, all of Fodlan would suffer. I'm so nervous, Annette said, taking a deep breath and checking over her steel gauntlets for the umpteenth time. I'm not ready for this. There's no chance for battle unless something goes terribly wrong, Felix said, right? How boring. Keep saying things like that and something will go wrong, Sylvain told him. Why yeah, shut up. Bernadetta stammered, anxiously twanging her bowstring. I mean, wow, was that the wind just going through the cathedral now? It sounded an awful lot like someone telling you to shut up. I didn't say anything, though. I swear. This might sound mad, Dmitri said, but I do not think we have to worry so much about Lady Rhea. She said she was capable of protecting herself when we were sent after the Western Church. I do not think she was lying, strange as a thing to say it was. You noticed it as well, did you not, Felix? She does not look it, but her movements remind me of a seasoned warrior. Felix chuckled bitterly. Can't imagine her wielding a blade in battle, he replied, but she's chopped off enough heretics' heads to at least know how to hold one correctly. Well, if something happens, we won't need her to lift a finger, Raphael said, clanging a gauntlet against his cuirass with a bell-like ring. We'll clobber whatever comes after her ourselves, right guys? I don't wanna think about fighting anyone, Ignatz said, nervously and compulsively fiddling with his glasses. Let's just think about the ceremony. I'm still a little fuzzy on the details. What exactly does Lady Rhea plan on doing? Professor, what do you think she means by revelation? Saint Cyros received a revelation from the goddess, Ingrid said. Yeah, but Professor, don't you already have the power of the goddess or something? Sylvain asked. What, do you need more? Sometimes I feel like I do, Byleth muttered. We'll all just have to wait and see, I suppose, Edelgard said. Her axe felt heavy in her hands. She had hoped to never relieve this day. It's probably just some stodgy religious ceremony. What do you think Rhea wants to do with you, Lady Edelgard? Ignatz asked her. I mean, you had a revelation from the goddess already. Do you think you'll be canonized as a prophet? I hope not, she said, trying to inject some levity into the class, or else I'll spend the rest of my life hounded by people who want to know the future. At least Sylvain laughed. Someone with your looks, princess, should be hounded for an entirely different reason. A hush fell over the class as Rhea arrived, adorned in her usual regalia. At her side were Seath and Flayn. Though Seath still needed a cane to keep himself upright, Flayn held a light shield and a short spear. Evidently she, too, was expected to defend Rhea as well as Seath should any problem arrive. But there was another person with them, Anselm, clad in Holy Knight's armor and carrying a lance. As he followed behind Rhea, the shafts of sunlight streaming through the cathedral made his armor gleam like polished gold. Bernadetta hid behind Ingrid. Anselm! Edelgard gasped. What are you doing here? I wouldn't miss something like this for the world, El, he said. I'm so proud of you. To think you would be granted such an honor. Lady Rhea, I must once again thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to witness this ceremony. Edelgard had the sinking suspicion that Anselm knew more about what Rhea planned to do to her than she herself did. Rhea raised her hand in a silent command for everyone to fall silent. It is time to go. Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard, are you ready to face your destinies? Dimitri looked pointedly away from her, as though he feared the daggers he glared might cut her. We're ready, Byleth said. Rhea smiled and led the Blue Lions onward to the hidden entrance of the Holy Tomb. Edelgard noticed Dida slink to the back of the group and assumed that, like Hubert had done in her world, he was seeing to it that the Hurricane King's forces would be able to enter unimpeded behind them. For the third time Edelgard rode the mysterious floating platform down the hidden shaft that traveled deep beneath the earth, and for the second time she pretended it was her first time. Whoa! How is this thing moving? Sylvain exclaimed. There's no ropes or pulleys. The shaft opened up to a vast cavern of jade so wide and so tall that it had its own weather. Clouds wreathed the jade ceiling. A cold green light suffused the unnaturally smooth stone. The Blue Lions were awestruck, staring at the unearthly vista with jaws slack and mouths agape. Ignatz rubbed his glasses clean on the hem of his cloak and slid them back onto his face as though he needed to make sure the lenses weren't playing tricks on him. It's beautiful, he gasped. His voice echoed through the cavern. To think such a vast space has been hiding under Gareg Mach all this time, Dimitri remarked. Rhea wore a wistful smile as the platform came to a halt, and as she beckoned everybody off it, she gestured to the wide expanse before them. This, my children, is the Holy Tomb. This is where the goddess Sothis, the beginning, the creator of the world and all life in it, was laid to rest. Her gaze fell on the reliquaries that lined the aisle leading to the massive jade throne. Along with her children. Bernadetta's brow furrowed. Wait. The goddess is dead. No, only resting, Rhea said. That is not dead which can eternal lie. Byleth, Edelgard, what do you think? It's big, Byleth commented. This place, it's not of this world, is it, Lady Rhea? Edelgard asked, fighting her way past a sense of déjà vu so cloying it almost left her nauseous. It is in this world, Rhea answered. Look to the throne. Sothis once sat on this very throne, the spirit dais, and on it her power flowed to all corners of Fodlan. She sat there, and now she rests here along the world axis, here at the locus of the land she birthed. I'd wondered why Garreg Mach was built in the exact center of Fodlan, Edelgard mused. It was built to protect and defend this place, wasn't it? The seat of the goddess power. Quite astute, my child. Lady Rhea, Seath spoke up. What exactly is the nature of this ceremony? You have yet to inform me. In due time, Seath, Rhea assured him. In due time. She led the group down the aisle to a small stone platform that stood in the center before the throne. On the platform was a stone table, and on the stone table waited a chisel, a dagger, and a goblet, along with a lumpy and misshapen crest stone that had been whittled away little by little from a perfect sphere to a potato-shaped lump of luminous red stone. Dmitri stared at the table settings, eyes wide, the greenish hue of the luminous jade casting a sickly pallor to his ashen flesh, his hands trembling. Lady Rhea, Seath asked, his voice hushed, what, in the world are you planning to do with this? Something wonderful, Seath, she breathed. Byleth. Edelgard. I wish for you both to sit upon the throne of knowledge and receive the goddess wisdom. But first. Edelgard. Edelgard felt Anselm's hands fall on her shoulders. You are going to receive the same sacrament, he said, that the cardinals of the church receive. The gift of body and blood, Rhea said, taking the goblet in one hand and a sliver of stone in another, of life eternal, of world without end. Didn't help Aelfric much, did it? Felix muttered. His voice carried far more than he'd expected, judging by the shocked look on his face. Lady Rhea, Seath said. That is not the goblet you normally use for that ritual. That is. Not another word, Seath. Rhea snapped at him. I know what I am doing. With this. I follow our dream. You have no idea what could happen. I cannot allow this. Anselm, take your sister back to the entrance, this ceremony is over. On whose authority? Rhea asked, the placid calm vanishing from her face. Anselm, bring your sister to me. Recall our bargain. Bargain. Edelgard whipped around to look Anselm in the face. The light of the tomb made its contours ghoulish and macabre. Brother, what have you done? Don't you dare touch her! Dmitri shouted out. An arrow zipped through the air and flew past Rhea, the side of the arrowhead clipping her cheek and drawing a thin and shallow cut across it. In its wake, another voice rang out through the tomb. Deep, low, artificial, a voice altered beyond recognition by Agartha and technology. Sorry to disturb you when you're distressed, Archbishop, but it seems some uninvited guests have arrived. The Hurricane King strode up the aisle, clad in swirling blue turned black under the dull jade light. Stone light threw distorted reflections across the snarling wolf's maw that made his helmet. He carried in one hand a wicked black bow and on his hip a wicked black sword. I, he said, am the Hurricane King. Around him, rays of light burst from the floor like seeds sprouting from the ground, fading to reveal a platoon of soldiers clad in the Hurricane King's colors: blue and silver armor, black cloaks, and wolf's furs. Flame let out a horrified scream at the sight of them. Another shape emerged from the Hurricane King's shadow, coalescing into a twin clad in the same dark cloak and wolf's pelt and bearing a helmet and mask of the same design. He carried in both hands two wicked black daggers. And I, he said, am the Hurricane King. The soldiers quickly moved to encircle the blue lions. Don't move, any of you, their commander shouted out. If you move, your lives will be forfeit. The Holy Tomb is now under the dominion of the Hurricane King. Which one? Sylvain asked with a sardonic snicker, standing at the ready with the lance of ruin on hand and glowing with a fiery aura. Our charade is at an end, Your Majesty, Dida said with a solemn bow of his head, and Dmitri stepped forward to join the other two Hurricane Kings. Dmitri's gaze met each of his classmates one last time as the last traces of trepidation and fear vanished from his face. Your Highness. What are you doing? Ingrid gasped. You're not. And I, Dmitri said, his voice ringing out loud and clear as a bell across the vast expanse of the Holy Tomb, am the Hurricane King, King of Kings and King of Faerghus. Insolence. Rhea snarled. You son of Bladdid. Corpse robber. Grave desecrator. You shall atone for the sin of trampling on this holy resting place. How dare you call yourself a king of Faerghus? I will never see you crowned. You need not. I received my crown without your help or blessing months ago in a secret ceremony. My kingdom no longer bows to your sick will, Dmitri said, and soon, neither will the rest of Fodlan. Blasphemer! I gave your people freedom. You gave us nothing, we traded one cruel master for another. Dmitri, buddy, Sylvain said, if this is a joke, you got us. You can stop now. This is a joke, isn't it? I'm afraid I have never been more serious, my friend, Dmitri said. My classmates, I ask all of you to lower your weapons. I do not wish to fight any of you. Surrender and no harm will come to you. The words had scarcely left his mouth before Ingrid charged at him, a feral and ragged roar tearing itself from her throat. Her lance gleamed in the sickly jade light. With a sharp and swift wave of his arm, Dmitri snapped her lance in two like a twig. The gleaming blade went flying and so did Ingrid, swatted away along with it as though she were a gnat. She was lifted off her feet and thrown to the floor, where she lay in a crumpled heap. I'm sorry, Ingrid, I asked you not to fight, he said. He looked to his troops. Men. By the order of King Dmitri Alexander Bladdid, I command you to take the crest stones from this place. Hurricane Kings, defend the soldiers. Should anybody stand in our way, kill them without hesitation but leave Rhea to me. Professor, Rhea shouted to Byleth, destroy these villainous traitors who dare dishonor our creator. Byleth looked to Seath, who had thrown his body over a cowering flame. She looked to Rhea, whose once placid face, painted green in the light of the tomb, was now contorted with equal parts terrible anger and bloodthirsty glee. She looked to Edelgard, and even from a distance Edelgard could see the turmoil behind her eyes. And she looked to Ingrid, who lay unconscious on the floor, and then finally to Dmitri, who stood among fiends with a hard look in his eyes too hard. She looked to the rest of her students, and then she stepped toward Dmitri and turned to face Rhea, leveling the sword of the Creator at her. You, Rhea hissed. How dare you? Professor, Dmitri gasped. I won't kill one of my students, Byleth said. Ever. No matter who asks me. I made a promise to Suthies. Take Mother's name out of your mouth, you failure. Rhea snapped at her. Your presence soils this holy tomb and disgraces my brethren. How dare you wield the power of the goddess against me? She turned to Anselm. Anselm, bring Edelgard to me. Flane, Seath, run. With a wave of her hand, mist descended from the ceiling and condensed into gossamer bones, flesh, and armor, forming a battalion of the damned. In the distance, tremors racked the ground as the golems arranged in rows beyond the reliquaries slowly began to bring themselves to life with slow, halting movements. Anselm wrapped one arm tightly around Edelgard's waist, pinning her to his side, and bared his lance as he dragged her toward Rhea, no matter how she dug in her heels. Let's get out of here, El. Save Edelgard. Byleth ordered her students. Kill every last one of them. Rhea shouted to her army of ghosts. But save the failure for me. I'll take her heart back myself. As the blue lions scrambled into action, the ghosts surged forward like a raging tidal wave. There are no ghosts, Dmitri intoned, drawing back one fist as the glow of his crests bled through his sleeve and the gaps in his armor, only your own fears taking familiar shapes. Rhea. The dead have no power over me. Edelgard wished she could have told him not to take that literally. He took a running leap at the horde and drove his fist into the floor. Jade tiles shattered and flew into the air, countless phantom soldiers were sent reeling backward, some ripped to pieces by the flying stone shrapnel, as a massive fissure snaked up the aisle and unearthed chunks of stone forced their way out of the floor like the misshapen fangs of a massive beast. Rhea leaped out of the way of the approaching fissure as it ripped through the platform and split the table in two. What? What in blazes? Anselm exclaimed, loosening his grip just enough for Edelgard to drive the butt of her axe into his chin. There was a sharp crack as his jaw clenched from the impact and his teeth collided with each other. He let go of her and reeled away. El, what are you doing? My place is with my professor, she said, wherever that path leads, not to be the victim of some theological experiment. With that, she ran headlong into the fray, her axe cutting through the phantom soldiers as she fought her way to her class, to her professor. To Dmitri and Byleth. The only path she could take. El. Get back here. Anselm shouted out, pursuing her. The blade of his lance rang out against her armor, and that of her axe against his. What's gotten into you? These heretics, they've brainwashed you, haven't they? If you would give your own sister over to an arcane ritual, Edelgard snarled at him, parrying a strike from his lance and forcing him back, then you're the brainwashed one. Step aside from this madness, Anselm, I beg of you. With a flourish of his hand, he conjured a swarm of white motes of light and hurled them at her. Edelgard felt them burrow through her armor into her flesh and sap the strength from her muscles. Shaking it off, she staggered back, ducked under the swing of a phantom soldier's axe, and paid Anselm back in kind with a roiling ball of fire that struck him in the chest but left barely a scorch mark. She narrowly avoided the sword of another phantom soldier and cleaved him in twain with a swing of her axe, but more were soon upon her. Byleth only seemed to drift further away, but Dimitri cut through the phantoms with the same feral zeal he had shown against Solon's revenants in the sealed forest as he closed in on Rhea. "Remember me, Rhea," he shouted out. "I was saved from your sick experiments, and I will make you pay for every scar your servants put upon my body. Tell me, Rhea, do you recall Duskur?" "What are you talking about?" Rhea snarled, "you blathering fool. You'll die for that. Die, die, die. You took away everything that I loved." He cleared the last line of Rhea's defenses. "I'll rip you apart, with my bare hands." Their fists collided. Edelgard could feel the resonance from the crest of flames cast energetic ripples through her body. And as impossible as it was, she could hear the shattering of their knuckles even from her vantage point, like the boom of thunder in the midst of a terrible storm. A sword struck Edelgard's breastplate, sending a jolt of pain through her chest. She gritted her teeth through the pain and struck her foe, lodging her axe deep in his gossamer flesh. When she tore the blade out, long and wispy strings of fog followed it like strands of cobwebs. She wished for once that she had the crest of flames. When she called upon its power, she could feel it draw healing energy into her wounds in proportion to the strength of her blows, and the cracked ribs in her side were in desperate need of it. A beam of crackling blue light shot over her shoulder, boring a sizzling hole in a phantom soldier who'd been about to strike her from behind. In the distance, Felix conjured another bolt of lightning and struck down another phantom, then drew his swords and cut another into pieces. He lacked Dimitri's reckless and careless savagery. He fought like a wolf but moved like a dancer, fleet-footed, swift, nimble. Edelgard searched for the others in the chaos of battle. Bernadetta was keeping her distance, stringing and knocking arrows to her bow almost as quickly as she let them fly. With a short sword in hand, Ignatz kept the phantoms from closing in on her. Raphael and Didier had formed a human shield in front of Annette as she channeled healing magic through Ingrid. Sylvain's lance of ruin and Byleth's sword of the Creator stood out like beacons, burning a fiery red against the tomb's eldritch green light. "Edelgard, stop. This isn't you," Anselm cried out, dashing through the phantom soldiers' thinning ranks and grabbing her by the wrist. "Come with me." An arrow struck him between his cuirass and one of his pauldrons and stuck there, embedded in his shoulder. He was forced to relinquish his grip. "I'm sorry, Anselm." Bernadetta shrieked through the chaos of battle. It was friendly fire. I swear. Please don't kill me." Anselm gritted his teeth and ripped the arrow out of his shoulder, and with a wave of his hand he healed the wound, then leaped back into the fray. His lance danced around the swings of Edelgard's axe once more. His movements were surgical and methodical, not a single twitch of his muscles wasted. He fought with Ingrid's strength and Felix's swiftness and grace, and he probed her weak points the way Sylvain or Claude would when they sparred. "This is enough," he shouted at Edelgard. Stand down. Don't make me do this." "No one is forcing your hand but Rhea," Edelgard retorted, parrying what she could and dodging what she couldn't. "What did she promise you, Anselm? Our empire? It isn't hers to give. Stop being such a selfish brat, Edelgard." His lance dented her armor and bruised her ribs. She backed away, every breath sending a sharp knife between her ribs. Fire met light as the two of them hurled spells at each other. Her conjured flames glanced off his armor too easily, like water off a duck's back. Summoning her dark magic was far more difficult than the fire she'd grown so accustomed to, but she did it. The tendrils of shadow swirled around her in helical spirals as moonlight gathered in her hand. The silvery light cut through Anselm's defenses. Unlike the flames, sending him reeling in a moment. The tide of battle shifted and he was on the defensive. His lance barely parried the next strike of her axe, and failed to parry the next one. The blade came down on the opening created by Bernadetta's apparently wayward arrow and tasted flesh. He howled, letting out a pained cry as he ripped his flesh free of the axe and stumbled back. Tears sprang to his dark eyes. He gasped, halfway to sobbing. I am sorry, Edelgard stammered, moved by his suffering. It was as though he'd plunged a dagger into her heart and twisted. Anselm, I don't want to go with her. Please, lay down your weapon and leave this place. I won't let you make such a poor decision. If you raise your sword against Rhea like your classmates have, even the Emperor himself won't be able to save you. Anselm readied his lance, only for a dark shadow to swoop behind him. An instant later, a black bow had slipped over his head and the bowstring was cutting into his throat as one of the Hurricane Kings yanked it backward and tried to twist it. Anselm threw him off and hurled the bow aside. The Hurricane King righted himself and stood at Edelgard's side, drawing his sword. Hello there, Prince Anselm. It's me, Saint Cyro's opposite number, the devil among demons. Shall we dance? He very slightly turned his head toward Edelgard, staring at her from within the wolf's head helmet's gaping maw, his face mask betraying no emotion. Ladies first, he asked. Get away from her, you monster. Anselm howled, throwing himself at the Hurricane King with blinding white light swirling around the tip of his lance, and the three of them began to duel. Dimitri was thrown through the air, reeling back from the force of Rhea's blow. Blood coated his face, black in the green light, and was splattered all the way up Rhea's arm to her shoulder. I'll kill you slowly, Bladdid, she snarled, a shimmering green aura clinging to her body as white scales sprouted from her shoulders, just like your namesake. Edelgard felt the crest of flame's presence in the air again as Byleth split apart the sword of the Creator and struck Rhea with its whip. Dimitri! Byleth cried out. She felt the crest of flames again as the Hurricane King nimbly dodged a spear of white light from Anselm and retaliated with a much more physical and substantial blade, the steel cleaving steel armor and biting into flesh. She felt it a third time in quick succession as Dimitri charged at Rhea. This ends here. An earthquake shook the ground as the golems began to close in on the chaotic battlefield, raising their heavy metal fists and preparing to bring them crashing down. As Anselm and the Hurricane King scattered, Edelgard saw too late a shadow falling over her, only for someone to grab her by the hand and wrench her aside before a golem's fist could flatten her against the floor. I've got no idea what's going on, Annette gasped as she dragged Edelgard along. I'm just following Professor Byleth's lead. Are you all right? A few bruised ribs, I think, Edelgard grunted, clutching her side. The ground shook violently, so violently it seemed as though it would invert itself and become the ceiling, and she and Annette both collapsed to the ground, their bodies numbed by the force of the shockwaves. Dimitri was undeterred, and with a single blow and both crests surging through every inch of his body he drove his fist into Rhea's stomach with enough force to lift her up off the ground, and with a twist of his body he slammed her into the floor so forcefully that it formed a crater in the stone. A vortex of wind blew around the two of them, razor sharp as it climbed high in the air and scattered debris across the tomb, as though his blow had been so mighty that it had conjured the storm that was his namesake. At the same time, Edelgard felt the crest of flames in Byleth as the sword of the Creator bit through one of the golem's metal hides, and the crest of flames in the Hurricane King as he drove his sword into another golem's body. 3 crests of flames. And the world split apart. The fissure across the aisle tore itself open, revealing a gaping, yawning chasm fading to an inky blackness like a wound across the tomb's jade skin. Edelgard grabbed Annette and hurriedly backed away from the widening gash as the remaining phantoms tumbled into the abyss and vanished into its depths. Byleth screamed, her sword falling to the floor as she fell to her knees clutching her head in pain, her chest heaving and spasming, jerking as though a fishhook had lodged itself in her heart and was trying to yank it out of her ribs and tear it out of her body. Dimitri let out just as bone-chilling a scream, almost a bestial howl, and began tearing off his armor. His hands, with bloodied fingers curled into talons, scrabbled against his body, his fingernails latching on his skin and carving bloody furrows into his body. The Hurricane King screamed as well and fell to the floor, clutching his helmet and struggling to tear it from his head as he writhed in agony, choking on his screams of pain and terror. The resonance of the crest of flames, multiplied threefold and threefold and threefold again, grew stronger and stronger until Edelgard felt as though it was going to shake her apart and reduce her to dust. The chasm yawned wider, consuming more. She could swear the sword of the Creator was inching toward its edge of its own accord, as though it had a mind of its own and sought to throw itself into the abyss. Dida grabbed the sword and pulled it away, holding it with a death grip as it tried to force its way out of his grasp. Raphael clutched it by the blade before it could wrench itself free. Edelgard's legs gave out and she collapsed, and as Annette tried to pull her along she stared into the depths of the abyss. And something stared back at her. She felt its eyes before she saw them, and when she saw them, she saw more than she could count, more than there were stars in the sky. The thing was too small to have so many eyes, but it had them all the same. They took up more space on its face than there was to spare. Her eyes watered as she stared into them, burning, unblinking, unable to tear her gaze away. Visions sprang to her mind's eye of 1,000 waves higher than mountains crashing against 1,000 shores and scattering gleaming cities like piles of matchsticks, of glittering spires of metal and glass melting under waves of heat and drooping like candles, of desert sands blasted to twisting sheets of glass, of pillars of light tearing themselves free of the ground and stretching to the heavens. She heard a sound in her head that was like the background noise of Voul's radio, a harsh hiss that kept growing louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. There was an intelligence deep within the beast that slumbered beneath the abyss, but no mind. A body, but no soul. Desiccated flesh and dried sinew stretched over bones, but no life. A presence that felt at once familiar, like an old friend, and more alien than anything anyone in Fodlan had ever laid eyes on. It was something that did not belong in this world, or perhaps the world did not belong around it. She could see faint details of its writhing body as it slithered in the dark. It looked like a hero's relic. But it wasn't the size of a sword or a lance or any other weapon that could be wielded by human hands. It dwarfed demonic beasts and wyverns by comparison. It was bigger than the Immaculate One. The world flickered and became immaterial, and Edelgard found herself torn between this world and her world, and she could feel the absolute agony coursing through the veins of her other body, her body. In the other world she was screaming as loudly and terribly as Byleth and Dimitri were in this one, and she felt the crest of flames within her struggling and burning in her veins as though it wanted to rip itself out of her body in a shower of viscera. Hubert and Ferdinand were at her side, holding her down, trying to tame her flailing limbs as her blood tried to tear her body asunder. "Ferdinand, go fetch Manuela." Your Majesty." Edelgard Hubert's face was wrenched in horror, the likes of which she hadn't seen in over 10 years, his eyes wide, lips pleading, a patina of sweat glistening on his ashen skin. She could barely hear his voice, hushed with concern and shivering with desperation, over her screams. When her flailing arms struck him despite his best attempts to pin them down, they drew blood, her fingernails tearing skin from his cheeks and brow. "Lady Edelgard. Manuela is on her way, please." Someone in another world was calling her name. "El. Get away from there!" Anselm screamed, his voice hoarse. His entire left arm was painted in blood from the wound in his armored paw drawn down to his dripping gauntlet. "El, please. Come back to me." She could see Rhea standing at the edge of the chasm, staring down into its depths with a blissful smile on her face as scales sprouted from her skin and talons tore themselves free of her fingers, ripping through the frayed and blood-stained regalia she had been wearing. Even as her body contorted and reshaped itself slowly, deliberately, crafting a new shape of her face like a sculptor's invisible hands molding clay and drawing wings from her back, she stood and stared into the abyss, transfixed. "Lady Rhea." Sitha's voice bled through the noise. He and Flayn had half dragged themselves to her side. Edelgard could catch faint and shimmering glimpses of scales and feathers rippling across their skin. "Lady Rhea. What in heaven's name have you done? What is happening? Lady Rhea. Rhea. Stop this. Stop this all at once." There was a cacophony of screams, a chorus of the damned, and then, so abruptly it was as though someone had cut off her ears, it all ceased and Edelgard knew only darkness and silence. It was still dark, but no longer silent. For a moment Edelgard could only assume she had fallen into the chasm and was now tumbling endlessly through the darkness down an infinite abyss, so far down that the light of the holy tomb had faded away entirely and only the crushing depths, black as a cloudy sky on a moonless night over a wasteland, remained. Perhaps she was sinking to the bottom of the ocean. The moment came to an end. She heard a voice. A worried voice. A fraught voice. Soft, breathy, cracking from anguish mixed with relief. "Oh. Oh, my dear, you're alive, thank goodness." She tried to say something, to ask something. Where was she? Who was speaking to her, but she couldn't move, not even to part her lips. As she became more and more aware of her body, she became more and more aware of her pain. Pain like she'd never felt since the dungeons, not in magnitude but in scope, because the pain was everywhere. Her whole body throbbed from head to toe, from the surface of her skin to the marrow of her bones. And her head hurt worst of all. Every thought was a new lance of pain stabbing into her brain through her eye. The heretics and traitors are gone. That bestial brat, and the wretched thief. They are gone now, but I was able to save you. She could feel a hand on her chest and tingling waves of light wash through her body, though the world in front of her eyes remained black and insubstantial. She wanted to speak up, to say something, but she was too weak to do so, and the pulsating ripples of healing magic flowing through her aching body only made her feel weaker. Who was healing her? Byleth? Annette? Then who was speaking? Every thought made her head ache even more intensely. They have fled from the divine judgment their actions call down upon them. They have defiled the holy tomb, dishonored the goddess, and humiliated our brethren. No amount of repentance will bring their wretched souls salvation. I will see to it they burn in the eternal flames and spill every last drop of their blood into the goddess soil. But you remain here at my side, ever faithful. I knew you were the one." Her consciousness, a bulwark against oblivion, was quickly fading, and with it went her strength to mount any kind of resistance to the dark fog worming its way into every corner of her brain. The softly spoken words gliding gently into her ears seemed to recede farther and farther into the distance. "The scales have fallen from my eyes. I know now that the thief was a false prophet and the fruit of Citri's womb, fruit of the poisoned tree. It couldn't be. That voice, it wasn't possible. I promise you, I shall rip her chest open with my bare hands and take back the heart she has proven so unworthy to bear. No. Oh, but I am so happy to have you still at my side, Edelgard. You did not mean those things you said to Anselm, did you?" "No, certainly not, unlike your treacherous friends." "No. No. But rest now. Rest well. You shall feel better in the morning." "No, no, no. No. My child, sleep well and grow healthy, for mother." Chapter 38, Dmitri Alexander Bladded. He stood in the center of the catacombs, surrounded by the dusty stone tombs of long-dead bishops and cardinals and the tombs of archbishops that he knew to be empty. He saw the world from within the gaping jaws of a steel wolf, its curved fangs encroaching on his vision as though the beast were swallowing him whole. He held out his glaive and turned the dull back of its single-edged blade against the girl lying on the floor in front of him. She was pale as a ghost, her long emerald hair, pulled out of its ornately styled curls, spilled out in a halo around her head, and when he used the blade to lift up a lock of that shimmering green hair, he could see the delicate point to her ears. When he drew the blade away, it left a slender cut on her cheek that let a single droplet of blood ooze out of it. "I am the Hurricane King. Count up your sins, for the dead demand their tribute." His voice came from the wolf's throat. "Slay the beast," his father commanded. "Show the world the lengths to which you shall go for our revenge. Plunge your spear into its heart," his mother commanded. He wasn't here to kill. The ghosts could howl and bark at him all they liked, but he was here for a purpose. A show of force and nothing more. There was a flurry of violence, the girl was forgotten. He felt the haft of a lance splinter in his hands, then his fingers curling around a throat. The throat, bruising more every second as his fingers hooked into the flesh, and the steel and leather that capped his fingertips burrowed in deeper, belonged to a man with green hair like the girl's, but darker. The man's face was turning blue, then purple, eyes bulging as he gasped for breath. "You are the living monument to his sins," his father said. "Make him beg," his mother said. "I am the living monument to your sins. The storm of reckoning and liberation is nigh, now beg the goddess for forgiveness and salvation with your last breath." A part of him deeper than the ghosts wanted to keep squeezing until the beast before him breathed his last. For the past 6 months he had wondered, staring at his calm and composed face. What horrors lurked beneath, what role it had played in the twisted experiments that had brought life to these phantoms howling in his head. He wanted to tear that face off and see what secret evils lay beneath. The stench of blood and fear became too strong to resist even with her in the room, staring at him with her piercing azure eyes. He might not be able to stop himself. The firm hand of the Reaper pulled him away. "Halt, my liege. You are pushing yourself too hard. We have made an impression. Our work here is done." But their work was not done. There were more people to terrorize, though, infuriatingly, none to kill. The Cardinal, for example. He wanted to tear the man's heart out, but only pursued him as a show of force. No one in the sacrosanct halls of the monastery, which had never seen conflict in all its nearly 1,000 years of history, could believe that they were safe. Not even the students. He attacked one of the houses on an excursion to the ruins. He and the Reaper had business there. Their secrets needed to be hidden from those who would uncover them, and to keep those secrets they were prepared to shed blood. And blood they did shed. But it was the girl with lilac eyes who held the object of his desire. And for once even the ghosts stopped baying for blood like hounds hungry for the hunt. His voice was the wolf's voice. "You do not know what you are meddling with. Vengeance comes to those who bring it upon themselves." His weapon reached for her heart slowly and menacingly. She stared at him with not a trace of fear in her eyes, her back to the edge of a cliff. If his lance, splattered with the blood of other students, would have frightened her, she would have tumbled to her death. But she was firm and resolute. It was as though nothing in the world could challenge her. Even though she had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, she was utterly unafraid. If she did not relinquish the book she clutched in her hands, she would have to be killed, and for once the monster inside him and the phantoms which conveyed its will to his ears dreaded the thought of spilling blood. She slowly crouched down and set the book ablaze. The deed was done. There was no need to kill. "We have done enough," he told the Reaper, and for once the ghosts agreed. He was not in the guise of the wolf when the traitor destroyed the village, but he was filled with its lust for blood all the same, and he and his ghosts all howled in one voice for the monster's perdition. Nor was he in the guise of the wolf when he met the traitor again in the forest. All he knew then was rage and pain. That which was not stained black was drenched with blood. The sky itself seemed red, the snow on the ground. "Give back my professor. Bring her back. Or I'll kill you. I'll rip out your wicked heart and show it to you. I'll chop you up into little tiny pieces and bury every piece in a different part of Fodlan so that your wretched soul will never know peace. You will know true pain before I finally allow you to die." Bestial fury consumed him. The howls of those damned to haunt his mind consumed him. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! I'll kill you! 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 I'll kill you!" There was no Reaper this time to hold him back. But there was a star in the sky. "I am the Hurricane King," he finally said, and when he spoke it, he did not speak from within the jaws of the steel wolf, nor did he wear its trappings. But his enemy was close at hand, and she had his two most precious people within her clutches. "Tear her wicked head from her shoulders," his father howled. "Rip her heart from her chest," his mother bade. He was going to kill her. He was going to free the ghosts whose spectral forms swirled around his heart and mind. He was going to save the girl with the stern violet eyes and the woman with the piercing azure emerald stare. He was going to kill the beast. He was going to save everybody. "Mother! Father! You're all going home." He felt as though his heart had been torn out of his chest. Whatever was beating inside him was something else, something intangible, because he felt as hollow and thin-skinned as a delicate glass vase, one that would shatter at the slightest force. There was a little light. Faint. Indistinct. The bloody color of light bleeding through the veins in his eyelids. Thoughts were beyond his grasp, but images and sensations swirled around in his head. He remembered the splitting of glowing jade stone. He remembered the sight of scales sprouting from flesh as wings burst out from the beast's shoulders and spread their terrible spans from one end of the tomb, it seemed, to another, the sight of fingernails swelling to wicked claws. He remembered the feeling as though every drop of blood in his body was fighting to leap from his veins and drain itself into the chasm. He remembered the compulsive urge to dig his fingernails as deep into his flesh as he could and tear, liberate the blood from its flesh prison, allow it to flow home to where it belonged, deep within the bowels of the earth. He felt a single eyelid just barely crack open, enough for a sliver of light to blind him, and the faint and indistinct murmurs he had heard earlier but had been unable to parse resolved into something intelligible. Of the bones in his right arm were broken, but we've reduced it all to a single fracture. It's a miracle we were able to save his face. Those scars were so deep. You say they were self-inflicted? Regardless, right now, all His Majesty needs is rest. His mind remembered words again, and remembered further back. Names, faces. He opened his eyes. The light flooding them dimmed as the faint blur suspended before him resolved into a face. A face made entirely of hard angles as though carved from granite, thought softened with concern. It belonged to a man from Duskur, one of the last of his people. His skin was brown and short crew-cut hair so fair it was nearly silver. Some people may have found his face frightening due to its consistent stoicism that threatened a severe personality. Some may have found it frightening simply because it was that of a man from Duskur. The face belonged to a man named Didu Molinaro. "Your Majesty," Didu said. His voice, hardly a whisper, nearly cracked. His eyes, a pale aquamarine, glistened wetly in the light. Next to him was clustered a team of healers clad in white robes. "His Majesty." Dimitri remembered. "Didu," he whispered, his voice hardly able to drag itself out of his throat. "Where are we?" "We are in a provisional camp outside of Xanadu. As planned, we were able to successfully exfiltrate the Holy Tomb infiltration force and rendezvous with the scouts we sent ahead." It took several seconds for the news to register in Dimitri's brain. The mission was successful. "Our initial goal was successfully achieved," Didu said, which hinted to there having been severe setbacks. Dimitri tried to force himself to sit up. Bruises and fresh scars all across his body ached ferociously. His right arm, bound in a splint and a sling, was pressed to his bare chest. His breath left his mouth in white clouds and the cold air prickled the skin on the back of his neck and stung his lungs. "It's cold," he mumbled, shivering. "Conditions are not ideal." Didu turned to one of the healers. "Fetch a cloak for His Majesty." As the healer hurried off, Didu unraveled the scarf from around his neck, teal and tan fabric woven into ornate patterns unique to his tribe, and wrapped it snugly around Dimitri's neck. Dimitri took his hand and curled it around one of Didu's before he could pull it away. It was warm. "Thank you," he said. "My friend. It is the least I can do." "Do you remember what happened?" Dimitri slowly and hesitantly nodded as his mind gathered up the tiny pieces of his shattered memories and pieced them back together. As he collected his thoughts and gathered his wits about him, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. There was another cot beside his own in the tent that served as a makeshift infirmary. A woman lay asleep on the cot. Feathery hair the color of fresh mint leaves, so lustrous it almost seemed to shine with its own light, framed her ashen face with closed eyes and a slack jaw that kept her mouth just barely open as her chest slowly rose and fell. There was a sword resting on the ground at her side, a wicked weapon that seemed to be carved entirely out of the bones of some ancient behemoth, its blade the segmented spiny columns of the beast's backbone. "Professor," Dimitri gasped, recognizing the woman's face. A flood of memories rushed through him, visions in his mind's eye. He recalled the first time he'd met her, the way she had thrown herself in front of him when the bandit he'd hired lunged at him with an axe. He remembered seeing her for the first time standing in front of the class in the Blue Lion's common room, awkwardly struggling through the first lecture she'd ever delivered. He remembered, slowly and over many months, seeing the woman's oddly icy heart grow warmer and warmer, seeing the rare smile become an occasional smile, and he remembered feeling more and more comfortable in her presence until he realized that he couldn't live without her. And when ordered to turn herself and her class against him, she had said no. She had chosen him against all odds, against all reason, and she had saved him yet again from an inevitable fate. He was alive, and once again, he owed it all to her. He forced himself off of his cot and onto his legs, though his knees buckled under his weight. With Didu propping him up, he crossed the short distance between his cot and his professor's. "Byleth," he said, reaching out and laying a hand on her forehead, brushing aside wisps of hair from her brow. Her skin was still warm. "Is she all right?" "She has a pulse," one of the healers said, "but no heartbeat." "I don't understand, that isn't possible." "A pulse, but no heartbeat." Something made the blood in her veins flow with a steady rhythm, but whatever it wasn't her heart. Dmitri recalled that Sylvain had once told him that Byleth had claimed to him that her heart didn't beat. Sylvain had just assumed she was joking, because hearts were one of those things people just couldn't live without. Sylvain. Another face. A mop of red hair. Sylvain, and Felix, too. Felix with his scowl and his deep indigo hair and dark amber eyes. And Ingrid, of course, fair-haired, stern, and strong, who had kept the boys out of trouble since they had all first met over 10 years ago, though those early years still eluded Dmitri's memory. His old friends from Ferdiad, although to be specific Sylvain lived in Gautier, Felix in Frildarius, and Ingrid in Galatia, and they only visited in the summer or when their parents were on business. Professor Byleth taught the Blue Lions. "Is she alive?" Dmitri asked. The healer shrugged. "Well, something's keeping her blood pumping." "So yes, Your Majesty, I think so." Dmitri's hand lingered on Byleth's forehead. He didn't want to pull it away. He wanted to let her warmth soothe his palm until her eyes opened and she greeted him with, perhaps, one of her occasional smiles. But he could not linger. "The Blue Lions, Didu, are classmates, are they?" "Outside," Didu said. "Few sustained any serious injuries, none as serious as yours." "Take me to them." One of the healers returned with a midnight blue cloak lined with silver wolf's fur and draped it over his shoulders. With a shield against the cold, he left the tent, though his legs were still weak and struggled to keep him upright. It was light outside, the cloudy sky was a uniform grey haze. The provisional camp occupied the citadel of an old, long-abandoned garrison, perhaps a morning's march from Xanadu and a day or so from Gareg Mach, its crumbling facade open to the elements. The citadel was as vast and open as Gareg Mach's great hall, but far emptier and dilapidated, its roof dotted with holes where stone had crumbled away. Torches guttered in their sconces in the darkest corners and bonfires boiled snow for fresh water. Wind howled and whistled through the citadel. Dmitri recognized his classmates around one of the more distant fires, huddling around it for warmth. Sylvain, Felix, and Ingrid were there, and Annette, 4 of the original 8 Blue Lions. Annette was either asleep or unconscious, and her head had fallen into Felix's lap, her red hair undone and spilling over his dark cloak in fiery waves as he stared off into the distance as though pointedly refusing to look Dmitri's way. Ingrid was awake, trembling hands wrapped around a canteen as she shivered from the cold, head bowed, shoulders quivering. Sylvain sat with a grim and pensive look on his face as he conversed in a low voice with the others. There was Raphael Kirsten, a commoner from Leicester whose towering physique and curly golden hair gave him the appearance of some ancient sun god. Huddled next to him were Ignaz Victor, another commoner from Leicester whose glasses turned to solid discs in the firelight, and Bernadetta von Varley, a young and skittish noblewoman from the Adrestian Empire. The last 3 were people who were not subjects of the kingdom, not beholden to its king, and had no reason to follow him. But here they were, huddled around a fire and wrapped in thin blankets to ward off the cold. That was everyone. Except Edelgard, he mumbled to himself. There was a hole among his classmates, a palpable absence. An imperious young woman, often stern but often kind, with long brown hair and hard lilac eyes and a resolve as strong as the most valiant knight. A princess from the Adrestian Empire, his stepsister through her mother's marriage to his father. A mysterious girl who sometimes seemed to know far more than she ought to. A girl who challenged and supported him often in the same breath, who always stood by him, and who, like Byleth, had shown him more love than he had known what to do with, no matter what side of himself he had shown to her. He looked to Didu. "Didu, where is she? Was she hurt? Is she in another medical tent? Where's Edelgard?" He recalled the Holy Tomb. Edelgard had been in the grip of her older brother Prince Anselm, Archbishop Ria's toadying lackey, and he had been ordered to bring her to her for the sake of a monstrous ritual. Though Edelgard had tried to escape, in the chaos when the ground had split open and the dragons had burst free of their human shadows, she must have. "Tell me she is here, Didu. Tell me she is here, somewhere, resting." "I cannot," Your Majesty, Dida said. I'm sorry. We need to go back, he said. His fellow blue lions took notice of him as his voice rose from a hoarse and weary whisper. We need to go back. Back to Garreg Mach, back to the church, back to Rhea. We have to save Edelgard. I have to save Edelgard. Now, before it's too late, El needs us. Dida held him back. I am sorry, Your Majesty. You are needed at the capital. Your declaration of war cannot be delayed. And this provisional camp lacks the resources to mount a rescue mission. By the time we muster our army it may be too late for her. I am sorry. Do not act as though she is already dead. Imagine the horrors and torture she is being subjected to right now. See the scars on my body and the hair upon my head and imagine them on her. Our priorities. To the flames with your priorities. Edelgard is my priority. He tore himself free of Dida's supportive grip and stumbled toward his classmates. All of you, get up. We are going back to Garreg Mach. His legs gave out and he hit the ground with enough force to lose consciousness. He awakened back in the healer's tent, back on the cot, back at Bylitha's side while she slept. He could see Dida speaking in a low voice with one of his soldiers, but he could not hear him. Instead, he heard Glenfril Darius. Look on the bright side, he sneered, sounding so much like Felix that it hurt. At least you'll be too late to watch her die. Dimitri shook his head. You really are pathetic. They're talking about you out there, you know. Your classmates, what's left of them. They're all talking about how disgusting you are. They saw Archbishop Rhea kidnap your sister and turn into a great beast and they're still more afraid of you, you wretch, than they are of her. Stop it. His father came next. King Lambert had been a good and kind man, from what little Dimitri could remember, but he had also been a strict and stern man when the time called for it, and it was that cold and steely voice he'd always had when disciplining him that Dimitri heard in his head. When he closed his eyes he could see his father standing before him in the void with his head in his hands, viscera dripping from the severed stump of his neck and staining the fur-lined collar of his royal cloak and blood oozing from his head and leaving dark stains on his polished silver armor. His cold, pale blue eyes were even colder and paler, sightless, with pupils turned a milky white. You failed in your responsibilities as a king. You were crowned over 2 months ago, as soon as you came of age, and yet you shirked your duties and returned to Garreg Mach. You were so afraid to become a man that you extended your boyhood as long as possible. Now you are nothing but a man-child, unfit to wear my crown. I am ashamed of you. You're not real, let me be. He'd never spoken that way to his father. No matter how frustrated he'd been with him in life or in death. But right now he couldn't help himself. Besides, ghosts weren't real. Edelgard was right. Lambert and Patricia were dead, and Glenn and Emil, too, their graves covered in asphodel. Phantoms were just his mind's own innermost fears taking familiar shapes, and if he saw them or heard them, then it was just a bit of indigestion or a blot of mustard or a lump of underdone potato. Where is my daughter, dear Dee? His mother Patricia no, Anselma was next. For all her kindness, for all the love she had shown Dimitri, he had found her more than once staring wistfully out the window, seemingly blind to his existence as she gazed at the city laid out before the royal palace. Dimitri hadn't seen her die, only wither away in the dungeons, but imagined her with a pale face and dead eyes and pale lips like fattened worms, her gown stained deep crimson and black all down its front from a gash in her throat that gaped from one side of her neck to the other and seemed to curve like a wicked smile beneath her face. Where is she, my dear, my darling Elle? She asked, her long dark hair floating lazily around her face as though she were standing at the bottom of a lake. She had her brother Folkhard's hair, so dark brown it was nearly black, but she had Edelgard's face from the slender curve of her brow and jawline to the shape of her lips to the lilac color of her dead eyes. Where is she, Dimitri? You knew I always loved her best. You knew I was empty without her, and not even you or your father could fill the void in my heart. You knew that you couldn't possibly replace the life I brought into this world. And yet you left her behind. You failed to kill Rhea and left my only daughter to rot. His eyes snapped open and he flung himself forward, forcing himself to sit up. Shut up, both of you. Didu and the soldier he'd been conversing with fell silent and stared at him. I am sorry, Dimitri mumbled. I did not mean to shout. Dido looked to the soldier. Wait for me outside. We will continue this conversation later. The soldier saluted. Yes, General Molinaro. He drew to the side of the cot once the soldier had left. Was it a nightmare, Your Majesty? Yes, Dmitri admitted. He felt ashamed of himself. He was the king of Faerghus, not a frightened child. But no matter. Tell me exactly what happened at the Holy Tomb after I fell unconscious. You can't drown us out so easily, Glenn hissed. After you, Professor Byleth, and the second decoy Hurricane King collapsed, we were forced to retreat, Dido explained. The Mage Corps accompanying our soldiers took the initiative to warp the three of you outside of the tomb while the rest of us fled on foot. Once we reconvened, the Mage Corps spirited our forces away to this camp. What happened to the decoy Hurricane Kings? I elected to have them remain in the vicinity of Gareg Mach. Their identities have yet to be compromised, so they can come and go as they please within the monastery. They will be an invaluable asset once our army is amassed. The one with the crest of flames is safe, sir. I assume he remained unconscious at least as long as you did, but he had the other one to look after him. Who is he? That information is confidential. Even from me? I am your king, can you really not tell me? Operational security. What if it is Yuri? Do you truly understand how happy I would be to see him again? It would be as though you could see your sensing Dido's intractable recalcitrance. Dmitri sighed and shook his head, choosing not to finish that thought. Did you see Rhea take Edelgard? When I last saw her, Prince Anselm had retrieved her. She's dead, Glenn said. Rhea executed her for heresy in your stead. She let her head roll across the floor, just like your dear dead old dads. Or maybe she crushed her under her paw in a fit of pique and left her a bloody smear on the floor. She is not dead, Dmitri insisted. I do not want you to get your hopes up, Your Majesty, Dido said. She is still alive. Rhea clearly needed her to be alive for that ritual. Please, Dido, do not act so certain that she is a lost cause. She is. She'll be with us soon, Emil drawled, his long dirty blonde hair streaked with silver and white and channels of blood rolling from his hooded eyes down his cheeks like tears. It's not so bad here, really, Yuri said. He had once been a handsome boy with soft, almost feminine features, eyes and hair the color of young foxglove blooms and a tongue just as poisonous, and a kind heart that belied his rudeness, but when Dmitri closed his eyes he could see that his hair was stark white, his cheeks were pale and sunken, his fair skin was covered with sores and lesions, his eyes were cold, and he had no kind words to say except in jest. At least you'll get to see her again. It's more than you deserve. Dmitri shook his head to rid himself of those horrid spirits as a dog might try to dry its fur. Yuri, especially, needed to shut up, he couldn't be a ghost if he were still alive. And besides, ghosts weren't real. They were only delusions, reflections of his deepest fears. I want to gather up the forces for a rescue mission, Dido. Now. How pathetic, his father spat. You dare put one girl ahead of your people. We do not have the manpower, and the more we delay in returning to Fhirdiad, the longer it will take to attack Gareg Mach, Dido said. If we go now, we may be able to bring our main forces to bear before the month is through. But if we delay now, I won't accept that, Dmitri said. He forced himself off of the cot and onto his feet, feeling slightly less unsteady. I refuse. We have enough to send a small team into Gareg Mach to rescue Edelgard. We have the Hurricane Kings on the inside still who can aid us. You are our tactician, Dido. Don't tell me you cannot think of a plan. Dido shook his head. First things first, we must issue the call to arms. You have a speech to make at Fhirdiad, and the sooner the better. We must rally the people against the Central Church quickly if we are to have them on our side. Every moment of unnecessary inaction weakens us and strengthens Rhea. I am going to speak to our classmates, Dmitri said, storming out of the tent. However they feel about me, I know their hearts are moved by Edelgard's plight. Outside, a bitter wind, the vengeful dying gasp of the Pegasus moon on the first day of the lone moon, howled through the garrison with the sound and fury of a storm, forcing the bonfires and the torches lighting the gloomy citadel to gutter and shrink down as though cowering in fear. He stalked the camp and found Ingrid bartering with one of the kingdom soldiers, a satchel of gold coins in her hand. "This is easily twice what your horse is worth, plus those provisions. Take it." Money changed hands and she began to walk away, tracing a path outside. "Wait. Ingrid!" Dmitri called out, following after her. "What are you doing?" She froze. "Nothing, your majesty," she corrected, turning to face him. "You said something about a horse and provisions." Her gaze drifted away from him. Dmitri reflected on the way she had charged at him at the Holy Tomb and realized how easily he could have killed her by accident when he had struck her down. If she had fallen differently, if she had cracked the back of her skull open on the floor. "Ingrid," he said, "I apologize sincerely for striking you down. But all I did was defend myself. Why did you attack me? Why?" There was a flash of anger in her green eyes. "Do you know how much I've hated the Hurricane King all these months? After what he did to Seath and Flane, was that you, or one of the others?" "That was me. But if you will let me explain, Seath and Flane are the enemy. Was it you in Xanadu, when you nearly killed the golden deer to a man, or one of the others?" "That was me. The Death Knight, and I did not intend to kill anyone, only to maim." "Were you Solin's ally? Cornelius? Did you know about Mercedes? About Remire? Did those other Hurricane Kings try to kill Edelgard on your command? What about the sealed forest? Ingrid, you don't understand, Solon and Cornelia betrayed us, betrayed Rodrigue. Was Seath replaced on your orders? My men moved on my command. Were you the one who stabbed Cardinal Ealfric 37 times in the chest while he slept?" "No. And why should I believe you?" she snarled. "Ingrid, I am your king." Ingrid shook her head. Her chest and shoulders were heaving, as though the force of her explosive outburst had been as exhausting as 3 days' march. "No. No, Dmitri. I can't. I just can't." She hurried away. "Wait. Ingrid." Dmitri hurried after her. "I know what I am and what I have done, but Archbishop Rhea is holding Edelgard prisoner. Be my knight. Be a knight of House Bladded and help me save her. Isn't that what you've always wanted?" "I don't know anymore," she spat, teary-eyed, and Dmitri watched her leave. He remembered little about his childhood, about his time before the tragedy of Duscur. Vague impressions, mostly of his parents and of Glenn, the people he had lost. But when he had been rescued by Rodrigue and returned to Fhirdiad, she, along with Felix and Sylvain, had been the first to greet him. She had been the first to step toward the bed in which he had lain, convalescing, with a sad but hopeful smile on her face and a bouquet of bluebell and sage flowers clutched in her hands. When he had looked at her, it had been clear from his expression, or so he supposed, that he had no idea who she was. Just a few seconds after their eyes had met, she had burst into tears and run out of the room, leaving the flowers behind on the floor. It was the most vivid first memory he had of her. Most of the older ones had returned with time, but they still felt as though they had happened to a different person than the Dmitri who recalled them. "You are a Bladded. The people of Faerghus will always follow you, wherever you may lead." Rodrigue had told him that dozens, hundreds of times over the past 6 years. But Ingrid was not following him. Once again she had turned her back on him with tears in her eyes. "The people of Faerghus will never follow you," his father spat in his ear. "Rodrigue was a fool to put his faith in you. I was a fool. If you had only been strong enough to slay Rhea right then and there, all of our souls could have been laid to rest, but you were weak. How you disappoint me, my son. You will never be rid of us and we will never be rid of you." Dmitri tried to shut the words out. He tried to recall the sound of Edelgard's voice amid the din of his inner demons. What was it she had said to him after Ash's death? "We must not let our mistakes weigh us down. Acknowledge them and take what you have learned to move on. That is a privilege only the living possess." But was he supposed to move on alone? Was he to stand by and watch as those he had once thought of as friends turn their backs on him, or chase hopelessly after them? Next, he found Felix nearby with a saddlebag slung over his shoulder. "Felix," he said, "what are you doing? What does it look like?" Felix asked. "Felix, please. Since the War of Heroes, Blad did, and Frildarius. We've known each other since we were unbreached and you still think I give a shit about tradition. He chuckled darkly, a mirthless laugh, and brushed away the strands of midnight blue hair that fell over his brow. Ingrid left us, Felix. Please, I need your help. You sorry for the monster she is. And so what? Why should I help you? Why do you think I have any faith in your ability to lead? Don't you want to save Edelgard? Save her? Why do you think we lost her in the first place? Felix snapped. Rhea. No, you half-wit. It's because you got that evil look in your eyes the moment the fighting broke out. Just like all those years ago in the West, when we put down that rebellion. Do you remember that? You didn't care about protecting people or the common good of the kingdom, just spilling as much blood as it would take to slake your thirst. The same thing happened at the tomb. If you hadn't been so damn tunnel-visioned, so damn single-minded, you could have saved Edelgard yourself with all that hideous strength of yours. This is all because you would have rather trampled Rhea with your hooves and gored her with your tusks than think for one goddess-damned second. No, King Lambert retorted. This is all because you did not kill her when you had the chance. Go back to Garreg Mach, Dimitri. Go back there and slay the witch. Save her and put our souls to rest. I do care about protecting people, Dimitri insisted to Felix. I care about you, and Edelgard and all of us, but... He had always known, ever since his hair had turned white, that he was a monster. He knew that he had lost his mind on that day when he and Felix had been 15 and had gone out to put down a ragtag band of peasants who had taken up arms against Count Rowe. Just as he had lost his mind when Solon had taken Byleth away from him. Just as he had lost his mind at the Holy Tomb. Whether Felix was right or his father was, it was his fault that Edelgard wasn't here. He fell to his knees before Felix and bowed his head. That is why I need you, Felix. That is why I need you, my friend. We're not friends. We were once. If you cannot follow me, then please advise me. Be the Kifon to my Lug. Lead me instead. I'd even give you my crown. Don't slobber on my boots, Bor. Felix stepped away from him. Anyway, my father is already holding your leash. Why don't you beg him to lead you? Give him the damn crown if you want. He looked down at Dimitri with contempt in his dark amber eyes and his lip curled in a sneer. Felix knows what I know now, Glenn whispered in Dimitri's ear. He's seen you for what you are, a worthless, pitiful monster in human skin. Now he knows that you aren't just a beast, but a cowardly whelp as well. Please, Felix. Dimitri remembered Felix more clearly than the other three. By the time he had been rescued from the experiments, Felix had already changed utterly and completely. In his childhood, Felix had been, for lack of a better word, a crybaby. His skin had been soft and thin, easily bruised by both actions and by words. He had frightened easily and cried freely, especially when Glenn was mean to him the way big brothers could often be. But after the tragedy of Duscur, Felix had reshaped himself. He had made himself bitter, cold, and hard like his brother. He had been transformed by his hardships almost as much as Dimitri had been, but unlike Dimitri, who had become a wild and raging storm, Felix had become a blade of ice as sharp as a dagger and as bitter as wormwood. I beg of you, please help me. If not for my sake, then for Edelgard's and for Byleth's. With a resigned sigh, Felix let the saddlebag's strap slip from his shoulder into the crook of his elbow. I'll think about it, he decided. But no more groveling. If you get so much of a drop of spittle on me, I'm leaving. Dimitri sighed. Thank you, Felix. Don't bother thanking me yet, Bor, Felix said as he stormed off. I said I'd think about it and I meant it. Even Felix's tentative acquiescence did not lift Dimitri's spirits. He returned to the healer's tent, pursued all the while by the mockery of the dead, and kept watch over Byleth. In sleep, she seemed placid, almost serene, in sharp contrast to the tempest whirling and screaming in his head. The faint rise and fall of her chest, barely perceptible, was the only proof that she was still alive, otherwise, she was as still in her repose as a corpse. Professor, he whispered softly, taking her hand in his. Had her hands always been so warm as they were now, or had he only just noticed? You always seem to have the answers, and I need to know now more than ever what to do. How do I silence the desperate pleas of the dead? Didu and Rodrigue want me to go to Fhirdiad and start the war. My father and all of the phantoms who follow in his wake. Stop whining to that woman and kill that wretched Rhea. Go back to the monastery and slay her yourself. Want nothing but for Rhea to die. I want Edelgard. All I've ever wanted has been revenge, but I would give it all up if I could have you and her beside me. So tell me, since you always know, what should I do? Professor, you must have some instructions for me, advice, even just a suggestion. He slowly sank to his knees, still shivering from the cold. When he fell, he took Bylitha's hand with him, letting her arm dangle off the side of the cot as he held her hand to his cheek. What has that witch done to you, Professor? Are you to sleep forever? He feared to close his eyes as her knuckles brushed against his skin, fearing the decaying faces that dwelt on the other side of his eyelids, but he couldn't help but let his leaden eyelids fall over his eyes. For a moment, there was darkness. For a moment, in the abyss, he could see a lady in red reaching out to him as though to drag him with her to the flames of torment. He jolted awake at the sensation of Didu's hand on his shoulder. Your Majesty, Didu intoned, rousing him from his slumber. I said you needed more rest. I will never get used to you calling me that, Dimitri said. Nor that epithet, coming from you. How many times had he asked, no, begged Didu to call him by his name, like a friend and not a vassal. But tell me what you have to say. Didu's fingers nervously traveled across the hem of his scarf. Ingrid is gone. For security, she should be neutralized, Didu added. Can you really bring yourself to do that? Dimitri asked. Were Ingrid in my position and I in hers, Didu said, she would not hesitate to find me and cut me down. I thought you two were finally getting along. So did I. What was left of Dimitri's heart sank into his gut like a stone into a bottomless mire. Do not kill her. Do not order her killed. She was my friend. And if you must someday face her on the battlefield. I know this is unwise. I know that Rodrigue would tell me the same thing as you. But Professor Byleth tried to save all of us. I do not want that to be for naught. Didu looked forlorn. Could you have brought yourself to kill her? Dimitri asked him. If I had to, Your Majesty. Only if I had to. My purpose is to stain my hands with blood when you cannot. No, Dimitri said. He let out a heavy sigh. You can leave as well, Didu, if you wish. There is nothing for you at my side. There is nothing for me without you at my side, Your Majesty. Dimitri knew he was right. Didu had nothing. His family had been lynched, his village slaughtered to a man and set ablaze, just like every other town in Duscur. Duscurite men, women, and children outside of their homeland, scattered across Faerghus, survived on the margins of society. They kept out of sight and resigned themselves to a life within the shadows, never speaking their native tongues, nor cooking their native food or praying to their native gods. For all Dimitri had lost, Didu had still lost more than he could fathom. I wish you had someone better than me at your side, Didu, he said. I have failed you so utterly. Everything has fallen apart. First Ingrid has left, Felix is bound to leave as well, and I fear whoever may be next. How could I have deluded myself into thinking our class would follow wherever we led? How can I bring justice to your people when my closest friends cannot even stand the sight of me? You still have an army. You still have a kingdom. You still have Rodrigue. You still have me. Didu took him by the hand. Your Majesty, that was all you ever needed. Together we will destroy the church, with or without our classmates. Dimitri looked to Byleth as she slept. Do you think she will leave us as well? Sir, please, rest, Didu said. We must decide on a course of action soon, and the sooner you are fit to pursue it, the better. The two of them remained still and silent for a while. So, Dimitri said, desperate to ease the tension, General Molinaro, congratulations on your promotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. I wonder how my soldiers feel about it. No one from Duscur has ever been a general in the Kingdom Army before. Of course they do not mind. I am one of the good ones. I hope things change when we reveal the truth. I hope my people realize how stupid and cruel they have been to yours. I hope they begin to make amends. It was then that Byleth stirred, let a low and soft sound escape from her gently parted lips, and opened her eyes. Professor! Dmitri cried out, relief washing the fear and stench of sin from his mind and soul. He leaped to his feet and stood over her as her emerald eyes, hazy and unfocused, slowly regained their spark and their vitality. Professor, you are awake. Finally. Byleth looked at him, blinking bemusedly. How long have I been out? She mumbled blearily. You look so worried. 5 years? More? Less? Dmitri couldn't help but laugh. The better part of a day, Professor, he said. Do you recall the events in the Holy Tomb, Professor? Didu asked, and Dmitri's blood ran cold. Would Professor Byleth change her mind about choosing not to kill him now that the battle was ended? Was she regretting not siding with Rhea? I remember telling you all to save Edelgard, Byleth said. She sat up, running a hand through her messy mint green hair to flatten her more unruly locks. Everything after that is hazy. Did you save Edelgard? She studied Dmitri's face, then Didu's. Her own face fell soon afterward. I am sorry, Professor, Dmitri said. I wish I could have said I tried my best, but I fear I did not even do that. I allowed the madness to take me again. No need to fear that, Byleth said. She slid off of the cot and picked up the sword of the Creator, slotting it into the sword belt at her hip. Your arm. Every bone in it was broken, apparently, Dmitri explained as Byleth laid her hands on the sling that held his broken arm, but the healers here managed to reduce it to a single fracture. A greenish glow surrounded Byleth's hands and bled into his arm. Professor, you don't have to, you just woke up, you must be weak yourself, Dmitri sputtered as the warmth dulled the throbbing ache running through the bone until it had vanished completely. It's fine, Byleth said. Let's not keep the rest of your class waiting, Dmitri. After Didu had filled Byleth in, the three of them left the tent. However, they did not get far before they were flagged down by a pair of soldiers and brought out of the citadel. The sun was invisible against the slate-gray ceiling of clouds that stretched from horizon to horizon, but the darkening of the sky made it clear that sunset was fast approaching. Outside, a wyvern sat on the field, tended to by its rider. Dmitri could tell that the beast had recently landed from the irritable twitching of its tail and wingtips. Your Majesty, the rider cried out as they approached. King Dmitri, General Molinaro, I bring word from Gareg Mach. He panted breathlessly, as though he had flown all the way from the monastery himself and not on the back of his wyvern. Byleth raised her eyebrows at Didu. You're a general now. Yes, Didu said. On the orders of Lord Frildarius. The documents were unsealed a week before the attack on the Holy Tomb. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Dmitri might have just imagined it, but it seemed Didu was trying hard not to smile. What is the word? He asked the soldier. Is it about Princess Edelgard? There is a strike force headed our way, sir, the soldier replied. They have already set out from Gareg Mach. If they march through the night, they will be here before dawn. How can they know where we are? Didu inquired. I don't doubt they'll find us, sir, the soldier answered. Captain Catherine and Lieutenant Shamir are both at the front of the strike force. Shamir can track anything, and we don't have the strength to repel an assault led by Thunder Catherine. What do we do, sir? Stand and fight, King Lambert hissed in Dmitri's ear. Slay them to a man with the strength that will burn even the gods. Tear Catherine's head from her shoulders in Rhea's stead, mount it on a pike, and fly it like a banner at the gates of Gareg Mach to show that monster a vision of her own fate. No, Dmitri said. I mean, no, we do not have the strength. He looked to Byleth. Unless. What do you suggest, Professor? Byleth thought for an agonizingly long moment. You need to get to Fhirdiad, right? We should head that way anyway, this attack just means we have to leave in more of a hurry. But Edelgard can take care of herself, she finished, and it was more of a relief than Dmitri had expected to hear someone finally refuse to see Edelgard's plight as a lost cause. For now, anyway. If we take the same route we took from Fhirdiad a few months ago, we can arrive in 3 days or so. If you ended to fly on that wyvern, you could even get there ahead of us. The sooner you can make your speech against the church and declare war, the sooner we can attack Gareg Mach, and the sooner we can rescue her. You seem surprisingly cavalier about attacking the monastery, Professor, Dmitri said. He couldn't quite believe it. Gareg Mach had been her home for nearly a year. Was she already resigned to the thought of bringing an army against it? Had she really decided to stay at his side so easily? Byleth shrugged. I want to save Edelgard, too. If she's being kept at Ria's side, the only way we'll have a shot at retrieving her is with a really big diversion. Like an army. Very well. I, King Dmitri Alexander Bladdid, give the order to mobilize our forces and retreat to Fhirdiad along the shortest possible route at sunset tonight. See to it the order is carried out, to General Molinaro. Didu opened his mouth and Dmitri, knowing what he was going to say, cut him off. I will use our remaining hours of daylight to get some rest, General. He turned to the pilot who was still standing at attention before them. Is your wyvern the only one in this camp? Yes, sir. General Molinaro and I will take it. Yes, sir, the soldier said with a sharp salute. It is an honor, sir. You're a coward, Dmitri, Glenn whispered. Coward, coward, coward. Cowardly little swine rolling in the mud, acting so confident and authoritative when you're tucking your tail between your legs and running away. Professor, General, Dmitri said, ignoring the phantom as best he could. Didu bowed. Didu is fine, Your Majesty. As long as you call me by my title, I shall call you by yours. You two, gather our class. I need to speak to all of them. So, the great Boar King is finally ready to make his grand proclamation. Glenn sneered. Are you going to squeal and snort at them for 5 minutes? Dmitri forced the voices out of his head. They weren't real. We're as real as the other voice in your head, Emil said. You can't push us away. He couldn't, but he could drown them out. He only had to focus on his classmates, and the sneers, jeers, taunts, and insults faded to a dull, throbbing, incomprehensible roar. He only had to focus on his classmates. Former classmates. While Didu saw to the soldiers, Byleth gathered all of the blue lions before him, save for Ingrid and Edelgard. And Ash, of course, who'd been lost months ago, or, more accurately, 400 years ago, and Mercedes, the Death Knight, who had not been at Dimitri's side for months now. Dmitri wondered about Ash. The humble commoner boy who had become one of Faerghus' most enigmatic heroes, the undesiring tactician. What would Ash say to him if he were here today? He had become one of the paragons of knighthood, part of a trio with the founding heroes Lug and Kifon. If ever there was a model of virtue to strive toward, it had been him. And then there was Dmitri, the wild boar, the werewolf, the devil among demons, as wicked an icon of villainy as Ash had been a virtuous icon of chivalry. They were all gathered there before him. Sylvain, whose roguish ruffling of his bright red hair seemed more nervous now than dashing, and whose devil-may-care swagger seemed more like an anxious fidgeting. Felix, whose crossed arms over his chest and skeptical scowl presented a hardened heart. Annette, whose kneading hands perhaps wished that she was in a kitchen working pastry dough into pleasant shapes rather than here in a crumbling fortress. Ignatz, who shivered from the cold and whose eyes behind the lenses of his glasses occasionally found themselves turning hard as he tried to put on a brave face. Raphael, whose sunny disposition finally seemed clouded. Bernadetta, who clutched her bow with a death grip and quivered like a nervous hare as thousands of possibilities, each worse than the last, ran through her mind. Only Professor Byleth, and of course Didu, seemed calm and composed, their serenity almost saint-like in its grace. I know you have your misgivings about me, Dmitri said, surveying his classmates' faces, and I cannot begrudge you for that. I have done wretched things as the Hurricane King, and I was foolish enough to think that an alliance with the likes of Solon and Cornelia could have proved advantageous without knowing the full extent of their wickedness. But you have all seen the enemy I face. For 1,000 years the beast known as the Immaculate One, who has hidden behind the guise of Archbishop Ria and every archbishop in her wake, has controlled the Central Church and thus controlled Fodlan, taking advantage of our faith in the goddess to commit unspeakable atrocities hidden from the light of day. You have all seen one such atrocity in the ritual Ria had planned for our friend and classmate Edelgard and for our Professor Byleth. I will save Edelgard and cast down this false prophet, and I ask you not as the Hurricane King but as myself to join me in my crusade." "Well, we all did see Rhea turn into a dragon," Sylvain said. "It's not like we can go running back to her." "The Knights of Syros are marching on this garrison," Dimitri continued. "They will arrive no later than dawn. We will have to leave for Fhirdiad by sunset today if we are to have any hope of shaking them off. If any of you should choose not to leave with us, you should hope that you can convince the knights that you were dragged here against your will. But now that you have all seen Lady Rhea's true nature, I doubt any of you will have any faith in her mercy." The remaining Blue Lions shared worried and skeptical looks, though Felix uncrossed his arms. "You have until our caravan leaves to make your decisions," he concluded, and with that he returned to his tent to rest. The voices of the damned bothered him less now. They had little else to say now that few of their prophecies of doom and abandonment had failed to come to pass. It was because Byleth was here now and supporting him, he supposed. She had always soothed the phantoms, somehow, just like Edelgard had. Just like. He became aware of something in his pocket and felt ashamed he'd forgotten it. He pulled it out and let it sit in his hand. It was a string of hardy twine connected to firm wire that bound a sealed crystal bottle, and suspended within the bottle was a preserved aster blossom and a small sprig of myrtle. The day before the incident in the Holy Tomb had that really been yesterday, Marianne had given it to him for luck. She had said for luck, at least, and as Dimitri clenched his fist around it he wondered if it was the reason he was still alive now. Yesterday, he realized, all of his classmates had been worried about nothing more than next week's final exams. Now they were worried with the imminent prospect of war against the Church of Syros and whichever parts of Fodlan allied themselves with them over the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus. The Holy Kingdom of Faerghus, which, he mused with the barest hint of an amused chuckle slipping from his lips, was no longer so holy anymore. From now on it would have to be just the Kingdom of Faerghus. "Excuse me, Dimitri?" Or, I mean, sir." It was Annette's voice outside the tent. "Come in," Dimitri said, returning the necklace to his pocket. Annette stepped inside. She'd worn mage's robes to the Holy Tomb with steel gauntlets in case she had needed to use the brawling and grappling techniques she had been so diligently practicing, and she still wore them now, though now she wore a spare cloak from the military's supplies over and had a pack of provisions slung over her shoulder along with the gauntlets. "Dimitri your Majesty," Annette said. A part of me wanted to leave with Felix if he decided to leave." She took a deep breath and set her face sternly, planting a serious frown between her round and rosy cheeks. "You knew Mercy was the Death Knight all along, didn't you?" Her voice was colder now, her tone indignant and accusing. "Yes, Annette," he said. "I did. It was always her in the suit." "Why? All this time, you knew, and why is she the Death Knight, Dimitri? Just tell me that much." "That suit was created to keep her alive, Annette. Mercedes and I underwent the same twisted experiments long ago," he explained, "and they dramatically shortened our lifespans, hers far more than mine. I am told I am unlikely to live past 30, but without that suit Mercedes is likely to die within the next 2 years, if not earlier." Annette's face crumpled, tears shimmered in her eyes. That's what she meant, when she said she couldn't live outside the suit. "Yes, Annette. And she works for Cornelia now." "Cornelia stole her from us," Dimitri said. He had assumed, along with Rodrigue, that Cornelia had only had altruistic reasons for building the life-sustaining armor for Mercedes, but her appearance at Castle Gaspard had taken both him and Rodrigue completely by surprise. Cornelia had taken her to use as her own weapon when she had broken ranks with the men in black. Now the terrifying strength the Death Knight possessed belonged solely to her. She stole her away when she betrayed Rodrigue and me. Annette silently buried her face in her hands and exhaled loudly into them. "You can leave," Dimitri told her. "Stay here and wait for the knights to come, return with them to Garreg Mach if you want. I know your father is among the Knights of Syros. I won't ask you to stand against him. I know that when I bring war to the monastery, he will be among those fighting to defend it." She pulled her hands from her face and let them fall to her sides. "If we save Edelgard, can we save Mercy, too?" Dimitri was taken aback. "Annette, what about your father?" "I don't want to fight him," she said. I don't want to see him get hurt again, not like what happened in the sealed forest. Even after everything he put my mother and me through. But there is something wrong with the church. I've seen it with my own eyes. I believe in the goddess, but someone has to fight them and I want to rescue Edelgard, too. And I believe in our professor, and she believes in you. Thank you, Annette. Just promise me one thing, Your Majesty. When Edelgard's back, we'll go after Cornelia and rescue Merci. I promise, Dmitri said. He didn't even need to hesitate. Cornelia was already marked for death in his eyes. He would kill her himself for his own reasons, but if that was what it took to liberate Mercedes from her control, then so be it. Will you stay, then? Annette nodded. We're staying, she said. A shaky half-smile tugged up the corners of her mouth. If Merci can't leave that suit, sorry, but I'm picturing us baking together like old times, and her in that big suit of spiky armor. You won't have to imagine it, Dmitri said. We will save her, Annette. I promise you as your king. In lighter spirits, she left the tent and left him to rest. Weariness settled into his bones as he laid down. If he didn't try to regain at least some of his strength, he was certain Dita wouldn't allow him to fly. For the first time since he'd woken up, he felt less like a monster pretending to be a person, like Ria, and more like merely a person with monstrous qualities. His heart beat, and the soul within was as human as anyone else's. He was not a beast, a monster, or a wild boar. If only Elle could be here, but all he had were her lingering words in his memories. As he laid back and rested, he took out the necklace and lifted his arm, letting the crystal bottle dangle from his hand over his face. He had never heard back from Margrave Edmund about his adopted daughter, and now he doubted he ever would. He tried to recall the feeling of Marianne's lips against his, knowing he would never feel them again. The effort made him feel hollow again. They had both been survivors. Dmitri had been able to tell at a glance from the guilt in her soft, doe-like brown eyes, and were both cursed with an inner beastliness deep within that, they feared, would consume what little remained of their humanity and the lives of those around them. Doubtless she was lost to him, and he to her. When next they met, they would meet not as lovers but enemies. How many times had he asked Marianne to transfer into the Blue Lions since they had first met in the month leading up to the winter ball? She'd always said it was just too late in the term. There wasn't any point in changing houses and changing professors with less than 3 months left. If she had been there in the Holy Tomb, perhaps she would be with him right now. Or perhaps, he thought as he recalled the sight of Ingrid turning her back to him, not. There was no point dwelling on it, it was just hard not to. He studied the starburst pattern of the aster blossom's petals. Why hadn't he given her flowers, too? What had he been thinking, giving her a dagger? Dida came to collect him far too soon. Was it so close to nightfall already, and the two of them made their last preparations to depart. They would fly above the caravan by Wyvern. A carriage that had been prepared for Dmitri would serve as a decoy, carrying only Professor Byleth and several soldiers. Flanking the carriage were covered wagons which would contain the rest of the Blue Lions and the spoils from the Holy Tomb, as well as any soldiers who would not be traveling by horseback ahead of and behind the convoy. Dmitri approached Raphael, Ignatz, and Bernadetta as they loaded what little they had onto the back of one of the wagons. "You three," he said. "Weary not running away?" Bernadetta stammered, panicking. "If anybody has the right to do so, it would be you," he said to them all. "None of you are my subjects." Raphael, Ignatz, the alliance may not commit to allying itself with either the church or the kingdom for a while. You could be safe in your homes for some time if you do not wish to fight. Well, I'm assuming your friend Rodrigue's offer to be a knight of Frildarius is still good, Raphael said, jovial as always, so I'm kinda stuck on your side whether I like it or not. Anyway, as long as my sister's safe, I've got no complaints. I wouldn't dare let any of you down, Ignatz said. Edelgard was a friend to all of us, and whatever I can do to help you save her, I'll do. I can't promise I'll be of any use to you, but I'm not running away. To say Dmitri was taken aback was an understatement. And you, Bernadetta, he asked her next. If anybody in the Empire takes Ria's side, it will be your fiancé. Right. Bernadetta exclaimed. The fiancé, whom I, shot in the shoulder with an arrow. Oh, Bernie, there's no way he'll believe you did it on accident because you, kinda didn't. It was a really good shot, Bernie, Ignatz complimented her. Sorry about your fiancé, though. Bernadetta shook her fists. Bernie's gonna go wherever you want Bernie to go as long as it's far away from Prince Anselm, Your Majesty, she shouted at Dmitri. I don't care if you're the Hurricane King, you and Didu are still way less scary than him and my father. She took a deep breath. Sorry for raising my voice, I didn't mean to shout. I like your enthusiasm, Didu told her. Safe travels. Thanks, Didu, Bernadetta said as Raphael helped her and Ignatz up onto the back of the wagon. I'll see you whenever we stop, I guess. She sighed. Oh, but I left all of my stuff in my room. What's Anselm gonna think of you if he finds all those stories you wrote, Bernie? What if he sends them to father? Your Majesty, are you sure we can't go back to Gareg Mach? Dmitri found himself stunned, his thoughts returned to last night with Edelgard. If anything happens to me, there's something I want you to have. In my desk drawer, there's a journal I've hidden away. I want you to take it. Wherever you go that I can't follow, it will be there for you. The truth is in there. And I want you to know it, if I'm not there when the time is right to tell you. The truth she had kept obliquely referring to but had never been able to speak openly about the mystery of Thales to which she alone had seemed especially privy. He remembered it for the first time since he'd woken up in this camp. It is too late for that now, Didu told Bernadetta, speaking up to fill his liege's silence. When we return, we will have an army behind us. Will my stories still be there? I hope so. Didu took Dmitri aside. Your Majesty. Is something wrong? Dmitri fought to find his voice and gather his wits. Last night, promised me, she said she wanted me to have something she kept hidden in her room. Didu's eyebrows arched. Something she kept hidden, sir? Yes, a journal of some sort. She said the truth is in there. The truth about what? She did not say. Perhaps the truth about Thales and his connection to Solon and Cornelia. Dmitri watched Didu's eyes narrow. The darkening sky and dying light was making it harder to read his face, only the lanterns lit on the carriage and wagons remained to cast light on the area. How would she know such a thing, Your Majesty? I do not know, but all the same, it seemed important to her that I have it. He sighed. I should have asked her to give it to me this morning, before we went to the Holy Tomb. If the worst happens to her, and the journal falls into the wrong hands. I hope she hid it well, Didu said. It is likely that the Knights of Syros will tear our bedrooms apart in search of whatever evidence of our schemes we have left behind. Will they find anything? Of course not. I have even already had my Enigma machine destroyed. Of course, Didu, my consummately professional spymaster. I'm sorry, I mean, General Molinaro. It is getting old, Your Maj Dmitri. Dmitri couldn't help but smile. Lady Edelgard was an intelligent woman. I am certain she would not have left the fate of such an important item to chance, Didu assured him. Whatever happens, the journal will find its way to you. Thank you, Didu, my friend. Dmitri put a hand on his shoulder. Your allies within the monastery Vul, the other Hurricane Kings, if they confirm Edelgard's status and whereabouts, they will surely send a coded message to you, will they not? I am certain they would, Didu answered. I will keep you apprised of anything they find out, for better or for worse. Dmitri nodded, his mind put more at ease at least by a little. See to my wyvern, we will be taking off soon, he said, and he made for the carriage Professor Byleth was about to climb into. She'd been staring at him and Didu with her piercing emerald eyes while they had spoken. As he drew closer, Dmitri noticed the sad, somehow regretful look on Byleth's face. You are not regretting siding with me already, are you, Professor? Byleth took notice of his observation and shook her head. No. No, I can't ever regret choosing not to kill one of my own. When Suthi's Dissa, when the goddess granted me her power in the sealed forest, she told me to look after the little ones. That's what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm here with you, and that's why I'm going to help you save Edelgard, even if it means attacking the monastery. I have not believed in the goddess for nearly 7 years, Dmitri confessed. I mean, looking at you and seeing the power you have been bestowed, I know that in some form she exists. I do not mean that you are lying, but that I cannot believe you. The existence of a deity who loves all people unconditionally just does not seem possible, yet you and Edelgard, apparently, have both literally spoken to her. Knowing something and believing it aren't the same thing. No, he said. Because I can know something is true while not believing it is true. I am sure many of your other students now know that I am the Hurricane King while struggling to believe it. Byleth was silent, but her eyes were sympathetic. She may have had Ria's eyes in her head and Ria's hair sprouting from her scalp, but the initial fears Dimitri had had after her transfiguration had been unfounded. Her face, even with those foreign eyes, was still that of his precious teacher. They are here because of you, Professor, he added. Byleth cocked her head to one side, as though she didn't quite understand what he'd said. What I mean is that, everyone here believes in you. I think that because they cannot believe in me, they believe in your belief in me instead. They all would have left, as Ingrid had, if not for you standing by my side. Byleth wrapped one of her hands around his and held the other to his cheek. I said something like that to my dad once. What did he tell you? Dimitri asked, basking if only for a moment in the warmth of her touch. Don't sell yourself short, kid, she said, patting him on the cheek, and with an enigmatic smile she retreated into the carriage. Do you truly wish to follow this path with me, Professor? He asked. Even after all I have done? Even if it means fighting and killing your father's friends among the knights, or even former students? She closed the carriage door without another word, but not because she had no easy answer to that question but because she didn't need one. She had already answered that question, quite easily, when she had turned her blade on the Archbishop this morning. And so Dimitri was satisfied, and as he returned to Didi's side and the two of them mounted their wyvern he realized that for now, at least, the ghosts had finally fallen silent as a tomb. It took about 3 days, traveling through the night when possible and resting only when necessary, to reach Fhirdiad. As it had turned out, Dimitri's plan to fly ahead on the wyvern had not worked out. He had simply been too fatigued, and so he and Didu had ridden the rest of the way in one of the wagons while the wyvern glided overhead. As the sun fell low in the sky and the clouds painted themselves with dusky overtones, Fhirdiad drew near. The fields outside of the city's walls already held the beginnings of an army. Rodrigue Frildarius' own forces mingled with Bladdid territories' regiments and soldiers under Duke Rufus of Itha. Ignatz gawked at the masses of infantry, cavalry, knights mounted on Pegasus and wyverns, mages, and archers and soldiers of all kinds, as the carriage passed them by. There's so many of them, we're bringing this back with us to Garreg Mach, he gasped. And more, Dimitri said. These are only Rodrigue's men, about 1/5 of our forces. The others will not join them until the war declaration has gone out. Faergus does not have the largest or strongest army in all of Fodlan, but we can take advantage of how spread thin the Knights of Syros are and how divided Adrestia is. If the Knights of Syros are still stretched thin, they might not even have an army half that size at the monastery, Ignatz said. Yeah, if we outnumber them 2 to 1, Raphael said, they might just surrender and save us the trouble. Would that it could be so easy, Dimitri said as he struggled with his crocheting. He couldn't thank Bernadetta enough for teaching him this skill to manage his temper and anxiety. At least when he was ruining a skein of yarn, he couldn't dwell on Edelgard's fate or the ghosts demanding he turn around and go kill Ria himself. He wished he could ask Bernadetta for help. He didn't quite get mittens yet, but she was sound asleep, it seemed, and curled up into his lap like a violet-furred cat. When the church discovers our army's objective, Didu said as he sat perfectly still, they will concentrate as many of their forces as they can toward Garreg Mach. If we move swiftly, we may be able to arrive before their reinforcements do. However, that poses its own risk. Their reinforcements may be able to trap us in a pincer movement while we strike at the main force. Have you been talking tactics with Professor Byleth while I slept, Didu? Dimitri asked him. Yes. He stared out at the fields of soldiers awaiting his orders as the wagon passed them by. Did he deserve to send so many of them to their certain deaths? Did they deserve to die for his whims? Byleth would happily advise him on the subject, but leading her students and a few of the small battalions the officers' academy kept on reserve for house missions and training exercises in small-scale conflicts was different from waging war. Edelgard might have had something to say about that as well, but would her advice be useful as well? She, after all, had never waged a war either. I guess we've just gotta think of this as our final exam, Raphael said. Kinda makes our certifications feel pretty small and useless, huh? The convoy passed through the gates of Thurdiad and into the beautiful city hidden behind the fortress scale walls, and Dmitri felt anxiety seize him anew. What if the war went poorly? What if Rhea and the Knights of Syros beat his army all the way back to the gates of Thurdiad? What if the walls were breached and Rhea took her revenge on his kingdom in a blaze of dragon fire? What if Thurdiad burned to the ground? He would have to trust in his strength. In the hideous strength of his crests, the crest of Bladdid and the crest of Flames. He would have to trust in Byleth's strength, the strength of Nemesis Reborn, Dida's strength, Rodrigue's strength. At last, they reached the royal palace, and as the gates to the palace grounds closed behind them, Dmitri, Byleth, and the Blue Lions disembarked. Rodrigue was already rushing across the courtyard to meet them, pausing only to direct the Hurricane King's soldiers to bring the crest stones into the vaults deep beneath the palace's deepest dungeons. His face brightened at the sight of Dmitri, though his brow furrowed as his gaze slid from him and Dida to Professor Byleth and to each of the Blue Lions. Rodrigue! Dmitri cried out, overjoyed at the sight of him. Rodrigue had always been a bastion of strength for him, more so after the tragedy of Duscur. Even though, with Solon and Cornelia's betrayal, their relationship had been strained, Dmitri had always returned to the love he felt for his surrogate father. He offered Rodrigue a polite bow. Rodrigue, I am so pleased to see you. Rodrigue forced the bemused look from his face. Your Majesty, he dropped to his knees. You bow to no one. Ah. Why yes, of course, Dmitri stammered, righting himself as he recalled Felix's words. Is something wrong? You seemed perturbed just a moment ago. Wrong? Oh, no, nothing is wrong, Rodrigue said, resting his hands on Dmitri's shoulders. I was just surprised to see your fellow classmates and your professor here. I could hardly believe it myself, but when they saw Rhea's true form, they decided to join me, Dmitri told him. Although Ingrid chose to leave us. I'm sorry. Rodrigue peered over his shoulder at the gathered class. You seem to be short one mo. He pulled away from Dmitri, a look of shock on his face. Oh, dear. What happened to Edelgard? You have not heard anything about her? She was captured by Rhea when we tried to escape. Have none of Dida's agents within the monastery told you? I have yet to hear a word from them, Rodrigue said, carefully returning his hands to Dmitri's shoulders and pulling him into a gentle and reassuring embrace. I'm terribly sorry, Dmitri, he said, his voice a gentle whisper in his ear. I know how important she was to you. But we still have a chance to rescue her. With Professor Byleth and the Blue Lions on our side, we cannot fail. I do hope so. Well, Your Majesty, why don't I let you and your friends from school settle in? You've been traveling long and hard to get here so soon, and you have your speech to make. We can have it as soon as tomorrow evening. Would that I could do it now, but it has indeed been an exhausting few days. Dmitri returned Rodrigue's hug. Thank you so much for being such an attentive steward of the throne for all these years. I can never repay the debt of gratitude I owe you. Oh, I am certain you'll repay it all in full soon enough. Rodrigue released him and barked orders to the palace attendants, and that evening Dmitri and his fellow travelers found rest and respite in the seat of the kingdom's power. We all get our rooms, right? Bernadetta asked, her teeth chattering from the cold. As Rodrigue led the Blue Lions, Dmitri still couldn't help but think of them as that, even though their academy days were already long behind them into the palace. Of course, Rodrigue said to her. And every room has its own hearth. Dmitri wondered what was going through her head as she eyed the palace's furnishings. He didn't know Adrestian palaces or manors as well as his own home, but he knew that Faerghus architectural styles were not quite the same as elsewhere in Fodlan. Every manor, palace, and indeed every major city was like a fortress with thick stone walls, a fortress guarded against both enemy invaders and the chill of winter. There were great sculptures, masterful paintings, ornate suits of armor. Nothing was dainty or delicate, Where fragile ceramic artworks might have been displayed in a palace south of the Okama Mountains, ornamental daggers, spears, and swords with silver-etched blades and gold adornments occupied the walls. To him it was home, but to an outsider it must have all felt very martial and austere. "Your home must not be as gloomy," he remarked to Bernadetta. "Are you kidding?" Bernadetta shot back. "Bernie's home is a prison." "It really is," Sylvain said. "You should have been there, Your Majesty. You and Dida would have made her dad shit himself." "Language, young Gautier," Rodrigue chided him. "Professor Eisner," he said to Byleth, "or I suppose now you are just Miss Eisner. I must say I am surprised to see you here again. As a professor at the Officers' Academy you were employed by the Central Church itself. I wouldn't think you would so easily choose to bite the hand that fed you." "I handed in my resignation early," Byleth replied. Perhaps it was just Dimitri's imagination, but she seemed far colder and frostier to Rodrigue than she once had been, as though she could hardly stand being around him. Perhaps she hadn't forgiven him for his doomed alliances with Solon and Cornelia? After all, she lacked Dimitri's history with him. Even though Dimitri had been furious with Rodrigue after Ash had been lost, he'd eventually remembered who had saved him, nursed him back to health, and brought him back to the light. "The guest rooms are in this wing of the palace," Rodrigue told the Blue Lions, gesturing with his hand up the staircase to his right. "I see that you have all come with little more than the clothes off your backs, though, so you have little to unpack. What do you all say to a hot bath before supper while the servants ready your rooms?" "We say yes," Sylvain said before anyone could manage any objections. "Kman, Your Majesty. You owe us. Remember how we were all going to unwind at the hot springs after exams?" he asked Dimitri. He looked to his former classmates. "Listen, the royal palace has the best and most luxurious bathhouse in all of Fodlan. Felix knows what I'm talking about. Don't you, Felix?" Felix grumbled something under his breath and crossed his arms. "We wouldn't want to impose," Ignatz said. "I mean, when Sylvain puts it like that, you do kinda owe us, Your Majesty," Raphael said. "I suppose I do," Dimitri said. "We say yes," he told Rodrigue. Rodrigue smiled. "Excellent. Right this way. Oh, and Felix." Felix glowered at him. "Yes, old man. Dimitri has told me you have been on your best behavior since I took my leave of Gareg Mach," he said. "I admit, perhaps I should apologize for having been so hard on you, my son. Now that I have had time to think and reflect, I suppose I reacted too strongly to being accused of treason by my own flesh and blood and held prisoner by the Knights of Syros under baseless suspicions. You were only doing what you thought was right." Dimitri wondered why Rodrigue kept glancing to Byleth, as though gauging her reaction to monitor his tone. "Felix has always had a strong and uncompromising sense of justice, hasn't he, Rodrigue?" he asked. "That he does, and woe betide anyone who ends up on the wrong side of that justice," Rodrigue said, offering his son a warm smile. "An admirable quality for a knight, perhaps." This again, Felix rolled his eyes. "Listen, old man. I still think you're guilty as sin. Of being a wonderful father," Sylvain finished, throwing an arm around Felix's shoulders. "Couldn't ask for a better one. Really. I mean, I'd like to. Bernie would love a dad like you, too. You should meet hers, he's a real piece of work." "Get the fuck off me," Felix said, jostling him aside. "Thank you for welcoming us home, Rodrigue," Dimitri said, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Please, pay us no mind. We will be headed to the bathhouse now." Rodrigue bowed to him. "I shall see you again for dinner. I know these are stressful times for all of you, so please do try to enjoy yourselves for at least tonight." He parted ways with the others, and Dimitri led his friends and teacher down the familiar halls of his home to the bathhouse. A heated bath was one of the greatest pleasures one could ask for, especially with the lingering cold of the Pegasus moon remaining well into the lone moon, as it often did in the frigid north. Adrestia's southern peninsulas may have already received the first breaths of warm springtime air from over the ocean, but in Faerghus the bitter cold and howling winds would last well into the month and would perhaps even carry over into the beginning of the new year. How did the old saying go, again? The lone moon came in like a lion. Once they had reached the entrance to the massive chamber which held the heated communal bath, Dmitri took Felix aside. "Felix," he whispered, drawing him away from the others with a hand on his shoulder, "what was that about? You know about the Hurricane King, you know now that the church and the very same knights you gave Rodrigo over to are the enemy. Can you really not apologize to anybody, even to him?" Felix gave him a sullen look. "You know the saying about the enemy of one's enemy?" "Yes. The enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. But I don't see." "No. The enemy of one's enemy is a useful enemy." His eyes narrowed, a stern curve knitting his eyebrows. "What do you think is going to happen to us when we're not useful to him anymore?" "How can you say that?" "I have a feeling that this Men in Black conspiracy you and Didu had been a part of goes deeper than either of you think. I don't think what my old man is doing is all for your benefit, Your Majesty. He's plotting something, so keep both your eyes open around him. Use him all you'd like, Bor, but don't mistake his fatherly act for genuine affection. Whichever side he serves, my father is an evil man." Felix pulled himself out of Dmitri's grasp and rejoined the others. Dmitri slept fitfully that night, even after a long, hot bath and the first filling meal he'd had in days. It was not the oncoming war that bothered him tomorrow, it would all begin tomorrow, but rather the ghosts, who had returned with a vengeance. He felt the spirits swirl around him and howl in his ears as he laid awake, paralyzed, struggling even to draw breath. His eyes wide open, he saw the shapes of the dead congeal out of the writhing shadows. "You are a coward, my son," his father roared, drawing nearer, the decapitated head in his hands leering at him and dripping spectral gore up and down his chest. "You have fled as far away from my murderer as you could go. For all your strength, you are a slave to your fear. You are no true king." His mother was there, too. "You abandoned Elle," she said, her deathly visage frozen in rage. "You left her with the enemy. Now see what has become of her." He tried to speak, but he couldn't muster even the slightest noise from his throat. There was a weight on his chest squeezing all of the air from his lungs. And that weight took shape. The shape of a lady in red, a young woman with long, silken light chestnut hair tied back with violet ribbons, her lilac eyes stern and piercing. She knelt on his chest, and as she leaned in to show her spectral face, Dmitri watched with horror as the roots of her hair turned as white as snow and the color bled from her long brown locks. A red blossom bloomed on her white blouse over her heart and blood dripped from the saturated fabric onto his bedsheets. He managed to make a sound, the slightest of sounds. "No. Elle," he gasped, you said ghosts weren't real." "I was wrong, Dmitri," Edelgard's spirit said, her eyes growing wide as fear wrenched her face into a mask of terror. Tears covered her eyes in a glistening film and rolled down her cheeks. "I was wrong about everything, Dmitri," she sobbed. "Ghosts are real, they are the dead made manifest. You left me to die, Dmitri. Ria has killed me, and now my spirit is bound to yours forever." He tried to shake his head. No. It was just a nightmare. It wasn't real. Edelgard was still alive and he was going to save her. He was going to save her with an entire army at his back. "Please help me, Dmitri. Help me. Save me. I beg of you." "No," he cried out, finding his voice at last. "You are not Edelgard. The real Elle would never beg for a savior. She would find one or make her own." The cold hands of Edelgard's phantom curled around his neck. He could feel himself starting to suffocate. The shadows grew darker, yet darker still. Black spots danced before his eyes as the phantoms swirled around him. Lambert with his severed head, Patricia with her gore-stained throat, Yuri with sores plaguing his fair, porcelain peach skin, and Emil with bloody tears staining his cheeks, Glenn with livid empty eye sockets in his face so it could be worn like a mask, and a half-dozen other children with them. Shadow people shuffled into the room behind them, flickering in and out of Dmitri's peripheral vision as they congealed out of the darkness in the forms of indistinct humanoids as black as pitch. For a moment, he thought they all wore the wolf's head helmet of the Hurricane King. They had all been consumed by wolves, just as he had let himself be consumed whenever he had donned that villainous guise. Yuri wore it, his lavender eyes peering from between the wolf's fangs, Emil, his bloody tears trickling down its metal jaws, Glenn, an amber wolf's eye flickering past the cavernous hole of each empty socket. Then give me your life, Dimitri. Edelgard pleaded as her hands gripped tighter and tighter. I was always stronger than you. I was always braver than you. I was always smarter than you. Give me your body, your power, your throne, and I will do what you lacked the courage to do. For a moment he saw her in a red battle dress, crimson from head to toe, draped in a red and white cape, red leather coated her hands. Her hair spilled out from around a horned crown and her eyes were cold and vengeful in a hard and stern face. Bloody talons ripped themselves free of her gloves, voluminous leathery wings tore themselves free of her back and shredded her cape to tatters of scarlet and silver. The golden horns protruding from her crown turned chitinous as bloody scales blossomed across her skin. There was a flicker and for a moment her face became Rodrigue's, then Solon's, then another face with pale skin and blind white eyes. Blinding white light flooded the darkness, bright as the sun, white as the snow, blacking out the faces of the damned, before fading into a misty blue that filled the room like smothering miasma. Dimitri felt himself lifted into the air above his bed. His sheets clung to him like a second skin, swaddling him, suffocating him. For a moment he saw 1,000 million eyes in a halo and felt needles drive themselves into his skin and fire surge through his veins. Small, slim surgical knives that hurt far worse than any dagger carved him up, tracing neat, orderly, symmetrical lines of blood through his flesh that would harden to become scars like seams in fabric. Something cold and hard like metal held his head in place, held his jaw open in a silent scream, held his eyes open, dry and unblinking, held his spine straight, as a machine lowered itself into his gaping mouth and began boring a hole into one of his teeth with a shrill and keening whine so piercing that he felt as though his ears were bleeding. His blood rebelled, struggling to leap out of his veins and drain him dry. His bones wanted to tear themselves from his flesh through the deep slits the knives had made in his skin. He felt more bare metal against bare skin creeping across his body, poking, prodding, pressing, tearing. Needles forced their way into his spine, and he wanted to twist and writhe in some futile attempt to escape the pain but couldn't move so much as a single muscle. Beyond the blinding white light were more eyes than there were stars in the sky or grains of sand in the desert, an abyssal watcher piercing him with an eldritch gaze. He wanted to cry out to no avail. His lungs were empty. He was drowning on dry land. He was going to die. He was dying. He was awake. Sunlight was streaming into the window of his bedroom, bleeding through the curtains around his bed. He laid in bed, his body no longer rigid and paralyzed, but for a long while all he could do was lie there and take breath after breath, watching his chest rise and fall. It had only been a dream. A sleep paralysis goblin, wholly imaginary, sitting on his chest. He pulled himself out of bed and stood at the window. The sun shone brightly in a cloudless periwinkle sky outside, making the old snow coating the roofs of the palace and the icicles hanging from the eaves sparkle like diamonds that had caught the light. It shone so merrily, it was as though it didn't know that a war would begin today. Because of course, it did not. Its brightness and warmth was always indifferent to the suffering under its watchful eye, just like the all-merciful goddess Sothis. He placed his hand on the window and felt the cold through the glass, then rested his forehead against it. The sunlight could not warm the frigid and frost-caked surface of the glass, and neither could it warm his skin. He wondered, if Sothis had come from the blue sea star, millions upon millions of miles away, then did all stars have gods and goddesses of their own? Was there a silent god dwelling in the sun, too? A knock on his door interrupted his reverie. He expected to find Rodrigue or some attendant of his on the other side, ready to spend the whole day making him look presentable to the masses just as they had done for his clandestine coronation ceremony at the end of the ethereal moon. But when he opened the door, he found Byleth. Byleth stood at the threshold, her hair a wild bird's nest of fresh mint leaves that fell over her brow. The nightgown that had been given to her was loose and ill-fitting, and her shoulder threatened to fall out of the collar. The soft pastel fabric, the color of fresh salmon, could not hide the contours of her muscular form, and the skin the nightgown showed revealed old scars. "Hi," she said. "Good morning, Professor," he said, taken aback by her sudden appearance. "I hope you slept well." She nodded. "Did you?" "Would that I had. It is going to be a long and busy day for me. I suppose Rodrigue might want you and my former classmates to have you in attendance as well. Will I have to wear something fancy? I am certain the tailors will find you something agreeable to wear." Byleth frowned. I hope so. Would you, Er? Would you like to take a walk with me before breakfast? Dmitri asked her. I need to clear my head, if only for a moment. Sure. Dmitri excused himself to get dressed, and he and Byleth reconvened in the courtyard. Byleth had returned to the same clothes she had been wearing since the Holy Tomb, only with the armor discarded save for a sheathed dagger strapped to her thigh. Are you cold? Dmitri asked her as a gust of wind blew through the courtyard and made her shiver. I wish we could have had time to collect our belongings before we fled. Byleth nodded. That nice fur cloak you got for me, she murmured. Dmitri sloughed off the cloak he'd donned and offered it to her. Please, take this. I am quite used to the cold. I'm from Faerghus, Byleth reminded him with a faint smile gracing her face. I suppose. We were all over, but I think I spent most of my time up north. Well, nevertheless, please have it. You do not even have that old grey jacket you used to wear anymore. What happened to that? Did you lose it? Byleth shrugged and accepted his cloak, tossing it over her shoulders. I did. It was a gift from your father, was it not? It sounds like it will not be easy to replace. The two of them made small talk for a while, awkward as it was, while Dmitri trod the palace's familiar paths and led Byleth in his wake. Messenger owls fluttered overhead from the palace rookery as they walked. They both had little to talk about, or rather, they both avoided anything big they had to discuss with each other. All he wanted right now was to speak with her, even if their words were meaningless. Before he knew it, Dmitri found that his feet had led him to a secluded place on the palace's grounds, hidden by a small copse of frost-dusted fir trees that circled around two headstones. He felt his heart leap into his throat at the sight of the granite slabs and the beds of long-stalked asphodel that grew before them, scattered like the ghosts of young beseeching hands. How the flowers could be here at this time of year, he did not know, perhaps it was something in the soil. Should we leave? Byleth asked him, her voice small. No. It is fine. Dmitri stepped forward and knelt upon the snowy earth. It has been a while since I last visited my parents. They're buried here? I thought there would be a crypt somewhere in the palace. There is. But only my father is there, with his first wife, my birth mother. They never found Patricia's body. These graves are both empty, but this way the two of them can be together. I see, Byleth said. The two of them were silent for a long while. It was funny, but somehow the voices of Lambert and Patricia's ghosts were always completely and utterly silent here, no matter how loud they could be elsewhere. Professor, are you still certain you wish to walk this path with me? Dmitri asked. You know what I am. The Hurricane King, the devil among demons. If you bring my classmates with you, you may all be demons as well. I'm already a demon, Dmitri, Byleth answered softly. Professor. They called me the Ashen Demon. I fought with grown men since I was about 11. I may have been 11. Dad had to hide my age from me to keep me safe from the church. All I knew was that I was young when I made my first kill. I felt nothing. I never felt anything at all. I never laughed or cried or even smiled. When I got hurt, I barely reacted. Taking life meant nothing to me. I would simply kill who I was told to kill. I wouldn't feel rage or sadness or anything. The only feeling I ever felt was contentment, and I only ever felt it when I was fishing or playing chess with Dad. Dmitri knew about Byleth's past from the background check Dadu had done on her at the beginning of the term. He knew about the Ashen Demon and her fearsome reputation as a dispassionate butcher child, but he had never given it so much thought or dwelt upon the implications. Geralt is a nice man, and I mean no disrespect, but that sounds like a horrible way to raise a child, Professor. He did his best. I wasn't a normal child. I was barely a child at all. I was a vessel. I didn't know it then. But that was what I was. I didn't have emotions. I don't mean to say I was repressed, just that there was nothing there to repress. It wasn't until I started meeting normal people that I started feeling. When you leaped in front of me to save me from Costas. Byleth nodded. I was used to protecting people. When a mercenary's job is to guard a certain person, Putting their life ahead of yours is just as much a part of the job as taking the lives of your enemies. The only thing that determined for me which lives were important and which could be decided was money and my dad's arbitrary sense of morality. But saving you felt good, Dmitri. Thank you, Professor. Every day when I was with your class, I felt more and more, Byleth said. When we lost Ash, it was the first time in my life that I had ever cried. I'd seen Dad cry before, or one of the other blade breakers, and sometimes I tried to imitate it when I felt it would be appropriate, but I'd never actually done it before. She paused. That was the first time I really realized that life had inherent meaning. You and your classmates weren't just people I liked and that I felt obligated to look after. Your lives, they were more precious than anything in the world. All of them. Even mine. All of them. Byleth sighed. It took me 20 years to learn that. 20 years to learn that people's lives meant something. She knelt down beside him. Some teacher I am, huh? You taught yourself the hardest lesson of all, I suppose, Dmitri answered, soberly reflecting on his teacher's testimony. The inhuman life she had led, this was what happened when people were turned into vessels for other people's ideals, weapons for other people's goals, just as Edelgard had once said to him. Professor, he said, when you turned on Rhea in the Holy Tomb, you were no longer a vessel. You were a sword that could grasp its own hilt. I want to be that, too. I want to make a world where no one has to be someone else's blade. He didn't want to live for the vengeance of the dead anymore. The only thing the phantoms, the delusions of his deepest and innermost mind, had to offer him was self-destruction. In truth, the dead were silent, like his parents here. Fighting is the only thing I've ever been good at, Byleth said. So I want to fight for what I believe in. So do I. Dmitri raised himself to his feet. I wish I could say something to Edelgard now. Me, too, Byleth said, joining him. If she were here, I would say to her, I am coming for you, El, he said. Wherever you are, whatever is being done to you, stay strong. I'm trusting you to take care of yourself until I arrive. I won't let the church take anyone else away from me. I won't let anything take you away from me. I won't let you be a phantom of my mind. I will show you that I can grasp my own hilt and wield myself for my own goals. He felt tears spring to his eyes. I swear it to you, Edelgard. I swear it. That evening, he declared war. The speech was prepared ahead of time, Rodrigue had written it, copyists had copied it, and a well-known artist in the city had been commissioned to create a woodcut of the moment he and Dmitri had rehearsed that could be printed on each copy. Every noble in Fodlan would receive a copy of the declaration, and every noble in Faerghus would be expected to bend the knee and send their men to Garreg Mach. Those who wouldn't, Dida would replace. He had not been training to be an assassin for naught. Dmitri stood on the balcony of the royal palace. The nobles from across Faerghus gathered in the courtyard below with their attendants and vassals along with Byleth and the Blue Lions. Many of the city's citizens had gathered just outside the gates, too, to hear him speak. He only hoped his voice would carry so far. The kingdom wanted for a king. It had needed one ever since the death of its beloved Lambert. Dmitri could see it in the masked faces down below, even at a distance from them. They were so desperate for one that they would even accept him, blood-stained and bestial as he was. The heavy gold crown nestled in his silver hair, much heavier than it had been at his coronation, wanted to bend his neck and bow his head in penance and humility. Eredbar's weight threatened to force itself from his hand. The sumptuous and velvety fur-lined cloak he wore weighed him down like heavy armor. How could people wear these things and feel worthy of the authority they bestowed? How could corrupt rulers exist when these burdens reminded them so readily of their flaws and their obligations? It only served to remind him of Rhea's evil. She wore that heavy head-dress, so ornate and splendid, a halo she carried with her in a mockery of sainthood, but refused to allow its weight to stay her sinful hand. Dmitri may not have been a righteous man, but this war would be a righteous crusade against evil. It has been a long time, he called out, his voice carrying through the crisp air, since a king last stood here to address you. It has been too long since my father, King Lambert, a man beloved by his people who loved his people equally in return, was taken from us. Now I am here, and with the consent of the noble houses of Faergus and the Lord Regent Rodrigakil Frildarius, I stand before you with diadem and spear as king, like my father before me, no longer the crown prince, but King Dmitri Alexander Bladdid of the kingdom of Faergus." A cheer and applause rippled through the crowd. Dmitri waited for them to fall silent before moving on. Years ago, in the imperial era 1174, our homeland was torn apart by an act of violence and brutality so terrible it could only be called a tragedy. The tragedy of Duskur, a day which marked all of us and made of us all survivors of a shared trauma beyond words, beyond memories, especially those of Duskur who were faced with the ultimate punishment over the actions of a few. As king, I take to the throne to seek justice. And justice means, at last, revealing the true culprits behind that terrible day and the monstrosity which followed in its wake. He pulled aside the cloak draped over his shoulders and let it fall, revealing in the sun's dying light his body racked with scars. From the waist up, he was completely bare save for the adornment of his torture. Look upon this form, the result of years' imprisonment. Those who inflicted this pain upon me chose a scapegoat for their evil deeds, one we were all too happy to seize upon and forced to feel our wrath and grief, but it was not the people of Duskur at all. The cold stung his bare skin, mingling with phantom pain from scars that should have, by all rights, stopped hurting years ago. Those who knew the truth were forced by the hand of the true perpetrators of the tragedy to remain silent, and I am here now with my supreme authority as king to finally break that silence. The day our carriages were attacked in the mountains, we were assaulted not by brigands from Duskur but by the Knights of Siros themselves. It was they who slew our king, and they who imprisoned me in the dungeons to rot. And for what? Why was this horrible crime perpetrated? To silence my father's reforms. To foil our attempts to make lasting peace with our neighbors in Duskur. Perhaps, but first and foremost, their goal was, he flung out his hand, called upon the power of the hated crest of flames, and conjured its shape in a seal that hung in front of him writ large, traced in frost blue light. He could hear the gasps of the crowd below. A single intake of breath, almost in unison, split between hundreds, perhaps thousands of people. To bring a new nemesis upon this world, a new king of liberation, only to chain him to their will and their purposes and trade his crown for shackles. And the mastermind behind this heinous plot to destroy our kingdom and make of its crown prince a puppet is none other than the Archbishop of the Central Church of Siros, Archbishop Rhea herself. Shouts came from the crowd. Whether from anger or disbelief, he couldn't quite tell, but he had no choice but to press onward. Think upon the evil of the Central Church and how they have perverted the word of the goddess. 160 years ago, in the Adrestian Empire, they used the Southern Church to incite a revolt against the emperor. And just in the past years, since the tragedy of Duskur, they have used conspiracy and plot to destroy both our former king, my father, and our faith. Recall the fate of Lord Lonato Leonas Gaspard. He was not the wealthiest or most powerful of nobles, but in generosity and kind-heartedness and piety he was without equal, and all who knew him loved him. Yet the church repaid his faith by accusing his son of carrying out the tragedy of Duskur and had him executed to cover up their own crime. And when Lonato raised up the Western Church and fomented a rebellion, though his grief was noble and his cause was just, Archbishop Rhea sent his own adopted son with the Knights of Siros to see him and the men who had believed in his cause murdered, and used that as cause to abolish the Western Church, our church. These are only a few of the grievances we can name against the Central Church, which has used the Knights of Siros and its continent-spanning political influence to control us. Archbishop Rhea created me to be a weapon in service of the long and tyrannical arm of the Central Church. But instead, I am here to carry on the work of my father, the great, kind, godly and noble King Lambert Egypt Bladdid, and of Lonato, and the Western Church. We will repay the Church in kind for what it has done to us, for what it has tricked us into doing to the good and innocent people of Duskur, and for what it threatens to do to the rest of Fodlan. Even now, Archbishop Rhea holds the 9th daughter of the late Emperor Ionius von Hresvelg IX, Princess Edelgard, hostage to extract concessions from the Adrestian Empire. And so I announce my first act as king and ask not only you, the people of Faergus, but all people of Fodlan, to follow me against the wicked and corrupt Central Church of Siros. This is our declaration of independence from Archbishop Rhea, but it is not enough to simply sever ties. Rhea is vengeful and evil, and will attempt to crush us just as she crushed Lonato, which leaves us no choice but to declare war. Dmitri occasionally looked down at the pages which held his speech as he read. He'd kept his voice strong, or as strong as he could, but tears had still made the ink run in places. He reached the end, or what was meant to be the end, but more words kept pouring from his throat. Together, we will cast down the wicked Central Church and its monstrous leader, Archbishop Ria, and out of its ashes we will work to create the world it has denied us, a world where all have the freedom to follow their own paths and choose their own destinies, where those who have power do not wield it at the expense of those who do not, where no one is the vessel for another's ends. Together, we will create the world the Church of Ceros does not allow us to dream of. That dream begins today, people of Faerghus. Goddess save Faerghus, Goddess save Fodlan, and Goddess damn the Archbishop. By the time he was finished, he felt as though he had run to the peak of a mountain and back in plate armor. His legs felt weak, his shoulders bowed with invisible weights, his head light save for the leaden weight of its crown. He left the balcony feeling broken, weak, and hollow, even though the cheers from the people down below were so loud and raucous that he could hardly even hear himself think. As soon as he was out of sight, he removed his crown from his head, and set Eridbar aside. "An excellent speech, my boy," Rodrigue said, greeting him with a warm smile. He placed his hands on Dimitri's shoulder and drew him toward him. "Masterfully delivered. Though I do not recall composing that last part. It just came to me," Dimitri said. His voice came out a hoarse croak. "I wished to pay some tribute to Elle. It is what she would have wanted." Rodrigue patted him on the back. "She would have gotten along well with Lambert. You sounded just like him." "Did I?" He smiled. "I can scarcely remember him. If not for his ghost, he might have forgotten entirely the shape of his face or the sound of his voice. But still, you must have cared quite deeply for Lady Edelgard to devote yourself to her ideals like that." "I do." Dimitri shuddered. I love her, Rodrigue. Of course. She was family, after all. I am sorry for what happened, and I think she would be proud to know that her ideals live on in you. She is not dead. She is not. When we march on Gareg Mach, I will find her and save her, and we can make that new world together. She is strong in body and mind, she can take care of herself until then." There was a flicker of emotion across Rodrigue's face that, in the darkness, seemed almost amused, but only for a second. "Our forces will not reach the monastery for quite some time, perhaps even the end of the month. It may be New Year's Eve by the time we launch our assault. Your Majesty, my dear Dimitri, I admire your optimism, but I want you to be pragmatic as well. By that time, I fear she will be either dead or transformed into something unrecognizable." "I was transformed into something unrecognizable once, too, Rodrigue," Dimitri reminded him. "But thanks to you, and my classmates, and Professor Byleth, I am Dmitri Alexander Bladded once more, am I not?" "I suppose you are. By the way, how did you place that line about Edelgard into the speech?" "I only told you yesterday evening." The words had sounded wrong when he had read them aloud, and now that the thought occurred to him he finally realized why. "He's plotting something, so keep both your eyes open around him," Felix had said last night. Could it be that Edelgard's capture had somehow been arranged beforehand with Rodrigue's foreknowledge? "Well," Rodrigue said, "it was only a single sentence." "But what about all the copies you had to send out?" "That must have made things difficult for the copyists. There were a few cramped hands among them, but thankfully many hands still made light work. And we still had the woodcut illustration of you bearing your scars and showing the crest of flames and ink for printing it, so that was no problem. The messenger owls were sent out this morning." "Ah, I see." Dimitri relaxed. There was a perfectly rational and sensible explanation after all. Felix's paranoia had been for naught. "Are we to have this dance forevermore, Your Majesty?" Rodrigue asked, frowning slightly. "You suspect me of something, I explain to you the truth, you apologize for disrespecting me, I forgive you, we go about our merry ways. I must say, I am growing tired of it." "I understand. I did not mean to offend you by any means, Rodrigue. I was just curious as to how you managed to update the speech so quickly. But I digress. I intend to do everything in my power to save Edelgard, no matter how likely it is that she is beyond saving. I've no room in my heart for fear anymore. Either I have hope, or I have nothing. Either way, Rhea dies. And after that, we free Mercedes from that dastard Cornelia, and then we find Thales, wherever he has hidden himself and whatever guise he has taken, and see to it he never harms another soul." Rodrigue smiled. "I couldn't ask for anything more from you, my king. Now go and get some rest. Tomorrow is a busy day. And the tomorrow after that. And the tomorrow after that. War tends to be like that, my boy. From now on, until the Immaculate One lies dead at our feet, we shall not know a moment's peace." The rest of the Blue Lions hurried up the stairs and converged on Dimitri, many of them still visibly awestruck by the contents of his speech. Dimitri hurriedly threw a cloak back on over his bare shoulders to at least show some modicum of modesty, even though all of them had seen his naked chest and more at the bathhouse last night. Byleth, though, had a strange, sad look in her eyes again, and Dimitri had no choice but to doubt yet again if she really wanted to walk beside him. "Professor," he asked her, "are you all right?" She gave him a perfunctory nod. "Yes," she said. "It's just that I've never been part of a war before. This will be the first war within Fodlan's borders since the Crescent Moon War," Ignatz said. "We're striking at the heart of Fodlan itself. No one has ever done it before. No one in history has ever tried to attack Garreg Mach. Which means it's going to be either impossible," Felix muttered, "or easy." "So, Rhea tried to turn you into Nemesis II, Sylvain said to Dimitri, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "but gave you the sword of the Creator," he asked Byleth. "How does that work?" "Maybe it means we have two Nemesises on our side," Raphael said. "Or three," Bernadetta added, "if you count that other Hurricane King." "Does that make Merci a Nemesis, too?" Annette wondered. Felix let out a bitter laugh. "Well, this changes everything. With two Nemesises, how can we lose?" he muttered sarcastically. The rest of the Blue Lions laughed nonetheless, even though he'd clearly been mocking them. Recalling Rodrigue's words, Dimitri tried to hold on to this moment of levity while it lasted. But within his heart, even without the ghosts screaming in his ears, he felt only dread. Chapter 39, Tyranny and Mutation. The crown of the Emperor had always been heavy, far heavier than Edelgard had ever expected. And she had expected it to be heavy. Heavy, uncomfortable, weighted with twin burdens like the golden horns that curled around the sides of her head, which she normally styled her buns around. The first burden, her father had once told her, and she had soon found out, was the responsibility of having so much power at her disposal. The second was the burden of knowing that however much power she'd had, there would still be things and people far beyond her reach. Her father's words, as much as she had heeded them, hadn't prepared her for the moment he had set the crown upon her head, the moment she had felt the cold metal pressing against her brow send a jolt down her spine, the moment she had felt her neck bend as though an invisible hand had grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head downward. Though soon enough she had known firsthand both of those burdens, she had never gotten used to them. She felt that weight again when she awoke, and thus had to wonder what she was doing in her own world. Memories trickled sluggishly through her head. The sight of those eyes, that writhing beast corpse formed of fossilized bone and petrified sinew, still haunted her mind's eye, and with that sight came memories of the pain she had felt in both worlds. When her eyes opened, they found themselves studying the ornate furnishings of Archbishop Rhea's bedchambers, and Edelgard found herself lying on the Archbishop's luxurious bed and swaddled in its silken bedsheets as dusklight, at least, she thought it was dusk, filtered through the windows. If she was in the Archbishop's quarters, then she was in Ellie's world, the world she'd been forced to call home for almost 6 months now. But why, then, was she wearing her crown? Perhaps, if she were in her own world, she had been unconscious long enough for herself to be brought to Garreg Mach for whatever nebulous reason. She remembered feeling her counterpart's agony as the crest of flames had forcibly activated itself and felt a pang of empathy for the poor girl. It had felt in that moment like a fraction of those heinous crest experiments, only a fraction, but still far more than anybody deserved to endure. But why? What in the world had that unliving creature done? Was Byleth safe? Or Dimitri? What about the rest of the Blue Lions? It hurt to think, though, even to so much as ponder her current circumstances. Her head throbbed as though it were about to burst open with every thought that crawled sluggishly through her head. Ellie, she called out quietly, her voice a hoarse rasp. She waited for a response. Nothing. Edelgard eased herself out of bed and immediately found herself regretting it. Her entire body, her head most of all, ached in a way it hadn't since the day after the Battle of Thirdiad. It felt as though every part of her had been beaten and battered with a sack full of rocks, but when she looked down at herself, she didn't see any bruises or wounds, not even bandages over healed wounds or splints for broken bones. What she did see was a nightgown draped over her body made from flowing white silk brocade and gold thread. It was noticeably too big for her, the hem pooled around her ankles. Shuddering, Edelgard realized that Rhea had dressed her in her clothes. Damn the pain and soreness she had to get out of here. The prospect of being Rhea's prisoner, especially now that all hell had broken loose, was not one she wished to fathom any longer than necessary. Dimitri and Byleth were out there and they needed her. Or, at least, she hoped they were out there. The bedroom had windows that opened onto a 3-story drop straight down to the ground and one door, which Edelgard hoped wouldn't be locked from the inside. As she drew nearer to the door, she could hear muffled voices from the other side. She pressed her ear to the door to hear better. "I do not see why we cannot see her," one voice said. It was Hubert's. "If only for a moment," another voice, Ferdinand's, added. "Look, I get it, guys," said another voice, Big's voice. "Isn't it enough that Archbishop Rhea says she's okay?" Wedge asked. "I suppose, but even so," Ferdinand said. "I am her fiancé and son of the Prime Minister, Ferdinand von Aegir. Surely Her Holiness would understand." Edelgard took the doorknob and gave it an experimental twist, finding it remarkably easy to turn. So Rhea hadn't locked her in after all. Perhaps she thought a pair of guards would be enough. She pulled on the knob and cracked the door open. Ferdinand? Hubert. The two of them were standing in the hall before her. "Edelgard, darling," Ferdinand gasped. "WH. What in the goddess name has happened to you?" Hubert was silent for a moment, managing only to blink in shock as his jaw hung slack. Thank heavens you are okay, Lady Edelgard," he stammered once he had regained his voice, cracking a relieved, yet strained smile that didn't quite counteract his ashen complexion. "Why you are okay, are you not?" "Your Highness. You're awake," Wedge exclaimed. "One of us should go tell Lady Rhea," he said to Biggs. "You just sit tight there and go back to sleep while I go fetch her," Biggs said, pressing against the door to close it. "Wait," Edelgard said, pressing back with what little strength she could muster. "Can I please speak to Hubert and Ferdinand? Just for a minute." "You're not meant to have any visitors," Wedge said. "Lady Rhea's orders." "Surely you can at least make an exception for my retainer," Edelgard argued. "It is Hubert's job to worry about me." "Sorry, Princess, orders are orders," Biggs said. Edelgard forced her foot into the door before it could close in her face. "Wait. Hubert, Ferdinand, how many days has it been since the Holy Tomb?" "Days? It was this morning," Ferdinand stammered, his eyes darting to and fro as though afraid to meet hers. "The Hurricane Kings attacked the tomb and the entire Blue Lion's house fled with them." Wedge tried to nudge Edelgard's foot out from between the door and the frame. "You've got to get your rest, Your Highness. Hubert, I need you to go to my room and take an inventory of all of my belongings," she said as she began to lose the battle against the door. "Take anything that looks like it shouldn't fall into the wrong hands." She thought about the journal she'd promised Dimitri, dangerous in anybody's hands, and the brick of Semtex that was probably still in her satchel somewhere, provided the Knights of Syros hadn't already turned her room upside down. "Especially anything I have in my desk." "Yes, of course, Lady Edelgard. What should I do if something is missing?" "Find it." "And Ferdinand, what color is my hair?" She wasn't quite sure why she'd asked that question, but it had slipped from the tip of her tongue as naturally as breathing. Surely something must have been wrong with her, though, for them to act so strangely around her and stare at her so bemusedly. She dreaded the idea that her hair might have turned white, or goddess forbid that particular shade of mint green. Ferdinand blinked, bemused. "I beg your pardon. What color is it?" "Tell me." "Brown, darling. Same as it ever was." "But you do have." A third voice joined the fray. Ferdinand von Aegir? Hubert von Vestra? How dare you show your faces here? It was Anselm's, and he seemed to have dispensed with all of his false pleasantries. He strode down the hall with fury etched in his face, and though his tongue was as sharp as a lance, he looked much worse for the wear than Edelgard did. Though his clothes were fresh and clean, he wore bloody bandages underneath them where Edelgard's axe and the Hurricane King's sword, not to mention a stray arrow from Bernadetta, had found their marks. No longer neatly tied back, his hair fell in a lank and disheveled mop over his brow as he scowled at the two of them. "Your Highness," Ferdinand said, offering him a hasty bow. "That shall be, Your Majesty, soon enough. You two have got quite the nerve showing up here after failing her so utterly." "Anselm, there's no need to snap at them," Edelgard said, taking advantage of the momentary confusion to wedge her foot more firmly in the door. "Lie down and rest, you've had a very traumatic day," he said curtly before turning his indignation back onto Ferdinand and Hubert. "Ferdinand, how dare you call yourself her fiancé? And you, Hubert, how dare you call yourself her retainer? Did either of you have even the slightest idea what a den of heresy and perversion the Blue Lion's house had become? Did either of you realize how much they had radicalized my dear, sweet Elle?" Every biting word from his mouth struck the two of them like slaps to the face and made them flinch. "Anselm, that's enough," Edelgard snapped at him. "What's going on here? I will have words with you two later. But if I ever see you in this hallway again, you'll live to regret it. Now get out of my sight." Anselm turned to Biggs and Wedge. "And you too," he said, softening his voice, "I am sorry you had to see that. May I speak to Lady Edelgard? I can assure you Lady Rhea will allow it." Sure, Your Highness," Wedge said, and he let the door swing open just long enough for Anselm to stride into the bedroom and wrap his arms around Edelgard. The door swung shut with unnerving finality behind the two of them as he pressed her close to his chest. "I forgive you," Anselm whispered to her, gently rocking her to and fro as he tightened his grasp on her. "I forgive you, Elle. I forgive you for all of it. The things you said, the things you did, all of it. Ansi. I can't imagine how you must have felt back there," he said, stroking her hair as he guided her head to rest against his collar. "How difficult it must have been. The pressure you must have been under from those monsters you called classmates to say such horrible things, to commit such heinous acts. What do you think happened there? Isn't it obvious? Prince Dimitri was the Hurricane King all along. And all this time, this entire term, that dastard had been brainwashing his house, and even that professor of yours, to follow his sick, heretical ways. You must have felt you had no choice but to go along with them. I can't imagine how terrified you must have been." Edelgard nearly burst out laughing. "Brainwashing. Yes, brainwashing. How else can you explain how readily so many of your classmates swore fealty to that monster and his minions?" He put a hand to her cheek and lifted her head so that their eyes met. His brow was furrowed in concern. "If I had known, I would have moved heaven and earth to return you to the Black Eagles where you could be safe. But all I can do for now is thank my lucky stars you are still here and pray to the goddess that Lady Rhea and I can restore your sanity." Edelgard didn't know how to respond. A part of her wanted to simply laugh in his face, or remind him that the two of them witnessed Rhea fly into a homicidal rage and turn into a dragon, or that they both saw the ground burst open and reveal the animate corpse of a long-dead being resting beneath the monastery, or any number of the ridiculous and horrifying events that had occurred that very morning. Had anyone but her seen that undead creature? Had they seen the scales spreading across Rhea's flesh, the wings bursting from her back? She had even seen Seath and Flayn undergoing some kind of similar metamorphosis. Had it all been a delusion brought on by that monstrous corpse's assault on her mind? "We are not going to give up on you, Elle. Rhea was even kind enough to give you her very blood to heal your wounds. You owe her your life, and neither she nor I will let the gift she has given you go to waste." Edelgard felt sick to her stomach. Rhea had forced her to drink her blood while she'd been unconscious. She retched and choked down a mouthful of bile. Her head kept pounding, her neck still wanted to bend under an invisible weight. "I am just so glad you're still with us," Anselm whispered. "I shudder to think of what those Hurricane Kings would have done to someone as blessed by the goddess as you. How many people in the past 1,000 years have been marked by her divine grace as much as you've been?" His hand slid up her cheeks, his fingers burrowing into her hair, and as his fingertips drifted further back she felt the throbbing pain in her head grow stronger. That was when she felt them. First with the gentlest accidental brush of her fingertips as they passed over his hands, then, with a more conscious and aware touch, she gently traced the contours of a pair of things that curved just over the tips of her ears forward, then upward, and slightly inward before terminating at blunt points. They felt hard, solid, smooth, like bone, or antlers. With mounting horror she followed their curves backward to the sides of her head, just above and behind her ears, and where they parted her hair and joined her skull the skin around them was so intensely sensitive and raw that it screamed and burned from just a gentle touch. Horns. She had horns. Edelgard didn't remember passing out, but she must have because when she awoke, she found herself back in Ria's bed under a shaft of bright morning sunlight. A strong, savory smell and the light of the sun had roused from her slumber. She could feel the sun's warmth on her face, its light boring through her eyelids. She opened her eyes slowly, seeing the blurred and indistinct shapes of Ria's bedroom from behind a cage of eyelashes slowly coalesce. There was less of an ache permeating her body, save for the sides of her head just behind and above her ears that hurt more than ever, and a new sharp, throbbing pain localized to the tips of her fingers and toes in an area just beneath the small of her back. It took her too long to realize, as the world came into focus, that the soft, firm, warm thing cushioning her head was not a pillow, and when she looked straight up she could see Ria's emerald eyes, sparkling like gemstones in the dawn light, staring back at her. "Are we awake?" Ria asked, her voice as sweet as syrup, quiet as a mouse, and soft as the bed's lush and luxurious duvet. She was kneeling at the head of the bed and Edelgard's head was resting on her lap, cushioned between her thighs. Before Edelgard could answer, she gently teased her hands through her hair and brought her fingertips down to the base of her. She didn't want to think about it. A very small, weak, yet sharp sound escaped her lips. "Oh. I do apologize. They must be terribly sensitive, aren't they?" Healing magic pulsed through Ria's fingertips, numbing the raw, chafed skin they brushed against. Edelgard felt the ripples reverberate through her skull in a way she hated to admit was pleasant. She didn't want to think about the things there. But the pain will fade. The skin will heal. And, my child, you wear them beautifully. "What have you done to me?" Edelgard asked. "I have saved you from those monsters who had wished to claim you. You were so badly injured, even my healing magic was not enough to keep you alive. It has been so very long since I had to use my blood to save somebody's life. Ah, but how poetic it is. I remember Wilhelm, my dear Wilhelm. When I first met him, he had lost so much blood that he had gone into shock. He said I looked like a being of pure light." Ria did not look like a being of pure light right now. Edelgard could only look upon her with dread mounting in her heart. "That is why the Hresvelgline bears its crest," Ria added. "Yes, my child, my dear Edelgard, it was I, at the dawn of Adrestia." "Cyros," Edelgard gasped. "Yes. I was once Cyros herself. I hardly remember those days. His face, his eyes. But when I look upon you, oh, Edelgard. I remember the color of his hair. That wonderful soft, light chestnut, still running so strongly through your bloodline through all these generations." Ria lifted one hand, fanning locks of Edelgard's hair through her fingers. "I was expecting your quickening to change it, as it had changed for that thief." As soft as her tone was, she couldn't help but spit out that epithet as though it was a slur. "But I find myself glad it has not yet. How nostalgic I always felt, whenever I met a Hresvelg with his beautiful hair." Edelgard felt her pulse hasten. She wanted to pull herself away from Ria, fling herself across the room, and bolt out the door, but she could hardly even wiggle her toes, let alone move her legs or lift an arm. "Your quickening, dear, is such a welcome surprise, more than I could have expected, more than I had dared to dream. I remember. Mother's horns had the same shape to them. One pair of them, at least. I wonder if any more pairs will grow in. Your little head may be too small to fit all of them, for now," Ria said to her, an almost playful tone to her voice. The smile on her face was so simple, so earnest, so bright, so happy that it was terrifying. Edelgard tried to ignore her words, the cost of parsing them was too high. "Oh, but you need to eat," Ria said, pulling away her hands and reaching across the side of the bed. How foolish of me to forget. Yes, yes, you need plenty of food to feed all these wonderful changes. Edelgard felt a plate rest itself atop her chest and looked down to see a full breakfast laid out before her. Fried eggs with ever so slightly runny yolks begging to burst open, crisp rashers of bacon with perfectly blackened edges, a mound of cubed potatoes that had been fried golden brown in oil, and a freshly baked pastry with braids of crisp dough laid intricately over a center of oozing violet jelly. The food was warm enough, though it had sat waiting at the bedside, that some of it still steamed. "Well, my child?" Rhea asked her. "Is it to your liking?" "I do beg your pardon. I did not know how you liked your eggs done, or how crispy you preferred your bacon." "I'm not hungry," Edelgard managed to say as her stomach, which had not been given anything except Rhea's blood since yesterday morning, squealed and whined in protest and wrapped itself around her spine. "Oh, but you must be," Rhea said. "It has been a full day since you have eaten." "Oh, you are too weak to move, is that it? How foolish of me. I ought to have realized that." Her hands crept to the plate and picked up the knife and fork set upon it, piercing one of the egg yolks and letting it spill its golden yellow liquid into the whites. "Do not despair, I will feed you myself." "Open wide." Edelgard did not. If these changes to her body needed to be fed, then she would starve them. The smell, though, of all that wonderful food made her stomach wrench itself so violently, so needily, that she felt nauseous nearly to the point of vomiting. She'd gone on hunger strikes in the dungeons long, long ago, but it had been easier than Thales and Duke Aegir had only ever served their prisoners thin and revoltingly foul gruel, and barely enough for basic subsistence at that. "Please, Edelgard. Dear, you must eat." "Oh, do you think it is poisoned?" "Such paranoia. You poor girl. I can only imagine how much that brat and that thief have twisted your poor little mind." "Do not worry." Rhea lifted the fork away and took a bite herself, chewed thoroughly, and swallowed. "See? It is normal food and nothing more, my child. I only want you to be well fed and happy." Edelgard kept her mouth shut and would have done so indefinitely until Rhea, frustrated, set down her knife and clamped her forefinger and thumb firmly down over Edelgard's nose. Edelgard made a valiant effort of holding her breath until she felt close to passing out, like a child throwing a tantrum, but as soon as she opened her mouth to expel the breath growing stale in her lungs, Rhea swiftly shoveled a forkful of food into it. Before Edelgard could spit the mouthful out, Rhea clamped a hand over her mouth. "Chew it," she said sternly. "Swallow it." Edelgard did so almost involuntarily, all at the whims of her protesting stomach. At least it was better than having a metal vise placed in her mouth and a tube shoved down her throat. "There we go," Rhea said, releasing her and letting her catch her breath. "Isn't it delicious? Now, don't be so obstinate anymore. You, more than anybody else, need a full belly." Being treated like a child and an invalid was almost more than Edelgard could bear. But the scent of all that delicious food was maddening. "Fine," she snapped. After all, if she ate, then she could regain her strength, and if she could regain her strength, then perhaps she could escape and find her way back to Byleth and Dimitri. Dimitri, poor Dimitri. Edelgard could imagine how lost he must have felt at this moment. The pain in her heart when she had lost Byleth to Rhea had been so great that at times she had felt she would die of heartbreak alone like the heroine in some sappy tragedy, and she knew that Dimitri feared losing those closest to him to Rhea more than anything else. And how would he react at the sight of her now, or in the future when this so-called quickening had inflicted more of its transfigurations upon her? She considered asking Rhea what had happened to the two of them, and the rest of the Blue Lions, but doubted that she would receive an unbiased answer. Having breakfast with Rhea was, to say the least, a humiliating experience, and as soon as there was just barely enough food in her stomach to make it stop hurting, Edelgard feigned fullness. The plate was only half empty. "Full already?" Rhea wondered. "You haven't even gotten to the pastry. I know how much you love sweets." Edelgard shook her head. "Oh. I see. You wish to save it for me. That is so very thoughtful and kind of you, but I have already eaten." "Please, Edelgard, this is all for you." "It's more than enough," she insisted. "Thank you for the food, Lady Rhea." "Oh, please. Rhea patted her softly on the forehead. There need be no more secrets between us now. Call me Cyros. Simply Cyros. Mercifully, eventually she grew tired of badgering Edelgard to eat, and when someone knocked on her door to summon her for urgent business, Edelgard was spared any further embarrassment and finally left to her own devices. A pity, then, that she was still so weak she could barely move. Thankfully, Edelgard found that she had at least regained her strength in her arms by the time Rhea returned with lunch, so she was at least spared the indignity of being unable to feed herself. She hated it, though. Her thoughts kept spiraling to her first month outside of the dungeons when she had been hardly able to do anything but convalesce. Hubert, whom she had not seen in nearly 4 years at that point, had been her caretaker, but even his comforting presence could not have made her forget that she had traded one prison for another, and for years until she had met Byleth she had always seen the invisible stone walls and barred partitions surrounding her wherever she went. She could see them again here. It wasn't long after lunch that she finally felt well enough to drag herself out of Rhea's bed and try to take a few hesitant steps. Why she was so weak now, when she'd been able to stand and walk around yesterday during her short period of consciousness, she couldn't fathom. The localized aches were stronger, though. Her fingers and toes felt so cold that they burned, and the throbbing pressure at the base of her spine kept getting worse. At the very least, she had one small mercy in that her head didn't hurt so much. As she slid off the side of the bed and stumbled forward, struggling to keep her balance, she heard a distinct set of sharp tapping sounds following her, like the tips of claws clacking against stone. And part of the duvet came with her, falling to the floor behind her with a soft thump. One of her hands, she realized, had somehow adhered to it. Frustrated, she gave it a yank and tore it free. There was a sound of ripping fabric. As her fingertips pulled away from the sheet, they left 4 ragged, parallel furrows. Edelgard stared at her hand, dumbstruck and aghast. Protruding no less than half an inch from each fingertip, her fingernails had grown, sharpened, and thickened into something more closely resembling claws, or talons. This wasn't happening. For a long while, that was all she could think. This was not happening. The bottom seemed to drop out of her stomach, her thoughts orbited each other in free fall as her mind sank into an abyss. Her breath became short and shallow, her pulse quickening. She felt faint and lightheaded, even though it had only been a short time since lunch she felt as though she hadn't eaten in days. The walls of the Archbishop's bedchambers seemed to draw closer, inch by imperceptible inch, the ceiling lowering itself to meet her. Bit by bit, piece by piece, something monstrous within her, more monstrous even than the crest of flames, had taken root within her and now its seeds were sprouting from her flesh, consuming her, in the form of monstrous horns and claws, and goddess knew what else would follow. She had no choice but to escape before things got worse. She clenched her fist, the better to hide those terrible things, and felt a sharp and stabbing pain in her palm followed by a spreading warmth. Blood oozed out from between her knuckles. With a frustrated sigh, she tore a strip from the silken bedsheets, at least that was easier, and wrapped it tightly around the self-inflicted wounds she'd made in her hand, then made her way to the door. She knocked on it. Excuse me? Biggs? Wedge. The door opened just a sliver. What is it, Your Highness? Biggs asked from the other side. For a moment, Edelgard considered telling them that Rhea was turning her into a monster and that she needed to be let out before it was too late. But no, they'd seen her yesterday with the horns upon her head and hadn't even commented on it. They knew and didn't care at all. I'm sorry to trouble you too, she said, but, this is embarrassing, but I need to, well, you know, and the chamber pot is full, would you two please have it replaced? Oh, sure, yeah, we'll get right on that, Wedge said. Stand to the side, we're opening the door. Edelgard stood back, but not to the side, as the door opened. As soon as Wedge came through, she flew out of the room like a bat out of hell, running past both of her guards into the hall. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Biggs cried out, his hand clamping onto her shoulder and sliding off. Your Highness! She left them both behind, placing out of her mind as best she could the sound of claws scraping and scratching against the stone tile floor as she ran to the staircase. Every step she took threatened to throw her off balance. When her foot hit the first step, she nearly fell head over heels and tumbled all the way down the staircase. Only by keeping a hand pressed to the side of the wall could she keep herself upright. As soon as she hit the foot of the staircase, though, and stepped out into the second-floor hallway, she lost that support and collapsed to her hands and knees. The second floor. Faculty offices. Her mind raced with the pounding of her pulse. Who down here could help her? Vool, perhaps, if he was in that broom closet he called an office. Or maybe Hanneman would be sympathetic. It was a weekday. Edelgard thought it was either Thursday or Friday, and it was the afternoon soon after lunch, so he would be in his office. No time to deliberate, only to decide. Biggs and Wedge were already coming down the staircase after her, their heavy boots stomping down step after step. She picked herself up and ran down the hall to Hanneman's office and banged on the door with all her might. If I have told you once, I have told you 1,000 times this past year, Arcturus, there is no need to bang on my door so violently, and it is good manners to introduce yourself. Hanneman opened the door and lost his voice, staring down at her with eyes so wide his monocle fell to the floor. Lady Edelgard, is that you? She glanced down the hall and heard the guards clamber to the foot of the stairs. In just a second they would round the corner and spot her, so without a moment's haste she threw herself into Hanneman's office and slammed the door shut behind her with enough force to rattle the glassware sitting on the professor's desk. Careful, careful, he chided her. The crest analyzer's position is extremely sensitive to sudden. Edelgard, good heavens, what has happened to you? I need you to hide me, she gasped, falling into his arms and grabbing fistfuls of his overcoat's lapels. Ria, she's done something to me. You need to hide me from her. I can see that something has been done to you, certainly. Those horns, when Hubert and Ferdinand told me, I had thought they were both just imagining it from stress. You say Ria is responsible. Who else would be? She snapped. Hide me. Now. Hanneman glanced around his office. Excuse me? Do you expect me to have a trapdoor in the floor or a hidden panel in the wall? He scoffed. There was a knock on the door. Hey, Professor Hanneman. Wedge called out. Can you help us out with something? Just a minute. Hanneman called back. Crawl under the desk. You'll be out of sight, at least, he said, ushering her to the back of the room and lowering her to the floor. Edelgard curled up out of sight underneath the desk as he made his way to the door. The front and sides of the desk went all the way down to the floor, creating a hiding place enclosed on 3 sides directly under it. It was cramped, but it would hide her from nearly every angle when she pressed herself as close to the front as possible. Ah, Sir Biggs, Sir Wedge. What can I help you with? Well, it's just that don't tell Ria about this. Definitely don't tell Ria about this, she's been in a really scary mood ever since the incident yesterday morning. Edelgard wondered if she was breathing too loudly. The heaving of her chest and the pounding of her pulse in her ears felt as loud to her as the hammer in a blacksmith's forge. She tucked her knees into her chest and wrapped her arms around herself, feeling her claws dig into her nightgown and prick her skin. Her eye throbbed as though reacting to her stress. We, kinda lost Edelgard. She left Ria's room and we couldn't catch up with her. She's really sick and shouldn't be allowed outside. We heard someone knocking on a door and think it might have been her. Is she, Did she run in here? I'm sorry, but I don't recall anybody knocking on my door until you two came along. Perhaps it was Manuela's office? If Lady Edelgard is in pain, the infirmary would seem like a logical choice. Can we have a look around? Just to be sure. Hanneman laughed. A look around, just to be sure? Surely you don't think my eyesight could be that bad. But do go on ahead, have a peek. But please take care, my equipment is in a very sensitive configuration right now and the slightest disturbance could ruin hours of work. Edelgard could hear Biggs and Wedge's boots stomp across the floor as they entered the office. She tried to slow her breathing, steady her pulse, recalling everything Shamir had once taught her about masking her presence to make herself silent and undetectable. The pattern of breathing once in through the nose, twice out through the mouth. Careful, careful, Hanneman said to them as he circled around his desk. Edelgard saw his shoes step into view and then slip out of sight. I said I have a very delicate setup here. Sorry. Our mistake, Professor. We'll be more careful. The knight's voices kept drawing closer only to retreat just as suddenly, spiraling ever nearer and farther in a maddening dance. Huh. You've got some scratch marks on the floor, Professor. Yeah, you bring one of the dogs in here or something. Edelgard looked down at her bare feet and realized for the first time that her toenails had also transformed into long, sharp talons. That explained the noise. Was she really leaving marks on the floor wherever she went? I do believe I did, actually, just the other day. Entirely inadvertently, of course. The poor thing was obsessed with a biscuit I had accidentally left in my coat pocket and followed me around all day. Ha! Dogs. Gotta love 'em. I have always preferred cats, but yes, I do agree. They are such lovable creatures. Well, looks like that's it. Sorry for bothering you, Professor, Wedge said. We'll check the infirmary next. You've been a great help, Biggs said. It was the least I could do, Hanneman said, ushering them both out. Oh, hey, what's your monocle doing here? A chill ran down Edelgard's spine. It ran too far down her spine, in fact, farther than it ought to go, and when it hit the throbbing ache just beneath the small of her back it was as though someone had jabbed a knife into it. With a jolt, she lifted her head and cracked it against the top of the desk. Hanneman let out a loud, extremely forced cough and stomped his foot on the floor. Ah, pardon me, sirs. Excuse me. A tickle in the back of my throat. Ah, is that what happened to my monocle? I have been looking for it all morning. I suppose it really is always in the last place you looked. Thank you so much. No problem. Good luck with your research. Have a nice day, Professor. Or, well, as nice as you can with the mess everything's turned into. You too as well. I hope you find Lady Edelgard soon. Thank the goddess. Biggs and Wedge hardly had half a brain to spare between the two of them. The door swung shut and Hanneman returned to the desk. There. They've left, he sighed. He crouched down, helped Edelgard out from under the desk, and guided her to his chair. Are you hurt? It sounded as though you hit your head. I was certain they would have suspected something. It's nothing, just a bump, Edelgard said, easing her way into the seat. The base of her spine still ached terribly, making it hard to sit. It's fine. Thank you, Professor. You have put me in quite a bind, though. What am I to do with you? Hanneman asked, thoughtfully tweaking one end of his mustache. Are you certain you know where those horns came from? When Lady Rhea asked me to test a sample of your blood yesterday, all I could discern was that your crest had been changed from a minor one to a major one. I saw nothing to indicate the sort of corruption we saw with Happy's crest, or any other reason why you might, I have a major crest of Ciro's now. Yes. Lady Rhea seemed oddly disappointed when I told her this morning. As though she had expected more. Tell me, do they hurt? Those horns, that is. Not as much as they once did, Edelgard said, frustrated at his line of questioning. I don't know what I am or what I'm becoming, but I don't like it. Rhea, on the other hand, does. And that should terrify you as much as it does me. She shivered. Those who slither in the dark had failed to turn her into a monster. But now it was Rhea's turn, and Edelgard couldn't be so sure that she wouldn't succeed where Thales had failed. She had made such visible progress already. Hanneman sloughed off his tweed overcoat and draped it over her shoulders, offering her its weight and warmth. There. Perhaps I allowed my inquisitive nature to get away from me. But surely you do not mean to suggest that Lady Rhea is dabbling in the same work as Cornelia. You should consider the possibility. He gasped, scandalized. She is the Archbishop of the same church whose dogma turned your sister into a brood mare, Edelgard snapped at him. Is it so hard to believe that she can make monsters out of people as well? Hanneman was silent. I know why you're so obsessed with crests, Hanneman, she said. You told me yourself. You don't want people to be harmed because of the crests they bear, or the lack thereof. If I may hazard a guess, the true purpose of your research here is to find a way to give and take away crests as one sees fit, so that they can no longer be used to prop up the aristocracy. He took a step back. How did you? How else would you prevent anyone else from meeting your sister's fate? But you know that the Church of Ceros would never allow such a thing. It would undermine the social order they have claimed for 1,000 years as ordained by the goddess herself. You would be branded a heretic and made an example of the moment it became known what you were trying to do. You know full well that the Church is evil, Hanuman. I need your help. You need to help me escape Garag Mach. Hanuman opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He croaked. Lady Edelgard, I do not even know where to begin. What do you expect me to do? I cannot keep you in my office indefinitely. Go find Albus, she said. Albus? Sita's new assistant. He'll know what to do. I cannot stay here. If I allow these changes to continue. Thal's voice rang in her ears, stabbing into her brain like icy needles. You are our greatest creation. We used the defiled beast's blood as the fuel to your flame, that you may burn even the gods. She could only ever be someone else's creation, someone else's pet monster. No matter how far away she ran, no matter how she tried to escape. I don't know what will be left of me. Her voice cracked. She stared down at her monstrous hands and realized that she had crossed the final boundary. The one thing that Ellie had been allowed to keep in this world had now been taken from her. Hanuman laid a hand on her shoulder, but just as he opened his mouth to speak some word of comfort, the door to his office swung open and Rhea stepped into his office, her nostrils flaring as she sniffed the air. He all but leaped away from Edelgard. Lady Rhea, he stammered, his face turning as white as snow and his monocle leaping once again from his eye. My goodness, it is, and not like you to forego knocking. It is not what it looks like, I swear. It looks to me, she said, her gossamer gown making her seem to glide into the room, as though poor Edelgard was in such terrible pain and was so frightened by it that she fled to the comfort of her old professor, who always seemed to have all the answers. She wore a smile too saccharine to be genuine. Well. I suppose, Hanuman glanced helplessly at Edelgard. I suppose that is quite astute of you, Lady Rhea. That is exactly what it is. I am humbled she came to me first. I assure you, I took good care of her. Rhea was upon Edelgard before she could even think about running or hiding, resting gentle hands on her shoulders. I am so terribly sorry, my dear. I ought to have been there for you, even in these perilous times. You are my guest and my first priority should be to see to your needs, all of your needs. Come along. Her hands slipped off of her shoulders, slithered down her arms, and curled around her hands. Edelgard felt herself lifted up from the chair and dragged closer into Rhea's embrace. Her heart leaped into her throat, she felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat far beyond escape now. Lady Rhea, Hanuman said as Rhea gently dragged Edelgard with her to the door, if I may I would be happy to conduct any further tests you require, but I might ask if, beyond that, I might be able to visit her and study the progression of, he trailed off. Of what? Rhea asked sweetly. Hanuman, I admire your scientific mind. But this is the realm of miracles, not science. Leave it all to me. She took Edelgard out of the room, brought her upstairs, and returned her to the bedroom. You poor thing, Rhea said to her, inhaling deeply through her nostrils as she held her head to her bosom and stroked her hair, I ought to have known that you would hurt yourself. I was so wrapped up in my work that it simply did not occur to me that I still needed to teach you to clip and file your new talons. Do your horns at least feel better? Edelgard tried to keep pushing the words out of her mind. Talons. Horns. What was next? Fangs? A scaly hide? A tail? She didn't want to fathom the answers to those questions. Or perhaps you simply wished to run away. I suppose a little rebellion is only to be expected, given the lies those friends of yours filled your head with. The door to the bedroom creaked open. But you are not a prisoner here, Edelgard, Rhea said, holding her tighter and pressing 2 fingers to the base of her spine. I do not want you to use that word, prisoner, no matter how appropriate you may think it is. Instead, please begin thinking of yourself as an honored, esteemed guest. A guest who, for her own safety, cannot be allowed to leave. Edelgard felt dread seize her. What are you? I am simply going to see to it that you do not try anything foolish again, Rhea said. 1,000 horrifying possibilities for what torture Rhea might inflict on her ran through Edelgard's mind, but all she felt when Rhea jabbed her fingers into the spot directly above the ache at the base of her spine were her legs crumpling beneath her as though every muscle in them had instantly and painlessly atrophied. Waves of numbing, stifling healing magic surged through Edelgard's body. It was warm, overwhelmingly warm, as though she'd been plunged into a hot bath and completely submerged. She felt for a moment as though her entire body was stuffed head to toe with cotton, and what might have been a scream only came out as a muffled, weakening moan that trailed off into silence. Of course. Rhea would never hurt her. Not physically, anyway. This will only last the night, Rhea hissed in her ear, her voice as soft as ever. But please do not make me do it again. The next day passed with horrible monotony. Edelgard was hardly aware of time's passage at all. When she wasn't alone, either Rhea was there to feed her or coo over her, or Anselm was there to watch over her. No one else was allowed to visit. Mercifully, she didn't notice any more changes, though she feared every time she felt sleep take her that there would be more upon waking. The parts of her that hurt still hurt, and every once in a while she thought she imagined new parts hurting. Another mortifying dinner with Rhea, thankfully, was interrupted when Byleth stopped time. Edelgard had often been relieved to find herself in her world, but she had never been this relieved. The scenery hardly changed, though. Edelgard found herself taken from one bed to another. At least now she was in her own bedroom. And she was not alone. Mercedes, Linhard, and Marianne were there with her. Marianne was kneeling at the bedside with her arm in her hand and she turned her head away at the sight of it, a needle and long, clear tube protruding from the inside of her elbow. She'd had blood samples taken out of her before, but the last time she had seen a needle and tube like that had been in the hands of those who slither in the dark all those years ago. And her current situation did nothing to make the sight of one of those horrid things in her skin more palatable. She took a deep breath, steeled herself, and focused on Marianne's face. Edelgard had nearly forgotten how much she'd grown over the years since she'd joined the Black Eagles. In the academy, she'd had so little to live for, and it had showed itself in the hunch of her shoulders, the pallor of her face, the dark shadows under her eyes, the learned hopelessness that kept her head bowed and her hands clasped in an eternal prayer to deliver her from her suffering. But under Edelgard's wing, she had found her own reason to live, and though she was as quiet and soft-spoken as ever, her head was always held high and her doe-like brown eyes were bright and clear. The other world's Marianne had been looking brighter and happier, too, thanks to Dimitri. Edelgard had to wonder how she was taking the Hurricane King's revelation. It had to be common knowledge by now. Is the device working properly? Marianne asked Linhard with her soft, whisper-quiet voice. Looks like it, he said. The clear tube, which was filled with blood, traveled to a strange-shaped glass vial he held in his hand. He was clearly forcing himself to look at it, and in his momentary lapses his eyes met Edelgard's. Huh. Ellie's not usually squeamish about needles, he added. I wonder, is Her Majesty back? Edelgard cleared her throat. She is, she said. What happened? What exactly are you doing to me? Oh, no need to sound accusing, Your Majesty, Mercedes said with a smile. We just need to take a closer look at your blood, that's all. We've sent an urgent message to Hanuman and Manuela and Ordelia asking them to return as soon as possible. After what happened the other day, Linhard said. Weren't you in Shamhala with Byleth? Edelgard asked him. Oh, we were well on our way back again when your seizure happened. About 2 days' travel, but after what happened to Byleth, we had one of the caravan's wyverns take us back here as quickly as we could. That, should be enough, Marianne. Pinch the tube shut and let me handle it. The blood stopped flowing and Linhard removed the tube from the vial. This thing sure is useful. If unpleasant. Mercifully, Marianne withdrew the needle and healed the tiny exit wound before even a droplet of blood could well up. There. All done, Your Majesty. Mercedes said with a cheerful smile. Here, she said, handing Edelgard a platter laden with cookies. Have a cookie. Edelgard felt herself involuntarily grab 2 off the plate and shove them into her mouth. Or, rather, she felt Ellie do it voluntarily. Is there any reason I had to fast for half a day before we did that? She snapped. Yes, Linhard said. I'm just going by what the instructions said. He slotted the vial into a larger device. What happened to Byleth? Edelgard asked once she'd finished eating, gingerly pulling the sleeve of her nightshirt down over her arm. Now that the unpleasantness of that had passed, she could finally allow herself to feel at ease. This body did not feel the weight of horns upon her head, or even her crown, and nor were the tips of her fingers weighed down by the alien weight of her new talons. "That's what we're trying to find out," Linhard said. "Whatever it is, apparently, it happened at about the same time whatever happened to you happened." "What did happen to you, anyway, Your Majesty?" Ellie said she could feel herself torn between the two worlds while her crests activated, and won't say a word about what she saw. "That's because I can't describe it with words," Ellie said. "It was terrifying. There were so many eyes. It was something like a giant hero's relic," Edelgard said, "buried underneath the holy tomb. Somehow, it came to life. Like the Lance of Ruin did with Miklon, all those years ago." "Did it turn someone into a monster?" "No, it was the monster. It was shaped like, not a sword or a spear or a hammer, but a creature. It was bigger than the Immaculate One. Somehow, having 3 people with the crest of flames down there brought it to life, or summoned it, and triggered those seizures." "A creature buried under the holy tomb," Linhard stroked his chin. "That's interesting. I'd always wanted to go back there. Shame we could never get past that platform ourselves." "Well, it is a tomb, right?" Mercedes asked. "If there's a corpse in the tomb, then do you think it could be?" Her conclusion didn't have to be said. The goddess Sothis was real. She existed. And she was also dead. Edelgard, of course, knew that Sothis existed, or at least a being calling itself Sothis, but try as she might, she couldn't reconcile the skeletal beast she had seen in the tomb with the woman-child who had haunted her professor. Her professor? No, her wife. She pulled herself out of bed, forcing herself to remember that her legs worked in this world. "Where's Byleth?" she asked. The question hadn't fully left her mouth before she had caught sight of a cot placed at the other side of her bed, and on that cot was Byleth. She was sleeping peacefully, lying in placid repose with her feathery dark hair messily framing her face and her hands folded over her chest. "Careful," Mercedes cautioned Edelgard as she circled the bed. "She is still quite worn out from the trip back, on top of whatever happened the other day." Edelgard fell to her knees and drank in the sight of her love's face the way a wanderer in the desert would drink from a long sought-after oasis. Her heart just may have exploded right then and there. There were so many differences between the other world's Byleth and her own, beyond obvious ones like a few fresh scars here and there or the murky seaweed blue color of her hair. There were so many subtle things. It was really her. It was really her. Edelgard studied her hands and searched for the silver ring on her finger just to make sure. Yes, it was there, a ring of perfect and unmarred gleaming light set against the beautifully scarred skin of a mercenary's rough hand, a complement to the ring that sat on Edelgard's own finger. She could cry at the sight of it. Byleth's eyes cracked open, and they were the wonderful azure eyes Edelgard remembered. The eyes that meant the world to her. A smile crossed her face. The warm, rich, full smile of a woman who had earned her humanity. "Only one person stares at me like that," she murmured in a soft voice, weakly lifting one hand to lay it upon Edelgard's cheek. No one could replace this Byleth. The firm gentleness of her touch was something no one else could manage. Edelgard felt herself overwhelmed with emotion. "My love," she whispered, scarcely managing even that much as she rested her hand atop her wife's. "Hi, Elle," she said, carding her fingers through Edelgard's hair like she always did. "Kept you waiting, huh?" Edelgard wrapped her up in an embrace and sobbed into the pillow of her chest, shivering and shaking like a newborn deer. She could hear Byleth's heart beat again, the wonderful constant rhythm more beautiful than the most heartstring-plucking melodies. It was as though this moment was a prize for enduring Rhea's captivity. Byleth raised herself up and Edelgard with her. "So, any idea what's going on?" Edelgard was in no condition to compose herself, so Ellie composed herself for her and she and Linhard repeated what they'd just spoken about. "Oh. Huh." Byleth's brow furrowed darkly. "Something wrong, Professor?" Mercedes asked. "When the seizure happened, it felt like every part of my body was being dragged somewhere." "To another world?" Ellie asked. "No, not quite. Not how you describe it. It was. Where were we when it happened, Linhard? We were a ways past Gronder Field, I think, Linhard said. I felt like I was being dragged, north? Roughly north. Maybe a bit west, too. North, Edelgard gathered her wits about her, her lovesick fervor momentarily dissipated. Back at the Holy Tomb, she recalled, the eldritch resonance of the crest of flames in concert with Suthi's corpse seemed to have been trying to pull Byleth toward the chasm, along with the sword of the Creator. She recalled that Didu and Raphael had both had to grasp the sword with all their strength to keep it from flying off. Is the sword of the Creator still being kept in the vault with Aimer? She asked. It should be, Ellie said. I haven't told anyone to put the hero's relics anywhere else. Count Boromaz asked if they could be put in a museum, Mercedes said, but you said you couldn't be bothered with such a dumb request. Not to his face, I hope, Edelgard said. Count Boromaz was one of the less terrible nobles. Ellie said. I was in a bad mood that day, and he caught me at a bad time. Well. I suppose I can hardly get upset at you. Let's go down to the vault. And somebody get a compass. Byleth nodded, and together with Linhard, Mercedes, and Marianne, she and Edelgard left the bedroom and descended deep into the palace. Edelgard felt dark thoughts fill her mind. The dungeons, not just the vaults, were down here, and somewhere in them was Thales. A part of her wanted to confront him, but showing herself to him would simply reveal that Vipar hadn't replaced her after all, and Edelgard couldn't see a tactical advantage in that. Her position was bad enough as it was, no need to make it worse. They came to the vault and Edelgard found there exactly what she'd expected. But seeing it was no less shocking. The sword of the Creator, like Aimer, had been mounted to the wall with thick iron bars bored into thicker stone. Had been because the bars no longer pinned the sword to the stone, having been ripped from the wall and thrown across the room. The sword itself had stuck itself in the opposite wall like an arrow protruding from a target. Edelgard and the others stared at it, dumbfounded. What the fuck, Byleth said. What direction did the sword travel in? Edelgard asked, regaining her power of speech before everyone else. Linhard took the compass he'd grabbed and held it to the sword, lining it up to the blade. North-northeast, looks like. Why? What's north-northeast of Inver? Gareg Mach, Byleth said without missing a beat. The sword of the Creator had been trying to travel across Fodlan to the Holy Tomb. Byleth's body, too, even though her chest no longer contained a crest stone. Did that mean Suthi's corpse had been trying to gather those things to itself in this world, too? Had its strange awakening in one world awakened the Suthis in this world as well? Perhaps it had seized onto particles of dust from the stone that were still present within Byleth's body. Edelgard relayed her ideas to the others. Suthis, Byleth murmured, her gaze fixed on the floor. Edelgard addressed the others. Linhard, Mercedes, Marianne, I would like a moment alone with my wife. Then an idea struck her. Marianne, are Hilda and Claude still here? They never left, Your Majesty. Good. Find Hilda and tell her that in the other world, I've been taken prisoner by Archbishop Rhea and am being held in her bedroom. In the other world, Byleth had either used her power to escape a dangerous situation or so that Edelgard could communicate, no matter where she was, with somebody outside her gilded prison of Rhea's bedroom. Whichever it was, there was no sense in letting the opportunity of the latter pass her by. Have her pass it on to the other world's Claude when we go back, he'll know what to. Wait, I've been taken prisoner by what? Ellie squawked. The others stared at her, eyes wide and jaws slack. Are you okay? Byleth gasped. Edelgard tried not to think about the horns and talons, thankful that she and Ellie could only read each other's emotional states, not their thoughts. My life isn't in danger, she answered evasively. She could at least be certain of that for now. Satisfied, the others left her and Byleth alone in the vault. I know about Suthis, Edelgard said while Byleth glumly studied the sword embedded in the wall. Byleth looked up at her with an innocent look on her face. I could see her. I could even hear and speak to her. Hilda and I both, she said. I never knew about her before. I suppose it's my fault for never giving you the opportunity to tell me. Byleth smiled. Her smile was so much warmer and richer now than it had been back then. It was completely different from the way her counterpart in the other world smiled. Edelgard had almost forgotten how different. I never knew how you'd react to it, anyway. I'm sorry you lost her, Edelgard said. She was a good friend. Yeah. Byleth nodded and placed a hand over her heart. But she's still around. In here. Last time I heard her voice was when I woke up from that 5-year sleep. I thought after the Creststone dissolved, there'd be nothing left of her in here, until I used that power again. I guess part of her is still here, then. She said our souls would be one. I wonder, Edelgard suggested, if it is because you still have some part of Suthi's within your soul that you were affected. Sounds about right. Byleth's glum look returned. The thing you saw in the tomb, though, sounds scary. Do you think that was Suthi's? The real Suthi's? I don't quite understand it, either, Edelgard said. We knew that the Immaculate One Ceros, Rhea could contain her true form within a human shell. Perhaps Suthi's could contain her true form within one as well. You think the Suthi's we knew was just a human shell? I suppose something like that. I could feel that creature's mind, even though it was dead, and it was bottomless. I could have gotten lost in it and never found my way back out. I'd never gotten that sense from Suthi's. Perhaps she was only, Edelgard tried to put her thoughts into words. A painting of you can be beautiful, but it can only capture a small portion of what makes you you. Perhaps the Suthi's we knew was like a painting. It doesn't mean she wasn't our friend or that however she felt about us was false, but merely that she was a fragment of a much greater whole. Byleth scratched her chin. That sounds almost religious, El. Edelgard couldn't help but laugh. I would say it is quite scientific, actually. Faith ceases to be so when you can know something with your own eyes. I am only drawing conclusions from what I have objectively observed. Before she could finish, Byleth drew herself toward her, grabbed her, yanked her closer, and planted a long, passionate kiss squarely on her lips. Edelgard was unable to breathe for what felt like an eternity, and it was only the tickling sensation of breath ghosting across her cheek from Byleth's nostrils that she remembered she herself could still breathe. There was nothing conceivably stopping them from remaining like this forever, or at least until Edelgard found herself dragged back to the other world. She felt Byleth's fingers crawl through her hair and felt her own do the same. She felt Byleth's tongue, her teeth, she felt the two of them becoming one again after so long. Tears sprang to her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Finally, but far too soon, Byleth pulled away from her. For a few seconds a single thread stretched from one pair of lips to another. She and Edelgard stared at one another, warmed within and without, their chests steadily heaving. They still grasped each other by the hands. Byleth, Edelgard gasped. Now we're even, Ellie told her. Huh? Byleth asked, cocking her head ever so slightly in a way that just made Edelgard want to kiss her again. Just a little something between Ellie and myself, Edelgard said. Never mind. That was a good kiss, though, Ellie said, making both Edelgard and Byleth blush twice as strongly. Yeah, a great kiss, Byleth mumbled, dazed. I need to confess something to you, El. A few weeks ago, when we were on our way back to Garreg Mach, I went to bed with Ellie. Just for company, not to do anything. It was cold. I woke up in the middle of the night and I could have sworn it was you, so, yeah. It was, Edelgard said. Well, if we are confessing our infidelities, a few months ago I almost kissed Ingrid. Byleth thought for a moment, reminding herself who Ingrid was. I didn't know she liked girls. I don't think she does. Ouch. Well, I guess we're even, she said with a shrug. It was then, at the worst possible time, but when was it ever a good time, that Edelgard felt the familiar fishhook sensation threaten to tear her away. I think I need to go, she said. Byleth frowned. I'm sorry. We need to fix this. I know. Work on saving yourself from Rhea first. Then let's put things right. It hurts to be apart from you. Edelgard held Byleth's hand all the tighter, as though she could anchor herself here by nothing but the power of love, feeling the cold silver of her wedding ring against her warm skin like a talisman. It hurts me, too. It was nice to see you again, my love, though, she said to her. If only for a moment. My dear Byleth. I love you, Bye. Her heart was full to bursting. She could feel the heat of fresh tears against her eyes. After all this time, finally. Byleth held her tight, one hand curled around the back of her head, and kissed her again. Stay strong, Elle. I know you can do it. Edelgard could still feel that tingling warmth on her lips when she awoke in Archbishop Rhea's bed, 7 years into another world's past. Her heart was fluttering. It could have all been a dream for all she knew. Her dreams, when she had them, had been strange and vivid since she had been taken captive. The phantom sensation of Byleth's kiss could not hold her worries or the strange aches throbbing all over her body at bay for long, though, and under the dusky light streaming through the window she saw something writhe like a snake underneath the bedsheets. Rhea was sitting on the bedside next to her, staring at the writhing thing with a look of hungry, almost frenzied excitement in her eyes. You're awake, she breathed, finally taking notice of Edelgard's open eyes. You are just in time, dear. I believe it has finally finished growing in. What has? Edelgard asked, immediately wishing she hadn't. Smiling as though quite pleased with herself, Rhea pulled aside the bedsheets and then pulled up the hem of Edelgard's gown just enough so that she could see, between her bare legs, a long and tapered tail covered in alabaster white scales with a plume of black feathers sprouting down its sides and blossoming from its tip. Oh, isn't it adorable? Rhea cooed, tickling its scaly underside with her fingertip as Edelgard felt the strength and fortitude her time with Byleth had given her drain from her body. Ostensibly, Rhea was the kindest captor Edelgard had ever had. She kept her in a comfortable bed in a clean room, fed her good and filling food, and never threatened her with violence or physical abuse. But she was also cruel in a way Thales could never hope to be. After all, he had never been so sadistic as to give her a mirror until after she had been released from her captivity. The next morning after breakfast and before she had to leave Edelgard to her own devices, Rhea had brought a mirror into the room. One large enough that if Edelgard stood before it, it was difficult to stand with the way the tail threw off her balance, but with some practice and effort she had learned to manage it. She could see herself in its entirety and everything Rhea had done to her. She could see the pair of ivory horns that curled around her head in a mockery of the imperial crown, the talons neatly filed and blunted for her own safety on her hands and feet, and the newest addition, the long feathered tail that twitched lazily behind her as though it had a mind of its own. The skin on her hands and feet had turned the off-white color of bleached bone and its texture had become harder, firmer, and scaly, like the skin of a bird's foot. At least her hair hadn't turned white. It was still the soft, light chestnut it always had been. At least that hadn't been taken away again. She steeled herself at the sight that greeted her in the mirror of her own humanity slowly, piece by piece, drifting away from her. She didn't feel numb, the way she'd had when she had first seen herself with stark white hair framing her face. She only felt her resolve strengthen. She had fought hard to be a human being once before, and it was a battle she could fight again if she had to, no matter what Rhea turned her into. Then, suddenly, she faltered. What the fuck is that? She blurted out against her will, and just as forcefully a flood of emotions, fear, horror, bewilderment poured into her from an unknown source and she fell to her knees in front of the mirror, no longer able to devote her focus toward balancing on unsteady feet and an ungainly tail. It didn't take her long to realize what had happened. She was sharing a body now, and that body was now feeling two sets of feelings, just as it did when she visited her world and shared her body with Ellie. Calm down, she told herself, trying to steady her breathing and her pulse for her counterpart's sake as much as her own. Calm down, Ellie. It's all right. It's not so bad, it's just it was no use. Ellie's horror and confusion was racing through her body like a river overflowing its banks, growing far too rapidly and swiftly outpacing any platitudes or comforting lies Edelgard could think of. What's happening to us? Ellie cried out, forcing Edelgard to examine the scales growing from her hands, to poke and prod at her horns, to study with mounting horror the lethargic twitching of her tail in detail far greater than Edelgard had been willing to commit. Oh, goddess. That's Is that Ellie, try to calm yourself. Breathe, Edelgard said, willing her chest to heave when Ellie was too stricken with fear to do so. For both of our sake, please. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? I'm checking to see if you're okay. I was so worried, I asked your Byleth to send me. Why didn't you tell us? What would I have said? That I've lost, Edelgard gasped. She could barely stay coherent. The pain she was being forced to feel was that of a girl who'd never felt her pain before, suddenly being forced to feel all of it at once, and it flooded every inch of her mind. I've lost, the one thing you never lost. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Ellie. With me, I used to be Elle, but that little girl died when I was 12. She swallowed a lump in her throat, but another came to replace it as soon as she'd done so. It took me 12 more years until I could be her again, and until then, I was a monster, I was nothing. But you, Ellie, you never stopped being Elle. You never lost that. You never lost your humanity. Until now. And it's all my fault. Look at me. Look at us. Look at what I've done to you. I'm so sorry, she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. Sorry, Ellie choked, wiping her tears on the sleeve of Edelgard's nightgown as the rising tide finally began to ebb. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overwhelm you like that. You're the mature one, right? So, I think I should just back away a bit and let you feel mature. For the both of us. Eventually, when their shared tears had slowed, Edelgard began to feel herself hum something. It was difficult, her voice kept breaking at first through the melody's first few bars, but it wasn't herself exerting the effort. It was a familiar tune, but from where? What are you doing? She asked Ellie after the humming had petered out. Remember the night we went to the opera with Uncle Vokhard? Edelgard remembered, but only faintly. It had been the night he had taken her and her mother to Faerghus. She hadn't known at that moment that she wasn't going home again. She had hummed that aria all the way back to the carriage. It was so much fun. We got to see Manuela herself as Maria. The whole time we were in Faerghus, whenever we felt homesick, we'd just hum that tune to ourselves and hope that Draco would come and sweep us off our feet, and it would make us feel better. That, Edelgard didn't remember at all, but Ellie's recollection brought a warm and pleasant feeling to her chest. Might I ask what your point is? Did it work? Does it feel like it worked? Ellie shrugged. Maybe a little. What you just said, is it really what you think, or did how I felt make you say that? I would have expressed that sentiment more calmly if you hadn't been flooding my mind with hysteria, Edelgard said. But yes, I do believe it. She let out a mirthless chuckle. You had a charmed life compared to mine, and now I've spoiled it for you in every way mine was. 6 months ago I pretended to have a revelation from the goddess so that I could spare Flayn a few days' suffering, and now Rhea is trying to turn me into a dragon, and, from the looks of it, succeeding quite handily. By comparison, you're muddling through my life as best you can and only making a few minor mistakes here and there. Ellie sucked air through her teeth. Well, you can be the judge of how minor the mistakes I've made are whenever this whole thing gets fixed, she said cryptically. So. You turn me into a dragon, I cause a little bit of, damage to your empire. Why don't we call it even? What did you do? Nothing. Nothing Ferdinand couldn't fix. Ellie sighed. Oh, that Ferdinand. Is there any way we can trade Ferdies? I like yours a lot better than mine. I wouldn't be against marrying him. In spite of her terrible mood, Edelgard laughed. You'd have to fight your way past my Hubert if you wanted to take him. Ellie stiffened. Never mind. But you know, I deserve some blame for this as well. I still remember what I did the night before this whole thing happened and we traded places. I wished my life could be interesting. The next morning, I was emperor and Hubert was interrogating me within an inch of my life. Edelgard felt herself laugh. You wished upon a star, perhaps. I wished upon a star. Exactly. Isn't that silly? The next morning, I thought it worked. Well, I did the same, in a way. The night before we traded places, I wished next morning would never come. And when I woke up, I was 7 years younger, and so was everybody else. I highly doubt simply wishing made it so, Ellie. I know. Ellie picked Edelgard off the floor for her, stood up, and immediately collapsed. Ow. What the how do you walk with this thing? I'm still trying to figure that out. Simply trying to walk was like balancing on a tightrope for Ellie, who had just discovered that she had a tail now. But she tried, despite Edelgard's protestations. No, let me do it, Ellie. I've had all morning to get some experience. No, don't just crawl on all fours like an animal. Have some dignity. Give me control. Here, I've found it helps a little if you walk on the balls of your feet instead of heel to toe and sort of lean forward just a bit so that the tail acts like a counterweight. It took quite a bit of wrangling, but the two of them sharing an increasingly alien body finally made it to Ria's bed. Who'd have figured, Ellie sighed, wrapping herself up in the duvet. If I'd wanted my life to be exciting, I could have just stayed home. There was a knock on the door. Ellie let out a long, loud groan. Ugh. Do we have to get up and get that, Edelgard? If it's Ria, she'll simply walk in whether we want to or not. Knocking is just a courtesy, Edelgard said. Stay quiet and give me control. When the door opened, it was not Ria who strolled into the room, thankfully, but Seath. His stern and severe expression slackened, and as soon as the door had been shut securely behind him, his image rippled and replaced itself with the form of Albus Duer. Hello, Edelgard, Vuul said. I do hope Ria isn't doing anything too heinous to you. His speech came to a halt as he stared at her, eye bulging and jaw hanging slack. Yes, I know, Edelgard sighed, feeling Ellie trying very hard not to react to the sight of Seath transforming into a completely different person. Hello, Vuul. Hanneman told me about the horns. Thankfully, that seems to be the worst of it. Edelgard let the duvet slough off of her and let her tail curl around her waist and rest itself in her lap, shuddering at the sensation of its smooth, scaly flesh like snakeskin, only warm, and its ebony plumage slithering against her thighs and tickling her skin. Vuul was speechless. My shoulders are starting to ache, too. I think I might have wings coming in soon. May I examine? He asked. I'd rather you don't do any sort of poking or prodding. Of course. Visual inspection should suffice. Vuul removed the eye patch he'd been using to disguise himself as Seath. Edelgard could practically feel Ellie struggling to hold back a question about why Seath wore an eye patch now. He drew closer, peering at her with an analytical gaze and stroking his chin thoughtfully. The thought occurred to Edelgard that he and Hanneman might get along fairly well. A heteromorphic vessel, he murmured. Do you mind if I pluck just one feather? No. Ellie cried out on Edelgard's behalf. Have you ever tried plucking a live chicken before? It hurts. Edelgard wondered how Ellie had learned that from, it seemed, first-hand experience. You're right, it would be easier if you were molting. What is a heteromorphic vessel? Edelgard asked Vuul while he studied her. She had to admit, his gaze was more unnerving than she'd expected, a strange mix of curiosity, pity, and a hint of revulsion. It was the same gaze she had felt through the smoked glass eye holes of all of those mages' beaked face masks all those years ago. A Nabatean quirk of biology. Their race, the Felstar, and her spawn aren't made of normal matter like you or the next person, but rather from polymimetic quantum matter. Edelgard knew what a few of those words meant. Ellie was completely lost. It's a selectively weakly interacting substance capable of altering its nature as the result of conscious thought. In other words, it's how Ria is able to change her shape from a human form to a beast. All Nabateans possessed such duality, hence the term heteromorphic, life occurring in two or more forms. So, Edelgard studied the scales forming on the back of her hand. If I am understanding you correctly, my flesh is slowly altering itself into this heteromorphic state. Yes, or so it appears. The normal baryonic matter that comprises your cells is being transmuted. I am simply amazed you are still alive. One would think a piecemeal conversion would lead to immediate multiple organ failure and, death. Polymimetic quantum matter. Once Edelgard had let the word roll around in her brain, much to Ellie's growing bewilderment, she found that she recognized it. You've used that term before. Isn't that what you replicants are made from? Yes, Vuul said. Replicants are the result of Agartha's attempt to create artificial beings matching the Nabateans in strength, longevity, and ability. As Vuul had lived at least 400 years without becoming as visibly aged as Solon, Edelgard concluded that replicants had very long lives indeed, though they didn't seem noticeably stronger than humans and she had never seen any of them transform into enormous beasts. I take it you haven't quite gotten the formula down, Edelgard said. Whatever would have given you that idea? Vuel's eyes once again scanned the alterations to her body. There was a faint disgusted curl of his upper lip. I worry there's still a good chance this could kill you. I can't decide which disturbs me more, the idea that Rhea has experimented on countless others to ensure it is safe, or that she's winging it. If you'll pardon the pun. Edelgard's mind considered the possibility that Rhea might have carried out human experiments to prepare for this. It would have explained what she had been doing with Ælfric in the Holy Tomb during her mysterious absence in the middle of the Guardian Moon. And the Church of Ceros would have no problems finding prisoners to experiment on, heretics, dissidents, people nobody would lament if they were to disappear. The alternative, that Rhea had no idea what she was doing, was just as disturbing in its own way. The occasional twitch of the tip of her tail or the faint aches blossoming in her shoulders took on a far more threatening significance. These things might not simply transform her, but kill her. On a lighter note, I had no idea you had another, just as interesting, journal in your bedroom. You kept it? Edelgard asked. Thank goodness it was in safe hands, though she couldn't say she relished the thought that Vuel had read it. Entrusting all of her secrets to an Agarthan gave her an uncomfortable, foreboding feeling. It seemed only sensible to do so. I invited myself into your room as soon as I heard what had happened to your class just in case. Vuel smiled. Quite crafty of you, too, stealing one of the bricks of Semtex behind my back like that. You're lucky the right person found it. If Rhea ever found Agarthan technology among your possessions, I'm certain she would kill you on the spot. There was a commotion outside. What in the world do you mean, you just let me in? Seath said from outside the bedroom. Oh, shit, Vuel said, and as the door creaked open once again he scurried under the bed like a rat scampering to the darkness and safety of its hole. Biggs and Wedge peered into the room while Seath, the real Seath, stood behind them, fuming. Lady Edelgard? Wedge asked, looking around the bedroom and spying nobody but her. Did we just let Seath in a few minutes ago? Edelgard gave him a bemused stare. What in the world are you talking about? She asked, furrowing her brow and looking at him as though he were mad. Huh. We couldn't have both just hallucinated it, Biggs said. Maybe it was what's it called, shared delusion, Wedge offered. I think I will need to speak to Lady Rhea about taking you two off duty, Seath said to the guards. It is clear you have spent far too long at your posts without rest. Yeah, Wedge said. I guess so, Biggs said. Or maybe, Wedge added, we're having precognitions, too. Like Lady Edelgard did. Premonitions, Biggs corrected under his breath. Mr. Seath, if we have premonitions too, will Lady Rhea? I doubt it, Seath said. I will be out in a minute, he added curtly, striding past them into the bedroom and shutting the door firmly behind him. Good heavens, Edelgard. Yes, Edelgard sighed, I know. He chuckled. Although I must admit it brings back memories. You are starting to look like Flayn when she was little. I'm starting to what? Cried out poor Ellie, now hopelessly lost. Oh, those first few years are always awkward, one simply cannot decide what shape one wishes to be in. But I digress. He looked around the room. Vuel. I know you are in here. Vuel poked his head out from under the bed and offered Seath a tentative smile. What, pray tell, gave me away? He asked innocently. I was under the impression that the two of us agreed that you would never wear my face again. It was a gentleman's agreement, Vuel said, slithering out and rising to his feet. He brushed the dust off his shoulders and the front of his shirt. Thay, you know that makes it worse, do you not? Seath spluttered, aghast. Tell me you do understand how that is worse. I was well aware of the risks, Vuel said. But how else would I have been able to get into Rhea's little birdcage? You could have asked for my help, Seath seethed. I do not know why I had even considered that your kind might be trustworthy. All the same, Vuel retorted, I do not know why I had bothered to hope that your kind would have any respect for humanity. Edelgard cleared her throat. Men were men, it seemed, whether they were humans or Agarthans or Nabateans. Is this really the time and place for bickering? No, Vuel said. Most certainly not. Now, we should let bygones be bygones. We shall discuss this later, Seath said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Edelgard, I have some idea what has happened to you. Tell me, Edelgard said, wondering if his explanation would be at all comprehensible to poor Ellie, who'd already been in over her head a few minutes ago and had likely already suffered the mental equivalent of drowning from Voul's incomprehensible jargon. She's becoming a heteromorphic vessel, Seath, Voul said. Seath glared at him as though the term he had used was extremely uncouth. Shortly after the incident in the Holy Tomb, Edelgard, Rhea fed you a fragment of a crest stone in her own blood. This is not uncommon. It is a ritual all cardinals undergo, but what is uncommon is the vessel she used. It was the Chalice of Beginnings, an ancient relic originally devised as part of a ritual to revive the goddess from her slumber. Death, Voul finished, prompting another glare from Seath. He shrugged. A type of slumber, I suppose. So Rhea is trying to revive the goddess within me, Edelgard said. I had supposed as much. Yes. And it is by far the worst idea she has ever had. The Rite of Rising was a failure from the very beginning. I've never heard of it. And for good reason. The church has buried it. Before Gareg Mach was built, 4 of Ciro's apostles Noah, Aubin, Chevalier, and Timotheos conducted in the Holy Tomb a ritual using their blood to restore life to the goddess body. Instead, though, a small portion of her body bonded with the clerics in attendance and created a pack of strong monsters. In shame, the apostles had themselves stricken from history. In so many words, the Chalice of Beginnings joins together living flesh and dead flesh to grant life to the dead, but not in a way anybody would want. Sometimes dead is better, Voul murmured. The chalice, Seath continued, has caused Rhea's blood and the crest stone fragment, the blood and flesh of a Nabatean, to alter your body in an unprecedented way. I'm becoming a Nabatean, she concluded. Saying it so plainly didn't make it any less terrifying to know that her body as she knew it was slowly being erased, leaving her mind as a prisoner within it. It seems so. But if Rhea is expecting you to become another Suthes, she is bound to be disappointed, and I shudder to think about how she will react to failure. She has pinned so much of her hope on you. Seath sighed and shook his head sadly, pinching the bridge of his nose. I am afraid I do not understand Rhea. This sort of necromancy is simply beyond the pale. Then what are you going to do about it? Edelgard asked him. Seath, in all the time you've known her, how many things has Rhea done that are beyond the pale while you stood by and watched? How many bridges need to burn before it's finally a bridge too far? Is this the one? Or, like everything else, are you simply going to shake your head and cluck your tongue and pity the poor humans caught up in her madness? Seath was taken aback. He wasn't used to hearing justified criticism from somebody a dozen centuries younger than him. I understand if you are upset, but there is no need to be snippy with me, young lady, he chastised her. Suffice to say, this madness certainly cannot continue. I do not know if there is any way to halt or reverse these changes, but if I can at least talk some sense into Rhea, then. Oh, she's far beyond sense, Seath, Voul said. Your first clue as to that should have been the mere fact that she has spent 1,000 years trying to resurrect a beast capable of devouring entire worlds. Beast. Seath spat. Watch your tongue, Voul. I have extended to you my respect and my tolerance as thanks for your good deeds, but I will not brook such insults. Do you have any idea what Suthes did to the planet? Do you have any idea how the Red Canyon received its name? Shut up, both of you, Edelgard snapped. Your old grudges are hardly relevant here. Seath, if I am indeed, as you say, becoming one of your kind, then it stands to reason that you can turn into a dragon. Ellie interjected, no longer able to keep quiet. Well, I could, he said. Flayn and I lost the ability to shift between forms at will quite a long time ago. Should a Nabatean remain in a single form for too long, the other form becomes lost to them. There may be some of us still out there in the world, he added, who have spent so long as dragons that their human forms are no more. And, like Flayn and myself, vice versa, perhaps. Edelgard gestured to her tail. So, then, I can make this go away. Once the quickening is complete, yes. However, you cannot exert conscious control over either form until it is fully developed. The mental image struck Edelgard, much to her welcome amusement, of an extremely young Seath or Flame involuntarily sprouting scales the way one might develop a bad rash of acne in one's adolescence, or dealing with the sudden emergence of wings or a tail the way one might deal with a growth spurt. Come to think of it, there had been times when she had seen flashes of their bestial forms roiling beneath their skin despite Seath's claim that they could no longer transform willingly, the latest of which had been in the Holy Tomb, when it had seemed the corpse of Suthies had been triggering a forced metamorphosis in them. Who knows if it will even fully develop? Vuul pointed out. This is uncharted territory. The Agarthans have spent 2,000 years trying to create artificial Nabateans, but even with real creststones as an energy source we have never developed a replicant capable of fully transforming into a beast at that scale, let alone transforming back at will. The Agarthans have what? Seath asked sharply, the color draining from his face. I suppose that makes us cousins of a sort, Vuul said to him. You and I need to talk, he replied curtly, grabbing him by the arm and hauling him out the room. Edelgard was left alone again. You know, Ellie said to her, beat yourself up about this all you want, but I'm glad you're dealing with all of this instead of me. If Seath did manage to have a talk with Rhea, it did nothing to change things, which didn't surprise Edelgard in the slightest. If anything, Rhea was intractable in a way that even Edelgard, who considered herself to be one of the most stubborn people she knew, found frustrating. And so it continued. For the next few days Edelgard remained shut in Rhea's bedchamber, which, spacious as it was, began to grate on her nerves. Rhea continued to feed her, caress her as though she were some beloved pet, and guide her through the process of maintaining the newest additions to her body. Once more, no visitors were permitted except for Anselm, who drank in the changes afflicting his dearest sister's body with horrifying awe and fascination. Edelgard had often heard stories of prisoners growing to love their captors. On her own experience, she tended to dismiss the idea as hogwash. But an idea began to grow in her mind. She was neither totally helpless nor totally powerless here, there was still one way she could exert some control over her situation. As terrifying and domineering as Rhea was, she also in her own sick way wanted to help her, even if it was for her own selfish, delusional benefit. Edelgard could exploit that. There were so many things she could ask Rhea about, and the next time she was sent back to her world, she could pass it on to Hilda, who would pass it on to Claude, who would see to it that Dida knew about it. In other words, she was the perfect spy. Why not be Rhea's friend? She could engineer her downfall with no one being any the wiser, as long as Rhea kept doting on her, provided she didn't lose herself first. Is the food not to your liking, my child? Rhea asked as the two of them shared dinner. Tonight, Rhea had brought her sautéed pheasant sliced thin and served on a bed of scrambled eggs and cabbage, a bowl of trout and chickpea soup, and a small plate of sigurt and cream set aside for dessert. Edelgard most certainly didn't relish sharing all her meals with her, though she'd been granted one small mercy in that Rhea had brought a table into the room so that Edelgard was spared the indignity of being served every meal in bed. Edelgard found it hard to focus on the food, even though Rhea had taken great pains over the past few days to procure her favorite meals. It was hard to focus on the dining experience when the ache in her shoulder blades had gotten so much worse. If she were being honest, she would prefer if the wings that were threatening to burst out of her did so already, that way they could either kill her or they would stop hurting so terribly. Worse, the tip of her nose itched from time to time, which Edelgard found especially maddening now that her increasing paranoia foresaw every passing twinge that came and went through her body as a harbinger of further transfiguration. Her face had been spared for now, just as the Agarthans had never let their surgical tools stray above her collar, but she dreaded the day she would wake up with a snout. It is very nice, RHC, Edelgard said. Rhea's smile always shone brighter when Edelgard called her that. I especially appreciate that you've been picking out my favorite foods. But you are only picking at it, dear. Are your shoulders still bothering you? A little, she confessed. But it's nothing you need to concern yourself with, she hastily added to stop Rhea from rising from her chair and administering healing magic to her. Rhea was very good at numbing pain. Too good. So frighteningly good at soothing a body nearly to the point of unconsciousness that Edelgard had decided she would rather endure the pain than the intoxicating bliss. What is it, then? This food is so lovely, Edelgard said. She half-heartedly took a forkful of pheasant and eggs and chewed and swallowed it as best she could. But it would be lovelier if, well, if I could share it with my friends. Your friends abandoned you, my dear. They turned their backs on everything that was precious to them to pursue the whims of a madman. Not those friends, she said. I know Hubert and Ferdinand must be worried about me. And there are the rest of the Black Eagles who must be as well, Dorothea and Petra, or Caspar and Linhard. It might be nice if I could leave this room and see them, or merely if they could come here. Looking the way you do? I'm afraid you cannot. The world is a cruel place to us, and as long as you cannot hide your wonderful new shape, you are better off in here. If humans knew what we truly were, then the only value we would have to them is what horrible tools they could fashion from our bones and our hearts. Rhea sighed. More of my brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, were killed for their horns alone than I care to count. A handful of metatarsals, a scapula here, a femur there, the occasional spine or jawbone, the rest discarded. Long ago, they called our bones umbral steel. The last thing I want is to see you made into a weapon, Edelgard. Edelgard suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Still, though, Rhea's words sparked something within her. A recollection. Umbral steel. The metal that composed each and every hero's relic. She had always thought their designs had seemed eerily organic, and she'd noticed the relics, even Amber, often twitching and pulsating as though they had minds of their own. That was what they had been built from. And that meant the creststones had to be some part of Nabatean biology as well. The heart, perhaps, judging from how Seath and Vul both spoke of it. A slow and chilling horror wormed its way into her mind. She'd always been unnerved by those relics, but now more so than she'd ever been since the day she had seen one consume its wielder alive. Those things were more ghoulish and ghastly than she had thought. I see you understand, Rhea said. Does that mean the sword of the Creator is Suthi's? A segment of her spine, Rhea murmured. She set down her fork and knife. It seemed she no longer had an appetite either. Then Nemesis was not granted it as a boon from the goddess. Edelgard had figured as much long ago. Her thoughts were interrupted by the impact of Rhea's fists against the table. The plates and silverware rattled violently. He was not, she snarled, flecks of spittle flying from her mouth. He stole it like the thief he was, just like your traitorous former professor. She looked down at the table. Her fists had left splintered craters in the table's polished mahogany surface. Forgive me, my child. I hope I did not frighten you unduly. No, I'm just confused, Edelgard said. I thought Nemesis was a hero who became corrupted by his power. But if he obtained the sword through such means, then was he never a hero at all? Rhea sank back into her chair. I would rather not discuss such morbid topics over dinner, my child. I understand. Edelgard went back to forcing herself to eat. They both picked at their food now, even Rhea could no longer project a placid demeanor. Edelgard reflected on what she knew. Most of her knowledge of the true history of Fodlan had come not from Thales and Solon, from whom she had taken their mad ravings with not a grain but an entire shaker of salt, but from the document that had been passed down through the Hresvelg line from emperor to emperor from Wilhelm I himself. That document had described the conflict between Ceros and Nemesis as a minor dispute that had spiraled out of control, doubtless with the Agarthans egging on one or both sides, to become a continent-spanning war. Whatever means by which Nemesis had come to possess the heart in a fragment of Suthi's skeleton, though, it could not possibly have been a minor dispute. But why would Wilhelm have hidden that? As close as they apparently had been, had Rhea kept the truth even from him? I am sorry you cannot see your friends. It is just that, humans cannot be trusted, Rhea said with a sigh. I have learned that painful lesson so many times over. I have seen so many of my siblings and their children slaughtered like cattle. The humans they looked after and nurtured with such kindness and attention turned against them so swiftly and so easily. You need to start preparing yourself to be disappointed by them. Again and again, again and again and again. Edelgard decided that she couldn't take anything Rhea told her at face value, either. Whatever sins Nemesis had committed, she couldn't so readily accept Rhea's words as the gospel truth, if only because it was Rhea. Perhaps Seath's testimony would be more trustworthy, if only slightly so. Do you truly think so little of humanity? You don't value human life at all, then, she asked Rhea, remembering for a moment the fury that had coursed through her when she had said those words to her in Fhirdiad. Edelgard, I am over 2,000 years old. I was the last child born to mother before she entered her great slumber, a slumber that would be without end. I have seen humans come and go, generation after generation, with lives so short they seem to me a race of perpetual children from cradle to grave. It would take 1,000 human lives or more to equal the experience of one adult Nabatean. I have seen humans at their best and at their worst they are capable of more than your worst nightmares can fathom. I do not want you to experience the depths of their depravity firsthand, so I simply ask that you trust me in my judgment. So Rhea really did see herself as a benevolent tyrant, just like all tyrants. Her power and the authority of the church she had built were bulwarks against the worst humanity had to offer. But she had raised herself too far above humanity to understand them and judge the good against the bad. By her own admission, humans were too small and insignificant for her to care about them. Is that why the Church of Ceros exists, then? Edelgard asked. Yes. For our own protection. For we are but 6, myself, Sikal and Sethline, Makul, and Indek wherever they may be, and, of course, our newest addition, you. Rhea managed a melancholic smile. I built this church so that we would always have a place to hide. Edelgard was sickened. All the church's prohibitions made sense now in a new way. Their restrictions on literacy among commoners, their stifling of technological and cultural growth and the flow of information, their heavy stranglehold on culture and history. The lies about Nemesis and the 10 elites. All designed to hide, to obfuscate the truth, not toward the end goal of making humans stupid, weak, and dependent. No, that was a mere side effect. Rhea had condemned millions to unnecessary suffering under an unjust aristocracy built on religious dogma, millions of humans whose plight meant nothing to her, for 1,000 years just to protect what little remained of her family. It was sickening even as much as it was sympathetic. Surely there had to have been a better way. There must be a whole world in which you could hide, she mused. Far away from humans. But Fodlan is our home. Rhea nudged the plate of Sigurd and cream toward Edelgard. Here. Perhaps a sweet treat will lighten your mood. I have not even finished dinner yet, and you want me to have dessert. What troubles you so, child? Do you miss your friends that much? Yes. Yes, Ceros. If I can just speak to them. Edelgard. You are becoming a Nabatean, as I am certain Seath has explained to you. You are going to live for a very long time. Humanity will pass you by. Best to distance yourself from them now and save yourself the heartbreak. You regret falling in love with Wilhelm. Edelgard leaned forward. You did fall in love with him, did you not? So insightful, my child, Rhea said. Yes, and the less of him I recall, the stronger my regret. I sometimes feel my only constant friends are the mountains. They have remained unchanged all my life, ever since Mother shaped them and returned life to their sterile peaks. Do you really think I will live that long? Of course. Your quickening is proceeding wonderfully. Soon, your body will be as ours entirely, and then Mother's essence will begin to manifest within you. Then you will have everything she had: wisdom beyond compare, power without limit, life without end. Edelgard sighed. But Seath is worried this transformation might fail, that it might kill me. He does not know what he is talking about. I assure you. How do you know? Have you done this before? Have you done it enough that you know it is safe? Ceros, I want to believe that everything will work out, but, she sniffled and tried to will tears into her eyes. Usually she wasn't so skilled at pretending to cry, but right now it was as simple as opening her mind to the pain in her shoulders she had been blocking out and letting it jab burning cold daggers into her bones. I'm scared. She was only partly lying. Oh. Oh, do not be frightened, my child. Rhea stood up, circled the table, and helped her up to her feet. Come with me. Their dinner forgotten, Rhea led Edelgard deep into the monastery, below ground, to a place she didn't recognize. It was deeper than the catacombs, deeper than Abyss, but not as deep as the Holy Tomb. It was a large, gloomy room that, while not hewn from the same eldritch jade as the tomb, was lit by luminous stone from that place with an eerie greenish tint. Arcane instruments with unfathomable purposes lined long workbenches. Edelgard began to feel a frenetic hum fill her brain, like the noise from Voul's radio, something that set her teeth on edge and made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Her tail twitched worriedly, ruffling its black plumage against the floor. Her breath kept catching in her throat. This place, these instruments, they all threatened to be equivalent to the impromptu laboratory the Agarthans had set up in the dungeons beneath the Imperial Palace. Sensing her distress, Rhea briskly massaged her shoulders. "Have no fear, Edelgard. Nothing can hurt you here. I give you my word." Edelgard's eyes focused on 12 simple black coffins lined up on the floor leading to a pit in the center of the room. Rhea led her past each one, opening their lids as she passed them by. Each coffin held a corpse so well preserved that it might as well have been sleeping. Each of the corpses had hair of varying shades of green and wore featureless white linen gowns, though the light made it hard to discern. The first coffin's occupant looked like a life-sized porcelain doll. Her skin was just as smooth with not even a pore, let alone a single blemish or imperfection, and even her ears were featureless nubs. Each coffin's occupant, though, looked slightly more human until the last one held a beautiful woman who, Edelgard realized, was the spitting image of Byleth save for the tumbling locks of slightly wavy forest green hair that framed her face. Each of the 12 corpses had a gaping and bloodless hole in her chest, a yawning chasm where her heart should have been. "These are all vessels of Suthies," Rhea explained. "Over the past 1,000 years, I have tried again and again to create life that would welcome Mother's spirit. Do not mourn for them all with the exception of Citrai here, they were mindless beings. They had no thoughts or wills of their own, they were mentally akin to insects. And I took very good care of each of them from their first breaths to their last." Citrai. Byleth's mother. As she suppressed the urge to gag, Edelgard wondered what Geralt would think if he knew that Rhea had hidden the corpse of his beloved wife down here, having stolen her from her intended resting place. Rhea led her onward to the pit, and in there Edelgard was met with further horrors. More doll-like corpses, all similar to the first of the vessels Rhea had made, filled its bottom. There were about a dozen, all of them sprouting in irregular patches horns, tails, claws and talons, some bearing fins and flippers, others elaborate crests upon their foreheads. Some were hardly changed at all, some were nearly completely inhuman. "I used those empty vessels to test my methods," Rhea explained. "Again, have no fear or sorrow, Edelgard. They were capable only of life and nothing more." You can see that the final subject quickened in its entirety, and that was how I know that you will become a Nabatean. And beyond that, so much more. She put her arm around Edelgard and gently stroked her cheek. "When I retrieve Mother's heart, all will be made right. If only I had known the future, I would never have given it to that stillborn thing in the first place, no matter how Citrai had pleaded. I would have rested all my hopes upon you from the beginning." Edelgard realized, sickened, that stillborn thing referred to Byleth. She stared into the corpse pit. No matter how many times Rhea told her that she had animated these constructs without minds, wills, or souls, she could only look at their blank faces, those who still had human faces at all, and see ghosts of her brothers and sisters, Lysithia's siblings, all who had died senseless deaths in the pursuit of power, and of course, Byleth. Her pulse raced, her breathing became shallow and her lungs burned needily. She began to reflect once again on the terrible sight of the corpse of Suthies and imagined that thing pulling her toward itself as it had pulled Byleth and the sword of the Creator, consuming her to become whole again, taking her blood and her heart as a sacrifice to complete itself and grant itself life. Did Rhea expect that outcome, or was she self-deluded to the point where she could only imagine everything working out exactly as it would in her rosiest fantasies, where Edelgard would simply cleanly and bloodlessly become Suthies? "I know that Seath wants me to put a stop to this," Rhea mused. "But he does not understand. He was never close to Mother the way I was. He was several generations removed from her. To him, she was as distant as Wilhelm was to you. If it had been Aethelian I wished to resurrect, he would understand. If he had lost Flayn, someone who meant the world to him, he would understand." Edelgard saw tears well up in her green eyes and roll down her cheeks, and her fear subsided just a little, if only so that a flash of indignant anger could take its place for a moment. Tears? Was she of all people weeping for the lives she had created only to destroy? Mother was so good at creating life, Rhea choked out, holding Edelgard closer and tightening her grip. She did it so effortlessly. She bore so many of us. I was just barely old enough to know reason when I saw her restore the plants and animals of this blighted land from memory with just a snap of her fingers. And yet all I can do is this. I, the last daughter of Suthes, have only ever made one human with a mind and soul of her own, and she was so sickly and weak. Why, Mother, did you die and leave a useless wretch like me behind to carry out your work in your stead? Edelgard was beginning to feel lightheaded. Her breath was no longer coming to her. Her vision began to darken, the one eye of hers that always ached so intensely when she feared for her life cried out, and the tableau of the dead laid out before her seemed to swirl and roil like a boiling pot of water, her failing eyesight making the corpses seem to writhe in agony. Rhea's voice only grew more and more distant as the world became darker and quieter, and before Edelgard lost consciousness entirely she felt the pain spike and something tear its way out from within her, bursting out of her back and unfurling to terrible lengths. Chapter 40, The Gilded Birdcage. Rhea's bedroom had become more of a gilded birdcage than ever before. Edelgard had once heard from Petra about tropical parrots found in the jungles and mountains of Brigid that possessed uncanny powers of human speech. In Brigid, hunting, or keeping them as pets was forbidden as they possessed human souls. Count Berglis and Duke Girth, finding the cultural taboos of Petra's homeland to be silly and superstitious things, had captured two and brought them to the mainland as part of their spoils of war, but the birds had died in transit as though Brigid's deities had taken possession of their souls and spared them the fate of captivity. Even before now, Edelgard hadn't been able to stomach the thought of owning a bird like that, even if its capacity for human thought was greatly overstated. Now she was the speaking bird being held far away from her home. She even had wings. They were large, their wingspan when fully unfurled far outstripped the length of her arms, and unlike the leathery sheets of membrane that stretched across the immaculate one's wings, hers bore long and lustrous black feathers. They were the wings of a black eagle. Edelgard might have managed to laugh at that in any other circumstance. What she hated most about the wings was how ungainly they were. It was as though she had another pair of especially useless arms sprouting from her back, and when she allowed her mind to wander and consciously explore the extent of her new appendages she could feel the equivalent of new shoulder joints protruding from the old ones, elbows, wrists, and some bits that might have been roughly equivalent to vestigial fingers. She'd never dedicated much study to the skeletal structures of birds, so she'd never given it much thought that wings and arms were so similar. The similarity unnerved her now that she could feel it. The wings usually kept themselves folded at her back and out of the way, or, at least, as out of the way as they could, considering their size, but like her tail, every once in a while they would twitch or ruffle themselves or slowly and unconsciously furl and unfurl themselves, acclimating themselves to the new muscle which animated the new bone, as if to constantly remind her that they existed despite her best efforts to ignore them. They also made it all but impossible for her to sleep on her back, mainly, she hoped, because of their lingering soreness. Lying down on her front or side fixed the problem, but either way, resting her head that way against the pillow either meant putting pressure on one of her horns or smothering herself, the latter of which sometimes felt like a morbidly attractive option. Among other things her wings rendered impossible was the simple act of wearing normal clothes. As long as these appendages sprouted from her back, her wardrobe was restricted to things with open backs. And, as she had learned upon waking up the morning after the things had burst out of her, Rhea had just the outfit for her and had taken the liberty to clothe her in it while she'd slept. That morning, she had found herself dressed in a long, flowing midnight blue gown that left her shoulders and navel bare, embroidered with gold thread and tassels. Cords woven stretched across her chest and over her collarbone, and from the same gold thread held up a golden pendant in a long sash of brocade that fell down her chest. A long red ribbon was tied around one of her wrists, a long white ribbon on the other. She could see two more pairs of red and white ribbons braided into two plaits of her brown hair and cascading down her chest. It was elaborate, and thankfully nowhere near as gaudy as the last ostentatious outfit Rhea had made her wear, but it was oddly familiar in a way that unnerved her. The outfit showed enough skin that Edelgard could see far more of the creeping metamorphosis effects on her at any given time. The bone-white, tough, and scaly flesh that now covered her hands and feet had spread halfway to her elbows and knees and were not likely to stop there. She might have just been imagining it, too, but she could swear there was something ever so slightly off now about the proportions of her limbs. Some things seemed longer than they'd been, Some seemed shorter. It made it somewhat difficult to walk, at least for the first few hours until she got used to it. What Edelgard truly found herself dreading, though, was when the changes would finally reach her face. Not out of any sort of vanity, but because just like in her own world, it was all of herself she had left now. There was a faint, but persistent ache in her jaw and sinuses now that boded especially ill. Would she wake up the next morning to find herself staring at her face in the mirror down the scaly snout of a beast? As Rhea was busy that morning, Edelgard had no visitors to contend with save for Cyril, who came in with breakfast and busied himself with tidying up the room a bit while she ate. She had to admit that she preferred him as a dining partner, even though he wouldn't eat no matter how much she offered him off her plate. She supposed she was becoming so starved for normal human contact that being rebuffed by the most normal human in Rhea's orbit stung. Later that day Anselm came in to visit her, and Edelgard realized as he stepped into the room and quietly shut the door behind him that she was more uncomfortable with his presence than with Rhea's. After all, Rhea was her enemy and had been for over 7 years now, even if some other foes had briefly taken priority. She expected not to feel comfortable or safe, to say the least, around her. But Anselm. She was meant to feel everything around her closest brother that she didn't feel in Rhea's presence. But all she felt when he stared at her and drank in the changes to her body with an awestruck gaze was a deep sense of unease, and beneath that, betrayal. Once she'd known that feeling when Thales had stolen her Uncle Folkhard's face. Now it was as though Rhea had done the same to Anselm, replacing him with a changeling subservient only to her twisted will. "They're magnificent," he said to her, his tone hushed and reverent, as he drew closer. "You look like a true angel, Elle. Like an emissary of the goddess herself." "Do I?" Edelgard asked. She crossed her arms. "I suppose I'll always be a black eagle at heart," she muttered sardonically. "You're more of a black eagle than any of us now," Anselm said. He sat down on the bedside beside her. I was worried to see how much you had changed. When we met at Gronderfield and you talked of those horrible nightmares, and then when we met at Varley Manor. I knew something was wrong, and I ought to have pressed harder. But," he added with a smile, "if you're getting your old sense of wit back, then I suppose you're returning to your old self." Edelgard said nothing. She'd been hoping, for a moment, before he'd gone on that perhaps he had meant the far more literal way she had changed. Actually. I hope you have some fraction of the goddess wisdom at your disposal right now," he said. "The Knights of Syros, well, of course, they all turned the former Blue Lion's rooms upside down in search of contraband or suspicious materials. And they found something in Bernadetta's room. Her manuscripts. Those stories her father hated so much. You read them, I take it. Just the most recent one. She is an incredible author. However, I did find myself unnerved by the story's contents." Anselm sighed. "She wrote a story about a young noblewoman pressured into an arranged marriage who ran away to join her friends, including a prince with anger issues and a handsome Duscurite gardener, on a series of fanciful adventures." Edelgard felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment for Bernadetta's sake. While Bernadetta tended to put a lot of herself into her heroines, most of her stories, those Edelgard had been allowed to read, at least, didn't wear their hearts on their sleeves like that. This sounded like what Bernadetta had termed, burn after reading, stories, because if anybody read them she would have to set them on fire. She typically disposed of them as soon as she finished writing them. "It sounds like entertaining fiction to me." "I would like to believe the story's sentiments are as fictitious as its narrative," Anselm said, "but she specifically wrote that the heroine's betrothed was two-faced, as mercurial as Quicksilver, with beady eyes that let out no light and a mouth wide enough that he could easily speak from both sides of it." He let out a sigh. "And the way she wrote about the Duscur character. I suppose I must have a pair of horns of my own upon my brow." Edelgard rolled her eyes, but turned her head so that he wouldn't see her doing it. "So, what do you need the wisdom of the goddess for?" "I know I did not make a good first impression on Bernadetta," he said, "but Prince Dimitri and that Duscurite man could not possibly have made a good first impression either, especially not the latter, and yet they were the heroes of her story. I'd spent all of my time here at Garreg Mach trying to make her feel at ease around me. Was I doing something wrong?" His hand came to rest atop her navel. "Elle. You are a conduit to the beginning, the creator of all. I ask you as your brother and as a humble servant of the goddess will to draw from this font of wisdom. How can I win my future wife back? Edelgard could tell Anselm everything he had done wrong since he had first met with Bernadetta, starting with sucking up to her father, but figured it would be a waste of her effort. Did Anselm really care at all about Bernadetta, or merely about keeping Count Varley on his good side? I'm not the goddess, Anselm, she said, brushing away his hand and forcing back her unease. I can't draw up her infinite wisdom like water from a well. If Sothis were here with her, though, Edelgard was sure she would have nothing more to say to him than to call him a fool and mock him for his selfishness. You can. I believe in you, El. Look at yourself. Look at the incredible boon the goddess has given you, that Rhea in her unparalleled wisdom and mercy has unlocked in our time of greatest need. As selfish as it might be, please, can you put your wisdom to my benefit? Even here, now, alone, you can't stop toadying up to the Archbishop? Is this yet another one of your masks, or is this finally the real you? Toadying? You don't know what you're saying. Anselm shook his head. Look at yourself. You're an angel. He stared her right in the eyes and his mouth cracked open into a smile. A true angel, from the pages of the Revelation itself. Her wings fluttered ever so slightly, ruffling their feathers, betraying her anger. What has Rhea promised you? Do you think she can give you the throne? She spat. Even though Adrestia has separated itself from the church, there are still many of its houses who revere and respect the judgment of the Archbishop. Her preference means a great deal to them. If she were to, say, refuse to preside over my brother's coronation, well, the overgrown brat can shout and stamp his feet all he likes, he said, still smiling, but only one of us will be emperor in the end. Edelgard's lip curled to match the disgust she felt. But more than any ulterior motive. El, you know I am a man of faith. Look at yourself. The goddess herself has marked you as. Look. He took her by the wrists, his fingers curling firmly around her scaly flesh. She wrenched her hands away from him. Let go of me. Do you honestly think this is some blessing from the goddess? This is Rhea's work. You've seen her true self. You've seen the Immaculate One with your own eyes. You've seen the horrors in the Holy Tomb. Do you need to see what I've seen, the skeletons in her basement, the lives she has created and snuffed out on a whim, to know a monster at first glance? El, I just want you to, his hands fumbled for hers. I want you to understand what a privilege this is. His brows furrowed in concern, his mouth curved in a piteous frown. You were going to run away with Prince Dimitri and his band of thieves and leave behind more power than you can imagine. Don't you realize what it means to be a prophet for the goddess? Even Rhea herself looks to you. You are the gospel of Saint Cyros made manifest, the second coming of Sothis. This entire church is going to bend to your will. You and I, together, together, I will have Adrestia, you will have the church, and all of Fodlan might as well be ours. So it's all about naked pursuit of power, then, she retorted, slapping his hands away from her. Look at me, Anselm. And I mean look at me, not at your fantasies of a grand theocracy. Bit by bit, I'm losing my own body. Inch by inch, day by day. Every time I wake up, I've lost something new. That's not something the likes of you can ever understand, Anselm, but I am living through it now. And you cheer it on. I am going to lose the only thing I have left of myself and you can't even feel sorry for me, Anselm. You're my brother. You're supposed to love me. You're supposed to care about me. But how much of my distress and anguish matters to you? None of it. Tell me as often as you like that I am supposed to be grateful about being the product of Rhea's twisted experiment, but as long as you close your heart to my suffering, why should I open my heart to your ambitions? The invective poured out of her like a long stream of vomit. By the time her words came to a halt, she felt exhausted. Anselm stared at her in silent shock. But of course, Edelgard concluded, you merely think I have been brainwashed, is that it? You find it so easy to disregard my thoughts as long as you tell yourself they are not my own. Who, after all, in their right mind would dare to think differently than you? His eyes drifted to the floor, no longer able to meet her gaze. He sighed, his shoulders bowing. You've always told me you wished you could be special, El. I wanted to remind you of that. I wanted you to think about how special you are, how special you have become. How did Dmitri talk you over to his side? What kind of power did he promise you? Because together, Archbishop Ria and I can give you twice that, or even more. Get out. Get out, Anselm. Edelgard felt her wings unfurl to their full length, casting long and wide shadows across the bedroom floor, in an unconscious show of force. Anselm stumbled backward, lost his footing, and picked himself back up, then awkwardly made his way out of the room. Alone again, Edelgard fell to her side and sank into her bedsheets as her wings folded themselves against her back. Her isolation itself was exhausting enough, her outburst had drained her even further. It had been days since she had spoken with Seath and Vul. Just once, she needed to speak with somebody who would allow her to feel afraid for herself and what she was becoming. She didn't even have her siblings anymore. She heard Ria's voice outside the bedroom door, muffled by the closed door, and while her transformation seemed to have significantly improved her sense of hearing, it wasn't quite difficult to make out Ria's voice from across the bedroom, mainly because it was raised in anger. Immediately, she was 12 years old again, cowering in the dungeons with her siblings, and wondering what Duke Agir would do to them while he paced in front of the cells, seething with anger. The brat has declared war against us. Ria snarled at whoever she was speaking to. It was probably Anselm, since it hadn't been long since he'd left. Edelgard was heartened, at least, by the news that Dmitri was alive and well. I suppose the thief is with him now. That monster. I gave her life. I gave her mother. I gave her everything. And now she repays me like this. I ought never to have let her flea-ridden father leave this place. She would have been mine forever if only I had kept her. It was sickening, hearing Ria talk about Byleth as though she were property. Edelgard found herself wishing her new talons could be sharp enough to tear her to shreds, if only Ria hadn't clipped and filed them down to blunt edges. The door to the bedroom creaked open, though Ria was still preoccupied with her quieter conversation partner. Edelgard considered herself lucky she hadn't dragged herself out of bed yet and threw the bedsheets over herself while Ria still had her back turned to her. And I am not holding her hostage. Hostage implies I have any intent to return her. She closed her eyes, slowed her breathing, and tried to feign unconsciousness. That was what she had done in the dungeons, though it had rarely worked as intended. She hated having to act like this. She hated what Ria had done to her, regressed her to the point in her life when she'd had no control over her surroundings, the people she cared about, or even her own body. All she could do was silently curse her circumstances. So this Hurricane King wishes to attack Gareg Mach. Let him. The monastery has stood unconquered for nearly 1,000 years. Greater armies than his have failed. Let him and his pet thief dash themselves against our walls, that I may visit upon them the deaths they deserve. Edelgard heard the door slam shut and Ria's footsteps draw closer while she fought to keep her heart pounding. When next Ria spoke, her voice was softer. Are you still asleep? I hope you did not overhear that. Soft, slender fingers slipped into her hair. These are trying times for all of us. Oh, if only I could give you Mother's heart right now and grant you her powers and wisdom. I need it now more than ever, now when I fear more than ever losing everything I have managed to protect. Edelgard felt Ria's fingertips ghost across her cheek and fought even harder to suppress the urge to shudder. Sikal, Sethline. I am so afraid for them. The foe I now face has nearly killed them both twice before. There are so few of us left, they are my only family. Gareg Mach is strong, but, is it strong enough? If its strength fails, will mine be enough? Edelgard, tell me if you can hear Mother's voice again for me. Tell me if she has anything to say, any words of comfort and succor for her last daughter. She kept fighting to ignore the gentle, faintly electric trails of Ria's fingers against her skin. Please tell me everything will be all right, Mother, Ria concluded, her voice cracking. Please speak to me through her one more time. I wish I could truly remember how it felt to be with you. All those things I lost at Xanadu, all I have left of them is a half-remembered dream and your song. I am so afraid, Mother. I am so afraid. Afraid. Edelgard wasn't sure she had ever suspected Ria of being genuinely afraid of anything save for the end of her tyrannical reign. All these tears for the sake of a handful of people, she thought. And none for everyone who had suffered as a result of her reign. Edelgard had always kept in mind those sacrificed for the sake of her goals, her ideals. She had mourned the dead on both sides, those who gave their lives willingly for her ideals and those who gave their lives unwillingly to stand against them, and those caught in the middle who could have gone their entire lives without dying to suit some stranger's whims. She remembered the eve of war, standing with Byleth and admitting that she was wavering. Was her grand vision worth all the death? Without Byleth at her side, she might have never admitted to that weakness, if she'd even had it to begin with. Without Byleth, she might have ended up as callously and carelessly inured to the humans whose lives she trampled upon as Rhea. Did Rhea ever think even a little bit about the humans who had suffered these past 1,000 years in exchange for the veil of ignorance that protected the last Nabateans? Edelgard felt Rhea's presence draw even nearer, the presence of a gentle weight atop the bed next to her, a hand gently caressing and preening the feathers of her wings, a warm cheek and silken hair resting against her bare shoulder. I would like to hear it, if Mother would allow you that memory. I still remember its melody, though only a few of its words. Rhea hummed a familiar tune. I would sing it to the children. But there are no children anymore. There have not been for so long. I've forgotten so many faces. Rhea remained for what felt like an eternity before business once again called her away, and once she had left, Edelgard found herself feeling a pang of sympathy for her. For the dead of Nabatea, and for Seath and Flayn and the families they themselves no doubt must have lost. But not enough to forgive her for what she had done. Edelgard was grateful to return to her world, where she would feel familiar scars instead of unfamiliar scales, and where the only weight resting atop her head would be the weight she had chosen. She was grateful to see Byleth again and the rest of the Black Eagles currently present at the palace, but although she would have preferred to spend all of her time with her wife, her circumstances dictated that she used this experience for information gathering. And it just so happened that the afternoon the other worlds Byleth sent her back put her on a collision course with Hilda. The two of them were in the parlor treating themselves to tea and pastries, and Edelgard realized that she was interrupting a date, between Ellie and Hilda. Hilda cleared her throat. Well, let's get this over with, one of the two of them muttered. Pardon me for interrupting, Ellie, Edelgard said, feeling a twinge of her counterpart's frustration bleed into her psyche. However long I'm here, I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to yourself afterward. I hope so, the other Hilda, perhaps, grumbled. So, Your Majesty, what's up? Elle says you have horns and a tail now. Edelgard couldn't tell which of the two Hildas was speaking. They must have been incredibly synchronized compared to herself and Ellie. Yes, and wings. It is as frustrating as you can imagine. She swore that for a moment she could feel the tail she didn't have in this world swish back and forth behind her and her wings gently curl outward. Other than that, I have little to say. The only visitors I'm permitted are Anselm and Rhea. Even Seath hasn't been allowed in anymore, since he disapproves so strongly of Rhea's experiments. I know, he told me. You need to tell me what's going on out there, Edelgard said, leaning forward and gingerly curling her hands around the armrests of her chair as though to be wary of the claws she didn't have. It's a madhouse. Faerghus is declaring war on the church and anyone who allies with it. The Knights of Syros are running around everywhere. I swear, another battalion arrives every other day. Graduations postponed, of course. And Rhea's not letting any of the students leave. She's conscripting us all into the monastery's defenses. That's awful, Ellie said. You bet it is. Hilda said. But it's oddly nostalgic. It was just like this when you declared war, Your Majesty. I see, Edelgard said. So it's easier the second time around, is it? Is it? Really, the fact that it's happening again is bad enough already. So, basically, we've lost, right? Excuse me. We've lost, Hilda repeated. Weren't we going to stop the war? Or save Dimitri's soul, or whatever? Have we done any of those things yet? Because I think we just ran out of time, if we haven't. I think I've saved Dimitri's soul, Edelgard said. I've planted a seed, at least. Oh, you've planted a seed? Great. Hilda rolled her eyes. The day is saved. Can you two just be nice to each other? Ellie suddenly snapped, wresting control of Edelgard's body away from her. I know you're both under a lot of stress, but just think about how rude it is to interrupt our date so you can insult each other. Hilda, just tell other Edelgard if there's a plan to rescue her or not. Oh, alright. Hilda sighed. After I got your message last week, I handed it off to Claude, who sent it to Didu, so now Dimitri knows you're alive. I think. Last week. Edelgard repeated, horrified, realizing that she'd already lost track of what day of the week it was or how many days she had been in captivity. This whole thing is a mess, Hilda said, pausing to take a sip of her tea. Is there a rescue plan? Edelgard asked. Oh, yeah, Happy's setting the whole thing up. What? Yeah, good thing you told me about her. Marianne and I are keeping tabs on her. You told Marianne? Hilda, I kept the number of people who knew we faked her death to a minimum so that... Well, she needed something to take her mind off what happened to her boyfriend. And, you know, she's so much better suited to taking care of giant, scary animal people than I am, so why not put her in charge? I suppose there is some logic to your laziness, Edelgard said as Ellie mashed the rim of her teacup to her lips, evidently impatiently waiting for her to stop talking so she could take a sip. The last time I'd seen her so sad was in Derdriu, Hilda added soberly, during the war. Well, I suppose some good came out of you talking her out of transferring to the Blue Lions, then, Edelgard snidely added once Ellie had drank her fill. What? You think I don't know? All the excuses she had for not changing houses felt so inauthentic. You manipulated her into staying by your side, didn't you, Hilda? You make it sound so evil. I just kept telling her it wasn't a good idea. And now she's safe at Gareg Mach instead of goddess knows where with Dimitri and his no-eyed pals. I see. And do you accept responsibility for her broken heart? At least I accept my culpability in the... Edelgard, Ellie interrupted, if you keep this up, I am going to pour the rest of my tea in our lap. Hilda, what were you saying, sweetie? The sweet flavor of the tea in her mouth instantly turned into a vile taste with the texture and flavor of soap. To think Edelgard had just heard herself call Hilda sweetie. Nauseating. Anyway, Hilda said, quickly changing the subject, Happy's working on a plan to get you out. We've got Hubert roped into it, too. You told Hubert? I suppose Ferdinand has gotten himself caught up in this as well. Why don't you just tell Claude while you're at it? The hand holding her teacup dipped precipitously over Edelgard's lap, jostling its well-steeped and still steaming contents. Should I? Hilda asked. Of course you shouldn't tell him. It'll blow what little is left of my cover. Come to think of it, Edelgard realized, the fact that she was still alive and in Ria's clutches might be enough to blow her cover already. While Vul had made it through Ria's scrutiny with his disguise as Seath intact, an Agarthan replicant wasn't likely to remain hidden over the course of the Archbishop's experiments. If Dida knew she was being held prisoner, he probably had figured that she was human and thus that she had pretended to be Vipar pretending to be herself all along. Edelgard could only hope he wouldn't pass that along to Thales, though like he'd said, he had turned a blind eye to her meddling several times too many. Tell me what? Claude von Regan strolled into the parlor, an older, wiser Claude than his other world's counterpart, cutting more of a striking figure with a harder and more time-worn face and the well-chiseled curve of a handsome jawline traced by neatly trimmed sideburns. He was resplendent in an array of fine gold, saffron, and jasmine almiron silks and golden ornaments, looking every part the prince of a far-off nation. The silken robes and sashes draped over him were so fine, in fact, that they were nearly translucent, and Edelgard was thankful that he wore some sort of tunic underneath them. Even in the cosmopolitan streets of Inber or even Derdriu, he would make heads turn in such bright and luscious garb. Sorry, he said, but I couldn't help but overhear. I was just passing by and... Claude, Edelgard asked, do you know what the punishment for eavesdropping on the Emperor is? Yes, he said with a roguish grin, but I think you know better than to antagonize the kingdom of Almira by killing one of their baby princes. After all, you and Teach demonstrated that pretty decisively back in Derdriu. He took a seat, put his feet up on the table, and swiped one of the pastries Edelgard and Hilda had been enjoying. So, my ears were burning. Were you two talking about me, or my dashing and good-looking counterpart? That's none of your concern. You're not a time traveler, Edelgard said. And get your feet off the table. You can't tell me that's how they do things in Almira. I know they're more civilized than that. You wound me, Your Majesty. Come on. War's over. We're all friends now. He took his feet off the table and took a bite of pastry. Mfiwaif, Puridaliri, he swallowed. Anyway, poor little Ellie's told me about the birdcage imprisoning our favorite black eagle. I bet you could use some help coordinating an escape plan, considering it's awfully hard to hide a pair of horns and a big, feathery tail. And wings, Hilda helpfully interjected. She's got wings now. Maybe you could use some help, from a master tactician. Claude wiggled his eyebrows. Edelgard sighed. Claude's input would be invaluable. He was right about one thing: even if she managed to escape from Ria's room on her own and seek the help of her friends, she couldn't exactly go incognito, especially considering the monastery was swarming with soldiers that would all be hell-bent on finding her under Ria's orders. She couldn't exactly hide in the catacombs indefinitely like Happy. While she was here, she could use all the help she could get. What do you want in exchange? Me? In exchange? How can you accuse me of being so transactional? All I ask for is more favorable trade relations between Fodlan and Almira. I was thinking we could take the troops out of Fodlan's locket and make it into a trading post. Isn't there something else you want? Why else have you been staying here all this time? What are you implying? Don't play dumb with me. What do you want with my Uncle Arundel, Claude? Claude chuckled and wiped a bit of strawberry jam from his mouth with his thumb. Shamhala has fallen under Imperial control, Edelgard told him. If you wished to bring an Agarthan back to the Almiran court and impress your parents, you could take your pick from the prisoners of war. You could take a whole battalion of them home if you wanted, for all I cared. You could have gone home straight from Goneril County with everything you needed months ago. Not everything, he said. You of all people ought to know, O mighty Emperor Edelgard, champion of the Fodlan Unification War, if you are going to do something, go big or go home. Look, it'd be a feather in my cap if I brought home an Agarthan, any Agarthan. Yeah, sure, you're right. But how much would a few flunkies get me? Oh, yes, it's very impressive to uncover a lost civilization, but it doesn't exactly get the blood pumping. But if I bring home the King of Agartha, well, let's just say that the half-breed runt of the royal family's litter would become a legend overnight. I'd be beloved by the royal court, the merchants, the military, the scholars, and the people. The tale of King Khalid bin Farid bin Junawad al-Tadmor, conqueror of Shamhala, schemer of 1,000 plots, king astride 2 worlds, son of Tiana von Regan, would be told for 1,000 years. That's the kind of image I need to get my plans off the ground. Edelgard wondered how much time Claude had spent thinking up fanciful epithets to embellish his would-be legend while plotting his plans. He spread out his arms wide. So, he concluded, I'm taking your uncle home with me when you're done with him, whenever that is. I can wait. And if he should die at some point? Claude shrugged. I know. You're well within your right to have him executed, and honestly, I wouldn't complain. At least just let me have the head. Preferably without the disguise. Edelgard could, at the very least, concede that if Claude would be satisfied with just a severed head, then he likely wasn't plotting some sort of twisted partnership with Thales. So, O mighty Emperor, he asked, a mischievous twinkle in his jade eyes, do I have your word? I suppose many hands make light work, she admitted. But in that case, I'd like to bring my wife into the equation. She immediately felt Ellie hijack her body to let out a long, loud, frustrated sigh. I'm sorry, but you can have your date after we're done, this is urgent. Edelgard hissed to herself while Claude snickered and clapped a hand over his mouth to hide an amused grin. Sure, Claude said, struggling not to keep his voice from cracking. The mock battle. Gronder Field. Deirdre. You know, until Shamhala, I'd only ever known Teach's strategies as an opponent. I'm enjoying being on the same side for once. Edelgard counted her blessings that despite the pain in her jaw, all that grew in over the next few days were fangs, and of course, the omnipresent northward crawl of scales up her arms and legs. That, and she could have sworn that the black plumage that lined the sides of her tail had grown fuller, in addition to new lines of plumage traveling up her forearms like fins. Nothing, thankfully, from the neck up, save for her horns. She wondered how much longer, though, she would be trapped in this chimerical state. Forever, perhaps if Seath and Vool's worst fears were confirmed, she might never complete this metamorphosis, and thus never gain the ability to switch between this growing bestial form and the human form she knew. Losing her face temporarily would be no great loss if it brought her close to regaining it. She set it all aside. The pain, the fear, all of it. While Hilda worked from the outside on her part of the plan, Edelgard concentrated on what she could do from the inside of her new birdcage. All she could do, for now at least, was be on her best behavior for Rhea while the chessboard was arranged. She was not the helpless child she had once been all those years ago when Thales had made her his Flame Emperor. No, this time she had the courage to escape, and more than simply courage, she now had the resources as well. So, for the next week, she bit her tongue. She was civil to Rhea and Anselm both, indulging them, presenting to them a demure face and an open mind to their words and deeds. She shared meals with Rhea with gusto, learned to file and clip her claws and preen her feathers and polish her scales, as repulsed as she had first been when Rhea had brought a bucket of wyvern scale polish up from the stables, and played in every sense of the word the role of the grateful captive. She steeled herself and forced her smile not to falter or waver whatever Rhea did or said. Rhea slowly began to slip into a false sense of security. As the weather outside began to grow warmer and the snow began to retreat, she began to bring Edelgard to lunch or tea time on the Star Terrace, allowing the fresh breeze to ruffle her feathers and blow through her hair. And while Seath and Vool were still kept away from her, along with Hubert and Ferdinand or any of her other fellow students, former students, Flame was allowed in. Flame looked as in high spirits as ever when she stepped airily into the birdcage, and the joy in her eyes at the sight of Edelgard's plumage was, unlike Rhea's and Anselm's, so genuine and innocent that it was almost, but not quite, infectious. "Edelgard, my friend!" Flame exclaimed, so excited she all but glowed from it. "Your plumage is wonderful." Edelgard managed a false smile. "It is, isn't it?" "Yes, quite. The black suits you quite well." Flame took a seat on the side of the bed beside her. "Oh, but I'm sure this all must be very uncomfortable for you." "I suppose all growing pangs are," Edelgard said noncommittally. Flame was not known for keeping secrets well. For Ciro's sake, whenever Saint Cethlene's name was brought up at Mass, she turned her head, and so Edelgard wasn't keen on sharing how she really felt with her, just in case she might relay it to Rhea. "But I am managing. It is so long since I have seen another one of us with feathers. Mother and Uncle McCule did, but they are. Actually, I think you may end up looking quite a lot like Uncle McCule, too. He had black feathers just like you, curved horns and talons, and even a beak." Edelgard didn't particularly want to think about growing a beak. It sounded much more painful than the snout she'd been dreading before. "Were he and your mother alike?" "In almost every way except temperament. I inherited my plumage from my grandmother, though." Flame took her arm and idly ran a finger parallel to the line of feathers blossoming from it. It tickled. "I do miss having feathers. And wings. To have wings, to fly, it is really the most amazing thing." "Do you think you will be having lessons soon?" From what Edelgard recalled, mother birds and wyverns taught their young how to fly by unceremoniously pushing them out of their nests. She considered the idea of Rhea pushing her off the Star Terrace. "I don't think so, Flame." "How is Seath?" "Father, well, he is certainly rather upset about this whole ordeal. Lady Rhea is meddling in the goddess domain, he says. It is not just that she briefly woke up the remains of Soth of the goddess, but also what she has done to you. He is quite worried about your health. But I do think it is fine as long as you are fine, that is. You are feeling healthy, are you not, my friend?" "Yes. Nervous, true, but healthy. Quite healthy." "Oh, good. I am relieved." Flame sighed and rested her head against Edelgard's shoulder, and Edelgard nearly leaped up from shock when she laid her hand to the base of her tail. "If this metamorphosis were making you ill, then I would absolutely agree with Father. I do not want anything bad to happen to you." "Thank you. You know," she added, perhaps sensing Edelgard's withdrawn attitude and its contrast with her ostensible good cheer. "About a week ago, I received a letter from your sister Hetty. She and your uncle Arundel had found lodging in Gloucester County and were preparing to return for your graduation. Though I received the letter just before Faerghus declared war on us. I do hope they are not on their way here now. But I have been so excited to write back to her that I can hardly even sit down and begin. Should I tell her about you?" Edelgard shuddered. "No, I don't think you should. Hedwig had enough things to worry about." "Are you certain you are not afraid or upset?" Flayn asked her. She was taken aback. "What? It is just that you are human. We Nabateans live both as humans and as dragons. But this is, well, it is quite unnatural for you." Flayn looked away from her, her smile fading. "And I know that you did not ask for this to be done to you. For me, it is because I slept so long that I can no longer willingly take my other form anymore. Father gave up his power willingly when he was watching over me, but I did not choose to give up mine. When I felt inconsolably lost and alone, realizing how many people I had left behind in my sleep, I found I did not even have my wings to bring me solace. I never asked to lose them. I never wished to give them up. Since then, I feel I have been living a half-life. And on top of all that, Father will not even allow me to acknowledge." She shook her head. "No. It is not appropriate to make this all about myself. I am sorry, Edelgard." Edelgard felt her heart catch in her throat. To think that in this birdcage, Flayn of all people would be the most receptive to her feelings. "It truly does upset me," she answered. "In my world, Yes. Imagine looking at yourself in the mirror and hardly even recognizing yourself, because something so fundamental has been stripped away from you. I know. I've felt that way twice now. When I was only a child, a part of myself as important to me as your other form was to you was ripped away from me. I lost everybody that I loved, except for my father, who could only look at me from then on with inconsolable sadness in his eyes. And now when I look at myself, I see parts vanishing again, and I am unable to know if they will ever return. And what makes it all the worse is knowing that it will be the Edelgard I have replaced who will eventually be burdened with the consequences." Flayn acknowledged her words with a sober, sad little nod of her head. "Would you want this undone, if you had the ability?" Edelgard considered the question carefully. If she answered truthfully and Flayn told Rhea, how would Rhea react? Would it undo the hard work she had been doing to put her captor's mind at ease? "I saw your feathers once," she said instead. "In the Holy Tomb, when the goddess corpse awoke, you, Seath, and Rhea. I could see all three of you shedding your human forms. Yes, we were. And if I may be honest, to feel that part of me again ought to have filled me with joy, but I only felt terror instead. It was something the corpse was doing. I had heard stories of Suthi's unfathomable power before, but, feeling it was beyond any story. Do you think Rhea could restore that form to you, somehow? Perhaps using the power of the corpse. I do not know. I think I am afraid of it, though. Back then, in the tomb, I felt nearly as frightened of Lady Rhea, and of Suthi's, as I did of the Hurricane King. I felt as though we would all be devoured." Satisfied, Edelgard finally answered Flayn's question. "I would," she said. "I would have this undone." "I see." Flayn leaned in closer. "Set a beacon at the Star Terrace tomorrow night, if you can." Edelgard was dumbstruck. But of course somebody needed to be able to get into her prison and let her know when her escape plan was ready to be put into action. She was just surprised it was Flayn. That could only mean Seath had been brought onto the escape plan. She had expected Hilda to slip a note under her door or something, assuming Byleth didn't arrange another impromptu meeting in the near future. Flayn smiled. "Good luck, my friend." Over the next day, everything beyond the boundaries of Rhea's gilded birdcage slid into place. Edelgard continued to live a quiet and peaceful life, while the monastery prepared itself for war, at Rhea's side. Then she set her bed on fire. It was just an innocuous spark in the middle of the night, while she'd been lying curled up in bed at Rhea's side. A small bolt of orange and yellow in the darkness had leaped from her palm to the down-stuffed duvet unconsciously, as though the magic had simply bled its way out of her, and had greedily wormed its way into the bedsheets. Edelgard had leaped up and let out a scream that had awakened Rhea as the fire spread. It had spread swiftly, like a wildfire through rain-starved fields, because it turned out that wyvern scale polish, which Edelgard had dribbled strategically onto the mattress when Rhea was gone, was flammable when applied to anything except wyvern scales. Claude had, by his own admission, learned that the hard way. It hadn't taken long to ruin the bed. And now Edelgard needed a new birdcage. She and Rhea now stood out in the hall as acrid smoke wafted through the open door of the bedroom, and the room's night guards Biggs and Wedge brought in buckets of water to douse the flames. Edelgard had a coughing fit. She'd made sure to inhale as much smoke as she could stomach and then some. "I'm sorry," she croaked through the coughing and wheezing. The smoke had stung her eyes and brought tears to them, further enhancing the illusion of her distress. Seeing Rhea's face flanked by flames had also dredged up painful memories of her dyad, filling her with a sense of dread and anxiety that she tried to use to her advantage. I am sorry, Cirrus, I didn't mean the magic just came out of me." There, dear," Rhea said, holding her close. Her hands roved across her body. "I only care about your well-being. Are you hurt anywhere? Have you been burned?" There was genuine worry in her emerald eyes. Edelgard shook her head and coughed again. "I'm fine. No need for healing. I need air," she sputtered. "Fresh air. Cirrus, can we please go to the Star Terrace?" "Of course, dear. Of course," Rhea said. Eloise and Catherine clambered noisily up the stairs. "Lady Rhea!" Eloise all but shouted. "Are you and Edelgard?" "Safe, thank the goddess," Rhea said, running her fingers lazily through Edelgard's hair. "I hope we have not caused you to distress." "We'll need to search the room, Lady Rhea," Catherine said, bowing politely. "With your permission, of course. That fire might have been started by a saboteur, someone within the monastery working for the Hurricane King." "It was just an accident, Captain," Rhea assured her. "Edelgard is going through some changes, as you can see," she said. "And unfortunately, her magic is in a volatile state. Some of it simply leaked out while we slept." "Well, as long as you're both safe," Eloise said. "Edelgard, I hope your feathers aren't too ruffled," he added, trying not to laugh at his own wordplay. "I will need Cyril to prepare my spare room for her," Rhea said. "And wards in place around the bed to prevent something like this from happening again. In the meantime, Edelgard and I need some fresh air." "Of course. Right away, Your Holiness," Catherine said, and with a deep bow and a polite salute from her and Eloise, they were off. Rhea took Edelgard down the hall and led her to the terrace outside. Edelgard felt the cool night air caress her skin, scales, hair, and feathers. The wind was crisp and sweet compared to the smoke that had stained the bedroom and hall. "Is that better, Elle?" Rhea asked, watching her take deep drafts of the fresh air. Elle. Rhea must have picked that up from Anselm. It rankled her to hear that loving nickname in the voice of her enemy more so for Rhea than ever for Thales, because Thales had only ever used it as a form of mockery. Rhea meant it, and that made it all the more grotesque. "Much better," Edelgard gasped. "I'm sorry, Cirrus. I didn't mean to ruin your bedroom. It is all right. Bedsheets, mattresses, rugs, all only things. Mere possessions. You, dear, are more precious than all the treasures and works of art in this entire monastery combined." Rhea hugged her and made a show out of dramatically brushing soot from her hair and wings. "I'm flattered. You are, my child. I was once the revelation of Suthes, the great Saint Cirrus who struck down Nemesis, but you are the rebirth of Suthes, her power made imminent. When the metamorphosis runs its course, you will be the first new Nabatean in over 1,000 years, and when I retrieve Mother's heart for you, you will become a conduit to the beginning herself." A smile played across her face. "It is working so much better than I could have hoped. Mother's power can create our race anew, once you become capable of wielding it. And beyond that, perhaps I can bestow on a few worthy humans this transformation as well. Either way, for the first time I have hope, and I have you to thank for all of it." Edelgard supposed Rhea wouldn't have any difficulty finding willing volunteers for her transfiguration. Cyril would jump at the opportunity, if only Rhea paid enough attention to notice him, and plenty of knights like Catherine would probably consider it an honor to be transformed into scaly or feathered beasts in the Immaculate One's image. She gasped and fell to her knees, clutching her wrist as wisps of conjured moonlight and miasma swirled around her talons. Ah! It's happening again, she cried out. She'd spent the week doing this every so often in front of Rhea, allowing just faint sparks of magic to bleed out of her, all in preparation for this night so that Rhea would think it was a normal consequence of her transformation. Rhea dropped to her knees beside her and took her arm firmly. I have got you, my child, she breathed, guiding Edelgard's arm upward as the Luna spell grew in intensity. Let it all out. A ripple of healing magic echoed through Edelgard's flesh, loosening the gates that held back the magic within, and as she and Rhea lifted her hand skyward, a jet of moonlight streamed from her outstretched palm in a glittering beam across the night sky, intersecting the face of the waxing moon. There was the beacon. All was going exactly as planned. Edelgard let out a relieved sigh and lowered her hand. It's all gone, she told Rhea, letting her shoulders slump and her head hang as though the weight of her wings and her horns was more than her exhausted body could bear. I am so glad, Rhea murmured, resting her head against the slope of Edelgard's neck. Do you know what I feel at this moment, my child? Edelgard shook her head. Hope, true hope. Dear, you cannot understand true hope. To know it, you must also know true despair, and your life has been too short and too blessed for that. But I have known true despair. I knew it when I stood among the dead in Xanadu. I knew it when I searched every road, every burned-out and blasted house, for survivors, and found none. I knew it when I waded through rivers turned red. True hope, she said, is knowing after spending so long in the mire of true despair that there can still be a brighter tomorrow. I understand, Edelgard said. She had felt true despair with her family's deaths and her enslavement to the Agarthans as their monstrous tool, and true hope when Byleth had decided despite all of her monstrous words and deeds that she was worthy of her grace. Rhea had drowned in that despair, the blighted existence of an unworthy survivor, for far longer than her. You cannot, Rhea told her. But I do appreciate your sympathy. Edelgard wanted to wonder what would happen if Rhea resurrected the Nabateans through her experiments. Would she try to live in peace with humanity? Or find an uninhabited land in the far reaches of the world to settle her new brethren in? Or, fearing the coming of a new nemesis to slander them as evil gods and strike them down, would she make herself exactly the tyrant Edelgard had always believed Rhea to be and appoint her new brood as despots over humanity to more effectively quell their inquisitive spirits and violent ways? How would her formerly human children feel about that? She would have asked these questions of Rhea, but any one of them might send her into a justified fit of pique when right now Edelgard needed her soothed and calmed. So instead, she concentrated on unfurling one wing and draping it over Rhea's shoulders and letting her tail curl around the both of them, then began to hum a familiar tune. As she felt Rhea relax, she added the lyrics Byleth had shared with her during their strategy meeting and that she'd once heard Rhea herself sing. In time's flow, see the glow of flames ever burning bright. On the swift rivers drift, broken memories alight. Then came what might have been the riskiest part of the plan. There were more lyrics. Rhea despaired no longer remembering them, but that did not mean she wouldn't recognize the wrong words. Byleth had insisted that Suthies had sang more of the song for her before the two of them had merged and had recalled the lyrics to the best of her ability. Edelgard just had to trust her wife and her old friend. Calm your heart, in the dark, and wait for the morning light. I am here, stay your fears, and let them drift out of sight. Was that right? It couldn't be right. Would the progenitor god really rhyme heart with dark? On second thought, Edelgard supposed, Suthies would, or make up fake lyrics on the spot just to mess with Byleth. Feel the air, quell despair, and put troubled minds at ease. Hunger fades, nightfall shades, and slumber will stay your please. These lyrics were nonsense. Suthies had to have been fucking with Byleth. But there was no turning back now. Rest your eyes, let your sighs carry weariness away. Welcome sleep, counting sheep, and wake at the break of day. Counting sheep? Seriously? If Edelgard's plan failed right here and now because Suthies had decided to have one last laugh at Byleth's expense, well, it might be tied with the debacle at the Holy Tomb in her world, for the quickest one of her plans had gone to shit. Rhea's grip grew slack, her breathing steadied and slowed, and Edelgard realized to her delight that it was good enough. The plan was going off without a hitch. She allowed Rhea to slump over onto the cold stone of the balcony. Now she only had to wait for the next stage and look to the heavens for salvation. A black shape breached the parapet like a leviathan breaching the waves, swinging itself onto the balcony. It was cloaked, and clad in a wolf's pelt, and wore a helmet in the shape of a wolf's head with a gaping maw that revealed a cold steel face. One of the remaining Hurricane Kings had returned to terrorize Garreg Mach. Rhea awoke with a start, leaping to her feet and putting herself between Edelgard and the Hurricane King. "You," she snarled, immediately bereft of the serenity Suthi's lullaby had granted her. "How dare you approach us, blasphemer?" The Hurricane King brandished two wicked black daggers. "Step aside, immaculate one. My business is with your pretty new pet." Edelgard knew the old adage that no plant survived contact with the enemy. But this had to be a new record for her. As soon as he saw the beacon, Vool was meant to steal a wyvern, light on the terrace's floor, and whisk her away into the sky, spiriting her away before the Night Watch could muster its own aerial forces to pursue her. Nothing about a Hurricane King had ever entered into the equation. Whoever was under the mask, he was not here to rescue her. "Go inside, Edelgard," Rhea snarled as alabaster talons sprouted from her fingertips. "Go to the knights. I will kill this beast myself. Villain, your severed head will greet King Dimitri's army at the gates of Garreg Mach." Edelgard calmed herself. There was a contingency plan for if she hadn't been able to get Rhea to bring her to the Star Terrace. She would have to resort to Plan B now. Too late. The Hurricane King, swift and agile, was already blocking the door. "Now, Edelgard, why don't you go and die like a good little messiah?" he sneered. She was in no condition to fight. Her body was too ungainly in its inelegant half-transformed state. All her skill in combat was useless in an unfamiliar body. Her plan had never hinged on having to defend herself against someone who wanted her dead, only someone who might, at worst, want her temporarily immobilized. "Begone. 1,000 of your lives would never match the value of hers," Rhea screamed, shining white light streaming from her claws as she readied a spell. Beams of searing light tore through the night air, scorching the stone. As the Hurricane King nimbly dodged the blasts, Edelgard took the chance to run away into the hall. At least this kept her apart from Rhea. As unexpected as the Hurricane King's appearance was, she could make it work in her favor. Edelgard found the two knights who'd doused the flames waiting in the hall. "Lady Edelgard? What's going on out there?" one of them asked as she hurried across the hallway toward them. "There's a Hurricane King outside," she gasped, panting for breath and leaning against the wall to regain her balance. She'd gotten plenty of practice walking on the scaly talons that passed for her feet now and balancing the counterweight of her tail and wings, but no practice at all running. And she suspected the nearly 2 weeks in captivity had made her soft. "You'd better see to Lady Rhea." The knights shared a glance. "You stay here," one said, "and I. Rhea needs both of you." "I'll be fine in here," Edelgard said. The knights nodded, hurried the way she had came, and allowed Edelgard to slip downstairs unimpeded. That was even easier than she'd expected, so far, at least. Rhea wouldn't be far behind her, though as Edelgard had learned the first time she'd tried to escape, she could pinpoint her location by smell alone, and the Hurricane King would probably beat a hasty retreat to whichever vantage point would give him an opportunity to dispose of Edelgard. Had Dido given secret orders to his Hurricane Kings to execute her? She had to accept that it was likely. As little ill will as he bore her, she was a loose end that needed to be snipped away lest his relationship with Thales sour. Like she had once been, he was a parasite of Agartha, a tick growing fat off of the blood of those who slither in the dark, and her continued existence would prompt them to take notice and crush the tick under their thumb. She reached the 2nd floor. The door to Hanuman's office was slightly ajar, and in the gloom of the hallway the lamplight from his office was a beacon. That was a sign that this escape route was clear. Relieved, though her heart still pounded in her chest, she hurried past his office, turned the corner, and descended to the 1st floor, and in the great hall she saw the light of a lone lantern illuminating a familiar face. "Lady Edelgard," Hubert gasped, dropping to one knee in a reverent bow at her presence and setting the lantern on the floor. "I cannot describe what a joy it is to see you. On your feet, no time for formalities," Edelgard said to him. "Right. He stood up, threw a cloak over her wings and shoulders, and ushered her along. I assume it was not safe for Vool to collect you. No, one of the Hurricane Kings had to ruin everything. One of the what? We should hurry, she said, and as if on cue she stumbled and lost her balance. Before she could fall, Hubert swept her off her feet. I should, he corrected. His gaze slid across her body, taking in the full extent of her metamorphosis as well as. Lady Edelgard, what in blazes are you wearing? Take it up with Lady Rhea. I would rather not, if it is all the same. He hurried for the entrance to the hall at the same moment the doors to the courtyard swung open. Oh, Edelgard, the Hurricane King called out, his sing-song voice made even more grotesque by the device in his helmet which deepened his voice to an abyssal pitch. Come out and play. Hubert made a sharp right turn and kicked the door to the dining hall open, hurrying past the empty tables and benches. Edelgard tapped the tips of her claws on his shoulder. Hubert, she said. Sling me over your shoulder. Lady Edelgard, that's undignified. Having a tail is undignified. Just do it. He did it. Now his hands were free. More importantly, Edelgard had given him a pair of eyes in the back of his head and an extra pair of arms for spell casting. She could see the Hurricane King gaining on them by the light of the fireball she hurled at him. He sidestepped it with an assassin's nimble grace, but it at least slowed him down for a precious moment. With the extra few steps of distance between them and their pursuer, she and Hubert emerged into the courtyard. They clung to the wall of hedges to hide themselves, moving as silently as haste would permit. Along the paths, Edelgard could catch glimpses onto the lawn in front of the house's common rooms and saw in the moonlight tents and racks of armor and weapons Hilda had been right about Garreg Mach's war preparations. The Hurricane King was a black shape in the darkness, moonlight shimmering like quicksilver on his helmet and the blades of his knives as he drew closer. Edelgard could barely hear his footsteps. Even he had the sense not to make too much noise around the encampment. The way to the catacombs is clear. Edelgard whispered. That was the next leg on the journey from the catacombs. There was an entrance to Abyss, and though they would have to take care there not to run afoul of its meaner denizens, and from there one could follow the tunnels beyond the monastery's walls to safety. When last I checked this evening, Hubert responded. We could lead the Hurricane King down there and lose him in the maze, she suggested. Or, the worst thing that could happen right now, she had figured, was that the Hurricane King would wake up the reserve soldiers bivouacked on the academy grounds, but was it, really? Someone tolled an alarm bell in the distance. Of course. It had only been a matter of time before the Hurricane King's presence woke up every single knight of Ceros in the monastery. And as long as they were going after him. There he is. It's the Hurricane King. Ferdinand's voice rang out. He's on night watch duty tonight, Hubert said with a tinge of pride working its way into the nerve-wracked tone of his voice. Full speed ahead, Edelgard exhorted him. Before they spot us. Yes, Lady Edelgard. They hurried along through the courtyard, hewing to the walls as they worked their way toward the hidden entrance to the catacombs. Edelgard had used this entrance to visit Happy so many times that she knew it like the back of her hand, which, she supposed, looking down at her scales as they caught the pale moonlight, she didn't actually know that well anymore. You. What are you doing out at night? Since she could only see behind Hubert, the sudden appearance of a soldier in front of them startled her far more than him. With a jolt her wings unfurled and ruffled their feathers. What the hell? Lady Edelgrk. Blast, Hubert spat through gritted teeth as he hurried past the downed soldier. An icicle had frozen around his throat, silencing him. I've done it now. Another soldier ran up to replace his fallen comrade. This time, Edelgard was the first to spot him. Hey! Stop right there! Unhand Lady Edelgard! She hurled a fireball at him. Hubert whirled around and lobbed a spearhead of ice. Both struck him in quick succession, and the icy blade broke through his weakened breastplate and lodged itself in his chest, dropping him with a spray of blood black against the moonlight. It wasn't long before a third guard gave chase, but this one was dispatched by a dark shadow flitting behind him and planting a dagger in his back. Before darting into the darkness once again, the shadow's veil lifted only briefly, enough for Edelgard to see Claude put a finger to his lips and gave the escapees a coy wink. Claude? What was he doing here? Surely Hilda hadn't made him part of the escape plan. The moonlight made the monastery's once familiar landmarks into ghoulish caricatures carved from shadow, each one threatening to transform into the Hurricane King's bestial silhouette. All the way, Edelgard could hear the ragged pattern of Hubert's breath and the frantic pulse of his heartbeat. She caught a glimpse of the Hurricane King behind them. "Go off course," she whispered to Hubert. "What?" "Double back. Toward the dormitories. We'll lose the Hurricane King there, then head back to the catacombs. There are soldiers there." "Good. They'll keep him busy." Though Edelgard could tell that he wanted nothing more than to grumble against her orders, Hubert acquiesced and they changed course. The Hurricane King drew closer and closer with every step. He almost seemed to glide across the ground. As the alarm bells continued to toll, Hubert and Edelgard reached the lawn in front of the dormitories. Edelgard conjured a fireball and lobbed it in the air to get everyone's attention, and then, once the soldiers had spotted the Hurricane King, veered off course. Unfortunately, a contingent of soldiers had the same idea, and broke away to pursue the two of them, leaving the others to deal with the Hurricane King. "You won't escape," the Hurricane King bellowed. Edelgard saw one of his wicked black daggers fly through the air. It embedded itself in Hubert's back, and he tumbled to the ground with Edelgard in tow, both of them landing on the hard crust of old snow that blanketed the ground. "Hubert!" Edelgard pulled herself to her hands and knees and hurried to Hubert's side. The dagger's serrated blade had buried itself in his back around where his kidney was nearly up to the hilt. Blood oozed freely from the wound. "Hubert, no." The blood was warm. No, hot, so hot it felt as though it might start boiling as it spread across his coat and spilled onto the snow. "Lady Edelgard," he gasped, his voice racked with pain. "Leave me." Already his eyes were hazy, clouded from pain and shock. "They're waiting for you." "Not without you." Edelgard tried to pull him up to his feet and drag him along. "They must have a healer with them." "It's too late for me, Your Highness." "No. You don't deserve to die for me. You won't make it if I'm weighing you down." Edelgard pressed Hubert closer to her side as the life ebbed from his body and took a few steps, her pace slowed by his boots dragging heavily across the snow after her. Her wings unfurled and flapped impotently, as though responding to some unspoken wish that she could use them to fly herself and Hubert to safety. "Lady Edelgard. This past week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever it has been, I have felt like a fly who has had its wings plucked by a capricious child, helpless and impotent. My nights have been racked by visions of," his gaze slid across the sight her body and its metamorphosis presented him. "Visions of what you might become under Ria's experiments. The fact that you are still alive at all lifts my spirits. Don't speak. Save your strength." Edelgard could feel her own pulse rising to a frantic fever pitch. How could she live with herself if she allowed this world's Hubert to die without ever seeing his Edelgard again? After everything she'd done to him, to Ellie. 1,000 images fluttered past her mind's eye, 1,000 recollections of 1,000 times Hubert had put himself in danger for her sake, both in this world and in her own. 1,000 times she had worried for him, 1,000 times she had feared for him, 1,000 times she had held back a sigh of relief for his sake. If only, Edelgard thought, she truly had Suthi's power at her disposal as Ria so desperately hoped she would, then she could have undone this, then she would be spared the pain of feeling Hubert's life slip away from her like sand through her fingers. She had used the monstrous strength Thales had once forced upon her to pursue her own goals and turn that power against him, but Ria had given her nothing that could save the life of her oldest friend. "I need to tell you. Lady Edelgard. Both of you. Hubert's weakening grasp lingered warmly on her scales. She found herself squeezing his hand as though the last of his flesh's warmth would vanish at any moment. How she had missed feeling the warmth of someone other than Ria. For all the time Ria had spent with her and as intimate as she had been, Edelgard had been starved of touch from people she trusted. And now Hubert was here, one of the most trusted people in her life, and yet he was fading away in her arms. It wasn't long before the two of them were captured. Shamir Neverand and half a dozen soldiers under the knight's command swiftly encircled them, swords drawn. Edelgard fell to her knees. Part of herself racked her brain desperately to think of some way out, any way out, but the only thoughts she managed to have simply revolved around Hubert dying in her arms like Pascal once had so long ago. "Just get us a healer," she pleaded, looking up at Shamir. "Hubert, he doesn't deserve to die. Please. Send me back to Rhea if you must, just please let him live." To think she would ever beg. And to a knight of Siros, at that. Shamir stared down at her with an impassive gaze, half silhouetted in the moonlight. In another world, Edelgard called her a good friend, if a bit aloof, but here in this world there was no unspoken bond shared by their gaze when their eyes met. She gestured to two of the soldiers. "You two. Take him to the infirmary now." She then turned to the helmeted knight at her side. "You, help me bring Edelgard in. The rest of you, back to camp." "I'm sorry, Lady Edelgard," Hubert gasped as the soldiers pulled him and Edelgard apart from each other. "You did your best," Edelgard consoled him, watching his ashen face shimmer through a veil of tears. "Thank you so much, Hubert. I'm so sorry." "He'll be fine," Shamir consoled her in her usual blunt, flat tone as she and her helmeted lieutenant dragged Edelgard up to her feet and hauled her along. As the distance between herself and Hubert grew, Edelgard felt the knife-like pain in her chest turn numb. The world around her suddenly felt as unreal as the cheap wooden set of a stage play. She sluggishly followed her captors, her talons dragging across the snow and stone, in a daze, still struggling to believe what had just happened. She had lost. "You put up a good fight," Shamir said. "But you knew it wouldn't be easy to escape from the heart of enemy territory in the best of circumstances. Especially not when you aren't even in peak physical condition." Edelgard felt herself nod in agreement. She had lost. And all it had cost her was Hubert. She had imagined and dreaded this day for years. If only she'd learned healing magic, if only she'd had any aptitude for faith. They came to a stop. She dried her eyes and found herself staring down into a black abyss bored into the ground, half hidden by a spindly shrubbery that Shamir's lieutenant had pulled out of the way. "Well, Princess," Shamir said, putting a hand on her back just below her wings and giving her a gentle shove, "you first." Edelgard stared at the secret entrance to the catacombs. "What?" "Well? We don't have all night. Go on. What are you doing? Do I have to spell it out for you? Hubert's going to be fine, if that's what you're worried about. Just go on." Edelgard found herself less worried about his wound and more worried that Rhea might have him executed for aiding and abetting her escape. But if Shamir was in on this plan, then perhaps she could trust her to keep him safe as well. "You were in on this? But you're a knight of Siros, you work for Rhea." "Only as long as she pays me," Shamir said. "Anyway, this is just a favor I'm cashing in. Get going before I start regretting it." She turned to her lieutenant. "Make it look convincing, all right." The lieutenant nodded, drew her sword, and struck her in the side of the head with the flat of her blade, sending her to the ground in a crumpled heap. "Let's go." Still utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events, Edelgard lowered herself into the tunnel. Her wings brushed against the ceiling, dislodging clumps of dirt, but packed soil and haphazard bricks soon gave way to the bone-lined corridors of the monastery's gloomy ossuary. Shamir's lieutenant took her by the hand as the two of them stood in the catacombs. Torchlight from a guttering wall sconce illuminated the warm smile on the half of her face uncovered by her helmet. And underneath the visor, Edelgard could see a familiar twinkle in her eyes. "I should have known," Edelgard told her. "You looked a little too short to be a knight of Siros." The knight pulled off her helmet to reveal long, braided locks of golden hair that spilled out down her back. "Look who's talking. I'm 3 inches taller than you if you don't count your wings." Edelgard swept her up in as tight an embrace as she could muster, and even her wings folded themselves as best they could around the both of them. "I've missed you, too," Ingrid said, leaning into her hug and wrapping her arms around her waist in return. "Come on. Let's not keep the others waiting." The two of them ventured deeper into the catacombs' labyrinthine corridors. "What are you doing here?" Edelgard asked Ingrid. "Did Dimitri send you to rescue me?" She supposed that sometimes it really did take a knight to rescue a princess from a dragon. A pained look flashed across Ingrid's face and she turned away. "It's a long story. Why do you look like that?" I'd heard you'd been given some transformative gift from the goddess, but I was expecting green hair like our professor, not, feathers, she finished flatly. You, horns, she added, words continuing to fail her as she tried to sum up Edelgard's circumstances. And, what the hell did Rhea do to you? I know it's a lot to take in. It's a long story as well. Let's focus on telling it when we've gotten to the end, Ingrid said, forcing herself to regain some of her composure. Edelgard had far too many questions for her, but she suddenly found herself too tired to ask them. With every step she took, her body grew wearier and wearier. If not for Ingrid to catch her, she might have fallen numerous times as they delved deeper into the catacombs. As they drew closer to the location of Happy's little nest, Edelgard heard low voices in the distance echoing faintly down the corridor. Two younger women, she reasoned from what she could discern of the timber, and an older man. Seath or Vul? No. And not Hanneman. Happy had her little nest in the alcove, and waiting in the bone-lined corridor along with her were Hilda and Marianne, both of whom stared at her with a mix of horror and utter bewilderment, and at Happy's side was Geralt, Edelgard gasped, stunned by the sight of the tall, brawny mercenary sitting on the floor. What did you, how did you, why you're here? He simply stared dumbly at her for a while. Fuck, he finally said. I was right. Edelgard. Happy pulled herself away from Geralt and all but pounced on her, stopping just short of knocking her to the floor. She circled her, sniffed the air around her, brushed her whiskers against her wings. You smell like bird, she commented. I suppose I must, Edelgard replied, flustered, as Happy pulled her away from Ingrid and swept her up in a furry embrace. I missed you, you dummy. Why didn't you escape earlier? Happy was purring loudly enough that Edelgard almost couldn't make out what she was saying. I made an attempt, but it wasn't exactly well thought out, Edelgard told her, raking her talons through her fur as gently as possible. She was glad that Happy was holding her so tightly, her legs could barely support her own weight unaided anymore. Well, at least someone's happy we had to go for plan B, Hilda grumbled, standing up and stretching the aches out of her arms and legs. What, did Vul get caught on his way to the stables? One of the other Hurricane Kings made a mess of things, Edelgard explained. Oh, shit. Well, that's a lot more work for us. Geralt, you'll be a gentleman and protect us fair and delicate maidens from the Hurricane King, right? Geralt rolled his eyes. I'll make sure none of you kids die, he assured her, picking a spear up off the floor, but you're all gonna pull your own weight if you have to. Now let's make ourselves scarce before either that guy finds us, or Rhea does. What exactly are you doing here, Geralt? Edelgard asked him. She couldn't believe he was here again. At this point in time, he was typically dead, after all. I said I'd come to town when the term was over to collect Byleth and Happy, didn't I? He asked. Well, term's over. Can't say I'm not surprised by how it's ended, though. You're gonna have to fill me in on everything I've missed. How did you get into the monastery? The same way you're getting out, he said with a shrug. As she and the others ventured deeper into the catacombs, Hilda eyed Edelgard up and down. Rhea sure knows how to dress you, huh, she snickered. I'll admit it's a little ostentatious for my liking, Edelgard said, but it's a far cry from that abomination she made Byleth and me wear for Glenn's funeral. She had to admit, wearing something so ridiculously ostentatious into Abyss would probably be a very bad idea if she were alone, but fortunately for her, she wasn't alone. Although in her current state, the average person would probably think she belonged in there among the rest of its prisoners, too freakish to dare show their faces to the sun. Really taking it in stride, huh? All you'd need is green hair and you'd be a perfect match for her. A perfect match for who? She trailed off and looked down at herself, finally realizing why this outfit Rhea had put her in had seemed so familiar. Rhea had been dressing her up as Suthies. Oh, she said. She closed her eyes and found that she no longer had the strength to open them. She wasn't sure how long she'd slept, but she'd fallen asleep in Happy's arms and found upon waking that they were still wrapped around her. Her surroundings had changed, though it was hard to tell in the darkness. She could no longer sense the claustrophobic weight of a thick, heavy stone ceiling looming overhead, and the air seemed less stale. Her friends had carried her through Abyss, it seemed, while she'd been asleep. She gently extricated herself from Happy's grasp and felt a pallet underneath the two of them and the canvas walls of a hastily erected tent. Beneath the folded layers of a thin sheet was cold, hard earth. Edelgard pulled aside the tent flap, and as her eyes adjusted she was greeted with the sight of two lanterns bobbing in the darkness, their soft amber glows illuminating the scaly flank of a wyvern and the faces of three men, Seath, Vul, and Geralt. The sky above had a tinge of violet near the horizon, barely visible above the canopy of towering pines surrounding the makeshift campsite. A few horses stood out in the cold, waiting to be ridden. "Glad you two could find your way here. Wasn't like I could light a signal fire or anything, with the knights about." "Likewise, we are simply glad the rendezvous point we had decided on was still available. Had you had to relocate, we may never have found you. We should make this quick. Where's Edelgard?" "This tent, right here." "Is it morning already?" Edelgard asked them as they approached. "Edelgard." Vul crouched beside her, peering at her with cold and uncomfortable analytic scrutiny. "You're looking quite yourself today, though I'm not entirely sure that's a good thing. Has the metamorphosis mostly arrested itself by now? I've been waiting for a week for something to happen to my face, if that's what you mean." "Nothing but a few fangs and more scales here and there." She looked between him and Seath. "Will Hubert be okay?" Seath nodded. "He will survive his injury, I am fairly certain. I will do what I can to see to it Lady Rhea is not too harsh on him. After all, one can argue that as your vassal he is beholden to your commands, and considering this escape plan was entirely your idea, he simply had no choice but to aid you." Edelgard felt her spirits lighten, but only a little. The thought of what Rhea might do to Hubert as punishment by proxy for her escape was almost equally frightening compared to the thought of him bleeding out from the Hurricane King's blade. Seath was the only person she could trust to be even remotely capable of staying Rhea's hand. "I share your concern for Hubert, but we are short on time here," Vul said testily to the both of them. "Seath, please. Your expertise on Nabateans, if you will. Why has the metamorphosis stagnated like this?" Seath knelt down in front of Edelgard and held a hand out in front of her, setting down his lantern next to Vul's to better illuminate her. "Lady Edelgard, if I may feel your heartbeat." She offered him her upturned wrist. "No," he said, "I apologize, but it will have to be more direct." "At least cord her properly first," Geralt said. Seath's face reddened. This is a medical procedure," he sputtered. "Geralt, I would ask you respectfully to keep your distance as Vul and I continue my work, if you will." Geralt shrugged. "All right. Don't want me within earshot." "I get it." He turned around and walked over to the wyvern Seath and Vul had taken to the campsite. Edelgard pulled aside part of her gown to bare more of her chest, allowing Seath to rest his hand over her heart. "What in the goddess name has Lady Rhea made you wear?" he mumbled. "The wings do limit my wardrobe options somewhat," Edelgard admitted. "It's not the worst thing she's had me wear, at least." "Might I ask what you're feeling for, exactly?" "If I recall correctly, by this stage in a Nabatean's first metamorphosis, they should be developing their dragon heart." "In other words," Edelgard replied, "what I would know better as a crest stone," Vul finished. "A crest stone? Just like Byleth?" "Yes." Seath nodded. "As long as it has been, it feels like only yesterday I was doing this for Flayn." "And, do you feel anything?" Edelgard asked, unnerved by the thought of her heart transforming into stone. Crest stones had incredible power. They brought heroes' relics to life, could turn ordinary humans into gargantuan beasts. What would one do inside her body? She could take some solace in the fact that she knew Byleth to be, if not normal, then at least human in spite of Rhea's surgical procedure, but that was different. She'd had a crest stone in addition to a human heart whose function the stone had replaced, not lost her heart altogether. That was the only reason she was still alive after the stone had dissolved in her dyad. Seath frowned. "No," he said after a long pause, drawing his hand away. "All I feel is a completely normal human heartbeat." Edelgard was further unnerved to find herself not knowing if that was good news or bad news. "So," Vul said, "in other words, her body lacks a source of energy to complete the metamorphosis. Is that correct, Seath?" It could explain why the changes have begun progressing so slowly, Seath said, thoughtfully stroking his beard. It could also explain her diminutive size. Diminutive? Edelgard repeated. An adult Nabatean's dragon form is 3 or even 4 times the size of a mature wyvern, he said. Even a child is roughly the same size as an adult wyvern. Further first quickening, we should be seeing quite the growth spurt. I see, Vuul said. Even with the new parts, she hasn't grown an inch. Her growth is stunted. It is incredibly reckless of Rhea to induce this transformation without even seeing to it that it would come to completion. Seath said, a furious tremor seeping into his normally calm voice. I cannot believe she has done this. Did she even conduct any tests? As a scientist, I find myself hoping she did, Vuul said, but also dreading the same. Edelgard explained to both of them what Rhea had shown her the day she'd grown her wings. She watched both of their faces turn pale at her recollection. I see, Seath said, putting a hand to his brow. The blame is mine. Citrai passed away and Geralt left the monastery shortly before I returned from Zanata with Flayn. It seems Rhea only goes on these adventures in necromancy when I am not around to rein her in. Obviously, Rhea doesn't care if I don't develop a stone of my own, Edelgard reasoned. She's planning on implanting the one in Byleth's chest into me anyway. Seath's single good eye widened, and the one behind his eye patch might have done so as well. The what? Oh, joy, Vuul said, another thing to explain. It was impossible to tell if he was being sarcastic. And so Edelgard explained that, as well. So all crest stones are the same size, then, she asked Seath when she had finished. No matter the size of the Nabatean. Vuul shrugged. It's like a battery. Simple, convenient, modular form factor. Vuul, I know this is difficult for you, given your upbringing, Seath replied testily, shooting him a stern glare, but I would thank you not to speak about our bodies as if they were mere pieces of technology. Unlike the last time he'd insulted Seath to his face, Vuul looked obviously and shockingly contrite. Sorry. Force of habit. I wish I could say more about Suthies, Seath said, but she had already been asleep for nearly 900 years by the time I was born. Even then, Rhea was one of her only remaining children. It was said that she could take many forms of varying sizes. I have often wondered if that large stone with the crest of flames deeper in this forest was her true heart, and the one that was used for the sword of the Creator some sort of redundant organ. Vuul suggested. For an entity capable of shaping her body to her whims, having a backup heart could only be beneficial. No wonder the fell St. Suthies proved so difficult to kill. Edelgard remembered that stone. Byleth had shattered it in her fight against Solon. She wondered if any of its fragments, or perhaps the portion of the stone still lodged in the rock wall, had tried to move on the day Suthi's corpse had been awakened. Does this mean, she asked, that without Rhea, I'll remain in this chimeric state? Without Rhea, you can rest assured she won't do anything worse to you, Vuul said. I doubt the changes will reverse themselves, Seath agreed, but there is still a chance you might still complete your metamorphosis, albeit into a runt, Vuul suggested. And if and when the changes run their course, however long it takes, I will be able to choose one form or another at will. Edelgard asked. You can choose to go your entire life with neither a single feather nor a single scale, if you wish, Seath said. Unless some entity forces it out of you, he added, his mind obviously returning to the day Suthi's corpse had returned to life. I wish I could be of more help, but unfortunately, neither of us can accompany you from here on out. Vuul has his work to do falsifying his master's information about our defenses, and I cannot leave Flayn alone here, nor can I abandon my position. Geralt rejoined them. So you're all finished here, he asked the two of them. Seath nodded. I will have to trust you to keep Lady Edelgard beyond Rhea's grasp. If it is any consolation, with so many of the Knights of Syros preoccupied with Garreg Mach's defense, she will have few resources to pursue you. I'd leave in a hurry if I were you, though, Vuul said as he and Seath climbed onto their waiting wyvern's back. As I understand it, this is the second time you've stolen something precious from Her Holiness. Geralt put his hands on his hips. Yeah, he said with a proud smile. I just can't help myself. I wish you all the best of luck, Seath said, and with a snap of his reins and a flap of his wyvern's wings, he and Vul fled into the night sky. "All right," Gerald said. "Let's wake up the girls and break this campsite down before dawn. We'll circle around through the forest, meet up with the blade breakers outside of town, and head out together." Following Gerald's lead, Edelgard and the others set out through the sealed forest just as the golden light of dawn began to spill out across the clouds from the eastern horizon. As they only had 3 horses, she and Ingrid shared one, Hilda and Marianne shared another, and Gerald rode alone up at front. Happy was too large for the horses, tall enough that when she stood up straight she was still about a foot taller than them, and seemed to spook them a bit, so she had to walk alongside them. Somehow, though, she kept a pace with them just fine. Edelgard found herself thankful the horses didn't have any quarrel with her. She doubted she'd be able to keep up with them on foot as easily as Happy did, and while Happy likely wouldn't have minded carrying her, she had her hands full, literally, with her kittens. Taking a deep breath of the fresh mountain air and finally taking her first opportunity to revel in her freedom, she steadied herself on the horse's back with one arm wrapped firmly around Ingrid's waist as the two of them rode together. It was a relief to see her golden hair again. "I didn't think I'd seen you again so soon," she said to her. "So, the long story that brought you here, if you wouldn't mind telling it." Ingrid sighed. It was a lot of wandering, to be honest." "Start from the beginning," Edelgard said. "The last time I saw you was in the Holy Tomb, nearly 2 weeks ago." A part of her still couldn't quite believe that she had seen Ingrid attack Dimitri so suddenly and so readily. "I'd rather not," Ingrid said stiffly. "You fled the tomb with the rest of the Blue Lions, didn't you?" "What happened next?" Edelgard asked her. "Not by choice," she answered. How could I choose to follow Dimitri, knowing all the horrible things he did? They dragged me along with Professor Byleth. I was fading in and out of consciousness. When I woke up, we were in a provisional camp near Xanadu. Sylvain and Ignatz tried to tell me what I'd missed when I woke up, but the only thing I could focus on was the truth about the Hurricane King. Her voice hitched and cracked. In that moment, seeing Dimitri with those monsters, I just felt everything inside me break all at once. So as soon as I was able, I bought a horse and provisions off of one of the soldiers and left." "Did you head back to Gareg Mach then?" "Not right away. Truthfully, I didn't know where I would go. A part of myself just wanted to go home, but the more I thought about it, the less appealing it felt. I don't know what's waiting for me back there, with Father." Edelgard rested a clawed hand on her armored shoulder in what she immediately realized was an empty gesture of comfort. "With Father gone. I know it would be the responsible thing to do, but just for once. I couldn't bear to do it. I just felt so twisted up inside." "Is that when you turned back?" Ingrid nodded. "I had to go back to Gareg Mach then. If not because it's the only other home I had, then," her voice grew quiet. "For you. Well, I can't thank you enough for that. How did you become involved in my escape plan?" "I reached town about a day before Dimitri's declaration of war reached it. I ran into Gerald there. Then, a few days later, Hubert and Ferdinand found us and told us what was happening to you. A part of me couldn't believe it until last night. I suppose I've become something that must be seen to be believed," Edelgard said. She laid her head wearily against Ingrid's shoulder, watching the melting frost dripping from the pines as they rose through the trees. Even through her leather cuirass Ingrid radiated warmth she was all too happy to feel again, as shamefully addictive as it was. "I don't know what to do now," Ingrid said, and Edelgard felt one of her hands fall as gently as fresh snowfall against hers. "I can't be a knight for Dimitri, knowing what he is. I can't go home, not just because of the thought that my father might be waiting for me there in a box, but because I'd be the Countess of Galatea and I'd have to bend my knee to the Hurricane King. The rest of our classmates might be okay following that monster, but I can't even stomach the thought of it." Edelgard looked ahead and noticed Marianne looking back somberly at them. "But all the same, they say the church is responsible for Duskur now, and I've seen what Rhea has done to you," Ingrid added, "so I can't be a knight of Siros, either. All I can be is." While Edelgard found herself wondering in that last pregnant pause how many knights of Siros had read Dimitri's manifesto and felt conflicted about serving Rhea, Even if it was all just lies, she felt Ingrid's fingers interweave themselves with hers, the leather of her gloves brushing up against her hard, smooth, scaly skin. She felt her pulse quicken guiltily. Well, Ingrid concluded, you've always seemed to have all the answers, Edelgard. So perhaps you can tell me. Tell me how to put myself back together. Everyone, quiet, Gerald said, readying his lance. I think we're being followed. Happy sniffed the air, her ears flicking forward. Yeah, she said. We are. By who? The church. Hilda asked her, glancing backward over her shoulder. Just one person, I think, she said. Edelgard felt her feathers ruffle themselves as a chill ran down her spine all the way to the tip of her tail. The other Hurricane King, she said. He's still after me. Check the description for the links to the author.